This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Player? You guessed wrong. In your words, I am a copy NPC. The girl's ethereal and weird laughter. In the corridor of the castle, blood soaked the floor. The gorgeous Rococo's skirt was bright red. A black cat came from the dark and rubbed her calf. Go. The black cat looked at the blood and smiled like a human. Its mouth was full of fangs. Humans, a weak species, can't survive in this alien world. The copy data is being cleared. No player of Rose Castle survived. The copy is about to be closed. Ah! Murder. He killed someone. He is not a human. In the small open space filled with gray fog, a group of people gathered together, with expressions of horror on their faces. I saw a man hanging on the wall not far away. He was pierced from the back to the chest by an iron rod, and finally nailed to the wall. His back was bloody. He struggled and lowered his head in pain, trying to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. He died in a few seconds. Under the wall stood the murderer, an old man in a security uniform. The security guard's eyes were completely white, and his face was gray. It was obvious that he was not alive. The security guard looked back, and everyone in the open space was so scared that they didn't even know how to run. They just huddled together and looked at the security guard in horror. They saw him kill people with their own eyes. What the hell is this place? I came here in the blink of an eye. Someone secretly pinched himself. It hurts. It's not a dream. Everything is real. The security guard only glanced at them and didn't rush over. He raised his hand to pull out the iron rod on the body, and then stiffly returned to the security booth at the door. Welcome to the Lonely Island boarding school. The fog was thick, and the breeze blew, wet and cold, and you could hear the sound of water, and the smell of the sea was at the tip of your nose. Please abide by the school rules of the college. You are not allowed to leave the school gate without a leave note, and you are not allowed to climb over the wall without permission. Violators will be severely punished. I wish you all a happy and fulfilling time at school. I wish all players good luck. The electronic high-frequency sound is sizzling. It didn't come from the radio. It appeared directly in everyone's mind. What's the sound? Who is talking? A person trembled. Not far away was the body, and there was an old ghost in the security booth. There was also this mysterious electronic sound, and the imaginative humans seemed to realize their situation. The horror game that exists in novels and games has come true, and they are the unlucky players, the players who may die in the dungeon at any time. You are not allowed to climb over the wall without permission. That person died because he climbed over the wall. Some people cried in fear and were at a loss. But some old players are very calm. Li Tao said disdainfully, Sister Yao, there are too many newcomers in this dungeon, right? Li Tao is a man in his early 30s with small eyes. He looks at everyone with a little disdain, except for the woman in front of him. He has a little respect, but I really don't know how much this respect is. Gui Yao looked around. It's a good thing to have many newcomers, which proves that the survival rate of this dungeon will be higher. The survival rate won't be high, you will all die. A girl's voice sounded, and everyone turned around. A baby-faced girl in a white sportswear was staring at them, and smiling. She was very beautiful and looked young. Her baby-faced face showed a faint smile, which was a bit weird. This place was full of players, and the NPC who guided them had not appeared yet. Li Tao was unhappy. What the hell are you saying? Do you know who we are? We are members of the S Guild, one of the 3 major guilds. How could we fail in such a dungeon? At a glance, they were all newcomers. They only knew how to cry, and it was annoying to look at them. With so many newcomers, the dungeon must not be difficult. Gui Yao frowned. Li Tao. Li Tao's arrogant expression immediately subsided a little. Gui Yao didn't like this Li Tao, but this was a new member of the guild, and the team leader asked her to take him through a few more dungeons to gain experience. Gui Yao didn't like Li Tao talking about the S Guild all the time. The baby-faced girl in front of him remained calm after being confronted by a 30-year-old man, and even smiled more happily. Gui Yao intuitively felt that the other party was an old player, perhaps from the other 2 guilds. Hello, my name is Gui Yao. This dungeon mission has not yet been opened. Are you interested in forming an alliance? The sooner the dungeon secret is solved, the sooner you can leave. Gui Yao smiled politely, and stretched out his hand. Wula glanced at her hand, and the next second, she walked towards the corpse by the wall. She looked very small, but she dared to stand next to the bloody corpse, and even looked at the wound carefully, muttering, So beautiful. The heart was pierced and nailed to the wall. Hearing her words, everyone else showed a look of horror. Li Tao glanced at the corpse and felt sick. She is a pervert. Gui Yao, She should be an old player. It is not surprising that she has seen many dead people, and her personality has become weird. Li Tao, she looks like she has just reached adulthood. How many dungeons can she pass? Gui Yao looked at him with disdain. Here, there are people who are better than you. There are also people who have cleared 10 dungeons in their teens. Li Tao did not quite believe it. He passed 2 dungeons with a narrow escape. If it were not for someone else to act as a meat cushion, he would have died long ago. Don't you know to report to the academic affairs office when you come to school? It's class time now, and you are still chattering here. I can hear you talking from a long distance. Suddenly a fierce man's voice sounded. In the fog, a man wearing a black round neck top and military green cuff trousers came over, and he glared at these people angrily. After experiencing the security guard murder incident just now, these people reflexively retreated when they saw others. Why retreat? Line up from tall to short. The man yelled, drooling. The players saw his face, and found that he looked like a human being, and they were relieved. Wu Lu, he looks like a human being, but he might turn into a monster in the next second. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, her words lifted him up again. The players were afraid, and stayed away from Wu Lu. Fearing that the man might suddenly turn into a monster, the players immediately lined up obediently. Wu Lu looked at the line from tall to short, and slowly walked in front of Gui Yao. From the notification of the dungeon system, it can be known that they came to an isolated island boarding school in the middle of the sea, and their identities should be students. Seeing that they were very obedient, the man was slightly satisfied, but he still said angrily, "Remember my face, and call me Instructor Zhang when you see me in the future, and say hello to me. Do you understand?" Instructor? The boarding school also has instructors, and it seems that it is a school with strict management. Do you understand? Instructor Zhang glanced at them. Gui Yao, I understand. Li Tao hurriedly said, I understand. Others also responded in 2s and 3s. Instructor Zhang frowned for a moment, but still said, Okay, I take you to report. The wind smelled of the sea, and they could still hear the faint sound of waves. Outside the wall should be the sea, the isolated island boarding school. What secrets are there here? What changes have occurred? How can we leave this copy alive? The players lined up and walked into the gray fog. The sea fog was like a huge monster, eating them all into its stomach one by one. The top of the teaching building. A boy in a shirt sat on the edge of the rooftop. He didn't know how long he had been watching. He raised his hand and pushed the glasses frame on his face. The next second, the boy disappeared. Everything was like an illusion. In the office, the players filled in their admission information. Wu Lu leaned over and wrote her name on the paper. Wu Lele. Gui Yao stood behind her. Wu Lu stepped back and Gui Yao stepped forward to write the name. The female teacher in a long skirt sorted out the list. Her movements were very stiff and her face was ashen, like a moving corpse. She said in a gloomy tone, Follow me, I will take you to the class. Chapter 2. The players were eventually dispersed into various classes. A few newcomers, Gui Yao, Li Tao and the old player, were assigned to Class 1. Before entering the door of Class 1, they could already hear the noisy sound inside. Through the window, they could see the people inside. There were about 20 students in the classroom, all of whom looked like high school students. But many of them were like the security guard, with white eyes, grayish complexion, and stiff movements. Some had more white eyes and fewer black pupils, and their expressions were very gloomy. Some looked almost like humans. Those students got out of their seats, slept, made noises, and did all kinds of things. The classroom discipline was extremely poor. The female teacher seemed to have gotten used to the mess in the classroom. She pushed open the door and said, You can find a seat anywhere you want. After that, she turned stiffly and left. There were ghosts inside. There were only 5 of them in total. The players stood at the door and hesitated to go in and choose a seat. Gui Yao was about to observe, but a figure passed by her. Wu Lu entered the classroom. The other players stared at her. They saw her sitting in the middle of the classroom, and smiled at the NPC wearing glasses next to her. Can I sit here? The boy pushed the frame of his glasses, but didn't answer. Li Tao, Sister Yao she. Gui Yao, let's go sit too. Gui Yao took Li Tao to sit in the row in front of Wu Lu. This girl is an old player, so it's right to sit near her. The other 3 newcomers were also choosing seats, and after choosing and choosing, they only had seats in the front row. Just as they sat down, suddenly at this moment, the classroom door was kicked with a loud bang. The classroom instantly became quiet. Those NPC students who left their seats immediately returned to their seats, opened their books, and pretended to look down. Instructor Zhang stared at them with his eyes wide open, bloodshot, and finally glanced at the players. Whoever filled in a fake name, stand up. Instructor Zhang gritted his teeth and said, even his voice was cracked, veins on his face bulged, and the whites of his eyes gradually turned red. He looked like a monster, not a human. Everyone could see that the NPC in this dungeon was angry. It happened in an instant, and the new players were all shocked. Instructor Zhang walked towards them step by step, first looking at the nearest female player. Is it you? You didn't fill in your real name? The voice sounded like the low roar of a wild animal, and his voice changed. Wang Yeye was so scared that tears burst out, and stammered, no, it's not me, I didn't fill in a fake name. Instructor Zhang turned his head quickly, his neck made a cracking sound, and he tilted his head and walked towards another player. Did you fill in a fake name? The male player collapsed instantly. Go away, go away. The male player wanted to run, but he was scared and collapsed on his seat. His legs didn't listen to him at all. He reached out to push Instructor Zhang, but he couldn't push him, and instead, he fell to the ground in embarrassment. He rolled and crawled to get away from this monster, but his ankle was caught. A huge hand, with blue veins all over the skin like a parasite. Looking back again, Instructor Zhang was no longer human. His whole body swelled several times, with bulging blue veins under his skin, and his eyes were still dripping blood. You've been sent here, and you still dare to lie with a fake name. Students like you are hopeless. The monster said with a beast-like voice while dragging people away. The male player screamed for help. Save me! Save me! The desk was tripped, and he was dragged away. There were shrill screams outside. The window was open in the classroom, and the sea breeze brought a faint fishy smell, which became stronger now. The classroom was dead silent. The only two new players left looked ashen, and Li Tao also swallowed his saliva. The student NPCs in the classroom had a sly smile on their faces, and some even sniffed and said, it smells so good, it must taste good. The players were disappointed. About a few minutes later, the classroom became noisy again. Those NPCs who were just good students started to get restless again, got off their seats to chat, and put their feet on the desks to play. Li Tao found his voice again. Fortunately, we filled in our real names. When filling in the name on the form, Gui Yao also thought about filling in a pseudonym. After all, the form was handed over in a hurry, and they were asked to fill in their names before they had time to see what was written on the back, which made people very uneasy. A thought made him fill in his real name. If he fills it in blindly, the player just now will end up like them. Wang Yeye was shocked and kept crying. Finally, she covered her mouth and couldn't help crying. At this moment, the bell rang. As soon as the get out of class was over, the NPCs in the classroom rushed out, eager to go out and play. In an instant, they were the only ones left in the classroom. Another newcomer walked up to Wang Yeye and said, don't cry, it will be fine. We will definitely survive. Wu Li's mouth flashed with an arc as he spoke innocently. He died? Wang Yeye sobbed. People living in a society ruled by law really can't accept that two people died in half an hour. Gui Yao went outside to take a look. The corridor was full of blood. Those NPCs stepped on it as if they didn't see it, and the soles of their shoes were stained with red. Gui Yao returned to the classroom, dead. Even the body could not be found. Su Qianyang and Wang Yeye came over. Su Qianyang asked, hello, we are newcomers. I would like to ask you how we can leave this horrible world. Li Tao disdained newcomers, but he also enjoyed the admiring eyes of newcomers, although he had only passed 2 copies. Li Tao, wait for the system to assign tasks, or we will take the initiative to trigger tasks. As long as we complete the system tasks, we will definitely find a way to leave. Wang Yeye, can we leave alive if we complete the system tasks? Li Tao, yes. No. A childish voice sounded. Several people looked at the table behind Li Tao. The baby-faced girl in a white sportswear was holding her face with one hand and looking at them. She looked like a few mentally retarded animals. They didn't have a good impression of this girl. They felt that she was very powerful, but also very strange. Li Tao didn't like being teased, so he asked, have you ever been to a dungeon? Wula held her cheek and said faintly, I've been to many, many dungeons. She didn't lie. Is the other party really an old player? Li Tao was embarrassed and tried to back down. Anyway, let's wait for the system task. Gui Yao looked back at her and said, Wu Lele? My name is Gui Yao, nice to meet you. Wula tilted her head. You have good eyesight. Gui Yao saw the name she wrote. Gui Yao nodded. She didn't like being surrounded by so many people, so she said, let's go out and look for clues to trigger the task earlier. The longer the dungeon is open, the more dangerous it is. It's better to end it earlier. Sister Yao is right, Li Tao said flatteringly. Gui Yao ignored him. Gui Yao stood up, and they were about to go out, but Wu Lu was still sitting. Gui Yao looked back in confusion. Aren't you going to explore together? Wu Lu, it's time for class. As soon as the voice fell, the broadcast of work in the corner of the classroom sounded. Gui Yao frowned and sat back down. The next second, there was a sound of pulling a stool behind her, and Wu Lu stood up. Physical education class. After saying that, she walked out of the classroom. Others felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Gui Yao, let's go to class. In the empty classroom, the sea breeze blew in from the window, and the books were blown rustling. The playground was filled with thick fog, gray and gloomy, and people could not be seen once they walked in. Wu Lu, who was the first to leave the classroom, suddenly came back, and she was very satisfied looking at the empty classroom. Wu Lu sat back in her seat, lying down limp. Bored. Wu Lu broke her fingers for fun, the sound of bones cracking. Her eyes were empty. Footsteps were heard in the corridor. Someone returned to the classroom. The footsteps were so light that they were almost inaudible. Not a living person. The footsteps stopped beside Wu Lu. The chair was pulled, and the other person sat down. Wu Lu was too lazy to get up, so she just lay on the table, her head turned 180 degrees. The white and clean black-haired boy with glasses was the desk mate she picked when she entered the classroom. He was very handsome, and there were few horror NPCs who looked so good. Wu Lu saw at a glance that he was an NPC without self-awareness. Wu Lu turned her head back, she sat up straight and raised her hand to touch his hair. Suddenly his eyes turned red, and began to change. Wu Lu pinched his cheek. Don't become ugly. Chapter 3. Class 1 had a physical education class this time. In the foggy playground, NPCs gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to play. It's so fucking cool. The physical education teacher didn't come again. I like this kind of lazy teacher. Go to the equipment room and get a basketball to play with. I brought a lock-picking tool. An NPC shook the wire in his hand proudly. These students were full of swear words. Although they were wearing white shirts and school uniforms, they all had a social flavor. The players were not wearing school uniforms, which was a clear distinction. The NPCs didn't take the initiative to talk to them. Brotherly, what are we going to do now? If the teacher doesn't come, will we stay in the playground? Su Chenyang and Wang Ye followed Li Tao all the time, and Li Tao enjoyed it very much. Until Gui Yao called him away in a cold voice. At the edge of the playground, where no one was around, Gui Yao said unhappily, talk less to new players, especially don't mention the guild. Sister Yao, they are all new players, easy to deceive. At critical moments, you can let them be meat shields, trick them into doing dangerous tasks. It is still very useful to have a good relationship with them. As he spoke, Li Tao became more confident. Do you really think you are very smart? Gui Yao saw through Li Tao's vanity at a glance. Don't be smart. A man in his early 30s was scolded by a woman, and Li Tao's expression was a little embarrassed. Finally, he endured it. I understand. Gui Yao, let's go and try to chat with those NPCs. Okay. Gui Yao strode in front, completely unaware that Li Tao behind her was looking at her waist, hips, and legs, moving his eyes up and down. The sky was getting darker and darker, the wind was getting stronger, and the sound of the waves came faintly, as if it was going to rain. The physical education teacher has not come yet. No one cares about them, and the students do whatever they want. In the classroom of Class 1 on the 4th floor, Wu Lu pinched the boy's face to stop him from alienating, and then patted his face. Keep it like this in front of me. I hate ugly things. She likes beautiful things the most. The instructor Zhang just now was too ugly. Wu Lu rotated in various dungeons and took various NPC identity cards. She had seen all kinds of ghosts and monsters, and they were all ugly. She herself was also bloody when she was alienated. Was it ugly? Anyway, she couldn't see it herself, so it didn't matter. The beautiful boy in front of him wore black-framed glasses on his face. He looked white and tender and looked like a good student. He was very calm. Wu Lu was used to this situation. He was an NPC without self-awareness, and could only play his identity card step by step. NPCs in the horror world also have their own set of rules. The lowest NPC can only stay in one dungeon forever, and the horror characteristics can be seen with the naked eye. Big and small boss are like real people. They rotate in each dungeon. They have no self-awareness. Their thoughts depend on the identity card they get. In the previous dungeon, they may be a puppet who loves to dismember corpses, and in the next dungeon, they may be an eyeless monster who loves to eat eyes. No matter what identity card they get, They will play it conscientiously and harvest players coldly. Wula used to be in this situation, but I don't know why she suddenly had her own thoughts, and was no longer limited to the NPC identity card. In the words of those humans, she is alive, she has thoughts. If she wants to play the identity card she will play it. If she doesn't want to play it, she won't play it, as long as it doesn't affect the progress of the dungeon. She is a free horror NPC in terms of behavior and thought. I haven't seen another horror NPC like her so far. Wula, is my face funny? The boy said. His tone was emotionless, but his voice was as perfect as his face. Wula couldn't help pinching his cheek and smiled. It's fun. Wula had just arrived at this dungeon. She got an identity card and was a bad student NPC. Her mission was to be a bad kid. But she had a whim and followed the player. Zhong Rui hated being touched, and hated being pinched on the face even more. He said coldly, I am the class monitor, and you are committing a crime now. Class monitor, no wonder he looks like a good kid. But there are no good kids in this school. Wula didn't let go of Zhong Rui's face, but pinched his face hard. I like committing a crime the most. Horror NPCs are violent and followers of violent aesthetics. Zhong Rui's face was scratched by her nails and bled. Just when Wula was having fun, there was a cracking sound of bones in the next second, and Wuli's wrist lost strength instantly. Zhong Rui squeezed her wrist tightly and broke it. Wula slowly tilted her head to look at her wrist, and her baby face was silent. Zhong Rui let go of her hand, and gently pushed the glasses frame under her eyebrows with his slender and beautiful fingers. The eyes behind the black framed glasses were extremely unfriendly. Don't touch me. His ID card says that he is the class monitor and the boss among the student NPCs. He has no independent consciousness, only the thoughts of the current ID card. In his eyes, Wula is a monster of a lower level than him, and he can bully Wula. Wula lowered his head and silently fixed his wrist, muttering in his heart that he should be careful when teasing NPC colleagues. If one day she met him in another dungeon, and he had a lower identity card than her, she would torture him repeatedly, bite him to death, peel him, and chop him into pieces. However, there are thousands of dungeons, and the probability of encountering him is very small. He has no self-thinking, and only knows to follow the identity of the dungeon, so don't bother with him. Wula coaxed himself. It didn't coax well. Wula looked up and smiled brightly at Zhong Rui. Class monitor, you are so beautiful, you don't look like a man at all. Praising a boy for not looking like a man is weird. The dark clouds were pressing down, and the rain on the island fell as soon as it was said, and the wind was so strong that the curtains of the classrooms that were not closed were half wet in an instant. The players on the playground didn't have time to run back to the teaching building, and they were all soaked. But those NPCs didn't run back to the corridor, but stood quietly in the rain, looking up and getting wet. They were motionless, like dummies, and they seemed to follow some rules. The players shivered in the wind, and their body temperature was absorbed by the wet clothes on their bodies. Aku. It's so cold, why don't we go back to the classroom? But the get out of class hasn't ended yet. Can we go back? The players gathered under the eaves. At this time, Guiyao suddenly grabbed Li Tao and rushed into the rain, striding towards the playground. Li Tao was drenched in the face, and said while wiping the rain off his face, Sister Yao, let's stand under the eaves in such heavy rain. Guiyao quickly said, the get out of class hasn't ended yet, and we have to stay on the playground for physical education class. Li Tao didn't understand this. It's raining. Can't we stand under the eaves on the first floor? Guiyao didn't answer. There were 2 other classes also having physical education classes. When the players from other classes saw them walking into the rain, many of them didn't understand. But Su Chenyang and Wang Yiyan knew that they were old players, so they decisively chose to follow suit. Then several more players walked into the rainforest. Are these people sick? Why are they going out in the rain when it's so cold? Some people said this, but their actions were just like the crowd. Only a few people stayed on the first floor, unwilling to go out in the rain. Why don't you stay in the playground during physical education class? Are you skipping class? The instructor with bloodshot glasses appeared behind them at some point, and there was a strong smell of blood on him. Chapter 4. The strong smell of blood on his body was terrifying, and several players kept retreating. Instructor Zhang stared at them without blinking, step by step. Are you skipping class? The players were all shocked, and only one smarter one answered, Instructor Zhang, it suddenly rained, we came to take shelter, the physical education teacher didn't come. Instructor Zhang's ferocious face showed a little smile, and his bloodshot eyes stared at the player. Take shelter? What kind of young master are you? It's not like you need to take shelter when you are stabbed. The player's face turned pale. Instructor Zhang, did you see those classmates? He pointed at the NPCs standing still on the playground, and a few players. The players under the eaves regretted it very much. If they had known earlier, they would have followed and stood in the rain. Instructor Zhang, in physical education class, even if the teacher didn't come, you have to line up and wait quietly for the teacher to come. They are all good children, only you don't have any rules. His voice was very strange, as if there were two tones overlapping, and the people who heard it were terrified. One player couldn't hold it anymore and turned around and ran, but he had only taken 2 steps when a huge hand covered with blue veins grabbed his head from top to bottom, like grabbing a basketball, very hard, and his head was about to be crushed. The player looked up in pain, and Instructor Zhang turned into a monster, his body swelled. I hate students who don't listen when I'm giving a lecture. As he spoke, the hand pinched his skull with more force, and the player couldn't scream. He could only see his eyes congested, his head was squeezed and deformed little by little, and finally his nostrils and ears were bleeding. At first, the player raised his hand to pry open the monster's hand, struggling in pain, and finally his hand slipped down powerlessly, and there was no movement anymore. The person died, but the monster did not let go of the head of the corpse. Instead, it just held and dragged the person, saying to the remaining 2 players, skipping classes, being put in solitary confinement, follow up. After what happened just now, they dared not follow up. The players followed the monster with a look of death. Their faces were all wet, and they could not tell whether it was rain, sweat from being scared, or tears of despair. The rain was getting lighter. The NPCs standing quietly on the playground came alive immediately after Instructor Zhang left. It's so cold. My clothes are wet. It's been raining every day recently, and my other school uniform hasn't dried yet. The NPCs who looked like people spoke fluently, and they looked like students in ordinary boarding schools. Wang Yeye almost couldn't stand, and Su Qinyang helped her. Will those people who were taken away die? Wang Yeye asked tremblingly. Su Qinyang didn't know either. Li Tao said, they broke the rules and will definitely die. It is now clear that if you want to survive in this school, you must abide by the school rules and be a good student. The bell did not ring, and all the NPCs dispersed, swearing, grabbing basketballs, and even fighting. They all did not abide by the school rules, and were not good students. Our school rules meant to restrict human players. Su Qinyang felt that what Li Tao said was wrong, but he didn't know how to refute it. There was no need to refute it. After all, the other party was an old player, so don't offend him. There were no NPCs around, so they could speak boldly. Gui Yao, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. It's not that you have to abide by the school rules, but you can't break the school rules in front of Instructor Zhang. When Su Qinyang heard this, his doubts were instantly resolved. He said, yes, in the last class in the classroom, those NPCs left their seats to play, but when Instructor Zhang came, they all sat in their seats in an orderly manner. Just now, it was raining heavily, and they suddenly lined up very quietly. Is it because they knew Instructor Zhang was coming? These NPCs, apart from wearing school uniforms and looking like students, what they said and did were not like good students in any way. But as long as Instructor Zhang appeared, they were all very well behaved. You are still smart. Gui Yao glanced at Su Qinyang. Li Tao's expression was obviously a little unhappy. And I found something. Gui Yao looked around again and said, Wu Lei didn't come to the playground. Wang Yeye boldly joined the topic. Yes, didn't she walk in front of us? Su Qinyang, I didn't see her the whole class. Li Tao, she skipped class? How dare she? She wouldn't be dead. Those players just stood under the eaves to avoid the rain, and the death conditions were triggered. Wu Lei didn't even come to the playground. There is a high probability that she will die. Li Tao really doesn't like Wu Lei's arrogant and calm look despite her young age. It's a pity, such a beautiful girl. Li Tao's eyes were still fantasizing. Others didn't pay attention to his expression, but listened to Gui Yao carefully. She should be fine, she just skipped class, and she won't be in trouble if she doesn't get caught by Instructor Zhang. Gui Yao has a preliminary understanding of the rules here. Gui Yao, the guard is responsible for guarding the gate. Anyone who wants to leave the boarding school will be killed by him. Instructor Zhang manages the students, and is the person the students fear the most. He is the strictest person in this school. And those teachers, if I'm not mistaken, are either too lazy to come to class, or just go and leave without caring about the students. And these students are all bad students, they don't study hard, and just want to have fun every day. Wang Yeye, This configuration sounds so familiar. Su Chenyang, an internet addiction treatment school, or a school for correction of bad behavior of problem teenagers. On an island, boarding, with strict instructors, you can't get out at all, and there are bad students everywhere. This is a school for correction of youth behavior norms. Guiyao nodded. We are bad students sent here, so if we want to leave here, what conditions do we need to meet? Li Tao immediately answered, be a good student, and don't do any bad behavior. Su Chenyang, if the bad behavior is corrected, it is true that you don't have to study here, but I always feel that something is missing. Li Tao hates Su Chenyang's pretentious look. The copy system hasn't released the task yet, don't rush. Since they arrived here, the system broadcast has appeared once, and no tasks have been issued yet. Guiyao, I guess the dungeon task will be tonight, be prepared. Just as he finished speaking, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Although the rain was light, it had not stopped, and they returned to the teaching building like drowned rats. When they returned to the classroom, they saw Wu Lu, who was clean and refreshing in a white sportswear, sleeping on the table. She was the only one there, with white clothes and black hair, and looked very small lying down. Li Tao was unhappy. You can skip class, but you didn't tell us. Wu Lu, who was sleeping, did not respond. Guiyao and Li Tao were sitting at the table in front of her. Li Tao deliberately pulled the stool very loudly, but the person sleeping behind him still did not respond. With such a big noise, how could Wu Lei? Li Tao, she is not dead, right? Chapter 5. It's really a bit strange that she didn't wake up after such a big noise. Guiyao reached out to push her shoulder, but before his hand touched her, she suddenly looked up. Her long hair covered her face, revealing only her snow-white chin and smiling lips. Her movement was too sudden. Guiyao's hands trembled in fear, and Li Tao was so scared that he stood up. Ha ha ha! Wu Lu slapped her hands on the table and laughed wildly. Her voice was very tender, and her laughter sounded very sharp. She swayed back and forth, and the hair on her face was even more messy. Su Chenyang and Wang Ye looked at this scene with a little surprise. This Wu Lei is so crazy. Her personality is very weird. Are you fucking sick? You deliberately scared us. Li Tao's expression was very ugly. You dare to be so arrogant when you go through the dungeon alone. I will teach you a lesson today. As he said that, Li Tao reached out to pull Wu Lu. The man, who was clapping his hands on the table and laughing wildly, picked up the thick textbook on the corner of the table and hit Li Tao's forearm. The textbook was as thick as a brick, and the cover was very hard. Wu Lei looked like a little girl, but she was very strong. Ah! Li Tao screamed, and his forearm was in severe pain. Without waiting for Li Tao to react, Wu Lei took the sharp corner of the thick book and pointed it at his temple. Guiyao quickly pushed Li Tao away and said hurriedly, Don't hit me, we are all human beings, just teach him a lesson twice, don't kill him. The sharp corner of the book stopped in midair. Wu Lu stopped smiling, and finally threw the book away expressionlessly, tidied his hair with both hands, found a red rubber band from his trouser pocket, and tied a low ponytail. My hand? My hand is broken. Li Tao was sweating all over his face in pain. He only dared to glare at Wu Lu, and didn't dare to make trouble at all. This girl looks like an adult at most. How can she be so scary? Is this a big player? As Guiyao said, she is an old player, and may be from the other two major guilds, and has cleared many dungeons. Guiyao dislikes Li Tao very much, and she gave him a warning look. Wu Lei can sleep in the classroom. She must know the loopholes in the rules. You can skip classes and do bad things, but as long as you don't get caught by Instructor Zhang, it's fine. His hand is not broken, it's just a fracture, just fix it. Wu Lu sat down, with no expression on her face. She broke someone's bones right away. How cruel. Su Chenyang and Wang Ye thought silently that they couldn't offend her. Guiyao found a few rulers from the drawer and some rags, and prepared to do a simple fixation for Li Tao. Li Tao kept groaning while fixing his arm, and Guiyao finally got too lazy to do it, and handed it to Su Chenyang and Wang Ye to do it. This was also a tacit agreement to let Su Chenyang and Wang Ye join their small team. Guiyao turned back to talk to Wu Lu. You stay in the classroom, aren't you afraid of being discovered by Instructor Zhang? Guiyao had not passed many dungeons, but he was definitely more experienced than others. In addition to having a strong psychological quality, good observation, and a flexible mind, sometimes you have to learn to follow the right person to pass the dungeon. For example, if you follow the old players, you probably won't make mistakes and live longer. The prerequisite is that the old players don't want to use them to explore the way and take the blame. Being used by others to explore the way, or even as a meat shield in dangerous moments, this is something that cannot be avoided, and she can only be more vigilant. But she needs to get information from the old players. Whether the information is true or false, the more the better. Wu Lei looked the youngest and the weakest among them. But it was obvious that she had the strongest psychological quality and fighting ability. Wu Lei, I apologize to you on behalf of Li Tao. He is a newcomer and doesn't know how high the sky is. I apologize to you for offending you. If Li Tao's first impression was arrogant and rude, then Gui Yao was a little bit arrogant too. She didn't like dealing with newcomers either, and there was a little arrogance in her eyes, but it was not as obvious and annoying as Li Tao. And now, Gui Yao's attitude towards Wu Lei was very obvious. He was bowing his head and trying to get close to him. Gui Yao's attitude of bowing his head finally made Wu Lu look a little better. She folded her hands and lay down, with her slightly pointed chin resting on her arm, and looked at Gui Yao with round eyes. Who are you to him? Your apology is useless. I want him to apologize. Gui Yao immediately pulled Li Tao up, and Li Tao's hands were not fixed yet, and he screamed in pain. Sister Yao, hand, my hand. Shut up. Apologize to her. Gui Yao looked at Li Tao with a warning. Li Tao was already embarrassed, and now he was so angry that his lungs hurt. But when he met the eyes of Wu Lu who was lying on the table, Li Tao felt his hand hurt even more. Li Tao lowered his head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have offended you. I was totally wrong, I'm sorry. He shouted loudly. Wu Lu blinked, tilted his head, and rubbed his hand with his ear, as if he was disgusted with Li Tao's noise. Li Tao's face was very ugly. He had never been so embarrassed. Gui Yao pushed Li Tao back. Li Tao sat down, then glared at Su Qianyang and Wang Yeye. What are you in a daze? Fix it for me quickly. Okay. Wang Yeye was a little afraid of Li Tao. Su Qianyang was not afraid of him, so he deliberately used a cloth strip to hurt her. Lulu, we have figured out that this is a school for correction of bad behavior among teenagers, and we are bad teenagers. Gui Yao took the initiative to throw out the information he got. Lulu, he was really close to shouting. Well? Wu Lu blinked slowly, as a response to her. Gui Yao could not tell her attitude, and continued, that Instructor Zhang will only become a monster if he catches someone violating school rules, and the other NPCs don't seem to be dangerous. Wu Li's mouth corners slowly rose, and suddenly he laughed, making a giggle. Gui Yao was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Wu Lu raised his eyes, his black pupils were upward, his eyes were completely white, and he had inverted triangle eyes. With this face and smile that was whiter than others, it was really creepy. They just haven't attacked you yet. It's just that the danger has not come yet. There is no good thing in this school from top to bottom, she said faintly. The reason why Instructor Zhang attacked the player was that the player did not follow the school rules, and the guard attacked the player because the player wanted to escape over the wall. Why would other people attack? Wu Lu knew what Gui Yao was thinking at a glance, and she said lazily, don't limit NPCs with your own thoughts. Maybe you will be attacked even if you don't trigger any rules. What do you mean? Wu Lu turned his head to the window. It was drizzling outside, and it was already dark in the classroom. Wu Lu, it's getting dark. Gui Yao, so what? Wu Lu, dark, rainy nights are their carnival nights. Chapter 6. It was drizzling, and the air was full of the smell of the sea. After school, Instructor Zhang appeared again. There was no alienation on him, just like an ordinary instructor. The instructor severely reprimanded the students for their poor performance today, and asked them to line up to go to the cafeteria for dinner. The dinner in this world looked normal, but the players didn't dare to eat it. Gui Yao and Li Tao took out some food out of thin air, and Su Qianyang and Wang Yeye were shocked. Gui Yao, this is food exchanged for points, which can also be considered as props. You can get points by passing the dungeon, and you can exchange for practical props. Props can save your life when necessary. These new players don't have any points, so they don't know these functions at all. Gui Yao and Li Tao didn't dare to exchange too much food, because they still had to save points to exchange for life-saving props, such as teleportation, invisibility, and other props. Su Qianyang looked at the food in front of him, which had no color, fragrance, or taste. Can't we eat the food in the dungeon? Wang Yeye, if we don't eat it, we will starve to death. Pa. The sound of the iron plate falling on the table, Wu Lu sat down next to them, picked up the iron spoon and started eating with big mouthfuls, and there was braised pork in her bowl. Gui Yao, you exchanged for such good food? Wu Lu looked up, puffed up her cheeks and said, what exchange? I asked my aunt to make it for me. Auntie. Is it the thing in the window just now, with sores all over her face, and no facial features? Be sweet, and act like a spoiled child, and she will give you braised pork. Wula ate happily. Wang Yeye, is the food here really delicious? Seeing Wula eating so happily, they also scooped up some rice into their mouths. Wulu, eat it. It's unhygienic, and will only give you a stomachache, but it won't be fatal. Wulu, eat more so you can have the strength to run at night. It's getting dark. If you run slower, you be caught. How boring. There are evening self-study classes in the evening. Everything is normal, just like an ordinary boarding school. There are many fewer NPC students during the evening self-study class. Those advanced NPCs, who look like people, are not there, leaving behind some NPCs, who look like zombies with white eyes. Her beautiful class monitor and desk mate are not there either. After class, they line up to return to the dormitory. The other NPCs have gone upstairs, but they haven't arranged a dormitory yet. An old lady with a 90-degree body hunched over slowly came over. You can't see her face, but only the back of her head with messy silver-white hair. The dorm manager's old voice was as if he had a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat, and his words were extremely unclear. New students live in 404, boys live in the building on the left, girls live in the right, and opposite sexes are prohibited from visiting each other's buildings. After saying this, the old lady left. Both buildings happened to have only 4 floors, so they could just go to the rooftop. Now there were only players left on the entire open space, and the other NPCs had no movement after entering the building, and they didn't even turn on the lights. Except for the sensor light above their heads, there was no second beam of light in the entire campus, and the surroundings were terribly silent except for the sound of rain. Li Tao's arm ached slightly, and he said, "Why do I feel something is different?" Guiyao was calmer. All the NPCs are gone. Wulu, they are all here. Look up. Wulu has been following them. Along the way, in the cafeteria, she was very quiet, and even her breathing could not be heard. Sometimes people really ignored her existence. After Wulu said that, who would dare to look up? But sooner or later, they would have to look up. Su Qianyang and Guiyao looked up. The dark floor, which was only 4 stories high, gave people an extremely depressing feeling. And if you look closely, there are densely packed black shadows standing in the corridors of each floor, and they are all looking down at them. Meow! Suddenly a shrill cat cry sounded. A group of people got goosebumps. Other new players immediately approached Guiyao and the others. Do we still have to go back to the dormitory? Wang Yeye asked fearfully. If we don't go back to the dormitory at night, will we be caught violating school rules? But if we go back, there are countless unknown things up there. Guiyao, if we want to go up, there won't be so many deaths on the first day of the dungeon. There are many seniors in the player guild, and basic information can be shared when entering the guild. They all know that the dungeon battle royale cannot be opened on the first day. It is impossible for all players to die on the first day of the dungeon, let alone a dungeon with such a large proportion of newcomers. Guiyao, we have student ID cards, and we are in the same group with those things above. Logically, there will be no conflict. The only enemies of bad students are managers. Others think her analysis makes sense. But a rebuttal sounded, who said that students won't conflict with each other. Have you forgotten that we are bad students? What bad students like to do most is fighting, bullying, especially to new students, to let you know who is the boss here. Wula put her hands in her pockets and stood against the wall, not letting the rain from the eaves splash on her. The players just believed what Guiyao said, but they changed sides in less than a second. There was no way, what this girl said was too credible. They were all adults, and they all had school days. Who hadn't seen the behavior of a few bad students when they were in school? Just like what Wu Lele said. Many people approached Wulu silently, and they chose to follow this big guy. But if we don't go up, we will only wait for death. What should we do if the instructor comes? Guiyao still wanted to form an alliance with her, so he spoke in a very peaceful tone. Wulu said with a cheerful face, "The dormitory lights out bell hasn't rung yet. If you don't go back to the dormitory now, you won't be punished. You can delay it for a while." Other players who were ready to hug the big guy were speechless. This big guy doesn't seem to be very reliable. Time passed little by little. Guiyao looked at her watch and said, "It's 8:50. The lights will be turned off at 9 o'clock. After that, she looked at Wulu and said, "Let's go upstairs." Wulu was indifferent. Guiyao was ready to ignore her. She said to Li Tao, "Go back to the dormitory." Li Tao was a man, so it was inevitable that they would be separated at night. Guiyao said, "Use the props carefully. Today is only the first day." Li Tao swallowed his saliva and said, "Don't worry, Sister Yao." As soon as Guiyao and Li Tao left, The other players hesitated for a moment and slowly followed. After all, that girl didn't look very reliable. Boys and girls entered the building separately. Su Chenyang, what should we do? Su Chenyang was unsure, and finally gritted his teeth. You hurry up and catch up with Guiyao. Wang Ye listened to Su Chenyang's words very much. Okay, but what about you? I'm also going into the men's dormitory building. Take care of yourself and stay alive. Yeah, you too. Wu Lu looked at the young man and woman in front of him, looking at each other affectionately, shaking his head left and right, with an expression of incomprehension. Wang Ye left first. When Su Chenyang left, he looked at Wu Lu and said, Please be safe. It was obvious that this girl was a few years younger than him, but Su Chenyang used you to address her. All humans left. The sensor lights in the corridor dimmed with a snap. The moment it dimmed, the figure leaning against the wall disappeared. Drip, 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 drip. The rain was light and continuous. Chapter 7. The dormitory building was dark. Only Guiyao had a lighting device in her hand, and the girls followed her closely. Tick, tick. Suddenly, there was a sound of dripping water in the corridor. It was raining outside, so it was normal for the building to leak. But because it was too quiet, the sound of dripping water was very creepy. Tick. Ah! Suddenly a girl screamed, and everyone was startled and leaned against the wall in panic. What's wrong? What's your scream? Don't scare me, I want to go home. Guiyao turned around. What's wrong? The girl touched her face. There are drops on my face. Is the leak in the corridor so serious? Guiyao took a flashlight and scanned the girl's face in confusion, but he saw that her fingers and the side of her face were bright red. Others also followed the flashlight's gaze and saw the red. It's not water, it's blood. Someone exclaimed. Others' minds went blank in an instant. At this time, a gurgling sound came from above their heads. Before they looked up, they felt liquid dripping on their faces, heads, and bodies. Blood. There is blood. Is it raining blood in the corridor? Guiyao took a flashlight and shone it upwards, and saw that the corridor and the ceiling above were all covered with strange objects. Looking carefully, they were all people, but their bodies were twisted and completely deformed, with hideous facial features, and blood was flowing from their eyes, mouths, and noses. Hee! The monsters squeezed out strange sounds from their throats, and they seemed to be excited. The corridors above were all blocked, and they couldn't go back to the dormitory at all. Guiyao turned around and ran without hesitation. She was the only one with a flashlight prop in her hand, and the other players didn't have it. Once the light source moved, the other players couldn't see clearly under their feet, and they tripped directly on the stairs while running. When one person fell, the others behind him fell too, and they fell into a pile, unable to stand up. Hee! The monster crawled down and grabbed a girl's calf and bit her. Ah! Help! Help me! Woo woo! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! The light source completely left, leaving only endless darkness and pain. The monster on the body laughed, and the sound gradually became like a human, and finally became their voice. The monster said, Kneel down next time you see me, do you know? Otherwise I will slap you to death. Zhao Shaoqing, you are a bitch, take off your clothes and kneel down. Why did you look for me when your homework was missing? Do you think I would steal your homework, ha ha ha? They were all their voices, but they were spoken by the monster. They were very familiar with these words, which were what they said when they were in school before. Horror copies love to kill innocent people indiscriminately. A twisted monster crawled out from the ground and finally stood up slowly. The white sportswear on its body was stained with a lot of blood, but the baby face was clean. Patting her hands that were covered with dust from crawling, she looked at the male dormitory building opposite. She jumped down from the building by climbing over the wall, and in the darkness, her limbs strangely climbed up the building opposite. The male players here also encountered the same situation just now, but they were more unlucky. They were blocked from top to bottom, and there was no room to run. They could only touch the mop at the corner of the stairs and struggled to resist these monsters. The monsters felt no pain and kept compressing the players' living space. Their killing moves were to torture them, intimidate them, and approach them. The monsters emitted the voices of some players, repeating the dirty words they had said in their teenage years. I just lifted Wang Yu's skirt, ha! She was wearing flesh-colored underwear. It was the same as if she was not wearing anything. She must have done it on purpose. The English teacher is really white, hee. She must be white under her clothes too. You are fucking idiot. You actually dared to complain. If you kneel down and call me grandpa now, maybe I can beat you for 1 minute less, ha ha. Guiyao's legs are really beautiful. Why are you pretending? Sooner or later I will sleep with you. Ah! Li Tao screamed, trying to cover the familiar voice he just heard. It was his voice. One of his hands was broken by Wu Lei and hung on his neck, and now only one hand was holding a flashlight. Fortunately, he hit at the back, with his back against the wall, and in front of him were all other male players. Once someone wanted to retreat, Li Tao would push them forward and block him tightly. Screams continued in the darkness, drowning out the sound of rain outside. The air was fishy, no longer the smell of seawater. At the stairs, a handsome young man in a shirt stood there watching the show below. Finally, he had seen enough and said, "Kill them." The monsters instantly changed their slowly torturing posture and began to bite. Some players were bitten to death, and some players fought hard. Su Qinyang used a mop stick to hold the two monsters tightly and tore a hole. Li Tao immediately squeezed out from his side and ran downstairs with a flashlight. Su Qinyang also quickly pushed the monster hard and ran downstairs. Behind them were the sounds of monsters rushing over. They ran out like crazy and didn't dare to look back. But if they looked back, they would find that they disappeared at the entrance of the dormitory building. The campus returned to silence. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of rain became louder. Wula stepped on the corpse and went upstairs. Zhong Rui, who was about to leave, turned back when he heard the sound. Zhong Rui looked down from above and saw her. He frowned. "This is the men's dormitory building. You shouldn't come in. This is also his territory. He hates people who don't belong to this building to come in." Wula looked up. Her chest was covered in blood. Her face was clean. "Class leader, do you want to play games together?" "Zhong Rui, I'm not interested in your game. I just want to kill them." "Ha ha ha." Wula laughed. Her voice was sharp and piercing. "It's obviously fun. The remaining few people are the most fun. Your rejection makes me so sad." Zhong Rui walked down from the upstairs and walked to her side. "I watched you leave the men's dormitory." Wula stopped laughing and tilted her head to look at him. "Don't you believe me so much?" Zhong Rui took her hand and pulled her away. Wula followed slowly. "I didn't break into the men's dormitory." "What are you now?" "I walked in openly, and the dormitory manager was not here." "The dormitory manager is now busy catching those bad kids who didn't return to the dormitory after the lights were turned off." Zhong Rui pulled Wula to the first floor, but Wula directly held his fingers and interlocked their fingers. "What are you doing?" "My clothes got dirty accidentally, and I don't have any other clothes." "Can you lend me one?" "No. You don't wear long-sleeve school uniforms. Lend it to me." Wula took off her coat while saying this, and there was only a white suspender inside, and her arms were white and thin. "Zhong Rui, although we are the same kind, I can beat you." Wula pouted. "Class monitor, help your classmates." Zhong Rui was silent, and her fingers were held by Wula, and she didn't seem to let go. "Wait for me here. I go up to get the clothes." Zhong Rui shook his hand. Wuli's eyes lit up and let go. "Thank you." The handsome boy turned around and his expression was not so serious. "You are a bunch of bad students. How can you sleep well on your first night at school? Release the dungeon task. Please explore the entire campus and find the secrets in the campus. Current campus exploration degree is 20%. Knock, knock." The old lady with a 90-degree body hunched over, walking on the campus with a cane. She has no face. The old lady has no front face at all. Her whole head is full of hair, and on the upward side, where I thought it was the back of the head, a blood-red mouth grew out of the scattered white hair. Hee hee. I hate children who don't come home at night. Don't let me find you. Chapter 8. Wula stood downstairs waiting for Zhong Rui. She actually didn't believe that Zhong Rui would get her clothes. She just thought it was fun to tease this beautiful NPC colleague. After waiting for half a minute, she lost her patience. Wula silently put on her dirty coat and turned into a monster and rushed into the rain. Li Tao ran desperately in front. He had a faint flashlight on him. It was pitch black all around. Su Qinyang didn't want to lose his direction in the dark, so he could only follow him from behind. After running for an unknown period of time, Li Tao was really exhausted, so he went under a staircase and gasped for breath. He didn't know which building this was, but there was no other sound around except the sound of rain. It should be safe here. Huff, huff. Li Tao gasped, and he sat on the ground trying to control his breathing. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside, and a tall figure squeezed in. Li Tao was so scared that he threw the flashlight at him, and then prepared to use props to escape. Just as he was about to throw the props, he heard the man's voice. "Li Tao, it's me." Su Qinyang caught the flashlight, covered the light source, and only revealed a little light. He bent down and walked to the bottom of the stairs. The weak light allowed Li Tao to see the other person's face clearly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qinyang and he sat on the ground face to face, and both of them had no image at all. They were covered with sweat and rain, and they were in a mess. There was no other sound around except their rapid breathing. The tense atmosphere passed, and then came embarrassment. Su Qinyang looked at Li Tao without saying a word. "Give me back the flashlight." Li Tao stretched out his hand. Su Qinyang handed it over, but the next second a cold knife was pressed against his abdomen, and he was startled. Fortunately, Li Tao was not going to kill him, but warned him. "Don't spread what the monster said just now, that's all fake. Those monsters did it on purpose to cause conflicts between players. Do you understand?" There was a moment of silence. Su Qinyang deliberately said, "I understand, that's just what the monster said, don't believe it." "Yes, you are quite smart, follow me, I will definitely take you through." Li Tao put away the knife with satisfaction, and also painted a big pie for the other party. In the dark, Su Qinyang's eyes turned slightly. "Li Tao, those monsters didn't seem to chase us. Did you just hear about the dungeon mission?" Su Qinyang, "Well, we have to explore the campus. Now we have been to the teaching building, the playground and the dormitory, and we have only 20% progress. It seems that we have to go through every corner to get 100%. Li Tao, fuck, the dungeon mission is not released during the day, but at night. There are monsters everywhere at night. Su Qinyang, we hide. Can we explore the campus during the day?" Li Tao, you are really smart. You know how to find loopholes. The prerequisite is whether they can hide. The bottom of this staircase is very unsafe. Once a monster comes, it will directly block their exit. There are walls above, below, left and right. This is a dead end. After a short rest, Su Qinyang stood up after regaining his strength. "Let's find another hiding place. There should be more exits." "Okay." Li Tao stretched out his hand. "My legs are numb. Help me." Hee. An old man's laughter overlapped with Li Tao's voice. "It's nearby." Su Qinyang quickly pulled Li Tao up and turned to run away, but he saw a black shadow crawling on all fours at the stairs. Boom! There was a thunder, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. An old lady with a twisted body crawled on the ground. Her head had no face. Her whole head was hair, and there was a bloody mouth on the back of her head. She found them, and stood up from the ground immediately, but her body was hunched. Li Tao and Su Qinyang knew who it was in an instant. It was the hunchback dormitory manager. "I hate children who don't sleep well at night. It's time to turn off the lights. Why are you still wandering around the campus? You are so disobedient," the dormitory manager said, and moved quickly to approach them. In the dormitory corridor, they can still find mop sticks to resist, but now there is nothing around. Su Qinyang's mind went blank, and he instinctively shrank back, but someone pushed him hard on the back. He rushed directly towards the monster. The old hand instantly pinched Su Qinyang's neck, and he couldn't breathe for a moment. Su Qinyang's eyes were bulging out, and he desperately looked at the person behind him with his peripheral vision. Li Tao trembled and said, "Use the props to teleport." At the bottom of the stairs, there was only a dim flashlight left. One ran away. "It's okay, I catch him later." The bloody mouth behind the head of the dormitory manager muttered to herself. Su Qinyang's eyes went dark, he was going to die. The only bad thing he had done was to copy other people's homework. He had always been a good young man in society. Su Qinyang didn't understand why he was so miserable and came to this horrible world. And died on the first night. "Grandma?" Before he completely lost consciousness, Su Qinyang seemed to hear a girl's voice. "Heh." Cough, cough, cough. The boy took a breath. His throat was sore and itchy, he couldn't control the cough, and then instinctively took a big breath. Wula covered his mouth, coughed softly. Su Qinyang had no idea what was going on. He looked up and saw Wu Lele, whose sportswear was stained with blood and dust. He sat against the wall, and she was sitting cross-legged in front of him, with a smile on her face. "Don't make a sound, or you attract the dormitory manager. I don't care about you after all. You're too heavy." She looked disgusted. Su Qinyang looked down, and saw that his trouser legs were all rubbed and dirty and black. So he was saved by Wu Lele, and she dragged him to this empty classroom. "Thank you." Su Qinyang breathed in his throat. His throat was injured, and it was painful and laborious to speak. "Wu Lu, you're welcome." Su Qinyang felt desperate when he thought about the feeling of dying just now. He was being pinched by the monster, but Wu Lele was able to save him. This was extraordinary. Even though the two of them were standing together, Wu Lele was only about his shoulders. It was not easy for him to drag him here. "That Li Tao is not a good person, boss, you must be careful of him." Su Qinyang spoke with difficulty. It was Li Tao who pushed him towards the monster, and then he had enough time to use the props to escape. Wu Lu admired the puzzled and painful eyes of the human. This is why she likes to pretend to be a player. Humans are really interesting. Compared to the human mind, the horror NPCs are much purer. They only like to kill, without so many twists and turns, so many calculations. So I didn't pay much attention to the two of them from the beginning. Wu Lu supported his hands and leaned back with a relaxed expression. Boss, can I ask you for a favor? Wu Li's eyes flashed with interest. You say? Can I explore the campus with you? Don't worry, I will be absolutely obedient. To survive, you must first hold a thigh. Su Qianyang thinks that the girl in front of him is a good person. Chapter 9. After experiencing people like Li Tao, Su Qianyang felt that Wu Lei was a good person for saving him. Su Qianyang was very nervous waiting for Wu Li's answer. But Wu Li didn't say anything, which made him even more nervous, and he gradually felt that he was asking too much. The boss had no obligation to take him, let alone help him find someone, so he couldn't push his luck. Su Qianyang was about to apologize, but the other party responded. I can take you. So are you, my little brother? Su Qianyang was stunned for a moment, and then nodded excitedly. I'm your little brother, and I promise to be obedient. This silly look, the flavor of college students came out. How obedient can you be? The kind of obedient that you jump off the building if I tell you to? Jump? Su Qianyang chose to believe Wu Lei, and the boss must have a reason to say so. Wu Lu was amused by Su Qianyang. She stood up and patted the dust on her, but, okay, let's go. Hey! Su Qianyang nodded fiercely and stood up. Don't talk after you leave this classroom. Why? Didn't you notice that the dorm manager only has ears and a mouth? Su Qianyang recalled the monster. The whole head was covered with hair, with ears on both sides, a mouth at the back of the head, and no eyes or nose. Su Qianyang, so? She can't see or smell, and can only listen to the sound to find people? Wu Lu ignored him. Su Qianyang touched his nose and followed the boss silently. After leaving the empty classroom, they found that they were actually in the teacher's building next to the cafeteria. This was the first floor of the teacher's building. There was no one in the teacher's building at night. The teacher NPC might have returned to the teacher's dormitory. But Su Qianyang was still very nervous. He wanted to find a handy tool to defend himself. Boss, let's go to the sports equipment room. It would be nice to get a baseball bat. Wu Lu turned around and glared at him. Su Qianyang quickly shut up. Wu Lu, there's a basement in the teacher's building. Let's go there and take a look. Su Qianyang was surprised. There was actually a basement. If Wu Lei hadn't told him, he would never have thought of it. If you don't explore all these places, you can't reach 100% of the dungeon mission. The corridor on the first floor is indoors. There are no lights inside. Only the green light of the emergency exit is on. The whole corridor is glowing green, which looks extremely gloomy. Especially the office doors on both sides. Although those doors are closed and it is pitch black inside when you look through the windows, you always feel that something will pop out at any time. Wu Lu walked in front with his pockets in his hands, and his gait was relaxed. Su Qianyang followed behind and looked left and right, looking back from time to time. After passing through the indoor corridor and turning the corner, he finally saw a staircase going down. It was very small and narrow, only enough for one person to pass through. There was no light on the stairs, but there was a green light coming from below, which was too gloomy. Wu Lu stopped, stood sideways at the entrance of the stairs, and said, You go down first, I have something else to do, I come to you later. Su Qianyang's eyes widened a little, he looked at the dark narrow corridor, and then looked at Wu Lu. Do you think I'm asking you to explore the way? No, I'm just a little scared. The boss was leaving, he was just scared. He was an obedient little brother, then I go down. Su Qianyang walked past Wu Lu, went down slowly, and finally disappeared in the green light. Really obedient. Wu Lu raised her hand and stretched, she had heard the sound of something coming. Wu Lu didn't like waiting for someone, so she went straight to the sound. In the dark corridor, she saw the boy standing at the end. He was tall, and had a clear bone structure on his hand. He was very beautiful just as a black shadow. He had a piece of clothing on his wrist. Wu Li's eyes lit up, and she ran over. She ran to the boy and smiled, Squad leader. Hearing the other person calling her softly, her eyes moved slightly behind the glasses. Zhong Rui touched his coat with his fingers, and said in an unhappy tone, I told you to wait for me at the bottom of the dormitory building. I waited, but you didn't come down. I thought you didn't want to lend it to me. Squad leader, did you come here specially to give me clothes? Why didn't waiting for 30 seconds count as waiting? If he took the clothes quickly, It wouldn't take even 10 seconds. He must not want to lend her clothes, so he was so slow. Wu Le was the most impatient person, so she didn't want to wait for a few minutes downstairs. As a result, the other party didn't send clothes at all. How embarrassing. But now? It was lights out time, but he sent clothes. Wu Le took off her dirty coat without hesitation and threw it on the ground. She was left with a white sling, revealing her slender and beautiful neck. She reached out, class monitor. Probably because she was young, Wu Le's voice was very soft and tender, and she was very obedient when she called the monitor. If he hadn't seen what she did, he would have been fooled by her. She didn't behave like a scary NPC, but ran to play in front of humans, and even rescued a human from the dormitory manager. She was very naughty. Zhong Rui was not satisfied that such a disobedient student appeared in his class. Put on your clothes and go back to the dormitory. You are not allowed to stay outside at night. Zhong Rui gave her the clothes. This is the autumn uniform of the boarding school, a long-sleeve jacket, the same style for both boys and girls, with a large white fabric and dark blue shoulders, pockets and cuffs. It is a sports uniform. Wu Le put it on immediately. It's so big. Zhong Rui is not fat, but he is more than 1.8 meters tall, and the clothes are big. Wu Le can cover his, but when he puts it on, the top is clean, but the pants are so dirty, monitor. Wu Le looked at him expectantly. How can a girl ask a boy to borrow pants? Zhong Rui frowned, and he pushed his glasses. Okay, don't push it. Go back to the dormitory with me. Go back to the dormitory with you? Yes. Okay, then I will go back to the dormitory with you. Is there an empty bed in your dormitory? Wu Le blinked. Zhong Rui reacted and was immediately furious. Wu Le. Squad leader, I can hear you. Don't yell so loudly, or you attract the dorm manager. Wu Le gathered her clothes and carefully zipped them up. She pulled them up to the top and tucked her neck into her coat. She sniffed and found no strange smell, which was good. Not every monster likes the smell of blood. Since the squad leader won't lend me pants, I find them myself. I can't wear dirty clothes tomorrow. After saying that, Wu Le waved goodbye to him, then turned around and walked away mercilessly. The green safety channel indicator light in the corridor was flashing, and a monster was angry. After teasing her colleagues, Wu Le was in a very good mood, and she couldn't help rubbing her clothes with her cheek. The squad leader was quite generous. He even asked her to go back to the dormitory, but he ran out for no reason. Fake squad leader. Her voice came. With a crackling sound of electricity, all the safety channel lights in the indoor corridor went out. Even the circuit on the basement floor was broken. Chapter 10. The circuit crackled, occasionally a few sparks appeared, and finally fell into darkness and silence. Wu Le felt a hand behind her trying to grab her, and she knew who it was without looking back. You are so nosy, monitor. Do you think you are a discipline committee member? Wu Le said as she rushed to the basement. When she turned down the stairs, she crawled directly on the wall at a very fast speed. But she was still caught up, and her collar was pulled. But the other party was afraid of scratching her clothes, so he quickly let go. The basement was like a maze. Wu Le twisted and turned to get rid of Zhong Rui, and then went to find her younger brother. The power was out, and there were still many monsters in the basement. Is the younger brother still alive? Wu Le walked silently. She had night vision ability. After walking about a few meters, she turned and saw Su Qinyang. In the corridor, Su Qinyang walked carefully against the wall, and in his hand was a hammer that he didn't know where he got from. Wu Le deliberately rushed over quickly, not concealing his footsteps at all, to scare him. Su Qinyang heard the noise, and looked back to see only darkness. He judged that the thing was coming, and hit it with a hammer. Little brother. A girl's voice sounded, so familiar. Su Qinyang quickly withdrew his hand, but it was too late. Wu Le held the hammer. Hey. I don't want to hit the boss's little brother. Are you hurt? I'm sorry, I thought it was a monster coming, and it didn't hit you anywhere? Su Qinyang reached out worriedly. Wu Le dodged his hand, and snatched his hammer, and waved it around for fun, which was quite handy. Don't touch me, I'm fine. Su Qinyang breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay. I was so scared. There was a noise up there just now. What happened? A monster was chasing me, and grabbed my clothes. I was almost caught by him. She seemed to be stating, or complaining. In the darkness, Su Qinyang's eyes showed admiration. He was chased by a monster, but still managed to escape. The boss didn't even breathe. He was amazing. The power went out suddenly. It's so dark. How can we explore here? Here. A piece of soft cloth was stuffed into Su Qinyang's hand. Su Qinyang looked puzzled. Hold my clothes and follow me. After saying that, Wu Le walked forward, waving a hammer in his hand. Su Qianyang quickly held the cloth and followed. This is underground. There are no windows. No light can get in. It's really pitch dark. Su Qianyang can't even see the person in front of him. But Wu Lei could lead him forward easily. He could hear her humming an unknown song and swinging a hammer in her hand with the sound of wind. She must be very relaxed. This is an old player. Is this a big shot? This is a top big shot. Su Qianyang has never seen other big shot players, but he thinks Wu Lei must be a top big shot. To be able to move forward in the dark, the big shot must be using props. Su Qianyang envied. If I survive in this dungeon, can I also get points and exchange for various props? Let's talk about it after I survive. Wu Le has been a horror NPC in many dungeons, and she has come into close contact with many players. Points, props, these words she has heard, as well as guilds, paradise towns, etc. She is a horror NPC. She can't touch these things, so she doesn't understand them very well. Wu Le tried to avoid talking to Su Qianyang about these things. After all, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. But he couldn't stop Su Qianyang from being a chatterbox after getting familiar with him. Boss, are you using the night vision eye prop? Is this prop expensive? How long does it take for new players to get it? Boss, do you know how many copies you have to go through before you can return to the real world? Although I am also alone in the real world, I am an orphan, and no one cares whether I live or die, but I care. I will graduate from college soon, and the last page of my diary is full of my plans for the future. With Wu Lei around, Su Qianyang feels particularly safe. Just walking forward in the dark and quietly, Su Qianyang would have wild thoughts, so he chose to chat in the dark and move forward. After graduation, I plan to travel. I will climb Mount Tai, wear a jacket, pose in various cool poses on the top of the mountain, and then go to the local snail noodles. If you keep arguing, I won't take you with me. Wu Le ran out of patience. He was being presumptuous. Su Qianyang shut up immediately. The surroundings became quiet, and the tiny sound became more obvious. Su Qianyang's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "There are strange sounds. They are locked up and very angry." Who is locked up? Why are they locked up? You have to be locked up too, otherwise you won't be able to explore properly. The horror NPCs can't hear the system issuing dungeon tasks to players. Wu Le didn't know what the tasks of these players were originally. But Su Qianyang asked if the boss could take him to explore the campus together, which immediately exposed the player's task information. Wu Le now not only knows what the player's task information is, she also knows what all the horror NPCs are going to do. She is a huge bug and a god's perspective. The cloth in his hand was suddenly pulled away. Su Qianyang was startled. He quickly reached forward, but grabbed nothing. No one. Boss? Wu Lei. Su Qianyang called her name anxiously. Bang, bang, bang. Let us out! Suddenly, the door next to him banged from the inside, and there were students screaming inside. Su Qianyang was so scared that the hair on his body stood up. In the dark, he knew he was in a long corridor, but he didn't know there was a door on the side. The subtle sound just now came from this door. It should be the things inside waking up. And now they are all awake. Let us out. We didn't make a mistake. It's too dark here. I'm so cold and hungry. Let us out. I was wrong. I will never skip classes and sleep in the dormitory again. Let me out. All the voices were students' voices, mixed with various crying, very chaotic. It sounded like an ordinary student was locked in, and then confessed his mistakes. The door trembled and even smelled of dust, but they couldn't get out. The confinement room? Su Qianyang murmured, and he figured it out in an instant. This is the confinement room. The players standing under the eaves during the afternoon physical education class were taken to the confinement room by Instructor Zhang. Those players are still alive. Are they in there? Wu Lei said that he would also be locked up. But can he still survive if he goes in? Click. It was the sound of the lock on the door breaking. In the darkness, Su Qianyang had no time to run, and countless hands stretched out from the door to grab his arms and drag him in. Chapter 11. Countless ghost hands grabbed Su Qianyang, and he couldn't break free at all. When he was finally pulled into the door, Su Qianyang was still holding the door frame. Wu Lei. He tried hard to cling to the door frame. Where did the boss go? If he was dragged in, could he really survive? Human strength was no match for monsters, and Su Qianyang was finally dragged in. Bang! The iron door slammed shut. Everything returned to silence. Wu Le was standing in the dark watching this scene, waving the hammer in her hand to play, and a tall figure walked to her side. Zhongrui, isn't he your new human friend? You let him go in alone? Wula put the hammer behind her back, looked up, and said with a smile, "He is not my friend. Monsters and humans can't be friends. It's good that you know, then stay away from them. We are the same kind." "Yes, you and I are the same kind. We should love each other." Wula couldn't help but take action again. This time her target was Zhongrui's glasses. These black-framed glasses are a bit blocking his eyes. He will be more beautiful without them. "Why do you always like to make moves?" Zhongrui held her hand and gently pushed it away. Wuli's hand was suspended in the air, and finally put it down in boredom. "Because you are so beautiful, I can't help but want to get close to you. Who doesn't like beautiful things?" In her eyes, he is just a beautiful doll. Although they didn't have much contact, Zhongrui had already gotten used to Wuli's personality. Why didn't I notice that Wulu was this kind of person before? What was Wulu like before? Zhongrui thought about it, and found that he had no impression at all. He couldn't even remember what he was like before. But he knew what he was going to do now. Wulu was still playing with a hammer, and didn't pay attention to the people around her. Suddenly, Zhongrui grabbed her wrist, and the door of the confinement room opened. Zhongrui dragged her in. Wuli's expression of surprise was followed by excitement. "Class monitor, you want to put me in confinement? What did I do wrong? Neither of us returned to the dormitory at lights out time. Shouldn't we be put in confinement?" "It should be. But no one can control them. Putting yourself in confinement on your own initiative. A good student? No, he was also playing games. His game was to deliberately disrupt her game." Su Qinyang was being pressed to the ground by a group of ghosts, and his whole body was in pain. They beat him up, but they didn't cause him fatal injuries. Su Qinyang felt like he had entered a concentration camp for bad students. The first thing newcomers did was to be beaten. Su Qinyang lay on the ground to protect his head and stomach, listening to all kinds of sounds in his ears. Suddenly, the door outside opened, and the noisy sounds around became more intense, and finally slowly returned to calm, and no fists hit Su Qinyang. The iron door slowly closed, the old door creaked, and the sound of locking outside could be heard. In silence, Su Qinyang did not dare to look up. He was not sure if he was the only one in this room. Those monsters who were locked up just wanted to drag him in and beat him up. Wulu looked at the man lying in the corner with his butt sticking up, a little speechless. His posture was too ugly. There were a few chairs next to him, and Zhongrui sat down directly. "Are there footsteps?" Su Qinyang turned around with a ruthless heart, and saw a man and a woman. "It's Wu Lele. Why is she wearing a school uniform?" It's the transition period between summer and autumn. Some of the students and NPCs in the school wore short-sleeved summer uniforms, while others wore long-sleeved autumn uniforms. The school emblem with waves on their chests is very conspicuous. Wu Lele is wearing an autumn uniform, while the boy next to her is wearing a summer uniform. Su Qinyang knows that boy. He is Wu Lele's desk mate and an NPC, not a player. "The monsters that attacked you are gone. Why are you still lying on the ground?" Wu Lele said. Su Qinyang stood up, rubbing his arm in pain. He looked at Zhongrui warily, walked past him and stood behind Wulu, whispering in Wuli's ear, "There is another monster here? Is he here to watch us?" Being put in solitary confinement, and an NPC is sent to watch? Wulu tilted his head, then looked at Zhongrui with a smile and said, "This is my new little brother. I control him with props. He can help us pass the level." Su Qinyang widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, "There is such a prop? How many points does it cost?" "Wulu, work hard, you can do it in the future." Su Qinyang, does he listen to you now? Wulu, of course. The beautiful squad leader said nothing, but the eyes behind the black-framed glasses never left Wulu. Su Qinyang, boss, we are in solitary confinement now, how can we get out? Chapter 12. Su Qinyang believed whatever Wulu said. After confirming that the NPC opposite was controlled by her, Su Qinyang was relieved and loudly conspired. "The lock is outside. We can't get through the wall, but ghosts can. Let's ask him for help." After entering the confinement room, we explored here. Su Qinyang wanted to get out quickly. He was in pain all over. He was afraid of being beaten again if he stayed here. "He can't take us out either." Wulu lied without blinking. It's not that Zhongrui couldn't take them out. It's that she was caught and put in confinement by Zhongrui. She wants to go out. Zhongrui won't let her go. Wulu quietly glared at Zhongrui, then walked to the chair next to him and sat down. "Squad leader, how can we get out?" Wulu asked him. Su Qinyang stared at Zhongrui with curiosity. "Squad leader, that is the boss among the student NPC types. The small boss in the campus dungeon. The boss can even control monsters of this level. So amazing." Zhong Rui said nothing, wanting to see if Wu Lu would be anxious. If she lied in front of him, he, the person involved, could expose her in minutes. Wu Lu was not anxious at all. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him. Her baby face looked very young. She was out of tune with other monsters. Just like an ordinary student, a good child. Su Qinyang felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. This NPC didn't speak and always looked at Wu Lele. Is this the state of being controlled by props? Of course, you will be released when the time comes. Do you see the drawer of the table in the corner? A nice boy's voice sounded, and his tone sounded really cold. You can tell at a glance that he is a monster that is difficult to get along with. Su Qinyang looked back, then walked to the table and took out the things in the drawer. Several A4 papers and a few pens. What are they for? Zhong Rui didn't look at Su Qinyang, lowered his eyes, and said, write a self-criticism, write why you were put in solitary confinement. Su Qinyang's mind went blank for a moment, and suddenly it seemed very reasonable. How to get out of solitary confinement? Of course, you have to reflect on the solitary confinement and write a self-criticism, waiting for the teacher to open the door and let you out. So there is no danger to life in the solitary confinement room. No wonder Wu Lele didn't save him. He even doubted for a moment whether Wu Lele was harming him. He really deserved to die. Su Qinyang reflected and condemned himself severely. But I was not punished by Instructor Zhang to come in, but dragged in by those ghosts. How can I write a self-criticism? Can I write it casually? Su Qinyang asked seriously before opening the pen cap, saying that any mistake in the copy would cost his life. No one answered him. Zhong Rui stood up and walked to Su Qinyang, took 2 pieces of paper and 2 pens from him, then came back and sat down, and put a piece of paper and a pen into Wu Li's hand. Write a self-criticism. Class monitor, what did I do wrong? I don't want to write a self-criticism. After the lights are turned off, you don't go back to the dormitory and run around on campus. Isn't this considered a mistake? You have seriously violated the school rules. Zhong Rui pushed his glasses. The class monitor's hypocritical look is really interesting. He is obviously a bad boy, but he wants to play the role of a good student, a good class monitor, and a good discipline committee member. In this school, Zhong Rui can control all the students, and he has never been a good person. Then you have made the same mistake as me. Wu Lu was not to be outdone. Yeah. Zhong Rui did not deny it. He lowered his head and began to write. His handwriting was cursive, and the ending was very wild. The characters took up a lot of space. Wu Lu looked at it for a few seconds, and then started copying. Su Qinyang was a little confused when he was ignored. What was going on? Both of them were writing self-criticisms. Zhong Rui wrote very seriously, while Wu Lu kept looking at his, and wrote after looking at it. It was too obvious that he copied. Su Qinyang walked over and glanced at their self-criticisms. Boss, you copied every word. Wu Lu did not even raise his head. He copied while saying, he and I made the same mistakes, so of course we wrote the same self-criticism. Su Qinyang thought about it carefully and said, then I am the same. I don't go back to the dormitory after lights out, but wander around the campus. Then I can copy it too. It's great that I don't have to think about the self-criticism myself. Su Qinyang was going to sit on the empty chair on the other side of Zhong Rui and copy his self-criticism. But before he landed, Zhong Rui raised his head, and the black eyes behind his glasses instantly turned blood red, with murderous intent in his eyes. Get out of here. He was angry. Although he didn't turn into a monster, Su Qinyang was still scared. Su Qinyang reflexively took 2 steps back and looked at Zhong Rui vigilantly. Boss, is he out of control? No, the prop-controlled monster recognizes its master, and he only recognizes me. Wu Li's face flashed with pride, and he rubbed Zhong Rui with his shoulder. The class leader's self-review is only for me to copy, right? Zhong Rui's eyes slowly returned to black. He didn't answer. He lowered his head and finished writing the last few words. As soon as he finished writing, the paper was taken away by Wu Lu, and Wu Lu spread it on his legs and copied it openly. Su Qinyang walked away silently, moved a chair to sit farther away, and began to work hard on his self-review. He wrote a self-criticism when he was in primary school. At that time, he didn't like to study. He played and made trouble every day. He was often punished by the teacher to stand and write a self-criticism. When he entered junior high school and high school, he started to study hard. Finally, he was admitted to a good university, and then he came to this horrible world. Su Qinyang was afraid that his self-criticism would not pass, so he thought hard and filled the whole A4 paper. Wu Lu couldn't help but praise him after reading it. You are really good at writing. If I had known, I would not have written it, and asked you to write it for me. Okay, I will write it for you next time if I have the chance. No need. This opportunity should not come again. The lights in the confinement room are too dim, and there is no window in the whole room. It is very depressing to stay in it. Boss, do you think the players who were taken to the confinement room during the day are still alive? This floor is all confinement rooms. Did you hear any other sounds besides us? Wula asked back. Except for the sound of the monster just now, they did not hear any other player sounds. Then they are dead. Su Qinyang's face was not looking good. Wulu, they were locked up in the afternoon. Instructor Zhang will let them back to the dormitory after evening self-study. Hearing this, Su Qinyang suddenly ignited hope, but then thought, I have observed that they did not appear downstairs in the dormitory. Wulu, Instructor Zhang opened the door and let them out, and asked them how they reflected, whether they would skip classes and review. Review? They didn't write it, because they didn't know they had to write it. There were papers and pens on the table, but they didn't guess what they were for. They were killed by Instructor Zhang for filling in a false name when they entered school. They were given a chance to survive by being put in solitary confinement, but they didn't write a review. The ending can be imagined. Su Qinyang once again felt that he was with the right person. If it weren't for Wu Lei, he would definitely die a second time. It's so stuffy here, Sister Yao, let's go up. At this time, the sound of players talking came from the corridor, outside the door, and the sound of footsteps approaching slowly. To explore the teacher's building, you must walk through the entire building, and you must walk through this corridor. I'm scared. Inside the house, Su Qinyang was surprised. Is it Wang Yeye? Wula nodded. Afraid that someone outside had passed by, Su Qinyang came to the door and lay on it. Wang Yeye? Guiyao? Is it you outside? Chapter 13. In the narrow corridor on the first floor of the underground, Guiyao and Wang Yeye were moving forward carefully. There was no end in sight in front of them. It was pitch black, and there were iron doors on both sides. They did not dare to get too close, fearing that the door would suddenly open. Wang Yeye wanted to go up. This floor gave people a feeling of being too depressing. But Guiyao said that if you want to reach 100% exploration, you must walk through this place. Just when the two were nervous, Su Qinyang's voice suddenly came from the door next to them. Wang Yeye was sure that she had heard correctly, and quickly responded, Su Qinyang? Are you in there? How did you get locked up? Wang Yeye saw that there was only an iron lock hanging on this door, and she fumbled. Where is the key? How can I save you? Guiyao immediately pulled her away and whispered, Don't you remember that those monsters can imitate the voices of players? Wang Yeye's face turned pale. Are you saying that it's not Su Qinyang inside? Wang Yeye. Stay on the first floor underground. Don't go out. The dormitory manager is looking for players everywhere. Su Qinyang tried to pass the message through the heavy iron door. If you are caught by the dormitory manager, you will die, but you won't die if you stay here. If someone drags you into the room, don't be afraid. Su Qinyang's voice was quite loud, and Wula squinted and rubbed his ears in disgust. Zhong Rui looked at Wula, although his face was expressionless, but Wula still understood what he was thinking. This is the human brother you took in? So stupid. Sister Yao, did you hear that? It's Su Qinyang inside, it must be him. Wang Yeye leaned back against the door. Su Qinyang, how can I save you? No need to save, Ah! Before he finished speaking, there were screams and some strange rustling sounds outside. Did a monster pull them into the confinement room? It's the same process. It won't go wrong. Su Qinyang's heart was in his throat. He pressed against the door to listen to the movement outside, and looked at Wu Lu, who was sitting in the room, for help. Wu Lu crossed his legs and smiled at him. Help! Help! Let me go! Wang Yeye screamed in waves, as if something was covering her face and pulling. The two doors opposite opened, and countless bloody hands stretched out from the dark room, pulling the two people respectively. The clothes on her body were torn, and Wang Yeye grabbed the lock of the opposite door and refused to let go. Su Qinyang's voice was faintly heard from the heavy door. Don't be afraid of it. Look for the paper on the table. I can't hear it clearly. I can't hear it at all. Wang Yeye was desperate. Guiyao held her, and the two of them struggled to hold on. Wang Yeye really couldn't hold the small padlock. Her fingers were scratched, and she was directly pulled to the ground by the ghost hand, and Guiyao fell to the ground with her. Countless hands grabbed their legs and dragged them to two different rooms. Sister Yao, Sister Yao! Wang Yeye screamed as she was dragged in. The door closed, and a padlock appeared on the door. When Guiyao was about to be dragged in completely, she dropped a prop. The ghost let go of her, as if he had been electrocuted. The monster was about to continue pulling people, but suddenly a strong light shone from the stairs. The ghost hand retracted all, and the door closed with a bang. Gui Yao sat on the ground with her hair disheveled. The strong light was dazzling, and she squinted her eyes to look. Gui Yao? Li Tao ran over with a strong flashlight, squatted down and asked, Sister Yao, are you okay? No, let's go. Okay. Li Tao supported her, and the two left the underground floor together. The further Gui Yao walked, the more uneasy she felt. She asked absent-mindedly, How did you escape? I used a teleportation item. I also lost one of my flashlights, and now this is the second one I exchanged. Li Tao looked a little frustrated. The two exchanged information. They were both attacked by monsters in the dormitory corridor, and were forced to escape from the dormitory building. Li Tao, the dormitory manager, was looking for people everywhere in the school. I saw her kill a player on the side of the cafeteria. Next to the cafeteria is the teaching building, which means that the dormitory manager is nearby. You can't leave this building now. Gui Yao stopped. Then let's find a place to hide in this building? Gui Yao's mind turned quickly, and finally she gritted her teeth. Go back to the basement. What are you going back for? I just saw those hands dragging Wang Yeye in with my own eyes. Wouldn't it be a death wish to go back to that corridor? Maybe it's safer to be dragged in. Su Qinyang has also been locked up, but he's still alive. He just said. What he said, she didn't hear clearly, but the more Gui Yao thought about it, the safer she felt it would be to go back. Let's go back. Li Tao didn't want to go back, but he couldn't influence Gui Yao's thoughts. He finally found his teammates, and he didn't want to do the mission alone. Li Tao followed Gui Yao back unhappily. Li Tao followed Gui Yao a few steps behind him, not too close. If there was a monster pulling people, Gui Yao, who was in front, would be the first to pull, so he would have time to run away. Li Tao followed Gui Yao back to the basement with such a plan. But he never expected that as soon as they entered the corridor, the door next to Li Tao opened and Li Tao was the first to be pulled in. Gui Yao reflexively ran forward, ran a few steps, and then gritted his teeth and went back, without any resistance, ready to be pulled in, but the door closed. Only one person can enter a room? Gui Yao muttered in shock. Li Tao? Wang Yeye, Su Qinyang, are you still alive? Li Tao? Li Tao. Gui Yao knocked on the door. She wanted to make sure if she would not die if she went in. But before she could hear the response from others, a door opened and Gui Yao was dragged in mercilessly. The door closed, the lock fell, and the corridor returned to darkness and silence. Meow. A black cat passed by the entrance of the stairs, with its tail raised high, and walked away with elegant steps. Su Qinyang had been listening to the movement outside. Although it was very vague, he probably knew that the other three people were in the same situation as him. Okay, come and sit down and rest for a while. Wula didn't like to see him sticking his butt up and his ears against the door. It was so ugly. Su Qinyang turned around. They didn't seem to hear what I said clearly. The door is too thick. If they didn't hear it clearly, it means they are unlucky, you idiot. Sharing clues is not a good habit. Wula said with a fake smile, which was very scary. Su Qinyang also realized it later, and his face was serious. I'm sorry, I just... Wulu, I didn't stop you from shouting just now, which means I don't care about this. Thank you. Su Qinyang's eyes lit up. As expected, Wu Lele was cold on the outside but kind on the inside. She is a good person. Don't look at me like that, stupid. Why are you calling me that? Stupid. Su Qinyang was afraid that she would call him a stupid person all night, so he quickly changed the subject. It seems that the three of them went into different confinement rooms. How could this happen? Wula picked up the small hammer beside him and played with it, not looking up, ignoring people. Su Qinyang touched his nose and said to himself, if we were in the same room, we could help each other, like us. Wang Yeye must be very scared alone. She is timid. Stupid. Wula said coldly. Su Qinyang was helpless. Boss, you can call me stupid, but don't call innocent Wang Yeye. Call you stupid. Okay. Chapter 14. Su Qinyang accepted that Wula called him a fool. Being scolded by the boss would not hurt him, so he scolded him. The lights in the confinement room were dim, making people drowsy. Because it was on the underground floor, it was still very cold. As time went on, the temperature on the island and the sea was very low, and Su Qinyang was shivering with cold. Su Qinyang stayed near the door and said, Boss, you go to sleep, I keep watch. It's safe here. No need to keep watch. It's safe. If they are safe, it means that others are safe too. Su Qinyang still chose to keep watch, sitting alone at the door. The NPCs in the dungeon are not afraid of the cold. Su Qinyang was shivering with cold in the second half of the night, But Wula and Zhong Rui didn't feel anything. But Wula still acted. She wrapped her coat tightly, shrunk her neck, rubbed her clothes from time to time, smiled at Zhong Rui, and said silently, "Squad leader, your clothes are really warm." Zhong Rui spoke little, but his eyes were basically glued to her, and he didn't miss any details of her movements. An ordinary school uniform jacket was rubbed by her. Su Qianyang was highly nervous all day, and although the confinement room was very cold, he couldn't help but drooping his eyelids. The only human didn't know that he fell asleep, and the two little monsters leaned against each other, sticking to each other. To be precise, Wula leaned against Zhong Rui. "I'm sleepy, Monitor. You arrested me and put me in confinement. You have to take responsibility." "What responsibility?" "I want to sleep against you." "You don't need to sleep." "Yes, you need to eat well, and sleep well to grow taller." "Does she think she is a human?" Zhong Rui didn't speak. Wula shamelessly leaned over, resting her head on his shoulder and closing her eyes. Zhong Rui relaxed against the back of the chair, and his body moved back. Wuli's head followed him, wanting to stick to him. Zhong Rui, NPCs are all aware of their distance, and will not gather and stick to people like humans. Is she imitating humans? The imitation is very stiff, but her calls are very pleasant. Click. Su Qianyang was awakened by the sound of unlocking the door outside. He woke up a little confused, and then remembered what the situation was now, and he was completely awake in an instant. When Su Qianyang turned around, he saw the NPC sitting upright with his arms folded and his eyes closed, and Wula was sleeping on his shoulder. Although he knew that the NPC was controlled, Su Qianyang still took a breath. There were sounds coming from outside, as if several iron doors were opened, and then it was their turn. Su Qianyang quickly got up from the ground. "Alert, Wulele, wake up, there's a noise outside." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and a tall man in a black shirt and camouflage pants walked in half a step, and was stunned when he saw the situation inside. "Instructor Zhang, everyone come out and stand in the corridor." After saying that, he went out. Wula opened her eyes, expressionless. She picked up the small hammer on the table and handed it to Su Qianyang. "Hide it." "Where to hide it when it's so big?" Wula ignored him, but turned her head to Zhong Rui and said, "Good morning." Su Qianyang felt around all over his body, and finally pinned the small hammer on the waist of his pants, and pulled his shirt to cover it so that it couldn't be seen. "Why are you hesitating? Come out." In the corridor, Instructor Zhang was furious. Several people in the detention room came out quickly. Finally, the other three people were seen. Gui Yao and Wang Ye looked fine except for their dirty clothes. Li Tao, on the other hand, had a bruised face, and was obviously beaten by a monster. Su Qianyang couldn't help laughing, but he pulled the corner of his mouth and bruised it. He bared his teeth. "So those monsters only beat boys? You are the most disobedient students I have ever seen. Why don't you go back to the dormitory after the lights are turned off? Your parents sent you here because they hope you will study hard, but what do you do every day?" Instructor Zhang spitted and scolded them like a strict teacher. The players all lowered their heads, their faces full of tension. Only Wula and Zhong Rui looked the most relaxed. Suddenly, Instructor Zhang asked, "I locked you up for a night to reflect on it. How are you reflecting now?" The air was quiet. Su Qianyang spoke boldly. "Instructor Zhang, we were wrong. We shouldn't walk around at night." Instructor Zhang was a little more satisfied. "It's good to know that you are wrong, but you can't just talk about it. You must learn a lesson." Then he looked at the players expectantly. The eyes looked at everyone. Li Tao was frightened and sweated. What does it mean? Why didn't this instructor leave? Why did he keep looking at them? Su Qianyang knew what he wanted and said, "Instructor Zhang, I reflected on my mistakes all night and wrote a self-criticism." Instructor Zhang smiled immediately. "Not bad, show me the self-criticism you wrote." Sure enough, he wanted to review. Su Qianyang looked at them nervously. Gui Yao and Wang Ye both breathed a sigh of relief and turned to get the self-criticism in the confinement room. Only Li Tao panicked. What was going on? Su Qianyang went to get all the self-reviews of Wula and Zhong Rui. Gui Yao and Wang Ye also came out with a piece of paper in their hands. Only Li Tao stood there in fear. "How come you all have?" Li Tao was sweating profusely. Instructor Zhang collected their self-reviews one by one, glanced at them, and finally looked at Li Tao. "What about yours?" Mine? I didn't know I had to write a self-review." "I go write it now." Li Tao turned around and prepared to go back to the confinement room. No wonder he saw a pen and paper on the table. It turned out to be for this purpose. These bastards. They know the rules but don't tell him. Li Tao was lifted up by the collar before he took 2 steps, and his feet were off the ground. You didn't write a self-review. It seems that you didn't reflect seriously at all. I hate this kind of students who don't change their ways the most. Instructor Zhang's voice changed, 2 voices, like the whisper of a devil. They also heard this voice in the classroom yesterday afternoon. Li Tao was lifted higher and higher, and it was higher than an adult could lift another person. Instructor Zhang turned into a monster. Li Tao turned back with a pale face. 10 minutes later. At the narrow staircase on the first floor of the underground, Wu Le led Zhong Rui up, followed by 3 frightened human players. Li Tao died, right in front of them. The light came through the window, and it was already dawn. It was still gray and foggy outside, and it seemed that the sun would never come out here. It's too dangerous here at night. We must try to complete all the tasks of exploring the campus during the day. But be careful not to be caught skipping classes by Instructor Zhang. The dungeon system will remind the players once every 10% of the exploration. Everyone's progress is different, and the dungeon system will remind everyone separately in their minds. Guiyao, I'm currently at 40%. Su Qinyang, how about you? Wang Ye followed her, so the progress is the same. Guiyao wanted to know how much Wu Lei and Su Qinyang had. Su Qinyang, 40%. Wu Lu, same. She said. Chapter 15. Guiyao looked at Zhong Rui warily. Wu Lei didn't say anything, and his younger brother Su Qinyang stepped forward to explain. He was controlled by Wu Lei. Controlling NPCs? What kind of top player is this? Guiyao was shocked. You actually have this kind of high-level prop. I've only heard of this kind of legend. Even the top leaders of S Guild don't have this kind of prop. This kind of prop only exists in legends, and many people even think that there is no such prop. It's just the imagination of the players. Are you willing to join our guild? S Guild is the largest guild in Paradise Town. When you pass the high-level dungeon, you can form a group. Except for the newly opened dungeons, which are unknown, many old dungeon guilds have intelligence and can provide key clues to share. Guiyao was a little incoherent, and his eyes were particularly hot when he looked at Wu Le. Paradise Town, Wu Le had heard of it from other humans. If humans successfully survive in the dungeon, they will have a place to rest. There are no monsters in that place, it's very safe, and humans name that place Paradise. The dungeon world is hell, so there is heaven. If humans want to rest in the Paradise Town, they must use the points earned in the dungeon to redeem days. If they do not redeem days, or have no points, they will be forced to enter the dungeon. There are countless dungeons in the horror world, and new dungeons are constantly being generated. Some dungeons are still very famous among humans, and some dungeons are never heard of or seen by humans. After humans come out of a dungeon alive, they will sell the dungeon information and key clues to some guilds in exchange for more points. Joining a guild will share some dungeon information, but if you want more dungeon information, you need to bring more value to the guild. For example, go to a dungeon, come back alive, and bring back more data. Guiyao is just a small team leader in the S Guild, and the guild asked her to lead newcomers to the dungeon. As a result, she came to a new dungeon unlucky, and Guiyao did not get any information about this dungeon from the guild. Wu Le knows these things about humans, but not all of them. She chooses to speak less, because the more she speaks, the more mistakes she makes, and if she makes a mistake, she will be exposed. It's not fun to be exposed early. She likes to pretend until the end, and then give humans a big surprise. Wu Le raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled sweetly, and said, I already have a guild. Guiyao was not surprised to hear this. A big boss of this level must not fight alone, and may even be the trump card of a certain guild. But if she can be poached to the S Guild, then she will also benefit from it and be promoted. Even if we can't recruit him, we can get along well with him. Maybe we can keep in touch with him when we arrive in Paradise Town and make an appointment to play dungeons together in the future. Can I ask which guild you are in? Keep it a secret. Understand? Zhong Rui glanced at the clock on the wall. It's time for morning exercises now. We have to line up at the playground. Wu Le shook his hand. Let's go. Guiyao followed and asked curiously, is this NPC no longer aggressive? Will he take the initiative to provide clues? Wu Lu, he won't lie to me. Su Qinyang and Wang Ye walked at the back, and Wang Ye was very grateful to him. If I hadn't heard you calling for paper and pen on the table, I would definitely be like Li Tao. Don't think about it, he deserved to die. Su Qinyang said seriously. What do you mean? Li Tao is not a good person. Don't think about what happened just now. We will definitely survive if we follow Wu Lei. Well, she is very strong. Her expression didn't change just now. She is really brave. I want to learn from her and slowly become stronger. In the playground in the morning, students came from the dormitory one after another, and then lined up consciously. No one spoke. Instructor Zhang stood not far away and watched. Several people quickly found their classes and stood in line, and Zhong Rui, as the class leader, was leading the team in front. One after another, several players came out from different corners of the campus. All of them were in a mess, with traces of mud and water on their bodies. After all the teams were lined up, Su Qinyang took a rough look. Only 8 people are left. The other players are dead. I counted wrong. Wu Lei floated a sentence. The big guy said so it must be that I counted wrong. Su Qinyang turned around and prepared to continue to look at other classes. Instructor Zhang yelled, "Everyone, look forward. Stand up straight." Su Qinyang stood at attention and looked forward instantly. In a school for students with bad behavior, students are under surveillance almost from morning to night, especially during morning exercises. Even though the students stood very well and didn't talk to each other, they were still scolded by the instructor, who said that the students were nothing but shit, and then they started running 10 laps. Zhong Rui was the monitor of Class 1, Grade 3. He led the team to run in front, and then the classes followed one by one. He had long legs and a tall figure, and he didn't run fast, but the players in the team had a hard time following him. Wu Lu raised his hand after running 1 lap. "Instructor, I have a stomachache." "Instructor Zhang, then you follow me." Others were shocked. How could they do that? No one spoke when running, and the players didn't dare to speak either. They gritted their teeth and followed. They were afraid that they would not be able to keep up with the team and trigger the death condition. After 10 laps, the NPCs were not red in the face or out of breath, and the players were exhausted. "Instructor Zhang, stand up straight. The class that stands the best will go to eat first." Everything is really like a real school. I don't know if it was good luck, but their class was the first to be allowed to enter the cafeteria to eat. In the cafeteria, Instructor Zhang was not there, and finally there was no need to keep quiet and order. NPCs started talking, and the players also came over. Su Qinyang looked at the number of people. It's 8. It seems that Wu Lei counted wrong, but Su Qinyang didn't say anything to her face. "Let's share some information. Where did you go last night?" Not far away, several players shouted, "Help each other and try to survive." The players who had experienced a terrifying night, especially the newcomers, immediately gathered over. Su Qinyang was thick-skinned and followed to eavesdrop. After listening for a long time, he found that they all survived by hiding all night, and had no useful intentions at all. Su Qinyang returned without any results. Guiyao laughed. Wu Lu said, "Stupid, she is laughing at you." Guiyao, ? Su Qinyang, ah? Chapter 16. After they finished breakfast, they did not go to the teaching building, but waited near the cafeteria. When everyone in the cafeteria left, the auntie who served the food also left, and the cafeteria door was closed. They quietly climbed in through the side window. Students can only eat in the cafeteria seating area, and cannot go anywhere else. But in order to explore the progress, they still sneaked into the back kitchen. Except for an auntie with an arm and 3 hands growing out of her chest, who was washing dishes, no one else was found in the kitchen in front. Su Qinyang and Guiyao crouched in the lead, and Wang Yeye and Wu Lu were behind. Zhong Rui didn't want to come to a greasy place like the kitchen, but Wu Lu had no choice but to hold his hand. She always held his hand without his consent. When she came over to hold his hand, she would whisper a word class monitor or call his name. There is no one in the dining area. There is an NPC in the cleaning area of the back kitchen. There are also several rooms inside, which should be the operation room for preparing food and cooking. Guiyao said. Su Qinyang, let's take a look. If there are NPCs, we will come out. Wu Lu, you go to the room inside, and I go to the one on the left. If there's no one there, I come over and tell you. That way, you don't have to be nervous when you go in. The same goes for your side. Let's make it quick. Morning reading is almost here. The kitchen is very big. There are many trailers in the long corridor, with bags full of ingredients piled on them. The lights in some rooms are turned off, and the doors of some rooms are closed. Su Qinyang nodded, then be careful. After the 3 of them left, Wu Lu started to play, and took Zhong Rui out. What are you looking at? If you don't look, she's not a real player. Zhong Rui, going back to the classroom? Wu Lu, no, there are too many people in the classroom. Zhong Rui looked up. Then where are we going? Wu Lu chuckled. Yes, monitor, where should we go to play? Zhong Rui pushed his glasses and looked up. A few seconds later, a man and a woman sat on the water tower on the roof of the cafeteria. Both of them were wearing school uniforms. The sea breeze blew their hair, and they looked particularly leisurely. Aren't you going to help them? Zhong Rui asked. Wu Lu supported his hands on both sides, shaking his head nervously. Zhong Rui, you seem to like a few players very much. Do you want to let them go? Wu Li's eyes changed slightly, and she looked at him straight. Do you think I will let the players go? Zhong Rui's dark eyes probed. I think you will. You? Wu Lu thought of something, but she let it go. She raised her hand and touched Zhong Rui's face. If you don't allow me, I will definitely not let them go. Then go and kill them. Okay, who should I kill first? Su Qinyang. Okay. Wu Lu agreed very well, but did not move. Not that she did not move. She pinched his cheek very hard. Zhong Rui gently pushed her hand away, then took off his glasses, and put them aside, raised his head slightly. The sea breeze blew away the hair in front of his forehead, revealing a handsome young face with a scar on the edge of his hairline. They may be chopped up and made into pork rib soup, Wu Lu said, licking his lips. Zhong Rui, yeah. Wu Lu said expectantly. It's also possible to soak in the water tower under our buttocks. The boy smiled. Is this corridor getting longer and longer? They wanted to go to the room at the end, which should be the place for preparing food, but they couldn't get there. Guiyao glanced at his watch. Don't go, we are trapped. The time has not changed. Wang Yi grabbed Su Qinyang's clothes in fear. Are you trapped in a wall? They were in a straight corridor, and the floor tiles under their feet were like the tracks of a treadmill, and they could not walk through them. The door was about 10 meters away from them, but they couldn't get through. Looking back, Wu Lele was not there either. Su Qinyang, Wu Lele's room is close, and we can know the result in a few minutes, but we have been walking for a few minutes, and she has not appeared. It can be confirmed that they are trapped. Guiyao reached out and touched the wall, touching every crack, and there was nothing unusual. Su Qinyang stared at the floor. There is a feature of the floor of the back kitchen. There must be a sewer next to the wall, and it is paved with cement slabs. There are 2 carts on the side, with bags of things on the carts, all tied with bags. Wang Yeye was curious about what was in the bag, so she reached out and pulled it with courage. As a result, the knot at the mouth of the bag was instantly untied, and a large piece of blood-red meat inside slipped out. Ah! Wang Yeye was frightened and screamed briefly, and she quickly covered her mouth. Su Qinyang looked back and saw that the originally clean cart was now bleeding, and it flowed into a pool, and finally flowed into the gap between the cement slabs in the sewer. You could also smell a strong fishy smell and a bad smell. This is a cart, loaded with spoiled unknown meat. Wang Yeye's face turned pale, and she wanted to vomit. The meat buns she had for breakfast today were made with this kind of meat? Guiyao felt that there was danger. Let's go back. Su Qinyang didn't want to go back. Is it possible that the plot has been triggered? The bag on the cart just now was very clean and had no smell. Why did Wang Yeye suddenly deteriorate and bleed when she touched it? There are only 2 results for triggering the plot, getting useful information and death. Guiyao saw that Su Qinyang didn't move. She gritted her teeth, then moved forward. Sure enough, this time she moved forward and didn't go around in circles. The door of the food preparation room was closed. Su Qinyang raised his hand to push the door, and suddenly the door opened from the inside. A fat man, with a naked upper body stood at the door, holding a bloody machete in his hand. Are you students who work and study? Why are you so slow? And he came after washing the dishes. Triggered the side quest. The secret of the kitchen. You are a group of bad students. Your family doesn't give you food money, and requires you to work and study in exchange for free meals. Mom and Dad hope that you will be more sensible and use labor to exchange for food, so that you know that food is hard-earned and every grain is hard-earned. The electronic sound of the copy system sounded in his mind. If there was no copy system sound, Su Qinyang would have wanted to run away, because the man's machete was just a few centimeters in front of him. What's wrong with you? The meat over there fell down, and I didn't see it. Bring it in. The fat chef scolded. Su Qinyang reacted quickly. Okay, teacher, we will move it right away. The fat chef, you are getting more and more lazy and eat white rice every day. He turned and went into the food preparation room. The 3 people stood at the door without being stunned, and hurried to move the meat. Facing the smelly and bloody meat king, Yeye had no idea where to start. She asked, don't you have an apron and gloves? Guiyao, maybe there is some in the house, but do you dare to ask him for it? Su Qinyang rolled up his sleeves. Move it, hurry up, go into that room and observe carefully. The bag was broken and the meat slid to the ground, and he had to pick it up and put it on the cart. The meat felt sticky and smelled bad, and Wang Yeye retched when she picked it up. Guiyao held his breath while working, and Su Qinyang picked up a few pieces of meat and tied the broken bag with his hands and feet. I push one cart, and you two push that cart. They pushed the meat into the food preparation room, and as soon as they entered, they felt it was very stuffy and smelled bad. The fat chef was sitting on a chair smoking, shirtless, sweaty, and the bloody bone-cutting knife was at hand. He said, "Take off all the bags and wash the meat in the sink." Su Chenyang glanced at the sink in the distance, which was covered with a thick layer of dirt and grease, and there was still sewage in it. With such sanitary conditions. "What are you doing? Get to work." The three players worked hard, cleaned the pool, and then cut the meat. Suddenly, the three-handed dishwasher came in, with the arm curled up in front of her chest, looking like a deformed dead thing. These students finally came to work. They came late because they were lazy. Next time I see them, I will give them less food. Got it. The aunt came over and looked at the meat in the bag, this time the meat. There is a lot of money left, right? Chapter 17. There are still students here. The fat chef smiled proudly, but still reminded them. They withheld the food fee, but the school didn't know. The three players pricked up their ears. The dishwashing aunt waved the deformed hand on her chest a few times, and she looked at them with a weird smile. They dare not tell anyone. The words of the NPC made people's backs cold. The secret of the kitchen is that the chef embezzled the purchase money? The sanitary conditions are poor, and the rotten meat is cooked for students to eat? Is it that simple? Wang Yeye was scared. Can we go back after washing these meats? Guiyao, it's almost time for morning reading, and they should let us go back. We just need to keep silent and pretend to be deaf and dumb to work. Su Chenyang said nothing. He felt it wouldn't be that simple. It's impossible to trigger the side quest just by watching these two NPCs say a few words in front of them. As time passed, there was silence behind them, and the chef and the aunt didn't talk anymore. Monsters don't make any breathing sounds, and they can't even feel if there is anyone behind them unless they look back. With the sound of water splashing, Su Chenyang grabbed the rotten meat and washed it, always paying attention to the movement behind him. The faucet that originally flowed smoothly suddenly began to flow water intermittently, and even suddenly splashed. Wang Yeye was standing on the side, and was splashed in the face. Pooh. Ugh. She retched a little. So disgusting. Do you have a tissue? Yes, wait a minute. Guiyao had a tissue in her pocket, and she took out her pocket, but she only took out half of it. What are you doing? You are taking pictures? The sharp voice of the dishwasher aunt sounded, followed by the sound of big footsteps behind. The clothes on the backs of the three people were tightened, and they were dragged back and fell to the floor. When they looked up, they saw that the ant's face was distorted in the physical sense, with three arms flying in the air, and a sharp voice came out of her mouth. How dare you take pictures? Where did you get the mobile phone? Su Chenyang, it's not a mobile phone. We don't have mobile phones. We just took tissues. No, you took pictures? The ant's shout attracted the fat chef, who had just gone out. He picked up the knife on the chopping board and walked over. I hate disobedient children the most. If you dare to take pictures, don't even think about leaving the cafeteria. Su Chenyang found that the two NPCs were not reasonable at all. To be precise, this was a dead end. Either they didn't enter the cafeteria, or if they came in, they would be forced to hear the secrets of the cafeteria, and then they would be like now. If they died here, that would be another secret of the cafeteria. Without time to think too much, they circled the chopping board in the middle, like the king of Qin around the pillar, barely preventing them from getting close. The lights in the kitchen began to flicker, and the circuits creaked. Every time the light in front of them dimmed, and then lit up again, the aunt and chef chasing them changed, becoming less and less human. They were also getting faster and faster. If they turned into monsters, human players would not be able to escape their pursuit speed at all. Su Chenyang was running at the back, and there was a loud sound of a knife hitting the table behind him. It felt like it would hit his back in the next second. Su Chenyang pulled out the hammer from his waist and smashed it back, hitting the knife that was coming at him, leaving a gap on the knife. The chef became even angrier and chopped at Su Chenyang's head. Su Chenyang had never reacted so quickly before, and used the hammer to block the knife. Every time he hit it, it was very accurate. If the hammer was off, the knife would fall on his head. Su Chenyang quickly hit the chef's wrist with a hammer. He only heard the sound of bones breaking. His wrist was broken, and the machete fell to the ground. Su Chenyang kicked the knife into the pool. Su Chenyang. Hurry up. Guiyao and Wang Yeye were holding down the ant with a vegetable basket. Her three hands were so strong that they were about to overturn. Behind them was the door. Su Chenyang rushed over to hold down the vegetable basket. You go out first. Guiyao and Wang Yeye opened the door and went out. Su Qianyang pushed the monster hard and rushed out. 3 arms grabbed out. Su Qianyang grabbed the door handle without hesitation and closed the door. Bang! The door was smashed with a loud noise. There was a finger pressing on the door. Su Qianyang directly inserted the hammer into the door handle, blocking the door and the wall. The door was open from the inside, so it could not be opened temporarily. The 3 of them ran out desperately, and while running, they did not forget to turn around the empty room in front, and finally jumped out of the open side window. Campus Exploration Degree 50%. Campus Exploration Degree 50%. Campus Exploration Degree 50%. At the moment of jumping out, the 3 of them heard the voice in their heads. The 3 of them ran a little further, and finally sat down on the unmanned lawn, still in shock. The 3 of them were panting, their hearts were beating wildly, and the veins on their foreheads were throbbing. They were almost hacked to death. Guiyao, where did you get the hammer? If it weren't for this hammer, they wouldn't have found a tool to jam the door. The monster was completely alienated, and its speed would be very fast. It would definitely catch up with them, and they would never run out of the cafeteria. Su Qianyang panted, I picked it up. It was indeed he who picked it up, and then Wu Lei told him to hide it on his body and carry it with him. Wang Yaya, where is Wu Lei? Why hasn't she come out yet? Su Qianyang's expression changed instantly, and he was nervous inside, but reason told him, she will be fine, let's wait a little longer. Wang Yaya, we just went to other rooms, and didn't see her. Su Qianyang, the fat chef in the middle went out, and he might have found someone in another room. Although they didn't see Wu Lei, they knew she would be fine. Is it possible that she went back to the classroom? No, she is my boss. How could she leave without waiting for me to come out? Su Qianyang didn't believe it. But reality was a slap in the face. The bell for morning reading rang, and they had to go back to the classroom. As soon as they returned to the classroom, they saw Wu Lei sitting in her seat, and the NPC monitor she controlled was also there. The 2 of them sitting together looked particularly harmonious. Su Qianyang walked over with a sullen face. Boss, did you forget something? Wu Lei raised his eyes. I'm not dead. Why does this tone sound a bit disappointed? The boss likes to play this kind of bad taste. Su Qianyang said bitterly, I almost died. Wu Lu, I almost died. Li Tao died, and Su Qianyang directly occupied his seat, so that he could sit in front of Wu Lei. Guiyao turned around and asked, Boss, have you explored the kitchen? Why didn't we meet? Wu Lu, there are 2 time and space, and we entered different places. Mainly playing a nonsense. Guiyao believed it, because the time on her watch really stopped when she entered just now, and they, and Wu Lei may have entered different time periods. Su Qianyang, I can't eat the food in this school anymore, the kitchen is too disgusting. Wu Lu, I can't eat you to death. I don't know what kind of meat that is, it's very fishy. Su Qianyang felt uncomfortable in his stomach when he thought about it. Guiyao's fingers clicked, and he whispered, the secret of the kitchen is that they killed students. Chapter 18. Guiyao. The dungeon system says that the side quest secrets of the kitchen is triggered, but it does not say what the quest is or how to complete it. In this case, the simplest rule is basically assumed, and the quest is completed if you survive. Su Qianyang, we survived, and the exploration progress has also increased. Guiyao, and after we pass this side quest, we can get the information that the kitchen of this school is dirty and messy, the chef withheld the students' food fees, and was heard by the students who worked and studied, and the students secretly took photos, and the chef killed the students for fear of being exposed. This is the complete secret of the kitchen. Wang Yaya does not understand. What's the use of knowing these events? How can we leave this dungeon? Wu Le and Zhong Rui did not speak, listening to their analysis. Su Qianyang, someone died in this school, we have to find evidence to prove it, and then... Guiyao, yes, we have to find where the person killed by the chef is. Wang Yaya, all the dead players have no bones left, but the people who were killed in the plot. Is it possible to find them? Except for them, the people here are not human. They are all monsters, each of them is role-playing, but so real. Reality and illusion are twisted together, turning into this horror dungeon cage. Su Qianyang, killing people will always leave traces. We have to go to the cafeteria again. Guiyao, now there are 2 choices. One is to maximize the exploration first, and then go to the cafeteria to find evidence, or go to the cafeteria first, but find the body, find evidence of their murder. What should we do? The 3 of them were stuck in their minds. They racked their brains to figure out how to leave, but apart from themselves, there were enemies everywhere, and no one to ask for help. What's the point of finding evidence of murder? Would it be a waste of time? Those who are involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Wulu saw their sad faces and smiled directly. The girl's laughter was very light, like the sea breeze. Zhong Rui's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he looked at her sideways. The other three looked up and saw Wu Leilei's face and smile, and they immediately felt relieved. Su Qianyang, boss, have you thought of something? Wu Lu lazily supported his cheek and said, you three are all idiots. Wu Leilei really loves to curse. Wu Lu, if you are sent to a problem youth correction school by your parents, and you find that the students here are bullying, the instructors put people in solitary confinement at will, and even some students are killed, what will you do? Wu Lu supported his cheek with one hand, and pinched Zhong Rui's hand under the table with the other hand. Right on his palm. Class monitor, I didn't say anything important. She was just giving them ideas from a bystander's perspective. The three of them were silent for a moment. Su Qianyang's eyes lit up. Get the evidence of this school abusing and killing students, find a way to pass it to the outside world, tell the parents, and ask them to pick you up. Wu Lu didn't nod or shake his head, just smiled faintly. Guiyao, but we don't have a mobile phone, we need to find a phone, and we also need to find our parents' phone numbers. Wang Yeye asked in confusion, who are our parents? What are their names, and where are their phone numbers? It can't be their identity information in the real world, it must not be like this. Su Qianyang, do you remember the paper we signed when we enrolled? They were hurriedly signed their names at the back, and had no idea what was written on the previous page. But this must be something like an enrollment information form, which is likely to have the parents' contact information. Guiyao, then we have to focus on exploring the teacher's building. We have to go to every office. Suddenly sorting out the key elements to leaving the copy, the three of them felt a little relieved. Guiyao, the teacher's building is full of NPCs during the day, so we can only go at night. At night, there are students who can't be caught by the dormitory manager, and Instructor Zhang who may appear at any time. During the day, the three of them walked through several floors of the teaching building. Except for the rooftop, which was locked, they couldn't get in. The iron door on the rooftop was not locked with an ordinary lock, but with several thick chains and several large locks locked together. Even if they pried the lock, it would take a long time. Su Qianyang, I suspect that the exploration level will not reach 100% if we don't go in. Guiyao, definitely. Wu Lu leaned against the wall like a boneless person and said, go steal the key. Wang Yeye, where will the key be? Wu Lu, I don't know. After coming down from the rooftop, they were wandering around before class started. When they looked back, they found that Wu Leilei was gone. Wang Yeye, she doesn't seem to want to do the mission with us. Su Qianyang, maybe the boss is used to being alone. Guiyao hesitated for a moment, and said, she may not trust us, and we can't trust her too much. Wang Yeye nodded in agreement. Su Qianyang was silent for a moment and said, including the hammer in the cafeteria, she saved me 3 times. Guiyao, I don't deny that she is helping us, she saved you, but you can't trust her completely. I have passed 6 copies, this is a matter of experience. If Su Qianyang hadn't always blindly worshipped and trusted Wu Leilei, Guiyao wouldn't bother to say these words. Guiyao will always remember how he was backstabbed. Sometimes people are scarier than monsters. Su Qianyang understands these principles, I know. Whether they go to the teacher's building to find the table at night or to find the key, in fact, their behavior is in accordance with Wu Leilei's thinking. Wu Leilei can lead their thinking forward with just a few words. Guiyao has not found anything wrong at present, but he still maintains a vigilant heart. The daytime is very short, and the whole day is spent in the gray fog, and there is no sun. When night falls, the sea breeze blows, and the waves make a sound, which is really hypnotic. Today they all checked into the dormitory smoothly. Although the NPCs around them looked like zombies, they did not attack them. They agreed on a time to go downstairs, and quietly left the dormitory. Under the dark tree, Guiyao and Wang Yeye were alert to their surroundings, waiting for Su Qianyang to come. On the tree, a girl in a short skirt swung her legs and looked into the distance. 2 figures came in the distance. Su Qianyang walked quickly in front, and Zhong Rui walked slowly behind him. Su Qianyang stopped and waited for him. Su Qianyang wanted to urge him, but didn't dare. He also had to be alert to whether the dormitory manager was nearby. Why did you follow me downstairs? Did Wu Leilei give you an order? Did she ask you to come? Su Qianyang asked in a low voice. The other party ignored him. Su Qianyang was really scared to death by this NPC. A few minutes ago, Su Qianyang tiptoed out of the dormitory, but when he turned around, he saw Zhong Rui. He stood behind him quietly. After Su Qianyang was frightened, he was given a cold look by the other party. Su Qianyang was sure that he would not attack him, so he hurried to get off, but found that he had followed him. He followed slowly, just like taking a walk at night. Su Qianyang wanted to run by himself, but inexplicably waited for him subconsciously. Maybe he subconsciously regarded him as a teammate, even though he was a monster. When he came to the agreed tree, Su Qianyang saw 2 girls there, and he was anxious. Where is Wu Lei? She didn't come? If she didn't come, who would control this monster? Before Gui Yao and Wang Yeye had time to speak, I saw Zhong Rui looking up. He didn't wear glasses today. The night wind blew through his bangs, and the boy's facial features were very beautiful. He looked up at the girl sitting on the tree, and the next second Wu Le jumped down from the tree directly. Zhong Rui reflexively opened his arms and hugged her tightly. Squad leader, you caught it very steadily. Chapter 19. The two hugged each other tightly. Zhong Rui put Wu Le back on the ground, and gently pulled down her skirt with his fingers. The other 3 people looked at the 2 of them, and they all felt something was wrong. Gui Yao broke the silence. Let's go to the teacher's building first. It's more important to find the paper we signed. By the way, see if we can find the key to the rooftop of the teaching building. The cafeteria will go last. They were all very tired. They couldn't hold on in the confinement room last night, and slept for a while. They didn't dare to sleep during the daytime class today, for fear of being caught by Instructor Zhang, who appeared outside the window from time to time. After class, they wandered around the campus and explored, and didn't rest well. Wang Yeye asked, does it have to be completed in one night? Gui Yao, I don't know if it will trigger some other tasks. I hope it will go well tonight. Gui Yao walked in front, Wang Yeye and Su Qianyang, 2 newcomers, walked in the middle, and Wu Le followed behind. They set off in this formation. Wu Le held Zhong Rui's hand throughout the whole process, and the 2 looked like a young couple. Su Qianyang fell behind a few steps and walked with Wu Le. Boss, why are you so close to him, letting him hug and hold hands? He is not a human, but a monster. Although Zhong Rui did not attack them, Su Qianyang still did not dare to say that he was a monster. Wu Lu, because I am superficial. Su Qianyang did not understand. Huh? Wu Lu smiled and pointed at Zhong Rui's face. Don't you think he is the most beautiful NPC in this dungeon? Su Qianyang was stunned, and was shocked after a few seconds. Boss is really superficial, entering the dungeon to do a mission. At a critical moment, she still has the mood to pick up a man, and the one she picks up is a monster. Even Sister Yao was shocked by the god-level props. Wu Lei used it to control an NPC that seemed to have no other use except for being good-looking. It's not as useful as controlling Instructor Zhang and the dorm manager. Su Qianyang looked at Zhong Rui's face. It was really good-looking, there was no way to deny it, but the boss was so lustful that she was dizzy. Zhong Rui, who was looking forward with an expressionless face, suddenly turned his head, and his dark eyes met Su Qianyang, revealing his emotions. Su Qianyang was stunned. Why did he feel hostility? Turn your head around, don't scare people. Wu Le shook Zhong Rui's arm. Zhong Rui turned around and said, don't sit up high in the short skirt you are wearing today. Don't sit on the tree like you did just now. You can see a little bit if you stand below. Got it. The 2 talked too relaxedly, and those who didn't know would think they were good friends, but they were obviously a player and a monster. Su Qianyang was afraid that she would be obsessed with beauty, so he casually said, Boss, there is a scar on his forehead that disfigures his face. As soon as he finished speaking, his throat was suddenly strangled. Su Qianyang grabbed the hand tightly, but he couldn't pull it open. Gui Yao and Wang Yeye in front were shocked and hurried back to help Su Qianyang. Let go! Wang Yeye hit Zhong Rui's arm, but it was completely useless. Gui Yao looked at Wu Lu. Why is he out of control? You should think of a way quickly. Su Qianyang will be strangled to death by him. Wu Li's face turned cold, and he touched the back of Zhong Rui's neck to comfort him. The scar is not ugly, he is stupid, and he didn't mean to offend you. Su Qianyang thought he was really going to be strangled to death. His eyes were black, and his neck was released. He fell directly to the ground, covering his mouth and not daring to cough loudly, for fear of attracting the dormitory manager. Wu Lu touched Zhong Rui's hand, then bent down to look at Su Qianyang, and said coldly, You offended him, apologize. Yes. I'm sorry. Su Qianyang's throat was pinched every night, and his voice was hoarse. Every NPC here has his own story. It's best not to offend or reverse scales. Keep your mouth shut, otherwise you won't know how you died. Su Qianyang knew that he said the wrong thing, and he didn't say a word the whole time. The teacher's building was dark at night, so they skipped the underground floor and the first floor directly, and went to check each office at night. Gui Yao taught them lock-picking skills, and Su Qianyang was still very smart and learned quickly. Walked through all the offices on the entire floor, brushed the exploration degree, and then began to divide into 3 teams, rummaging through the boxes and cabinets in each office to find the admission form and the key. Gui Yao and Wang Yeye were in one team, Su Qianyang was in another team, and Wu Le and Zhong Rui were together. There are 10 offices on one floor, with many cabinets and drawers. They drew the curtains and dared to search with a flashlight with a weak light. The office at the end, in the dark. The handsome boy sat on the office chair, his legs crossed, his hands folded in front of his chest, looking at the person in front of him. Wu Le did not find a chair to sit on, but stood in front of him, like a student in training. I hate him, Zhong Rui said unhappily. Then go kill him, Wu Le suggested. Isn't he your little brother? Aren't you protecting him? Zhong Rui reached out and picked up the big ruler on the table, patted it on his palm to test the feel. Wu Le didn't understand what he was going to do. She bent down and looked at Zhong Rui's face carefully. This scar is very small, and it's not ugly. It's not considered a disfigurement. Zhong Rui, if I still have many scars on my body, will you dislike it? Wu Le looked at the little boss in front of her with a dim look in her eyes. His personality was not right. She knew that he was the strongest student in this school, the king of children. All students basically listened to him because he was very strong. The scars on his body came from fighting. Among a group of bad kids, who can be the boss? Of course, the one who can fight the best. He should be a hypocritical character. He seems to be the student with the best temper and a good class monitor, but in fact, he is more ruthless than anyone else. How could he ask such a question? It is completely out of his personality. He should not care about the feelings of a little monster, and ask if the little monster will dislike him. Zhong Rui touched the ruler with his fingers and said, You didn't manage your little brother well. Stretch out your hand. Wu Le was stunned, and her beautiful big eyes widened even more. You want to hit me? Can I? You should be punished if you do something wrong. Zhong Rui gently patted the palm of his hand with a ruler, and signaled Wu Le to stretch out his hand. Hitting the palm. Such a childish behavior. They are not human children. Wu Le didn't know what to do for a moment. She had never experienced such a situation. She only knew that she didn't want to. Wu Le didn't stretch out her hand, but put it behind her back. Zhong Rui frowned and said seriously, Stretch it out. Wu Le didn't stretch out his hand. You might as well break my hand or tear my head off. Hitting the palm doesn't hurt. What kind of lesson is that? No. Why should she be punished? Wu Le reacted and immediately said, Go hit Su Qianyang, he provoked you. You can hit his palm hard and spank his buttocks. Wu Le wanted to pick up Su Qianyang now, who made him not keep his mouth shut. Spanking the buttocks? Zhong Rui asked. Chapter 20. Yeah, you. Wu Le was about to suggest how to beat Su Qianyang, but seeing Zhong Rui's eyes were looking at his butt. Wu Le turned around and ran without hesitation. I won't play with him anymore. Before he ran out, the office door slammed shut, and Wu Le was pressed hard against the door. Sure enough, he was just pretending to follow her obediently. This is the true face of this little boss. What do you mean by whether he dislikes the scars on his body? He was just joking. There is nothing wrong with his character. He loves to bully small monsters. Wu Le cursed his identity card in his heart. Wu Le has taken many high-level identity cards after working in so many dungeons, but sometimes he would get this kind of small monster card. Wu Le struggled. Do you want to lure them here? If they see this, we can't play the game anymore. You can lie to them again, they believe you anyway. Zhong Rui grabbed her hands with one hand and put them behind her back. He pressed forward and pressed her against the door, laughing softly and said, You can say that the props you used on me have expired. Look how nice he is. He even thought of an excuse for her. Wu Le couldn't break free, and the sound of the door closing just now was too loud, which must have alarmed the 3 people in the other offices. They will come to check the situation soon. Wu Le could only give in temporarily. Team leader. I have a name. Team leader. Call me by my name. Zhong Rui, good squad leader. When a bad kid becomes a squad leader, he likes to be called squad leader. And her voice is so nice, and she calls it deliberately to please the monsters, so they will be soft-hearted. Zhong Rui leaned back and finally stopped pressing her against the door, but his hands were still stuck together. Wu Le stood up straight and was about to continue to please her, but there was a sound of breaking wind and his butt hurt. Monsters feel pain. Breaking bones and tearing heads will hurt. But most monsters are not afraid of pain, and even like pain, like blood and violence. Snap! The long ruler was pulled down again. The person in front of him didn't say anything, so he lowered his head. Zhong Rui played with it for a few times and got bored, so he put the ruler away, and also let go of one of Wu Li's wrists, holding only one of her hands and pinching it, just like she was pinching his hand for fun. She didn't say anything. Zhong Rui felt strange. Wu Lei? Zhong Rui frowned, lowered his head and moved closer, but the next second Wu Li turned around and bit him. Zhong Rui quickly took 2 steps back and didn't get bitten. He looked up and saw Wu Li glaring at him. And there was a knock on the door outside. Wu Lei. Are you in there? What happened? The door can't be pried open. The lock is broken inside. Something must have happened to her. Did some plot happen? Can Wu Lei solve it? The 3 people outside were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, but they didn't dare to knock on the door hard, for fear of attracting the dormitory manager. They didn't know that a cold war was going on inside. A minute later, the door opened from the inside with a click, and Wu Li walked out with a dark face, followed by Zhong Rui. Both of them were chilled, and the 3 people at the door had confused expressions. Su Qianyang, take the ruler inside. Wu Li said. Oh. Okay. Su Qianyang immediately went in, and took the big ruler obediently. This thing must be as useful as a hammer. Gui Yao followed up. What happened with the loud noise just now? A monster appeared, and it slapped people's buttocks as soon as it came up. It's really annoying. Ah? There are monsters that like to slap people's buttocks? Wang Ye looked Wu Li up and down. You didn't get slapped, did you? Su Qianyang answered directly. Of course not. Gui Yao looked at the hem of Wu Li's skirt that collapsed behind her buttocks, and was silent for a while. Su Qianyang, come here. Wu Li suddenly stopped and waved. Before he said something wrong and was given the cold shoulder by Wu Li. Now, when Wu Li called him, Su Qianyang rushed forward happily. Wu Li snatched the ruler from his hand, raised his hand, and hit him hard on his arm, waist, and buttocks. Ah! Woo woo. Su Qianyang howled, then covered his mouth. Hold it. Hit me. After Wu Li finished hitting Su Qianyang, he stuffed the ruler back into his hand. Take it with you. Don't throw it away. Su Qianyang wanted to throw it away. He suspected that this thing would be used to beat him in the future. Gui Yao and Wang Ye were stunned, and they didn't care about it. Wu Lei has a bad temper. She not only likes to scold people, but also beat people. Wu Li, continue to the office on the upper floor. The top floor is the top floor. The principal's office and the director's office are up there. Wang Ye looked carefully and found that this floor was full of ordinary teacher offices. Gui Yao, the probability that what we are looking for is on the upper floor is relatively high. They climbed all the way up without encountering any monsters. This last floor is likely to be in trouble. Wu Li strode ahead and didn't wait for them at all. Zhong Rui followed her closely, but they did not hold hands. With the big guys scouting ahead, the 3 players behind them walked more confidently. They were only 3 or 4 meters apart, but when they went upstairs, the 2 people in front disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gui Yao quickly grabbed Wang Ye beside him. They are gone. Let's get closer and don't get separated. As soon as the voice fell, the lights in the corridor lit up. The whole floor was dazzlingly bright. They had just come up from the dark corridor, and were suddenly blinded by the light. Duh. The clear sound of high heels landing downstairs. Someone is coming upstairs. They still wanted to find a place to hide, but it was too late. Before they opened the door beside them, a female teacher wearing a white shirt, red hip skirt and high heels came up. The female teacher was wearing bright lipstick. The color of the lipstick was like blood, and her phoenix eyes looked very stern. She came up in high heels, saw them, and immediately said, "Is this how you punish people to stand? Stand straight." Standing. Can't go back to the dormitory to sleep at night. Standing here is punishment. What plot have they been dragged into again? Triggering side quest. Principal's office. You are bad kids who don't listen to the class seriously, and you are brought to the office by the teacher to stand. But you don't stand properly, talk and play, which is really annoying. Familiar system voice, familiar triggering task reminder. There is always only the task name, and no hint of how to complete the task. Isn't this tacitly assumed that only by completing this plot alive can the task be completed? Wu Lei is not here again. The 3 of them stood obediently at the door of the office, in the standard standing posture for punishment. The teacher was quite satisfied. She lowered her head to admire her beautiful high heels, and then said, "Standing well, I will let you go back to sleep. Don't let me find you moving before I come out." She knocked on the office door. "Principal, I am Teacher Li." The door opened, she walked in, and the office door quickly closed again. Just when the 3 were hesitating whether to run, the girl's voice sounded beside Su Qianyang. Don't move. They turned their heads, and found Wu Lei appeared. She stood with him. Zhong Rui disappeared. Gui Yao wanted to ask what to do now. Suddenly, the office door opened, the sound of high heels was very harsh, and Teacher Li came out. She glanced at the four people, and her eyes stayed on Wu Lu for half a second longer. You, and you, go inside. Teacher Li pointed at Gui Yao and Wang Yeye. Chapter 21. Only 2 girls were allowed in, and they smelled a sense of crisis. But they didn't let Wu Lu go in with them, and they didn't ask all the girls to go in. Teacher Li hugged his arms and looked at them. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Wang Yeye was very scared and pulled Gui Yao's sleeve. Gui Yao took her. Let's go. The mission name is the principal's office. Only by going in can they know what the plot and secrets are here. Pushing the door open, they found it was pitch black inside, but the 2 still went in. The moment they entered, the door closed, catching them off guard. Obviously no one closed the door. The door closed by itself. However, in the horror and supernatural copy, this is a routine operation. Su Chenyang, who was standing outside the door, was in suspense. There was an NPC teacher in front of him, and they couldn't act rashly. Teacher Li stood for a while, and seemed to be tired. She rubbed her temple and said, Stand still, don't let me hear your noise in the office. After that, she left and went downstairs. The teacher's office was downstairs. And this floor. Except for the principal's office with the largest door, the others seemed to be archives. As soon as Teacher Li left, Wu Lu lazily leaned against the wall. Su Chenyang whispered they went in. What should we do? Wu Lu, hurry up and check the other rooms, otherwise there will be no chance. Su Chenyang understood. They can delay time in there. What's in there? Will they be in danger? Wu Lu smiled as he watched the show. What can you do if I say it? Su Chenyang could feel the distance at this moment. Wu Lei, and they didn't seem to be on the same boat. She seems to prefer to be unique. But she helped them, which is very good. Su Chenyang stopped talking nonsense and went to pick the lock. Under extreme pressure, Su Chenyang can now pick a lock in 3 seconds. He is gifted. Data fee, a cabinet full of folders. Su Chenyang was overwhelmed at a glance. He opened it and basically flipped through it. At first glance, it seems to be a financial file, not a student file. Put it down. Administrative documents, asset equipment files. This cabinet is all related to school management. Not this. Su Chenyang hurried to open the next cabinet, but it was full of faculty and staff information. Student information, student information. Su Chenyang quickly flipped through it and finally found it. A folder squeezed in the innermost corner, with the word student information clearly written on it. Su Chenyang took out the top one and opened it. What caught his eyes was a photo. So familiar. Su Chenyang saw the name, Zhong Rui. His name is Zhong Rui. Looking at the photo again, he actually has a buzz cut, no bangs, and a very obvious scar on his forehead. It should have been a short time since he was injured. He looks like a bad student who got into a fight. Without the hair covering his face, his facial features look even more superior. The words exquisite and beautiful appeared on a boy's face. No wonder Wu Lei is dating him. Date of birth. Year of birth. So young. Just turned 18. Senior student Su Chenyang suddenly felt relieved. This monster is a younger brother. I don't know how old Wu Lei is, but he must be older than the monster. Su Chenyang looked at the enrollment time. These are all files from 2 years ago. This stack should be all NPC files. What they were looking for was the most recent files of their transfer students. Su Chenyang simply moved a stack of folders aside and searched, but he couldn't find them. Not in this cabinet. Su Chenyang didn't find the information, but he found a large keychain with labels on each key. The rooftop of the teaching building. Su Chenyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled the key off. He wanted to look through the student information, but there was a sound outside, as if it was Wang Ye's voice. She was shouting. Su Chenyang ran out, and saw Wu Lu standing at the door of the principal's office with a big axe. I don't know where she took out the axe from, but it looked heavy. Come here, Wu Lu said. Su Chenyang ran over, and Wu Lu stuffed the axe into his hand. Come on, if you die, I be in vain. Su Chenyang felt like he had received an important task, so he picked up the axe and chopped the door hard. The door was made of wood, and was very thick. I go find the information. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Ye's voice kept coming from inside, as well as the sound of things being smashed, and Gui Yao said something. What's going on inside? Gui Yao, Wang Ye. Su Chenyang hacked at the door hard, and saw a gap, and it was pitch black inside. Bang! Suddenly something was hitting the door from inside, and through that little gap, Su Qianyang saw a wriggling object, which blocked the gap. Su Qianyang. It's a monster, Wang Yeye was attacked before she finished her words. Su Qianyang became even more anxious, and hacked at the gap directly, and the wriggling thing dodged. Su Qianyang saw that it was a long object, similar to a tentacle. Stay away from them. Su Qianyang roared, and he slammed the door hard. Duh duh duh. The clear sound of high heels stepping on tiles is getting closer and closer. The teacher is coming up. Su Qianyang used all his strength to chop the door, and finally cut a hole. The light from the corridor shone in, and he saw a dark brown meat ball with tentacles. It wrapped Gui Yao and Wang Yeye, and was eating them bit by bit. Let them go. You let go. Su Qianyang reached in to unlock the door, and the wood chips of the door pierced his arm, and blood flowed. Duh duh. The sound of high heels was getting closer, only 2 or 3 steps away. Click. With a crisp sound, the door lock opened. At the same time, a woman's sharp voice came from behind. What are you doing? She is alienating. Su Qianyang's mind was blank. He held the axe tightly, and turned around to chop over, and instantly the fishy liquid splashed on his face. Teacher Li's head was split in half, her blood was dark brown, and white tissue was flowing out, and her mouth was still moving and making sounds. Su Qianyang kicked her away, kicked down the stairs at the corner, watched her roll down, and then immediately returned to the principal's office. Wang Yeye was shorter than Gui Yao, and she could no longer be seen. Only Gui Yao's head was exposed, with a purple face. She was desperate, and she was ready to use the teleportation prop. There was hope only if she was alive, and she could not save Wang Yeye. Just as Gui Yao was about to use the prop, Su Qianyang rushed in with a bloody axe and chopped at the monster. The monster immediately released its tentacles in pain, and Gui Yao's hands were freed. She picked up the pen on the table, and stabbed the monster. Hiss! The monster hissed, and finally let go of Wang Yeye. Gui Yao grabbed Wang Yeye and said, Su Qianyang, carry her away. She came to cover them. She had props, and she could save herself even if she was caught. But Su Qianyang said, you carry her and run, I cover them. He came to stop the monster from leaving the office to buy them time to run. Wu Lele gave him an axe, and he would do his best. Gui Yao didn't waste any words. He carried Wang Yeye on his back and ran. Going down the stairs, he saw Teacher Li, whose head was split in half, but still moving. Her wound was recovering. Gui Yao shouted up, Su Qianyang, hurry up, this teacher is almost recovering. Chapter 22. There was only the sound of fighting above. It was estimated that Su Qianyang was entangled by that thing, and could not go downstairs for a while. The female teacher's head was about to heal, and her hands were on the ground to climb up. Gui Yao did not hesitate to use the pin just now to stab her head. The head, that was already chopped, was stabbed into pieces. Bad student, I hate bad students the most. She was still talking. A cough cough. Wang Yeye took a breath and woke up. She had just fainted. She woke up in time. Gui Yao put her down, and let her lean against the wall. Stand by yourself against the wall. Gui Yao sat directly on Teacher Li, and a pin was inserted into her head fiercely to prevent her from recovering. Then he shouted upstairs, Su Qianyang. Su Qianyang. If Su Qianyang didn't answer, she would run with Wang Yeye. If the monster killed Su Qianyang, it would go downstairs to chase them, and they would also die here. There were crackling sounds of fighting upstairs, and Su Qianyang's cries of pain could be vaguely heard. Wang Yeye knelt on the ground with weak legs. She finally regained consciousness, and shook her dizzy head after hearing Gui Yao's shouting. Wang Yeye was frightened when she saw the scene clearly again. Gui Yao's body was covered with large pieces of black blood, and there was a person with a rotten head under him. No, it was a monster. Wang Yeye stepped back. Sister Yao. Awake? Run quickly and find a place to hide. Gui Yao didn't dare to get up because the monster under her was getting stronger and stronger. If Su Qianyang hadn't smashed the monster's head, she wouldn't have been able to hold it down. Wang Yeye wanted to leave, but her face was hesitant. Gui Yao yelled at her, Go! You can't help here at all, and I even have to save you, go! Just now in the principal's office, if it wasn't for Wang Yeye, she would have run away with the props. Wang Yeye also realized that she would only be a drag, so she turned around and ran without hesitation. Gui Yao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wang Yeye was not caught by the dormitory manager, she would survive tonight. And she had the last life-saving talisman, the teleportation props. If Su Qianyang couldn't come down, she would use the props to leave. Su Qianyang. Gui Yao shouted upstairs, whether it was an advantage or a disadvantage. Pop! There was a sound of something collapsing upstairs, followed by a male voice. You go first. Guiyao was so angry that she twisted the pen in her hand, and there was a sound of blood and flesh breaking. She would hold on for a few more minutes, and it would depend on Su Qianyang's luck. Wu Lele. Guiyao subconsciously murmured the name, not knowing where Wu Lele had gone. The same floor was shaken by the earthquake, but the information room was peaceful. Wu Le glanced at the information in the cabinet and picked up a student file. This one had been opened. He opened it and saw a photo of Zhong Rui. He had a short haircut and more beautiful features. There were scars on his face, and he looked like a troublemaker. In the parent information column, there was no mother, only father. He had suspended school, dropped out, and transferred to another school many times, all because of violating school rules and regulations. Wu Le read it carefully and commented, "Bad kid." Wu Le closed the file and continued to search. He searched through the whole stack, but still couldn't find it. Who took it away? A shadow appeared silently on the cabinet, with a slender outline. Wu Le turned around, and saw Zhong Rui holding a folder in his hand. I took it away in advance, and you almost got caught. It's fun to get caught. She went to take the folder, and Zhong Rui raised his hand directly, looking at her with a little expectation. Wu Le pursed her lips slightly. I won't say thank you to you. I didn't ask you to do this. I helped you. I don't need help. Here. Zhong Rui seemed to have no choice but to put his hand down and hand her the folder. Wu Le didn't take it, but smiled faintly and said, It's left to you to keep. Zhong Rui flipped it open in front of her. Wu Li's enrollment photo was very cute. The photo from 2 years ago showed a more childish face, and the baby face looked harmless. Her parents were still alive, and the entire student information was also very clean, with no record of dropping out or transferring. Zhong Rui, why did your parents send you here? Asked this question, Wu Le was stunned for a moment, and she began to recall everything about her in this copy. Horror NPCs will get their own identity cards and related memories in every copy. Horror NPCs will think that these are all they have. Wu Le used to think so. Until one day she had her own thinking. She found that she was actually an NPC in many copies, endlessly. In addition to the identity information memory of the current copy, she has countless pasts and countless futures. Zhong Rui didn't know, he thought he was here, and thought that everything in this student record was everything he had. He didn't know that he had a past, and he didn't know that he would have a future. Wu Le has not met her own kind, but she has seen countless people like Zhong Rui. She didn't feel anything before, but today she felt a little uncomfortable, but she couldn't tell where she felt uncomfortable. Wu Le didn't care about this discomfort. She immediately adapted to the current her. Because I'm sick, I'm a mental patient, they are afraid that I will kill them, so they lock me up here. Wu Le opened her eyes wide, with an exaggerated smile on her face, and a terrifying expression. Zhong Rui frowned. You are obviously very obedient. Wu Le, is it difficult to pretend? Zhong Rui, yes, you are not obedient. No monster would be as naughty as her, deliberately playing with humans, and even destroying the plot. I saw you gave him the axe. You broke the rules. So what? Are you going to hit me again? Wu Le pulled the skirt behind her buttocks. Come on. Zhong Rui's eyes deepened. I will watch you. If you let them go, I will lock you up forever, and you will lose your freedom. You can't lock me up. As long as all the players die or leave the dungeon, the world will stop and they will all leave. She will wake up in the next dungeon, and he will go to any dungeon, forget everything, and get a new identity card again. Zhong Rui didn't know these. He only knew that he was very strong, and it would be easy for him to lock her up. Wu Lele. Are you still there? I can't hold on any longer. Su Qianyang's tragic voice came. He has been insisting on stopping the monsters in the principal's office just to buy time for Wu Lele. It's okay if you don't find anything. Let's go! I really can't hold on any longer. Not only Su Qianyang couldn't hold on any longer, Guiyao couldn't hold on any more either. So Guiyao went downstairs. The female teacher in the corridor's head slowly healed, her hands and feet twisted. She slowly stood up, and she went upstairs with her stilettos clacking on the steps. Su Qianyang didn't hear the sound next door, but the sound of high heels. He finally chopped with an axe, and while the monster was resting, he ran out of the principal's office. He wanted to go downstairs, but when he looked down, he saw the teacher standing at the stairs with a bloodthirsty and hideous smile. She was no longer human, and she was even more powerful after being alienated. Su Qianyang ran to the reference room, Wu Lele. He stumbled to the door of the reference room, but saw that it was empty. Su Qianyang's mind went blank. Hiss. I hate bad students the most. Ta-da-da. A group of black tentacles, and the bloody teacher Li. Su Qianyang had no choice but to go upstairs. There was a small staircase at the end of the corridor on the top floor of the teaching building, and there was a patio above the stairs. Push open the patio cover, and you will reach the roof. Su Qianyang climbed up with all his strength. But what could he do on the roof? His retreat was completely blocked, and now he could only survive for a few more minutes. It started to rain when he climbed to the roof. He could not hear the rain outside in the office. The cold rain hit his face, and it smelled like seawater. Su Qianyang covered the patio cover with one hand, and then sat on it to hold it down. It was pitch black around him, and he could not even see where the edge of the roof was. If he walked forward, he might fall down every step he took. Hee hee. Teacher Li's laughter came from under the patio. Su Qianyang pressed the patio cover hard, and the wound on his arm was bleeding. The cold rain soon soaked his whole body. Just when Su Qianyang didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a flashlight beam came from downstairs. The light was not bright, but it was enough for Su Qianyang to see where the edge of the roof was. Wu Li's voice came from downstairs. Su Qianyang, jump off the building. Chapter 23. Su Qianyang, jump off the building. Wu Li shouted. Bang, bang, bang. The rooftop cover was banged by the monster. I can take you with me. So are you my little brother? Let's count. I am your little brother, the kind who is guaranteed to be obedient. How obedient can I be? The kind who will jump off the building if I tell you to? The rain hit his face, the faint light downstairs. The edge of the stairs was right in front of him. Su Qianyang was stunned. What did he answer at that time? He answered at that time. Jump? But he didn't expect that the boss really asked him to jump off the building. This is the 6th floor. I will die if I jump down. Su Qianyang shouted. He dared to fight on the 3rd floor, but this is the 6th floor. Wu Li's voice came. If you don't jump, I leave. Damn! Su Qianyang was furious. The impact of the monsters under the roof cover was getting stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, they would climb up. He also lost his axe. He couldn't beat 2 monsters with his bare hands. The light on the edge of the roof was moving. Wu Lei was leaving. Ah! Su Qianyang shouted to boost his courage, then stood up and rushed over the edge of the roof and jumped down. The monster rushed to the roof at the moment he jumped, but failed to catch him. Su Qianyang fell instantly and hit a mat hard. He was in pain all over, and his head was dizzy. He curled up and rolled off the mat. The rain mixed with mud stained him. Guiyao hurried forward. How are you? Where does it hurt? Can your hands and feet move? Su Qianyang was in pain all over, but he was still alive. He looked at the green mat and wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. Guiyao touched Su Qianyang's arms and legs to see if there was anything broken. Wu Li walked over holding a black umbrella and saw what Su Qianyang wanted to ask. The 1st floor is the sports equipment room. Guiyao can pick the lock and move a few cushions out. Fortunately, you jumped very accurately. I jumped along the flashlight. You were quite obedient. Su Qianyang forced a smile. I promised to be obedient. I jumped if you told me to. Wu Li thought it was fun to tease this human. He was quite resistant to falling. Guiyao reminded, let's go. We shouted too loudly just now. The dormitory manager is coming. Let's find a place to hide first. After Su Qianyang jumped down, the whole classroom building was silent. Guiyao helped Su Qianyang up. Su Qianyang said, it seems that the monster inside will not come out. Guiyao nodded. Where's Wang Yeye? The situation is too urgent. I asked her to go first. She should find a place to hide now. They went directly to the nearest cafeteria to hide. As long as they didn't go to the back kitchen, there would be no problem. Guiyao and Su Qianyang were soaked. Wu Li was very elegant holding a small black umbrella all the way. She was clean, only the hem of her skirt behind her buttocks was a little wrinkled. They sat down in the corner of the cafeteria. Su Qianyang didn't get hurt when she jumped down, but she got hurt when she fought with the monster. Guiyao took out the gauze and medicine he had stored and bandaged Su Qianyang's bleeding arm. Su Qianyang had closed his eyes to rest, but suddenly he remembered something and quickly touched his body. Finally, he found a key in his pocket, the key to the rooftop of the teaching building. We will explore it at dawn. Guiyao was happy. Okay, this trip has been fruitful. Su Qianyang looked at Wu Li. Boss, have you found our student information? Wu Li didn't look for it at all. No, there is only the student information of those NPCs, which contains old information, and the new students are not there at all. Su Qianyang's face fell when he heard this. Then where is it? Guiyao, we have only been in school for 2 days. Maybe it has not been put into the information room yet, And it is with the head teacher? The female teacher who took them to the class to report was the one who collected all the information. Her office. Su Chenyang asked, who went to that office? Wu Lu, me. Su Chenyang expected. Did you look at all the desk drawers? Did you find anything? Wu Lu, you knocked on the door before you finished looking. As soon as she said that, Su Chenyang remembered that there was a sudden noise in that office, and they thought Wu Lele was in trouble, so they knocked on the door frantically. Wu Lele said that a monster attacked her, and then they didn't go into those offices, but went directly to the top floor, triggering the plot. Su Chenyang, then we have to go to the teacher's building later. Gui Yao laughed at herself. The bodies of the students killed in the kitchen have not been found yet, and we have to redo the work. Tonight, we have to redo the work too. With this difficulty, is this still a rookie copy? They are now in the cafeteria hall, but they have no strength to continue. Wu Lu, it's not that there is no gain. We got the rooftop key. When the exploration reaches 100%, there may be a surprise. And didn't you enter the principal's office? You should know some hidden plots, right? Su Chenyang looked at Gui Yao. Sister Yao, what is that black thing with tentacles? Speaking of this, Gui Yao's face turned pale. It should be the principal. It was pitch black when we entered, and then something touched our bodies. It didn't seem to want to kill us, nor did it want to eat us. It just kept touching, molesting us. During those few minutes, in the dark office, it was a cat and mouse game. The cat caught the little mouse, but didn't kill it. It just played with it deliberately, then let it go, and then continued to chase and catch it. Although it was not a humanoid, the position where its tentacles touched was too obvious. Su Chenyang immediately understood, and he said angrily, the teacher deliberately let the female student into the principal's office, and the principal molested her. What kind of shitty school is this? Although he knew that this was just a horror copy, Su Chenyang was still disgusted. Seeing Su Chenyang so angry, Gui Yao said lightly, this kind of thing also happens in real life, but no one knows it. Bad boys correct the school, bad students are just children, and they are just a vulnerable group. It just made Gui Yao a little confused. There were 3 girls standing in the corridor at that time, she, Wang Yaya, and Wu Lele. To be honest, although Wu Lele had a baby face and didn't look as mature as the other 2, she was definitely the most beautiful one. But the teacher NPC didn't ask Wu Lele to go in. Gui Yao felt very strange. But fortunately, it was a good thing that she didn't go in, so she didn't have to suffer. If Su Chenyang hadn't broken in, it was unknown what would have happened to them. The monster that the boss met in the teacher's office and spanked her must be the principal. So disgusting. Su Chenyang said with association. Gui Yao thought it was reasonable when she heard it, but she also felt something was wrong. She was tired and her head hurt from thinking. Wu Lu said lazily, rest quietly for a while. Before the chef in the kitchen comes to work, we have to go in and take a look. When it's just dawn, and there's no lineup for morning exercises, go and open the lock on the roof of the teaching building. This arrangement is very reasonable. Gui Yao nodded. Let's do it. Su Chenyang looked up and looked around. Boss, where is your NPC? I saw his student record. His name is Zhong Rui. Where is he? Chapter 24. We were pulled into the side story, and he disappeared. Wu Lu lied with his eyes open. Zhong Rui had his own things to do, and it was impossible for him to follow them all the time. And he was not really controlled by her. Wu Lu could not make him stay with them forever, and she didn't know what he was doing. Zhong Rui was not there. Su Chenyang whispered, I saw his student information. How old do you think he is? Wu Lu, underage. The NPC monsters here all have student ID cards, so they should be young. No, he just had his birthday a few days ago. Just became an adult, so young. Su Chenyang winked, as if to say congratulations, the man you are dating is very fresh. Wu Lu, I am not an adult. With one sentence, the air froze. Gui Yao looked at Wu Lu curiously for a few more times. She was wearing a short skirt, long hair, and a school uniform that she didn't know which NPC had taken off. She really looked like a student. Su Chenyang's facial features were twisted together, and he suddenly stuttered, this you are not. Wu Lu also looked at him with big eyes. What's wrong with me? Su Chenyang, are you really underage? You don't learn well. How can you fall in love as an underage, and you are dating such a dangerous man, boss you? Zhong Rui transferred to another school, and took a leave of absence, so her ID card shows that she is an adult. Her ID card shows that she has been in school, and promoted steadily all the way. But she is not a minor. Counting, it has been more than 1,000 years since she had independent consciousness. Wula suddenly began to recall her experience of working in the horror dungeon for thousands of years. Without noticing Su Qinyang's parental expression, "Boss, Wu Lele, although you are strong, you are still a child. You can't learn bad things. No matter how good-looking that scary NPC is, it is still a monster." Guiyao felt that Su Qinyang was really lacking in brains. Although Wu Lele looked very young, she was not really a minor. Only Su Qinyang believed Wu Lele's words. Su Qinyang also said, "According to the current plot, the NPCs here are all dead. They are all dead, and are just replaying what happened in the past." Hearing this, Wula came back to his senses. "Oh? Where did you get this conclusion from?" "There is no conclusive evidence, but I think they are all dead. Whether they are students, teachers or administrators, they are actually dead. The side plots we see, as well as the classes and classes we experience every day, are actually things that happened in the past." Guiyao agreed after hearing this. "I have experienced several copies. In fact, many copies are like this. All the NPCs have long been dead, but they are replaying everything that happened in the past. Su Qinyang is smart. As long as he trains well, he should be able to live for a long time in this horror world." Wula did not guide them this time, nor did he deny their words. Wula closed her eyes and said in a light tone, "Yes, they are all dead. She is a dead thing, and she lives forever in this horror world in this way." Su Qinyang wanted to talk to Wu Lele about the issue of premature love, but when he saw her close her eyes and rest, he didn't say anything. No one spoke next. They rested quietly and adjusted their state. It was not yet dawn, and the canteen staff had not come to work yet. This was the best time for them to look for it. The three had just entered the kitchen, and before they had time to look for it, they heard some movement inside, footsteps, very light. Guiyao frowned. Logically speaking, there should be no one in the kitchen at this time. How could there be a sound? What they fear most now is encountering a monster. They were all exhausted and injured, and they really couldn't stand being chased by monsters. Su Qinyang silently touched a mop stick. The experience of the past 2 days made him know that having a weapon in hand is better than anything else. He can't wait for the big boss to hand over the weapon every day, he has to find it himself. The other two were very nervous, but Wula went straight to the place where the sound came from. "Wu Lele, walk slowly and be careful," Guiyao said. The sound was behind the door of this room. Someone was hiding there. As long as someone enters the door, the other party will attack. Wula kicked the door hard, and the door hit the person hiding behind it with a bang. "Aw, hiss!" The man hit his nose and cried out in pain. Su Qinyang ran over to stop Wu Lele, pushed the door open, and saw a man in a denim jacket. This outfit looked familiar. He was a player. The other party hit his nose, covered his hand, and was bleeding from his nose, tears streaming down his face. "Su Qinyang, brother, are you alone? Are you okay? Wu Lele is just an underage girl, kicking the door. He wouldn't hit it so badly, right?" Su Qinyang suspected that the other party was trying to scam him, but still asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiao Shanhao covered his nose and looked up in pain. "You guys are fucking sick. You just come up and hit people." Wula looked innocent. "I didn't touch you." Su Qinyang defended his son. "Yes, she didn't touch you. You were the one standing behind the door in secret." Guiyao looked at him warily. She didn't have much impression of this player, but he must have some skills or good luck to survive until now. Suddenly surrounded by 3 people, their eyes were very targeted. Xiao Shanhao was very angry. "I heard the sound, and was afraid it was a monster. What's wrong with hiding? You are right to hit people. Now is not the time to argue about this. We are all human beings. It's accidental injury." Su Qinyang laughed it off, and took a piece of cloth from the side to him. "Wipe your nose and face." Xiao Shanhao took the cloth and wiped it. After wiping it twice, he found something wrong. "What's this smell?" "Shit! You gave me a rag." "Aw? Sorry, I didn't notice. I'm also dirty, and I don't have paper to wipe you." Xiao Shanhao cursed. Now is not the time to care about such things. He knew these 3 people. The 2 women were old players, and the man was said to be a good guy who provided clues to other players. When Su Qinyang provided clues, Xiao Shanhao did not lean over to listen. He was supposed to go out with 2 people to explore tonight, but the 2 people went to the teacher's building and did not come out. Xiao Shanhao was scared, so he simply went to the cafeteria next door to explore. "Xiao Shanhao, if you meet us, let's go together. My name is Xiao Shanhao. This is my first time in a dungeon." Several people introduced themselves to each other. Su Qinyang did not say too much to Xiao Shanhao, only that someone had been killed here, and they were looking for the body. Zhao Shanhao was so scared when he heard it that he followed Gui Yao and Wu Le the whole time and let Su Qinyang go ahead alone. My family is very rich. If you take me out of the dungeon, I can give you 10 million. Zhao Shanhao said to Gui Yao and Wu Le. He wanted to bribe the two old players with money. He kept talking about how much money his family had and what rewards he could give them. Su Qinyang couldn't listen anymore and turned around. You can't go back to the real world after you get out of this dungeon. Players will only go to Paradise Town after getting out of the dungeon. These are what Sister Yao told him. If there is time, Su Qinyang doesn't mind giving Zhao Shanhao some popular science, but now he doesn't have time. Su Qinyang's words made Zhao Shanhao collapse. You can't go back after getting out of this dungeon. Why? Where will you go after leaving here? Don't ask, find clues. Su Qinyang didn't want to chat. Speak clearly. What do you three know? Why am I here? Gui Yao disliked his noise. Shut up. Quietly find clues. Zhao Shanhao looked frustrated and followed them silently. The kitchen was very big. They had been to the kitchen and the kitchen preparation room before and were quite familiar with them. They walked around and didn't find anything suspicious. There were only other small rooms left. They pried the locks and found a lot of rotten vegetables piled up inside. Some meat was placed directly on the ground. There was a large freezer against the wall. Su Qinyang and Gui Yao carefully checked the bags of meat and even turned over the stone slabs of the sewer to check. Zhao Shanhao stood by, like a big boss, and directed Wu Le. Why are you just standing there? Wu Le rolled his eyes. You are different. There is wind in this sewer, and it smells like the sea. Su Qinyang lay down and listened carefully. There are waves. This is not directly connected to the sea outside, right? Zhao Shanhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Can we climb out of the sewer? If we go out, we will be saved? Su Qinyang wanted to say something, but Gui Yao immediately pulled him. Su Qinyang thought for 2 seconds and chose not to speak. Wu Le watched silently. She felt that her younger brother had made progress. Zhao Shanhao also laid down to listen. It's the sound of the waves. This must lead to the outside of the wall, and we will succeed if we climb out from here. The sewer is very narrow, and it is difficult for an adult male to climb out, but it is not impossible. Zhao Shanhao wanted to go down, but when he saw that no one else was moving, he stopped immediately. Aren't you going with me? Chapter 25. Zhao Shanhao hesitated for a moment when he saw that the others were silent. There are waves here. The sewer must lead to the outside. Why don't you come with me? Zhao Shanhao asked. It's too dirty. Wu Le showed a disgusted expression, as if he would never climb down the sewer. Zhao Shanhao said with disdain, You are afraid of dirt. Nothing is more important than survival. He originally wanted to follow this group of people, but they ignored him, and he said he would give them money when he got out. Zhao Shanhao didn't want to miss the opportunity to go out, so he climbed down directly, enduring the stench. The narrow concrete walls on both sides were very crowded, but fortunately he was not fat and could barely squeeze through. A parallel crossing, followed by a small ladder to the sewer. The water below was not deep. Zhao Shanhao climbed down. Soon the people above could not see him. Gui Yao had a speechless expression. He was able to survive tonight, probably because of luck. Maybe it's because he said he would give tens of millions to others, and there would always be people who would be tempted and stand in front of him. Su Qinyang was in front, and her ears were calloused when she heard Zhao Shanhao tell them how rich he was. Wu Le, in a horror dungeon, luck is also a kind of ability. Gui Yao did not deny, but no one can survive to the end by luck. We have searched everywhere, but we didn't find the body. Could it be frozen in the freezer? Su Qinyang stopped guarding the sewer entrance and began to study the large freezer in the corner. Isn't it too conspicuous to freeze it here? Gui Yao smiled and said, You have been muttering for so long. Why don't you just open it and take a look? Wu Le turned around. Are you afraid and dare not open it yourself? Wu Le looked like he was watching a play. Gui Yao walked over directly, with an expression that said, Get out of the way, I open it for you. Su Qinyang smiled awkwardly. It's not that I don't dare, I just talk too much. Yes, he was afraid. He was afraid of corpses. Although he had seen ghosts that were scarier than corpses, he was still afraid of corpses. Stand aside. Gui Yao motioned him to stand aside, then opened the door of the large freezer, and a stream of cold air floated out. There was a lot of frozen meat inside, and the bags were covered with frost, so it was impossible to tell what kind of meat it was. You don't have to open each bag to check, do you? Check it out. Gui Yao started, and Su Qinyang was too embarrassed to stand there. The two of them buried their heads in their work. Wu Le stood by with his hands on his shoulders, and did nothing. They would not urge Wu Le to work, nor would they think there was anything wrong with Wu Le doing this. Su Qianyang thought, let Wu Lei work? Then what's the point of her accepting him as a younger brother? Big brother Gui Yao only needs to play a role at the critical moment, and she doesn't need to be tired of such trivial matters. Those bags of meat look like pork. There is nothing wrong with it. Ah! Suddenly a scream came from the sewer. The sewer became a loudspeaker, and Zhao Shanhao's voice sounded miserable, as if he was greatly frightened. Su Qianyang immediately became alert. He is in trouble? Gui Yao frowned. What she said to stop Su Qianyang at that time was that even if the sewer can lead to the outside, you can't be rescued if you go out, but escaping from here is to seek death. When I just entered the dungeon system had already said, everyone please abide by the school rules of the college. You are not allowed to leave the school gate without a leave note, and you are not allowed to climb over the wall without permission. Violators will be severely punished. I wish you all a happy and fulfilling time at school. First of all, it is impossible for a bad boy to get a leave slip after correcting the school. And if you climb over the wall privately, you will be nailed to the wall by the security guard with an iron rod, like the player at the beginning. Although it didn't mention other things, it is likely that other ways to get out will also lead to a dead end. Because this copy is not as simple as letting you escape, but to crack the secrets here, if it is just a simple escape, let alone the sewer where the exit is unknown, the players dug a tunnel, and left on the first night. Su Qianyang wanted to remind Zhao Shanhao at that time, but he felt that this kind of person would not only not listen to advice, but might even cause quarrels and add troubles. And Gui Yao pulled him, and he also realized his problem. He shouldn't say too much. In the copy, what he needs is for himself and his friends to survive. Others should not interfere too much if they don't understand. Ah, don't catch me. Don't catch me. The screams continued and got closer and closer. Wu Lei walked to the sewer entrance to look. Su Qianyang sweated. Wu Lei, don't get too close. Let's go to the next room to hide. Zhao Shanhao was looking for death. They should not be unlucky enough to be implicated. It's coming up. Wu Lei opened his eyes wide and looked down. Gui Yao asked, Zhao Shanhao? Or something else? Together. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Shanhao climbed up from the small ladder, then knelt down in the sewage with weak legs and crawled until he looked up and saw them. He screamed, Save me! Something is grabbing me! There is a ghost below. They saw the abnormality behind Zhao Shanhao at a glance. There was a hand bone on his calf. Looking closely, there was a whole skeleton pulling him, holding tightly, and coming up with him. The skeleton was not very big, and it looked like a student's. Moreover, it was cracked in many places, which seemed to be the marks of a machete. It was moving, pulling Zhao Shanhao, asking Zhao Shanhao to bring it up. The skull came out of the sewage, and there were clear cuts on the top of the head. It may have been soaked in the sewer, so the whole skeleton was yellow and smelled very bad. Zhao Shanhao stretched out his hand. Pull me, please. He was too dirty, and smelled terrible. Su Qianyang was also covered in mud and water, but at least he didn't smell. Su Qianyang handed him the edge of the rag. Zhao Shanhao grabbed it, and then tried hard to pull him up. As a result, the skeleton moved in an instant. It was originally lying on his ankle, and it suddenly climbed up, and the whole person lay on Zhao Shanhao's back, stretching out his arms to grab the rag and come up. Su Qianyang quickly let go, took the mop stick he had brought with him and pushed it. Don't move. With a human skeleton on his back, Zhao Shanhao was completely frightened and trembled like a sieve. He wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. Gui Yao also hurried to find a handy tool, but someone was faster than her. Wu Lei didn't know when she went to the next door, and when she came back, she was holding a bone-cutting knife. The skeleton took its hand back when it saw the knife, and didn't dare to climb up. Its skull swayed back and forth, and its mandible opened and closed, and made a sound. Don't cut me, it hurts, my flesh is cut, my bones are boiled, it's boiled so hot, it's so dark and cold down there. It was a boy's voice, it begged, I want to go home, I'd be obedient, I want to go home. Su Qianyang, it doesn't seem to attack us. There was a skeleton lying on his body, and it was still talking. Zhao Shanhao collapsed in fear, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted, and his whole body was soaked in sewage. Wu Lei squatted down and waved the machete in front of it. We can't send you home, and you can't leave the cafeteria. Just say what you want to say, and go down. I will never disobey again. I must study hard. I want to go home and go to school with my old friends, not here. Who killed you? Wu Lei asked the key point. The fat chef. He chopped me to death, fried my meat, boiled my bones into soup, and finally poured me into the sewer. It hurts, it's hot, it's cold. Su Qianyang's face turned pale when he heard it, What we usually eat. You ate me. You all ate me. You ate me. The skeleton cried miserably, not even afraid of the machete, and tried to climb up. Wula put the tip of the knife against it and asked, I can notify your parents to pick you up. Do you want to go home? The skeleton, on the verge of going berserk, suddenly calmed down again. It said, Yes, I want to go home. My name is Siyu. As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly climbed down from Zhao Shanhao's back, kept retreating, as if it was afraid of something, and finally crawled back to the sewer. Gui Yao and Su Qinyang realized something, but their brains had not yet turned around. Wu Lu threw the knife away and said, The chef is going to work, let's go. It was almost time for the chef to go to work, and Xiaoyu, who was killed by the chef, was very scared, so she left. Chapter 26. Zhao Shanhao was dirty all over, and it was really hard to carry such a tall man who fainted. Su Qinyang poked him with a stick. If you don't wake up, I will leave you here, and you will be the next skeleton. Su Qinyang hit him several times with a mop stick. I thought there was no hope, but Zhao Shanhao took a breath and woke up. Su Qinyang got up and ignored him. Gui Yao and Wu Lu had already gone out, and he hurried to catch up. Ahem, wait for me. After leaving the cafeteria, the sky outside was gray, and it was almost dawn. In order not to bump into the chefs, who came to work, they deliberately avoided the road in the direction of the faculty dormitory building, and went to the teaching building from the farther edge of the playground. Wu Lu was jumping in the front, her skirt fluttering, and those who didn't know would think she was on a spring outing. The three of them were very fast, and Zhao Shanhao caught up with them. Gui Yao suddenly understood what Wu Lei said about luck in the dungeon. Zhao Shanhao wanted to climb out of the sewer, but he met a skeleton, and found something they couldn't find even after searching the kitchen. He was really lucky. Is that skeleton in danger? Gui Yao asked Wu Lu as he caught up with him. Guess what would happen to you if I didn't take the knife? That skeleton looks scary, and keeps talking to itself. While you are listening to its miserable story, it will suddenly jump up and drag you all into the sewer. Wu Lu smiled widely. Zhao Shanhao would have died, but he asked for help outside. The skeleton knew there were people outside, and deliberately followed him up. Su Qinyang stepped forward. No wonder it suddenly pulled the rag. It can't leave the sewer, it can only rely on attracting people and pulling people down. The air was quiet for a second. The sound of the waves is fake. The sound of the waves is fake. Gui Yao and Su Qinyang blurted out at the same time. Wu Lu laughed funny and ignored them. The sound of the waves was made by the skeleton, making people think that the bottom was connected to the sea outside, attracting brainless people like Zhao Shanhao to climb down. Zhao Shanhao's good luck was not to find the skeleton when he climbed down the sewer, but to meet the three of them. And Wu Lei, she is too smart and can easily see through everything here. Su Qinyang was curious. Lulu, do you have a rich imagination and have guessed countless possibilities, or did you think of it all at once and be very sure? Wu Lu, I didn't think about it. How did you know if you didn't think about it? Anyway, I didn't use my brain. You are so pretentious. Su Qinyang howled. He also wanted to show off. But he was the least pretentious here. Zhao Shanhao was not in Su Qinyang's scope of thought. Zhao Shanhao had been following them from a distance. This place was far away from the dormitory, and they dared to talk. When they passed under the dormitory building, they immediately shut up and breathed lightly. Su Qinyang was a little worried about Wang Yaya, wondering where she was hiding. Where are you going now? Zhao Shanhao caught up with them with difficulty and asked, panting. This is very close to the dormitory, don't talk. Gui Yao warned. Zhao Shanhao looked unhappy, but he still held back. It was pitch black around him, and he couldn't tell the direction. He didn't notice that this was near the dormitory. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the teaching building. Zhao Shanhao felt relatively safe here. After all, they had been here for 2 days, and the teaching building was relatively safe. Zhao Shanhao followed them, but found that they did not return to the classroom, but went to the roof. When they arrived at the roof, the small iron door on the roof was locked with a thick chain, and the iron door also had a rotating disc lock. Zhao Shanhao, you want to go in? No key. Su Qinyang took out the key from his trouser pocket and unlocked it in front of Zhao Shanhao's shocked eyes. Finally, he pretended to be cool. Su Qinyang was secretly happy. The rotating disc lock on the iron door is difficult to pry open, and a key is needed to open it. 1/3 of the entire iron door is a flat iron door, and the top is a vertical iron railing. Those thick iron chains pass through the iron railing above the door, and then are tied to the fixed pull rod on the threshold. The lock on the iron chain is easy to pry open, and Gui Yao opened it in a few strokes. After taking the iron chain off the door and throwing it aside, they pushed the door open and entered. The rooftop was pitch black. The iron chain slightly rubbed the door to prevent it from closing. Wula went in last and took a look at the iron chain on the ground. Just a few meters after they entered, a sneaker gently kicked the iron chain open and then disappeared into the darkness again. It's foggy again. There's no sun in this school. It's foggy every day. Zhao Shanhao complained. The sound of the wind whistling in my ears, the sea breeze blowing on my body was sticky. The iron door slammed shut with a piercing sound, and they were all startled. Zhao Shanhao hurried back to the door, and the next second he shouted, "The door is locked." Su Qinyang's face changed. "Impossible, I just locked the bolt." He specifically fixed the bolt because he was worried that the door would be locked if it was accidentally closed. Su Qinyang went to check, and it was really locked. Zhao Shanhao was anxious. "You must have not fixed it just now. Now we are locked on the rooftop. What should we do?" No matter how stupid Zhao Shanhao was, he knew that he could not violate the school rules. If they were found to have entered the locked rooftop without permission, they would definitely be killed by Instructor Zhang. They were locked inside. Only the upper third of the iron door was a vertical iron railing. They could stretch their hands out, but their hands were not long enough to reach down to unlock it. Gui Yao's face was not good either. "I just piled the iron chain at the door, and it was stuck. How could it be closed again? Now is not the time to worry about these things. The problem is how they are going to get out. They must return to the playground before the morning assembly for exercise." They walked along the edge of the entire rooftop. The edge of the rooftop was very low, only about 50 centimeters, and it was easy to fall down if they stood on the edge. Su Qinyang and Gui Yao walked around and found nothing unusual. Zhao Shanhao had been guarding the door, trying to stand on tiptoe and reach out from above. What if he reached out? He couldn't reach the lock below. Zhao Shanhao gave up. He sat on the ground against the door, glaring at the three of them. Su Qinyang and Gui Yao stood together and talked, analyzing what to do in the current situation. The worst way was to violently kick the door. Only Wula was quiet, not participating in the discussion or exploration. She even sat on the edge of the rooftop. Su Qinyang looked up and saw her sitting on the half-palm-wide edge of the rooftop. He was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. He hurried over. "Lulu, what are you doing? Do you know how dangerous it is to sit like this?" Although the other party is a big boss and his elder brother, she is a minor and a girl. Su Qinyang feels that he needs to care for her. Su Qinyang reached out and grabbed her arm, fearing that she would fall down. "Come down. Don't sit on it. It's too dangerous." Wula pushed his hand away. "Don't touch me. If you touch me again, I will throw you down." Okay, Su Qinyang has only been a parent for a few seconds, and now he has instantly turned back into a grandson. Because Wu Lei really does what he says. "Gui Yao, Lei, do you have a way to control that Zhong Rui to come and help unlock the door?" "Too far away, I can't control it." Wula swung her legs, the wind blew her skirt, and her thighs were exposed. She didn't care about the skirt that was about to be exposed, and her beautiful eyes looked towards the iron gate. "Ah, we shouldn't have let him go in the first place," Su Qinyang said. "Do you know what kind of holy place the rooftop is?" Wula suddenly turned around and asked with a smile. Although they were confused about why Wu Lei asked this, the two of them were still very supportive. Su Qinyang, a holy place for dating? Gui Yao, a holy place for endorsements and eating? No. Wula shook her head. She turned back and looked down, as if she was about to fall down in the next second. She said, "A holy place for jumping off a building." Su Qinyang got goosebumps when he mentioned the word jumping off a building. Chapter 27. Su Qinyang couldn't bear to hear the word jump off the building now, and Wu Lei's movements were getting more and more dangerous. She leaned forward and looked down. Su Qinyang was really afraid that she would fall. Su Qinyang and Gui Yao stood on Wu Lei's left and right, ready to hold her at any time. It was humid in the morning, and the sea breeze made them feel cold. Su Qinyang just grabbed Wu Lei's arm, and it was icy cold. "Lei, are you cold? Don't sit on it. Get down and hide from the wind by the iron gate. The iron gate will open only if someone jumps down." The air was quiet. Su Qinyang suspected that he had heard it wrong. What? Wula turned around. "Guess why the rooftop is locked with iron chains?" Gui Yao immediately thought, "Because someone died here, someone committed suicide?" It is also possible that it was not suicide. For example, there may have been a bullying here, and someone was pushed down. In short, only when someone died did the school lock the iron door tightly, and this place became a forbidden area. Although he knew that what Wu Lei said made sense, and it was not impossible in the horror dungeon, Gui Yao still wanted to refute it. Even if someone died here, it might be that we were asked to find the truth, not to reproduce the accident. Gui Yao was less confident the more he spoke. Wu Le tilted his head and smiled. What truth? What does it have to do with us? The dungeon system didn't say a word, and no NPC appeared. Guess why they locked us up here. Su Qinyang, either they locked us up until we were discovered by Instructor Zhang and were wiped out, or let us guess and find a way out. Now they have a guess, that is, they may have to kill someone before they can get out. This is not to let them decipher the secret, this is a coliseum, locking them together, making them anxious, and finally killing each other in panic. Even if Wu Lele doesn't say it now, when the sky gradually brightens, and it is time to run exercises, the players will also be anxious. The edge of the rooftop is so low that once people get anxious and fight, the probability of someone falling down is very high. It's only a matter of time before these things happen, and Wu Lele sees through everything in advance. She is too smart, so smart that it's a bit scary. Gui Yao and Su Qinyang didn't discuss what Wu Le said, but just said, there will always be a way, the sky is not completely bright yet. They will not choose to kill their companions. No, it's not that they won't choose, but they won't think about it at all. Gui Yao and Su Qinyang stood beside Wu Le, looking downstairs and thinking about how to go down. Seeing this, Wu Le's expectations and interest in her eyes weakened. She was a little bored. Humans are all hypocritical, and they will show their true colors when death comes. Now it's just that the time has not come yet. She needs to be patient. No hurry, no hurry. Anxiety. Wu Le grabbed Gui Yao and dragged her forward. Gui Yao's half body was sticking out of the rooftop, and Wu Le was still pushing her down hard, as if to throw her down. The action was too fast. Gui Yao didn't react. She looked down and fell. Su Qinyang was startled, and his body subconsciously hugged the two and fell backwards. In an instant, Wu Le and Gui Yao were hugged by Su Qinyang and fell back to the platform. Su Qinyang was used as a cushion, and his face turned pale from being pressed. Ahem. It hurt so much. Gui Yao's mind went blank. She realized that she almost died. She looked at Wu Lele, who was lying beside her, and calmly adjusting her skirt. Gui Yao turned over and pressed Wu Le. Wu Le's back was Su Qinyang. When Gui Yao pressed down, Su Qinyang felt the weight again. The three of them were like a sandwich, with Wu Le pressed in the middle. Zhao Shanhao, who was sitting at the door, was shocked by them. What kind of posture was this? A love triangle. Gui Yao trapped Wu Le and asked, what are you doing? Want to kill me? She couldn't imagine it. Just try it. Wu Le looked calm and spoke calmly, without any guilt for killing. The facts were in front of her, but Gui Yao still couldn't believe it. Su Qinyang, who was pressed down, said weakly, can we get up and talk? It's not good for you to press down on a man like me. Gui Yao pulled Wu Le up, then exchanged for a rope prop and tied him up directly. Su Qinyang stopped her. Sister Yao, calm down and ask what happened first. I can't calm down. Didn't you see? She just wanted to kill me. Gui Yao tied the rope tightly, and Su Qinyang pulled the rope. It's almost done. Don't tie it too tight, she can't loosen it. Gui Yao's expression was very solemn, and Su Qinyang was at a loss. On one side was the boss he trusted, and on the other side was his teammates. Wu Le, the prisoner who had done something bad and was tied up, had a calm face, and even didn't care. After tying him up, Gui Yao took a few deep breaths to adjust her emotions. She looked at Wu Le with scrutiny. You can pass so many copies, relying on this trick? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Wu Le looked straight into her eyes. Gui Yao laughed angrily. Exposing your old player identity, and appropriately helping other players. Soon many people will follow you, and even some fools will believe in you wholeheartedly. If you are lucky, you can lead a few people out of the dungeon. If you are unlucky, these followers will all be your meat shields. Is this how you play to pass the dungeon? She almost died just now. She and Su Qinyang stood on the edge of the rooftop because they were worried that Wu Lele would fall and wanted to protect her. Wu Lele, this lunatic, sat on the handrail of the rooftop by herself. Her position was the most dangerous among all people. Didn't she think that others would hurt her? She thought that she was deliberately sitting on the most dangerous edge, using herself as bait. If someone wanted to hurt her, she would definitely be prepared to kill them. But if she and Su Qinyang stood over, she would be a fool. Su Qinyang was very anxious. He didn't believe that Wu Lele would kill them, but he couldn't explain why Wu Lele pulled Gui Yao just now. Gui Yao, why don't you deny it? I was right. Wu Le didn't answer, but looked at Su Qinyang next to him, chuckled, and asked, Su Qinyang, don't you have anything to say? Su Qinyang frowned. Lei, don't be like this. Wu Le thought he would wait for Su Qinyang to break his defense or scold him. Su Qinyang just frowned and said, don't do that. This sentence was not even a criticism. This little brother is too on her side. Zhao Shanhao came over curiously. Why did they have an internal quarrel? The rooftop is not big. Zhao Shanhao heard everything they said from beginning to end. Wu Le lowered her head and said nothing. Gui Yao stared at her. Su Qinyang said, Lulu, let's talk nicely. Then let me go first. How can you talk nicely when I'm tied up? Wu Le raised her head. At this moment, her face was particularly innocent. With her baby face, she was like an ignorant child. Gui Yao had a tense face. Su Qinyang said, Sister Yao, I will take good care of her later and keep her away from you. What happened just now will never happen again. Gui Yao had no expression on her face, but she could see that she was still angry. She remembered the experience of being backstabbed by her friend and felt very uncomfortable now. Suddenly, Wu Lei, who had been calm and pretending to be well-behaved, started to go crazy again. Gui Yao, do you want to push me down and try? Anyway, I am not in the same team with you now. I pushed you just now, and now you push me, it's fair. Wu Le suddenly got close to Gui Yao, almost touching her face. The face in front of her suddenly enlarged, and Gui Yao reflexively pushed Wu Le away. Wu Le was pushed directly to the edge of the rooftop. Lei. Wu Le. Su Qinyang and Gui Yao were both startled, but fortunately Wu Lei stood firmly. In an instant, the two people showed their concern and worry. Wu Le was amused by their reaction, and she laughed. Ha ha ha. You are so funny, Gui Yao. You should push harder. Maybe I will fall down, and if I die, you can leave here. Don't be funny. Su Qinyang hadn't finished speaking when a shout came from his ear. Then I push you down and try. Zhao Shanhao suddenly rushed over and pushed Wu Lei. She was tied up, and had no room to struggle. They watched Wu Lei fall down the stairs. Chapter 28. She will never get tired of playing the game of human nature. Wu Le fell from the rooftop headfirst, with a smile on her face. She fell with a bloody head and a broken body. Monsters love pain by nature. She likes to be broken. Su Qinyang and Gui Yao rushed to the rooftop immediately, and they could only reach out in the air, and it was impossible to pull her. Wu Lei. Su Qinyang blurted out a shout, and it could be heard that he was very sad. Gui Yao was in a dumb language, unable to speak. She fell from the building in an instant, with a bang, and all blood. Her head was rotten, her arms and legs were all broken, and even deformed and displaced. The beautiful eyes on her baby face were still so bright. She smiled and looked at the three people on the rooftop, letting the blood flow into her eyes, spitting blood from her mouth, and sliding down. Her ears were all stained red. She opened her mouth to speak, but they were too far away, so they couldn't see the shape of her mouth. In the fog, a beautiful boy in school uniform came. Gui Yao and Su Qinyang were both blank-headed, and could only stare blankly at the NPC Zhong Rui appearing. He stood beside Wu Le, looking down at her. His entire body blocked the broken Wu Le, so that the people upstairs could not see her. Who is he? Is he a student of the school? A monster? If I push him down, will he let us out? Zhao Shanhao asked excitedly. The two people beside him did not answer him. Gui Yao and Su Qinyang saw with their own eyes that Zhong Rui picked up Wu Le and covered her broken head with his coat. There was a lot of blood on his body, and he carried her away. Zhao Shanhao saw that they were leaving, and he was anxious. Why didn't he come to unlock it for us? How can he leave? Ah! The world was spinning, and Zhao Shanhao's throat was strangled and suffocated. The next second, he was pressed on the edge of the rooftop, and half of his body was already sticking out. What are you doing? Let go! Help! Help! Zhao Shanhao asked Gui Yao for help. Su Qinyang pressed him madly, and Zhao Shanhao held his hand tightly, fearing that he would be thrown down. Facing the other party's call for help, Gui Yao ignored it. She was still looking at the pool of blood downstairs. Zhao Shanhao was helpless, and could only beg Su Qinyang, Brother, please forgive me, you can ask me to do anything. I don't want to die, please. You don't want to die? Does she want to die? Do you forgive her? She is not yet an adult. She didn't do anything to you, but you killed her. You just killed her. Su Qinyang pressed Zhao Shanhao down frantically, his eyes bloodshot and roaring, tears unconsciously flowing down. He was very sad even though they had only known each other for a short time. She saved him many times, and Su Qinyang didn't care whether Wu Lei saved him sincerely, or with some calculations, as long as she saved him for real. Su Qinyang thought he would die in this copy, and he never thought Wu Lei would die in front of him. He watched her being killed. Su Qinyang was very angry, but more sad and heartbroken. Just because of an uncertain guess, you killed her casually, you beast. I shouldn't have brought you with me. I should have let you be dragged down by the skeletons. Su Qinyang seemed to have lost his mind, and his body kept going down. Zhao Shanhao felt that he was dead. Just when Zhao Shanhao thought he was going to be thrown down, he was suddenly pulled up and fell to the ground. Before Zhao Shanhao realized that he had survived the disaster, Su Qinyang kicked him hard in the abdomen, followed by punches and kicks. They all used all their strength, and the pain was extremely severe. Zhao Shanhao cried out in pain and begged for mercy, rolling on the ground constantly, and countless punches and kicks fell on him, and finally he was beaten to death. Su Qinyang walked to the rooftop in a decadent manner and sat against the wall, gasping for breath. Gui Yao, who had been standing quietly beside him for a long time, also sat down. Both of them were silent. Finally, Su Qinyang spoke first. Lulu. Is it possible that he is still alive? On the 7th floor, head down, falling like that, it is impossible for him to be alive. I don't know. The reason why the two of them had such a big change in their emotions was because they really regarded Wu Lulu as a friend. Although Wu Lulu had always been incompatible with them. Gui Yao also thought that she was not in the same group with Wu Lulu, but it would be smoother for her to follow Wu Lulu. When Wu Lulu pulled her hard before, Gui Yao was not only very angry with her and lost her temper, but actually more angry with herself for taking it lightly. When she first came to the dungeon, she was similar to Su Qinyang. She trusted the people around her very much at that time. In the end, reality gave her a painful blow. Her good friend who entered the dungeon with her stabbed her in the back. Since then, Gui Yao has always kept a line in everything, and has been wary of everyone. Wu Lele seemed to have some magic. She didn't show that she was very close to him, but she accepted her like this, and she didn't even realize it. Now Wu Lele died in front of her, she was very sad. It's not like she hasn't seen players die tragically. Even the little girl who called her sister with a smile in the last second died in front of her in the next second, and she wouldn't be sad. Wu Lele died, she was sad, she really accepted and cared about Wu Lele. I think she has a chance to live. She is a big boss, maybe she has some advanced props, and there is also Zhong Rui. Zhong Rui must have taken her away on her orders. Su Qinyang's eyes became brighter and brighter as he spoke. Gui Yao knew that Su Qinyang was comforting himself. They couldn't accept that Wu Lele died like this. Yes, she is so strong, how could she be killed by a newcomer? Gui Yao also found a lame excuse to comfort himself. The two people in the comfort group did not mention the fact that Wu Lele pulled Gui Yao in the beginning. Probably, the matter is over now, that the person is dead. Click. A crisp sound. The iron door bounced open, creaking and slowly opened. The two immediately looked at the door vigilantly. There was no one at the door, and the door opened by itself without wind. Lele really guessed right. Someone fell off the rooftop, and the door would open. Su Qinyang squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Zhao Shanhao was knocked unconscious and lying on the ground. Even if he hadn't fainted, he couldn't stand up. Su Qinyang's attack was quite heavy. Su Qinyang didn't even look at the person on the ground. Sister Yao, let's go downstairs to the playground. It's too late. Okay. Su Qinyang walked in front, and Gui Yao walked behind. Zhao Shanhao couldn't go to the playground, and it was a dead end. Su Qinyang lowered his head and went down the stairs when he went out. As a result, the iron door behind him was locked with a click. Su Qinyang looked back and saw Gui Yao taking out the key, and his eyes were firm. Lock the door, there is no possibility for him to come out. But if he was knocked unconscious on the rooftop, what if he woke up again and rushed to the playground? Gui Yao didn't like to do things that were left to fate. She liked things with a certain ending. Gui Yao threw the key to Su Qinyang, and Su Qinyang caught it. You decide. Su Qinyang put the key in his pocket and said, let's go. He was very calm when he killed someone for the first time. The empty classroom, the curtains were drawn tightly without a ray of light. Zhong Rui hugged her. Why did you fall like this? Change back to normal quickly. It hurts, monitor. Blow it for me. Chapter 29. Don't act pitiful. It hurts. The more she talked, the more excited she became. Wula pouted as if she was about to cry, looking pitiful. Zhong Rui frowned. He couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he stretched out his hand to control Wu Li's body and let her change back. The wound on her head healed visibly, and the broken limbs were immediately connected. Zhong Rui touched her whole body, and his expression eased a little after he was sure that everything was repaired. Wu Li moved her hands and feet to twist her neck, then raised her hands to hug Zhong Rui's neck, and smiled on tiptoe. Are you angry? Zhong Rui was still frowning. Why do you do this? It's funny. Don't you think the three of them are funny? One can't tell people apart like a fool. One only knows how to say me, but dares not do anything, and the other. He is very brave, and killed me decisively. If the three people on the rooftop were here, they would probably never believe it. In her mouth, Zhao Shanhao was the only one who was praised. Zhong Rui didn't understand. He just knew that Wu Lu was bullied. If you were a real human, you would have died just now. But I'm not. I'm a little monster. You're a little monster. Wu Lu came close and rubbed Bone Rui's cheek like a cat. Take some sweetness from colleagues, to comfort herself. Although she likes to play this kind of game, it was really painful just now. It hurts very well. Wu Lu squinted her eyes, and enjoyed the skin contact with Zhong Rui. Since you are my little monster, I can discipline you. Zhong Rui didn't ask her, but stated directly. Wu Li's eyes flashed, squinted and smiled and said, Zhong Rui, you are the class leader, it is normal for you to discipline me. Zhong Rui pulled the two hands off his neck, and then took out the bloody rope from his back. This was the rope that Gui Yao used to tie Wu Lu, and it fell with her, and it was stained with her blood. Zhong Rui tied Wu Lu up, and pulled the curtain cloth on the side to pad the tie, so that it would not hurt. After tying her up, he even imitated Wu Lu, and rubbed her cheek with his right cheek. Stay here, I will teach you a lesson when I come back. Wu Lu liked the word teach very much. He seemed to want to avenge her, and she didn't have to do it herself, and the lazy Wu Lu was in a good mood. She sat on the desk obediently, shaking her calves, and said, I will never leave this classroom. Very obedient. Zhong Rui touched her head, and disappeared into the darkness in the next second. He didn't understand Wu Li's game, but he felt that Wu Lu was bullied. Su Qianyang and Gui Yao went down to the first floor. When they passed the flower bed, and looked at the pool of blood not far away, they both stopped unconsciously. It was almost time for morning exercises, but their legs were rooted, and they couldn't move a step. The throat was choked and uncomfortable. Gui Yao, I shouldn't have tied her up. If she hadn't been tied up, maybe she wouldn't have been pushed down so easily. I also pushed her to the edge of the rooftop, giving Zhao Shanhao a chance. Gui Yao gritted his teeth. Sister Yao, don't say it. It was too late to say anything. The rooftop was locked, and there were 4 people. One of them had to die before the door could be opened. The final outcome would be a test of human nature. It was just that everything happened too suddenly, and no one expected that Wu Lele would die. Although they kept saying that Wu Lele might not be dead, when they comforted themselves, in fact, they both acquiesced that Wu Lele was dead. After all, I saw it with my own eyes, and the bloodstains were still there not far away. Gui Yao put away his emotions, his expression faded, and he was in the same state as when he just entered the dungeon. Let's go! Just as the two turned around, there was a scream from the rooftop. The two looked up, but they couldn't see what was on the rooftop, but they could hear Zhao Shanhao's shrill screams, which almost echoed throughout the campus. What's the situation? There's no one else up there except him. Su Qianyang stopped talking halfway. There was no one else up there except Zhao Shanhao, but there were monsters, and dungeon monsters were everywhere. Zhao Shanhao encountered a monster, and was now accepting the monster's revenge. Zhao Shanhao was dead, Gui Yao and Su Qianyang thought to themselves. After screaming for about 10 seconds, Zhao Shanhao suddenly appeared on the rooftop. From the angle downstairs, they could only see Zhao Shanhao, who was terrified and covered in blood, and a hand on his shoulder. The next second, the hand pushed Zhao Shanhao, and he fell straight down the stairs. His head hit the ground and was smashed to pieces. His bones were broken and his whole body was twisted. When he fell, he even scraped the branches of the big tree in the flower bed. His abdomen was scraped, and his internal organs were all over the floor. He looked like a pile of rotten meat, and no longer looked like a human. The campus was silent. A young man's figure could be vaguely seen on the rooftop, but his face could not be seen clearly. Who did it? Did you see it clearly? I can't see it clearly. Gui Yao shook his head. All he knew was that it was a boy, very tall, wearing a short-sleeved school uniform. But there were too many NPCs in this school who met this condition. But this silhouette was very tall and good-looking. The two hurried to the playground. They didn't want to know what happened to Zhao Shanhao's body. Su Qianyang secretly hid the key in the flower bed, which was evidence of stealing the rooftop door. What if Instructor Zhang found that the rooftop door was open and searched her body? Wang Yeye had not been to the rooftop yet, and her exploration was not completed yet, so the key could still be used. When Wang Yeye went to the rooftop, they had to guard the door, and not let it close. This lesson was enough once. On the way to the playground, they heard the notification of the copy system in their minds, and their exploration progress increased. Many NPCs gathered at the playground, and Wang Yeye was nervous and scared in the crowd. She just heard the screams coming from the teaching building, and she knew it was human. But the NPCs around didn't seem to hear any sound, and no one responded. Wang Yeye hid on a small hill for a night. Half of her body was numb, and finally waited until dawn. But Su Qianyang, Gui Yao, and Wu Le hadn't come yet. Wang Yeye was very worried. Did they have any problems? Wang Yeye was thinking about it. When she turned her head, she saw two people running over. She was surprised and hurried over. You are finally here. I thought you had an accident. Where did you go last night? I didn't dare to come out to find you after I hid. Did you find anything new? Wang Yeye asked impatiently. After she asked, she found that the two were in low spirits and... Where is Wu Lele? Why didn't she come back? Neither of them answered. Wang Yeye had some guesses in her mind, but still couldn't believe it. Wu Lele had an accident. Yeah. Su Qianyang responded dully. Wang Yeye opened her mouth in shock. The crowd slowly lined up, and they also walked into a team. Su Qianyang looked up to find someone, and found that Zhong Rui was not there. Can NPCs not come for morning exercises? When he was wondering, a tall figure appeared silently beside him and passed by him. Su Qianyang instinctively turned his head to look. It was Zhong Rui. Su Qianyang immediately stopped him. Where did you take Lele? Chapter 30. Zhong Rui's clothes were clean. When he took Wu Lele away, there was a lot of blood on them. Where did you take her? Su Qianyang wanted to ask if she was still alive, but it didn't seem to make much sense to ask an NPC this question. He just wanted to find her. Gui Yao also came over and looked at Zhong Rui with the same expectant eyes. Where did you take her? Zhong Rui looked at the two humans indifferently and said lightly, You killed her. This sentence made the two people look heavy. What did she say after she fell downstairs? Gui Yao asked. After Wu Lele fell downstairs, she lay in a pool of blood, her mouth still mumbling. They were too far away to hear or see clearly. But Zhong Rui was near the downstairs, he might know. She said, You killed me, I'm in pain. Zhong Rui also deliberately imitated Wu Li's usual tone of voice. Zhong Rui admired the two people's gradually pale faces, and he turned and left. Su Qianyang reacted and rushed over to grab his clothes. Where did you take her to in the end? Where did you hide her? Zhong Rui grabbed his clothes and kicked Su Qianyang in the abdomen. Su Qianyang flew out and fell to the ground. Zhong Rui looked at him coldly. Enjoy the day and pray that the night will not fall so soon. The NPCs around were very quiet. After Zhong Rui finished speaking, many NPCs showed a hunting smile. There was even an NPC who licked his teeth and said to his companions, When will the carnival night start? They are so slow, stupid humans. The eyes around were staring at him, and the remaining few players were as frightened as mice in a cat's nest. Su Qianyang, what does he mean? Gui Yao, night is coming, he is going to kill us. Wu Lele is dead, this NPC is no longer under control. He has returned to his original appearance, a qualified terrifying NPC. NPC kills players. This is the rule of the dungeon. But every NPC killing has a trigger condition. What is the trigger condition for Zhong Rui? Is it the night? Is it in the dormitory? No, he seems to be the only NPC student who can leave the dormitory at will. Gui Yao. The exploration progress has reached 90%, and there is only one place left. Su Qianyang understood. The faculty dormitory building. The whole building is full of faculty and staff, and Instructor Zhang also lives there. All of them are powerful NPCs. Gui Yao. They will go back to the staff dormitory at night, and it is impossible to explore at that time. It is only during the day, and during class time. If they don't complete the exploration tasks assigned by the dungeon system, they can't get out even if they know how to get out of the dungeon. Moreover, they don't know how to get out of the dungeon now. There are only some guesses left by Wu Lele. Find study materials, and call parents. Zhong Rui's words are very warning. It must be very dangerous tonight. Gui Yao said. Today is their chance to survive. During morning exercises, Su Qianyang found that Zhong Rui, the leader of the front row, was missing. He looked around but couldn't find him. Su Qianyang lowered his head and kicked the grass, cursing several times in his heart, most of which were cursing himself. As a younger brother, he couldn't even find the boss's body. The bodies of other players disappeared after they died. In fact, many details can show that they were eaten by monsters. Lele will not be eaten by Zhong Rui. Su Qianyang clenched his fist. The door of the dark empty classroom opened, and the boy walked in the bright light. The door closed automatically, and it became dark again. Monsters can see at night. Wula clearly saw Zhong Rui's beautiful face. You are finally back. Wula sat on the desk, her hands tied on her legs. She leaned forward and said, I didn't go to the playground. Will Instructor Zhang punish me? I asked for leave for you. Zhong Rui lied. What if I don't go? This is not a real human school. They are just playing a hunting game. I heard the scream. Did you kill that human? Wula heard Zhao Shanhao's screams before his death in the classroom. Well, he bullied you, damn it. Zhong Rui stood in front of her, did not untie the rope, but touched Wuli's cheek, and then leaned over and rubbed it with his face. Wula closed the eye on the side of his face that was rubbed, squinted the other eye, thought for a while, and asked, Are you imitating me? Touching the face, rubbing the face, these were all actions she had done to him. Wula looked down at the knot on his hand. The number of loops, and the way to tie the rope to tie a person were exactly the same as Gui Yao's. He was also learning from others. Some of Zhong Rui's behaviors did not match his ID card, and those behaviors were learned from others. Wula thought it was amazing. Zhong Rui did not answer but asked, They all thought you were dead, and you deliberately died in front of them, so how are you going to play your game? All the monsters were obviously playing the same game, but she had her own ideas. She was very different. I don't want to tell you. Wula didn't say anything, and Zhong Rui was not anxious. He said in a dangerous tone, I am very unhappy that you told them the secret of the rooftop without my permission. The rooftop must have someone jump off the building to open the door, and she went out like that. She was equivalent to betraying the monsters, but other monsters didn't know, only he knew. Zhong Rui wanted to scare and bully Wula. He was ready to appreciate the other party's anxious and frightened expression, but he didn't expect to be greeted with a smiling face. With a sweet smile, Wula raised her head and leaned closer. Squad leader, what do you want to be happy? I will be happy if you listen to me in the future. Listen to you, what do you want me to do? Always stay by my side, don't talk to that human, don't look at him, kill him. Zhong Rui was really persistent in asking her to kill Su Qinying. I have other ways to make you happy now. Wula moved her but forward. She sat on the table and Zhong Rui stood. He was too tall. Bend down and put your face close to me. Zhong Rui thought she wanted to rub his face, so he bent down and lowered his head. The next second, soft lips touched his mouth and cheeks twice. Are you happy like this? Zhong Rui was stunned. His beautiful eyes seemed to be thinking. Wula couldn't help but kissed him at the corner of his eyes. He is so handsome. Little pretty. Wula found the fun. As long as Zhong Rui didn't speak, she would touch him everywhere like a dragonfly touching the water. She kissed his whole face, and finally printed one on his lips. Zhong Rui finally spoke. We fell in love early. This sounds so familiar. Su Qinying said that. Wula shook his bound hands and said, Who has fallen in love early while being tied up? You bullied me, and I was forced to please you. Kissing you was not voluntary at all. Zhong Rui frowned, looking unhappy, and quickly untied the rope, whispering, Don't help them anymore, or I lock you up. Chapter 31. Wula didn't care about Zhong Rui's words and nodded perfunctorily. Yeah. Zhong Rui was not satisfied. His eyes moved around her face, and finally fell on her soft lips. Wula noticed his gaze, and asked with a sly smile, What are you looking at? Do you want me to kiss you again? Zhong Rui shook the rope in his hand. I untied you. I didn't bully you. Well, then you did a good job. You are a good class monitor. Wula jumped off the desk, moved his wrist, and said expectantly, The body is still there. I go chop it up. Dare to push her downstairs, chop him up. Zhong Rui's killing him was Zhong Rui's personal behavior. She was not done yet. The girl's dark eyes flashed red. Go borrow a knife from the kitchen, uncle, first. Wula was about to leave, but Zhong Rui stopped her. Why did you kiss me? Because I like you. I want to. You are so beautiful. Who wouldn't want to kiss me? Wula spoke casually, but his eyes were sincere, and he really appreciated beautiful things. Zhong Rui felt better after hearing these words, and smiled as he said, We violated the school rules. Huh? We are in a premature love. Zhong Rui must have been eavesdropping nearby when Su Qinying spoke. Class monitor, I still want to continue the game. I won't appear in front of them. Can you replace me? Zhong Rui heard the other party say that he would not appear in front of humans, and he immediately agreed. You are so nice. Wula hugged him, and then disappeared from the spot. She was going to cut Zhao Shanhao into pieces. She would also settle the account after the person died, and she was mainly grudge-holding. Gui Yao and Su Qinying made her look at them differently. Having come into close contact with humans in many dungeons, Wula knew how disgusting humans were, and how they could never withstand the test of humanity. She had seen all kinds of tricks, such as stepping on the low, deceiving each other, and killing each other. There were few people like Gui Yao and Su Qinyang, but perhaps they had not been pushed to the most urgent moment. Without the assistance of the top players, and with a terrifying NPC by their side, what would they do? Next, she would hide in the dark and see how this drama would end. As soon as the morning exercise was over, Su Qinyang was ready to find Zhong Rui. She must find him as soon as possible and force him to tell where Wu Lei was. Su Qinyang was making plans in his mind, but he didn't need to find him. Zhong Rui came over by himself. Su Qinyang watched him walk straight over, and his stomach hurt slightly from being kicked, and he reflexively took 2 steps back. Gui Yao and Wang Yaya also looked tense. Wang Yaya whispered to Gui Yao, "What is he doing here?" Gui Yao shook her head. She didn't know. Zhong Rui stopped 2 meters away from them, and said naturally and indifferently, "Today's breakfast in the cafeteria is very rich. Let's go." Why does this sentence sound familiar? Wu Lei also spoke to them in the same way yesterday morning. Zhong Rui turned and walked towards the cafeteria. Su Qinyang reacted for 2 seconds and quickly caught up with him. "What do you mean? Where is Wu Lei you?" Zhong Rui interrupted him directly. "Don't ask me for it. I didn't take her away. She didn't belong to you in the first place." Now they were even more confused. Wu Lei is a human, independent. Of course she doesn't belong to anyone, this is understandable. But she is a player, from their human camp, and was taken away by an NPC monster, and they are not allowed to ask for her. But Zhong Rui was very determined. He didn't think that just asking would get them results. They might never see Wu Lei again, even as a corpse. Su Qinyang had never felt so lost and sad before. He could only suppress his negative emotions and asked, "Why did you talk to us? What do you want to do?" "Lei told me to follow you." This sentence made everyone silent for a moment. Sadness and guilt filled the air. Su Qinyang's eyes turned red. "She told you to follow us at last?" Isn't this what they meant by wanting this NPC to help them? Wu Lei's last words before she died were actually like this. And they tied her up on the rooftop at that time, questioned her, and blamed her. Gui Yao couldn't control her emotions. She turned her face away, and pretended to be calm and said, "She is really strong. The prop can actually control this NPC to be obedient all the time." Su Qinyang looked at Zhong Rui, but I feel like he seems to be doing his own thing while executing Lei's orders. After all, Lei is gone, and the prop effect has diminished. With Zhong Rui following, talking to him may get some important clues. This is the last prop that Lei left for them. Zhong Rui admired their sad and regretful expressions. He just said a word, and these stupid players would use their imagination. Zhong Rui seemed to have experienced the fun of Wu Lei. He talked nonsense to humans, and they believed it. His expression was really rich and interesting. He really wanted to kill them. It would be better to be locked up in an empty classroom with Wu Lei forever than to follow them. The confinement room is also good. In the cafeteria, 3 players and an NPC sat together. The other players all looked sideways, very curious, and then gathered together to whisper. It's easy to know what they are talking about. They are probably shocked why they are so close to NPCs. After seeing the kitchen, and just losing their friends, they all lost their appetite. Su Qinyang always looked at Zhong Rui, and saw that Zhong Rui was impatient. Zhong Rui looked up. "If you look at me again, I dig out your eyes. If you don't kill me, dig out your eyes, isn't it okay?" Su Qinyang, "Why did you take Lei away?" Zhong Rui, "I'm in love with her." Puff. Cough cough cough. Wang Yaya choked. Gui Yao was puzzled. What? Su Qinyang was shocked. Chapter 32. The 3 of them were stunned by his words. You, what did you say? Su Qinyang stuttered. What did he mean? Zhong Rui said clearly, Lei and I are in love, so what's wrong with me hugging her? There was no expression on his face, but why did he always feel happy when he mentioned the word love? Zhong Rui didn't seem to be in any danger, so Wang Yaya became bolder and asked, when did you fall in love? Can you fall in love with humans? Zhong Rui supported his hands on the table, his fingertips slid across his glasses frame, and said, why should I tell you outsiders about the details of my love? You were the first to reveal the shocking news. Su Qinyang thought about it carefully and felt that this news was not surprising. After all, Wu Lei liked Zhong Rui's face, and it seemed normal for him to fall in love with an NPC. They fell in love, and she got what she wanted. Lei is dead, aren't you sad? Su Qinyang found it funny again after asking, how could a monster be sad, and sad for a human? I'm very happy that she's dead. Zhong Rui smiled. If Lei Lei was alive, he would be finished, but he could also kill her and keep her in the copy forever. No matter what, he would keep her. Thinking of this, Zhong Rui was in a good mood and smiled more. The person he was in love with died, and he was still smiling so happily. He was indeed a monster, and his emotions were completely different from those of humans. Su Chenyang said no more, and he went to be sad alone. Wang Yeye was more curious. You fell in love with her because you liked her, and the person you liked died, and you can't see her again. Won't you be sad? I never feel sad. Sadness and sadness belong to you ants. Zhong Rui looked at them with extreme disdain. Humans are weak, and it's easy to kill them. Wang Yeye wanted to continue asking, but Gui Yao stopped her. Have breakfast, don't talk. Zhong Rui is not controlled by anyone now, so it's best not to anger him. It was pouring outside the window again, and the wet breath and the smell of the sea drifted in from the window. There will never be a sunny day here. It's either cloudy and foggy, or it's raining. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the NPCs rushed directly into the rain. The visibility was low under the heavy rain, and they couldn't be seen after a while. Only the human players stood under the eaves, looking at such heavy rain, and didn't want to go out. If you don't go back to the teaching building, you will be late. Let's go! Let's go, don't wait, the rain won't stop for a while. Those people left together. It's cold standing under the eaves. The temperature has dropped again today. Su Chenyang reached out and touched the rain. It was freezing cold. Isn't it autumn now? A black kitten on the lawn came over in the rain. It walked under the eaves, shook off the water all over its body, and the water splashed. It squatted in the corner and licked its fur. Wang Yeye reached out in surprise. There are wild cats in the dungeon? Gui Yao, don't touch it. It's not a living thing. Su Chenyang, besides the players, everything else here may be dangerous. Be careful. Well, okay. Wang Yeye was a little scared. Meow. The black cat licked the water off its body, walked to Zhong Rui's feet with a cat step, and rubbed its head against his trouser legs. Zhong Rui took 2 steps back. You are very dirty. Meow. Su Chenyang, your cat. Zhong Rui, wild cat. Gui Yao, it's time for class, let's go. They rushed into the cold rain with gritted teeth, and found that Zhong Rui didn't catch up. When they stopped and looked back, Zhong Rui took out a black umbrella from somewhere, holding it and walking gracefully in the rain. Su Chenyang wiped the rain off his face, and the rain had sobered him up. It was raining, and the corridor was full of muddy water. All the classes were gloomy, and many people were sleeping on the table. No teacher came to class, and the teacher didn't like to pay attention to these bad students. The monitor managed the discipline. The monitor of class 1 of senior 3 skipped class, and he skipped class with his classmates. Several figures moved beside the flower bed. The petals of the roses in the flower bed fell off due to the rain. They quickly rushed to the eaves and hid under the stairs. I'm all wet, so cold. Those teachers didn't go to class. Could they be in the staff dormitory building? Probably not. They should stay in the teachers' building during the day. The staff dormitory building was their last place to explore, and they would reach 100% exploration after walking through it. And the admission information form they were looking for might also be in this building. Because half an hour ago, they sneaked into the office of the female teacher in the teaching building and carefully searched the drawers, but did not find the form. There was no form in the head teacher's drawer or in the information room, so it might have been taken back to the dormitory building by the teacher. Gui Yao said, I found out that the head teacher lives in the single dormitory on the far left of the 4th floor. I don't know if what the NPC said is true or not. Every room needs to be checked carefully. They were all talking at the bottom of the stairs, and Zhong Rui was the only one outside leaning against the wall. Su Chenyang was really worried that Zhong Rui would expose them. He had advised Zhong Rui not to follow them before, but it was useless. Zhong Rui didn't listen to them at all. Thankfully, Zhong Rui didn't attack them from beginning to end. Let's go upstairs. Each of them had weapons on them, including a utility knife stolen from the NPC drawer, a baseball bat stolen from the equipment room, and a rope. They were fully equipped. Gui Yao walked in front, Wang Yeye in the middle, and Su Chenyang was the last. No, there was a slow-moving Zhong Rui at the end. Zhong Rui followed slowly at the end without bending down, and Su Chenyang's eyelids twitched. Zhong Rui, Lei Lei asked you to follow us, but it must not be exposed like this. Can you bend down and follow us more closely? No. Su Chenyang said, then I beg you, when you are caught, don't say you saw the 3 of us. Lei Lei didn't say that. Fuck, he is here to cause trouble. Su Chenyang could only ignore him. The three of them sped up, trying to get rid of Zhong Rui, and gradually distanced themselves. Zhong Rui walked up the stairs slowly, holding a delicate hand behind him. A short laugh sounded, teased them for fun. Not as fun as being with you in an empty classroom. Empty classroom, what are they playing? Tie hands, kiss. It's all over, but Zhong Rui still thinks about it. Wulu, I didn't help them. I be obedient. Tonight is your home court. The sound of rain was getting louder and louder. Zhong Rui showed a smile of power. It's the last day. After dark, there will be no dawn tomorrow. This day will be the last light for the players. Why are you here? Are you skipping class? Suddenly, the voice of Instructor Zhang came from upstairs. Chapter 33. The voice of Instructor Zhang came from upstairs. Wula raised his eyebrows and snickered. These idiots were so unlucky that they ran into Instructor Zhang right after they went upstairs. Wula held Zhong Rui's hand, and the two of them stood on the stairs at the corner to eavesdrop. They could not see them from above. Gui Yao, Su Chenyang, and Wang Yeye stood in a row, looking like good students, with their backs against the wall. There were baseball bats hidden in their belts, and clothes behind them, bulging. Their hearts were in their throats. Instructor Zhang remained in human form, and his appearance and voice did not change, which meant that he was not angry yet, and would not kill anyone for the time being. Instructor Zhang asked again, "Why are you here during class?" "We came to help Teacher Li get something," Su Chenyang said. Gui Yao and Wang Yeye were both shocked. "Does this really work?" Instructor Zhang wondered. "Does it take 3 people to get something?" "We are here to carry the information. Teacher Li said the things are very heavy, so she sent me, a boy, to come. I am a boy, and it is not convenient for me to enter the dormitory of the female teacher, so 2 girls were asked to go in and get it." Su Chenyang also showed an expression that he was a pure laborer, and said it in a very realistic way, as if it was really the case. The atmosphere was quiet, and no one knew whether his words could be believed by the NPC. "Okay, then you move lightly, don't stay on campus, and hurry back to the classroom," Instructor Zhang said casually, and went downstairs. It seemed that he was going to patrol the campus. A few seconds later, Su Chenyang looked down and saw only Zhong Rui standing on the stairs, confirming that Instructor Zhang had really left. Wang Yeye leaned against the wall with weak legs. "I was scared to death. I didn't expect this to really work. Su Chenyang, I'm also taking a gamble. In fact, from the experience of the past 2 days, it is feasible to use general campus logic here, provided that the NPC has not mutated." Instructor Zhang did not swell and mutate, which means that he will not kill people for the time being. Then treat him as a real instructor, which is feasible. Gui Yao, we lied to him, this is a time bomb. Su Chenyang, start exploring, and look carefully in every dormitory. Wang Yeye, I'm so afraid that there are NPCs still in the dormitory. There is this possibility, be careful, listen carefully before picking the lock. They leaned together, and talked in low voices, and their eyes were always observing the surroundings. Wang Yeye didn't know how to pick the lock, so she followed Gui Yao, and Su Chenyang was alone in a team, and it was faster to act separately. After several days of high tension, they just rested in the cafeteria for a while in the early morning this morning, and experienced the death of a friend, so they were all very tired. Su Chenyang was kicked by Zhong Rui, and his stomach hurts when he straightens up now. Su Chenyang pried open a dormitory, then went in to search, and saw a figure at the door. His heart was hanging. The person walked over, wearing a white and blue school uniform, with a beautiful profile. Su Chenyang, Zhong Rui is here to make trouble. Is Teacher Li's dormitory building on the 4th floor? Although he didn't hold out hope, Su Chenyang still asked, what if Zhong Rui could reveal something? Yes. Zhong Rui actually answered. Really? Zhong Rui gave him a look, as if to say, you are going to ask again, and I answered you, but you don't believe it. Su Chenyang touched his nose. There are noises coming from the 2 dormitories over there. What should we do? Gui Yao came with Wang Yeye. Quickly check the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. If there are noises inside, forget it. Focus on the 4th floor. Zhong Rui said that Teacher Li's dormitory is on the 4th floor. Wang Yeye, can you trust his words? I don't think he is in the same group with us. Of course not. Now it's just Lele's props that are restraining him. I don't know when he will lose control. Don't stay alone with him. Try to stay away from him. Su Chenyang said, and gestured to go upstairs. Su Chenyang is obviously a newcomer, but he already has the calmness of an old player. His progress is so obvious that Gui Yao admires him very much. On the 2nd and 3rd floors, some dormitories can hear noises inside, while others are quiet. When you knock on the lock and open it, you can see the NPC lying on the bed. Su Qianyang's heart skipped a beat, and he closed the door gently. As a result, he bumped into Zhong Rui when he turned around, and Su Qianyang's hand almost lost its strength. Fortunately, he controlled the speed of closing the door and locked it. "Brother, I beg you to stay away from me. Lila asked me to follow you." Su Qianyang was touched for a few seconds, but he still didn't like Zhong Rui. The boss didn't need to leave him such a relic. The crisis here was resolved, but the other side was not so lucky. As soon as he knocked on the door, he saw the NPC sitting in front of the table. The NPC was awake. The teacher turned his head and saw the two girls, and his expression was distorted. "Why are students here? It's class time now. Where did you get the key?" When he said the last sentence, his voice had begun to change. Bang! Gui Yao locked the door without hesitation. "Run." Su Qianyang heard the noise over there, and his expression was very solemn after he knew what happened. One NPC was furious, and the NPCs in the whole building would chase them. "It's over." Gui Yao shouted to him. "Su Qianyang, go downstairs." "Go downstairs." Su Qianyang's mind was working quickly. "Can't go downstairs. Instructor Zhang is patrolling the campus. He might meet Teacher Li, and he will know that we lied. And there are only 2 floors left. If they walk through the remaining 2 floors quickly, they can achieve 100% exploration. What if the opportunity is upstairs? There is basically no rest in this world, and their bodies can't stand it, and return here to do the task. Gui Yao, if we don't go downstairs, we will definitely die. Do you want to jump off the building again? This time, there is no one to cushion you. I go upstairs." Su Qianyang didn't dare to guarantee whether his guess was right, so he didn't pull them. If he died, it was his own problem, and no one else was implicated. In just a few seconds, the two had a huge disagreement. The enraged NPC had unlocked the door and came out, his face twisted, staring at them angrily. "What are you doing in the teacher's dormitory? What bad things do you want to do? Steal the teacher's things?" She approached as she spoke. Su Qianyang turned and went upstairs. Wang Yeye was anxious and pulled Gui Yao. "Let's go downstairs, just hide, let's go quickly." There was no time to hesitate. Gui Yao chose to go upstairs. Wang Yeye's mind went blank when she saw this scene. She was afraid of being left alone, so she chose to follow. As they ran, the teacher also began to chase them. "You bad students, damn students." Zhong Rui was at the back, and Wula stood beside him and watched the show. Every time the game starts, humans like to say that they are the same kind, they want to unite, but in the end, they can never do it, ha ha ha. While chasing and escaping, Su Qianyang seemed to hear Wu Leilei's laughter. The air was empty, and only the roar of the monster remained. It was an illusion. Chapter 34. After Su Qianyang went upstairs, he went straight to the dormitory at the end. It is said that this is Teacher Li's dormitory. I hope it is true. It took 2 seconds to pick the lock and open the door. There was no one inside. Very good, Su Qianyang was ready to hide in it. But he heard the sound of Gui Yao and Wang Yeye chasing behind him. Su Qianyang could only wait at the door and wave to them. "Hurry up!" The speed of humans was still too slow. The monster followed closely behind them, and it seemed to catch them every breath. Su Qianyang could only pull out his baseball bat and swung it hard. Gui Yao pulled Wang Yeye to lower her head quickly, and the baseball bat passed over their heads and hit the monster behind them. The monster roared and moved a little slower. Su Qianyang ran forward a few steps and grabbed Gui Yao and Wang Yeye, dragged them back to the door, pushed them in, and finally entered the door and locked it. Bang! The next second, the door was hit by the monster, and the whole door frame shook. Wang Yeye collapsed. "What should I do? We are now at a dead end, we can't get out." Gui Yao, "What are you afraid of? There are windows." Wang Yeye, "I don't want to jump off the building, people will die on the 4th floor. More than 3 floors are dangerous floors." The more urgent the moment, the calmer Su Qianyang. "Hurry up and find the drawers and cabinets to see if there are any of our student information. They can't run up in vain, they must get something." Su Qianyang stared at the door, and Gui Yao quickly began to search. The door was hit several times, and finally quieted down. Su Qianyang still didn't dare to relax, holding a utility knife in his hand, and waited for a few seconds, and then he joined the ranks of looking for things. Wang Yeye was farthest from the door, searching fearfully. Wang Yeye opened the cabinet at the bottom of the desk, and saw a stack of white papers. She pulled out a piece and saw her name. I found it." Wang Yeye was very excited. The two immediately surrounded it, and took out the stack of papers. "There are not so many players. Why are there so many pieces of paper?" Gui Yao saw that the number was wrong. These signatures, can't they be from previous players? Su Qinyang muttered. Su Qinyang flipped through many sheets and found several players, even Zhao Shanhao's. He tried hard to flip through his and Gui Yao's, and at the same time hoped to find Wu Leilei's. Wang Yeye took her own information and looked at it. On the back was her own signature, and on the front was her academic information. The photo on the upper right corner was actually a photo of her high school student in real life. This is the photo I used in high school. How can it appear here? The blue-backed photo appeared in the copy, which was too scary. It was as if something had been staring at her a few years ago, during high school, and it was destined that she would enter a dungeon in the future. A terrifying feeling of suffocation filled the air, and Wang Yeye stared at her own photo in a daze, tears overflowing from her eyes. Sister Yao, I found yours. Su Qinyang pulled out a photo. Gui Yao took it, and saw that there was also a photo of her school days on the front, but she could not recognize her parents' names at all, and her parents' contact information was also unfamiliar. Gui Yao, Wang Yeye, try to memorize your own information, especially your parents' contact information, and be sure to keep this piece of paper safe. If the paper is lost, it is okay to memorize the information, so it is double insurance. Su Qinyang, haven't you found yours yet? Wang Yeye asked him. Su Qinyang said nothing and searched quickly, and there was another banging sound at the door, louder than the original one. The door frame was shaking. Gui Yao quickly checked the structure of the door. This door can only hold for a few minutes at most. Wang Yeye, what should I do? Gui Yao, help him find it quickly, I find a way. Okay. Wang Yeye joined the search. Gui Yao walked to the window outside, looked up and down for a few times, and finally came back and said, good news, it depends on how you choose. Su Qinyang raised his head and gave a look. Gui Yao continued, there is an air conditioner outside, so we don't have to jump off the building. Also, although the air conditioners are far apart, it is not impossible to climb up. So, are you going upstairs or downstairs this time? Su Qinyang, go upstairs. The exploration degree is already 95%, and the last 5% is missing. Gui Yao smiled helplessly. Okay, go upstairs. Wang Yeye, I'm afraid I can't climb up the air conditioner. We pull you. Lulu, you said it too early. They are very united. Zhong Rui's eyes flickered. Wula looked at the monsters rushing, she smiled evilly, and immediately joined the camp, punched the door. Bang bang bang. The monster outside the door seemed to have heard them talking, and banged the door more frantically. Or maybe a more terrifying monster came. This monster was very strong, and it felt like the door panel would be smashed in the next second. Gui Yao, Wang Yeye, I help you get up first. Su Qinyang, you can continue to look for your own. Su Qinyang had just that in mind. Gui Yao pulled Wang Yeye to the window, and the two climbed onto the windowsill, holding onto the frame tightly with both hands. Gui Yao squatted slightly, and then asked Wang Yeye to step on her shoulder to reach the air conditioner outside. On the 4th floor, Wang Yeye felt dizzy when she looked down, and she tried not to look down. Gui Yao, don't be afraid, I won't let you fall. You should also try to stand firmly, grab the steel pull-up under the air conditioner. Wang Yeye couldn't do pull-ups at ordinary times, but now the sound of the monster about to break through the door scared her to stimulate her potential, and she was really able to pull up. Gui Yao raised her hand and asked Wang Yeye to step on her arm to gain leverage, and finally she successfully climbed up to the air conditioner upstairs. Wang Yeye stretched out her hand. Sister Yao, I pull you. No, just stand firmly, and get out of the way. After Gui Yao finished speaking, he turned back and said to the people in the room, Su Qinyang, haven't you found your information yet? I didn't find it. Su Qinyang flipped through the documents quickly, and finished reading a small stack in a while. He was sure that he didn't miss anything. Why haven't I found it yet? Bang! Suddenly, a hole appeared in the middle of the door, and sawdust from the old-fashioned wooden door flew everywhere. Su Qinyang immediately covered his eyes with his hands. Bad student, stealing things. The monster's throat was hoarse, and he kept repeating this sentence. Su Qinyang glanced at the hole, and the outside was full of mutated monsters, and he was about to fail. Su Qinyang took out 2 more pieces of paper, and this time he was lucky enough to draw his own. Found it. Gui Yao had already climbed up. Then you come up quickly. The 2 of us will climb into the house first, and we will check this floor first. Their voices faded away. Su Qinyang glanced at his information, then put the paper in his pants, and when he was about to leave, he took a look at the remaining stack. Su Qinyang took the cloth bag on the wall, stuffed all the remaining information he had not read into the cloth bag, then put it on his back and walked quickly to the window. He looked at the door at the last second of climbing up. Through the hole in the wooden door, he saw the figures of countless monsters, and 2 people in school uniforms. Chapter 35. The hole on the wooden door is very small, the monsters are staggered, the roar of hitting the door is continuous, and the 2 figures in white school uniforms flash by. Are they 2 people or 1? It was too fast, flashing by. Su Qinyang was busy climbing the window, and didn't look carefully. But he still had doubts in his heart, but time was too urgent now, he couldn't calm down and think. Quickly grab the steel plate under the air conditioner, pull up, and push the wall with his feet to gain strength. Climb up the platform, then grab the lower edge of the window on the upper floor, and climb up with force. As soon as I climbed into the house, I saw Wang Yaya. Wang Yaya was standing at the door with the door open, shaking like a quail. Su Qinyang came in, and quickly locked the window, and drew the curtains. Where's Sister Yao? Sister Yao is out. What should we do now? We can't stay in this room. They are coming up. The monsters knew they were going upstairs, and they would either rush in from the window below or come up the stairs directly, so they had to move rooms immediately. Su Qinyang took Wang Yi out, and Gui Yao just came back. Gui Yao said, I checked, there are no monsters on this floor, all dormitories are safe. They have heard the noise, the monsters are going upstairs. Su Qinyang, go into any room. Let's avoid this wave first. They chose the nearest room to hide, locked the door, and moved the table behind the door to prop it up. They moved very quickly, and finally calmed down, breathing lightly. There was the sound of something crawling outside, and the sound of sharp objects scraping against the walls and floors. The sound was not fierce, and it sounded very slow. The monster seemed to calm down suddenly, no longer aggressively hitting the door, but wandering in the corridor outside. The sound continued, sometimes far away, sometimes close. Every time the sound approached the door, the 3 people in the room looked tense. The sound lingered at the door, then moved away. Before they could relax, something scratched the door again, like a nail scratching the door. The people inside dared not breathe, and felt like they were going to have a heart attack. Every minute and every second, their mentality was tortured. Finally, the sound outside became smaller, and it became quiet. The people in the room still dared not breathe, and their expressions were highly tense. Silence, the air seemed to solidify, and time became extremely long. I don't know how long it took. Wang Ye collapsed on the ground. Gui Yao also leaned against the wall to rest for a while. This time, she was not energetic enough, and she hadn't rested well for a few days. Take a closer look at Su Qinyang. When he first entered the dungeon, he was still a tall and handsome male college student. In the past few days, he has obviously lost a lot of weight, and his face and body are still covered with wounds. Su Qinyang looked up at the clock on the wall. It was exactly 9:30. The first class was over, and they could no longer hide the fact that they skipped class. If they left the building, they would surely die if they went back. They had no other way out now, and they could only break out of the dungeon in one breath. There was no sound outside, but they did not dare to speak, so they just stayed there quietly. Wang Ye got up from the ground and sat on the chair, and Gui Yao leaned against the wall to rest. Su Qinyang walked around the room quietly, and checked to make sure the windows were closed. The curtains were drawn tight, and the curtain fabric was a little translucent, so the light in the room was relatively dim. Su Qinyang took off the cloth bag on his body, and took out a stack of information inside. Gui Yao saw it, and went over curiously. I wanted to ask just now, didn't you find your own information? Why did you suddenly carry a bag on your body? It turns out that there are all kinds of information in the bag, such a thick stack. Gui Yao, these are the ones you haven't finished reading? What are you doing here? Teacher Li's office cabinet is full of information, all of which are from previous players, and theirs are mixed in. They searched among thousands of papers, but they tried their best to find their own. These are the only ones I haven't finished reading. I want to find Leilei's. Su Qinyang flipped through the papers and searched. Gui Yao was silent. Looking at Su Qinyang, who was looking for information with his head down, she sighed. Gui Yao also picked up a few and flipped through them, teasing him. Fortunately, your information is at the bottom. You have been flipping through it for so long, and only this pile is left. If there is a large pile left, the cloth bag cannot hold it. Su Qinyang smiled bitterly. Before the monster broke through the door, if I couldn't find my own, I would also take a pile away, take as many as I could, and then silently pray that there is my information among them. Gui Yao, you found it, so you are lucky. Su Qinyang, we all found our own, we are all lucky. Well, we have a lot of luck to live to this day. Gui Yao sighed. Meeting Wu Leilei is our great luck. Su Qianyang's eyes flashed with sadness, and his hands flipped faster. Although he knew that there was no point in finding Wu Leilei's information, he still wanted to find it. The two flipped through it quietly, looking carefully to make sure they didn't miss or make mistakes. Gui Yao flipped through the last sheet in his hand, his face a little serious. I don't have it here. Su Qianyang still had a few sheets left. He picked them up and looked at them carefully. His expression changed after reading them, and he looked at the papers again and again. Gui Yao, no? Su Qianyang couldn't imagine. Yes, no. The two were silent for a while. Gui Yao said, the big pile of information below, the situation was too urgent at the time. We flipped through it so quickly, we must have missed it. She thought Wu Leilei's information should still be below. Su Qianyang shook his head. No, I definitely didn't miss it. When you were climbing the window, I even took the ones you had read and looked at them. Gui Yao first sighed at Su Qianyang's quick actions and rigorous work, and then fell into deep doubts. How could there be no Wu Leilei? All the players' information is there. Gui Yao murmured, and at the same time she had a bold guess in her heart. The players' information is all there, but there is no Wu Leilei. The answer is obvious. But this answer is so outrageous that neither of them dared to speak. Su Qianyang had a blank expression on his face. The white shadow he had just seen through the crack in the door flashed through his mind again and again. It was the school uniform of this school. He was very familiar with it, because Zhong Rui was wearing it, and Wu Leilei was also wearing it. Two figures, two figures. Su Qianyang's face turned pale. Gui Yao noticed that Su Qianyang's expression was not right and asked, what's wrong? What did you think of? If she could have such a guess, Su Qianyang must have had it too. Nothing. Su Qianyang's voice was heavy, and the whole person seemed to have suffered a great blow. He didn't want to say it, so she said it. Gui Yao said, Wu Leilei may not be a player? Su Qianyang was silent for a while and asked, she has been helping us. Will monsters help players? He was not scolding Gui Yao, but asking sincerely. He was a newcomer, he didn't understand, he had never encountered such a situation. Gui Yao had gone through several dungeons, so he must know the basics. Will monsters help players? Gui Yao's face was serious. Monsters can't help players. If there really is a monster like Wu Leilei, she is too vivid. If she is a monster, then I think, this is too scary. Monsters help humans, just boredly treating humans as a game. Chapter 36. Gui Yao was so frightened by the thought that she broke into a cold sweat. She didn't know whether she was comforting Su Qianyang or herself. She said, based on my previous experience in dungeons, no NPC can be so vivid. If there really is such an NPC, then humans have no hope of leaving dungeons. What is the meaning of these dungeons? Is this to torture humans before death? Gui Yao, Zhong Rui is obviously a high-level NPC. The guild also calls this NPC a boss. He is more active than ordinary NPCs, and has some ideas of his own, but his words and deeds are restricted by the dungeon plot. Su Qianyang understood, Wu Leilei is not restricted by the dungeon plot. Gui Yao, well, the probability that she is a human is very high. The probability of being a human is back to square one. She looks like a human, but is she really a human? There can't be a monster like Wu Leilei. Both of them had a headache thinking about it. In fact, they couldn't figure it out in their hearts. They had doubts, but no evidence. It's just that there is no Wu Lu in these materials. This evidence is not strong enough to completely convince them. The image of Wu Leilei helping them has been deeply rooted in their minds. No NPC will help humans. Moreover, she died. Her death was also related to them. Suspicion, binding, interrogation, blame, pushed her to the edge of the roof. Each step contributed to her final result of being pushed down by Zhao Shanhao. Gui Yao's temples throbbed, frowned, raised his hand, and rubbed his head. Seeing her like this, Su Qianyang said, I listened to the movements around. You go to bed for a while. Wang Ye too, you rest for a while. They need to rest up. Then find a phone and dial it. Gui Yao did not refuse. Okay, I take a nap, and you can take over when I wake up. There was no movement outside, but he could not guarantee whether the monsters had dispersed. In their current physical state, it is very risky to break out, so let's rest for a while. Without Wu Leilei, Su Qianyang has been nervous all the time. Gui Yao and Wang Ye rested on the teacher's bed, and Su Qianyang sat in front of the table in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he took the information and looked through it again. Still did not find Wu Leilei. He kept thinking about the two figures he saw in the crack of the door. One was Zhong Rui, and who was the other? At the door of the dormitory, Wu Lu sat cross-legged on the ground and blew her nails. She was too excited to bang on the door before, scratching the door, and banging the door, and her nails were split. Zhong Rui stood beside her and guarded. The corridor was empty and silent, and the monsters never went up to this floor from beginning to end. All the scary noises that the three people in the room had heard before were caused by Wu Le. After they calmed down, the monsters' ears were very sensitive, and the two listened to the suspicions inside from outside the door. Zhong Rui also whispered in Wu Li's ear, "Lulu, you are exposed." Wu Le pushed him away, sat on the ground, and blew his nails calmly. Wu Li's eyes were rolling, and it was obvious that he was planning something bad. Wu Le fell to the side, and her head was directly against Zhong Rui's legs. Zhong Rui simply sat down and held her in his arms. Wu Le found a comfortable position to nestle and then whispered to him, "You." Zhong Rui's eyes were dim, and he said, "I won't do it." "Then I go by myself? I won't play with you anymore." "I do it." But Wu Le kissed him generously. She really wanted to tell Su Qinyang that there was no need for props to control Zhong Rui. If there was any prop, it would be a kiss. Before, Zhong Rui just followed her for fun, but now, he really listened to her. Her little expression did not escape Zhong Rui's eyes. He helplessly put his chin on top of her head and held her motionless. "Lulu," he called her. Wu Le did not respond to him. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and the people inside were startled. Su Qinyang got up from the chair instantly, and Guiyao, who was sleeping on the bed, woke up immediately. The two looked at each other and breathed softly. Wang Yeye woke up slowly. Her whole body was sore. She was about to speak, but Guiyao covered her mouth. "MMM." Wang Yeye opened her eyes wide. Knock knock. The clear knock on the door, they did not hear it wrong. Su Qinyang slowly approached the door, and Zhong Rui's voice came from outside. "Open the door." "Sister Yao, it's Zhong Rui." "Does he need to open the door? He is a monster." Guiyao glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, time has passed so quickly." Su Qinyang was also shocked. How could he sit on the chair for 6 or 7 hours? And he didn't hear the bell for class or lunch break, nothing. "Open the door, I found something important." Zhong Rui's voice came from outside again. Wang Yeye pulled Guiyao's hand away and said, "Don't open the door. What if it's not Zhong Rui outside? Even if he is, he can't open the door easily. Sister Yao, go and see if it's dark." It's definitely not dark at 4 o'clock, but Su Qinyang still wants to verify it. Because Zhong Rui said, "Enjoy the day and pray that the night doesn't come so soon." Guiyao went to the curtain and opened it. It's still daytime. It will be dark at 7 o'clock. They still have 3 hours. They have to leave the teaching building quickly. "Zhong Rui, who is Wu Lele to you?" Su Qinyang shouted to the outside of the door. Guiyao couldn't help laughing when he heard it. "Girlfriend, I'm in love with her." There was a little boasting in the ending tone. It was Zhong Rui for sure. Su Qinyang chose to open the door. Guiyao took Wang Yeye to hide away, and he opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, he saw a piece of paper waving in front of him, with Wu Lele's photo on it. Zhong Rui shook the paper in front of him and said, "I got Lele's information, let's go." Su Qinyang was a little slow to react. You took her information? When did you take it away?" "When you were chased by monsters." Zhong Rui said, "Nonsense. Lele said you were trapped in the house, and it would be dark if you stayed any longer." Lele said. Su Qinyang frantically grasped the key points. "You, say it again, who said it?" Zhong Rui stopped talking and just walked out. Su Qinyang hurriedly followed him. "Is Lele still alive? Where is she? Do you want to take us to find her?" He was really noisy, and I wanted to strangle him. Guiyao grabbed Su Qinyang. "Calm down, follow him, and you will know." "Wang Yeye, is there a trick?" "Guiyao, just be careful." All the way down from the faculty dormitory building, everything was safe and sound. The moment they stepped out of the building, the three of them received a system reminder at the same time. The dungeon exploration degree reaches 100%, and the bonus points are 50. The system message heard by the two new players is longer. The mall service is turned on. Sufficient points can be exchanged for any props in the mall. I wish you a better gaming experience. Electronic sound full of electric current. At the same time, the system broadcasts the entire dungeon. A new task is turned on, an escape task, and the survival time is 8 hours. After 3 hours, the dungeon plot deteriorates. I wish the players good luck. Chapter 37. Escape mission, survival time, and the plot of the dungeon deteriorating. Every word caught them off guard. Guiyao's face was pale. The plot of the dungeon deteriorated. This was what she was most afraid of hearing. Su Qinyang immediately thought, It will be dark in 3 hours. He looked at Zhong Rui, who was standing not far away. The fog was thick, and people could not see their facial features clearly if they stood a little further away. There was only a rough outline of the figure. Su Qianyang knew that Zhong Rui was also looking at him. He was a beast in the thick fog, ready to bite off the player's head at any time. Wang Yaya, Sister Yao, what does the new mission mean? We only have 8 hours to survive? Gui Yao nodded and said, if we don't leave the dungeon after 8 hours, we will stay here forever, but we may not survive 8 hours. 8 hours later, it will be 12 o'clock midnight. Gui Yao was desperate. The plot of the dungeon deteriorates. It usually occurs in large dungeons. Many NPCs will suddenly mutate without any triggering conditions and chase players frantically. Although she has not experienced it, she has heard about it in the guild. She should have thought of the isolated island boarding school, with many NPCs and big and small bosses. This is a typical large dungeon. But because everyone was new to the dungeon, Gui Yao did not think about it. Gui Yao, you are unlucky. As a newcomer, you start with a hell dungeon. Newcomers are generally not assigned to this dungeon. Only those with bad luck come here. Newcomers have bad luck. It's hell at the beginning. She also has bad luck and came here. The more people know that the situation is serious, the easier it is to collapse. Gui Yao was not so stable for the first time. Wang Yaya felt that she was also at a loss. Su Qianyang tried to open the mall, and took a look at what items 50 points could be exchanged for. 50 points can be exchanged for several days of food, including compressed biscuits and chocolate. But if you exchange for weapons, you can only exchange for a dagger. Life-saving items, like teleportation, require more than 300 points for one-time use. More than 300 points. Su Qianyang murmured. Gui Yao heard it. Players cannot see the other party's mall, and don't know what the other party is controlling. But as soon as he heard the number of points, Gui Yao knew what item he was looking at. Gui Yao, 300 points. If you encounter a hidden task, you should be able to get it after passing 2 or 3 copies. How many points can you get if you successfully leave the copy? Gui Yao, I don't know. It depends on the copy. The higher level copies have more points. Is this copy higher level? I don't know. Gui Yao no longer dared to judge the level of a copy based on the number of newcomers. Su Qianyang found that all the props at the back were invisible. They were all mosaic props and mosaic points. I can't see the props and points at the back? Su Qianyang frowned. Gui Yao, you are a new player and can only see the props at the front row. The ones at the back are unlocked by advanced players. Su Qianyang kept flipping back, dozens of pages of mosaics at the back. If someone unlocked all these mosaics, I can't imagine how powerful this person is. Su Qianyang closed the mall and stopped looking. He couldn't afford it even if he looked. Let's go. It will be dark in 3 hours. Let's go find a landline. When I went downstairs just now, I saw that there was no landline in the faculty dormitory building. It's outrageous. Then they had to go to the office. Going to the office at this time was a death wish. But they had no choice. Walking around the winding campus, Zhong Rui stopped and stood under a tree. Su Qianyang walked over. Why don't you leave? Where is Lei? Zhong Rui looked up, and before Su Qianyang could react, a person fell from the tree. Zhong Rui reached out and caught the person, hugging the girl like a princess. Wula put one hand around Zhong Rui's neck and waved the other hand at Su Qianyang. Idiot. Su Qianyang's eyes trembled, and he excitedly rushed over to hug the person. Zhong Rui's face darkened instantly, holding the person and taking 2 steps back, and kicked Su Qianyang with his foot, kicking him far away. Su Qianyang didn't cry out in pain after falling, and got up and continued to rush over. He was extremely excited, and his eyes were red. You're not dead. You're really not dead, Lei. How did you survive? Su Qianyang wanted to touch her, but with Zhong Rui around, it was impossible, so he could only stand 1 meter away and stare. Gui Yao and Wang Yaya were frightened. They saw Wu Lei fall like that. How come she is fine now? Gui Yao pulled Su Qianyang, trying to calm him down. At this time, Wu Lei said, Do I look like someone who would die so easily? Big players definitely won't die so easily. How could she be killed so easily by a newcomer? And Wu Lei knew how to break the dilemma on the rooftop. So how could she not pay attention to the actions of the people around her? Wu Lei's death was full of loopholes. They knew it long ago, and even felt that she fell down on purpose. But her death was too shocking. Her head was smashed, and her whole body was deformed, which made them have to believe that she was dead. Not only was the visual impact, but also the psychological impact. Wu Lei's death made them very sad, so they tried not to recall or discuss what happened on the rooftop. And now she appeared in front of them again, alive. Gui Yao couldn't help asking, "Did you fall down on purpose? How did you manage to get your hands and feet back to normal after falling like that?" Props. That's reasonable. But it was still unbelievable. Before they could continue asking questions, Wulu suddenly touched Zhong Rui's chest, up and down. Princess Zhong Rui hugged her, and let her touch him all over. Su Qianyang was the first one who couldn't stand it. Lei, don't touch a man's body randomly. It's not good. It's not good. It's this kind of words again. Wulu rolled his eyes. In my pants pocket, Zhong Rui suddenly said. Put me down. Wulu patted his shoulder, and Zhong Rui immediately put her down. Both of them were wearing school uniforms. Wulu reached into the pocket of Zhong Rui's school uniform pants and took out a piece of paper. Then he looked at it with satisfaction and praised Zhong Rui. You did a good job. Zhong Rui lowered his head and turned his face a little. Wulu smiled and stood on tiptoe to kiss him on the face. Bo. The three people were shocked. Su Qianyang almost shouted, Boss, you are underage. You can't kiss him. He is an NPC. People and ghosts are different. Wipe his mouth quickly. Su Qianyang moved his hands up and down in front of Wu Li's face, but he didn't dare to touch her, as if he was going to wipe her mouth in the next second. Wu Li looked happy and said, He found my information. Su Qianyang understood. Are you rewarding him? Chapter 38. Su Qianyang said it was smooth, but he didn't dare to touch Wu Li at all. After all, Zhong Rui really hit people. He was not joking when he kicked them. The two people in love were very calm, but Su Qianyang was jumping up and down. Gui Yao couldn't stand it, so he stepped forward and pulled Su Qianyang back a few steps, as if to say, Don't go up to join in the fun. Gui Yao looked at Wu Li, who was unharmed in front of him, and said, What prop is so powerful? Props that you don't have. Wu Li looked like a big boss looking down on the low-level players. Both of them were wearing school uniforms. Zhong Rui and Wu Li held hands tightly, and the appearance of a young couple was too obvious. Gui Yao, dating an NPC is also amazing. He is good-looking. It would be a pity not to date him. As soon as Wu Li finished speaking, Zhong Rui smiled a little, and he was happy to be praised. Su Qianyang, you have to break up after dark. Gui Yao, Wu Li, then talk about it after dark. Wu Lei died too easily. Now that they know she is still alive, they accept it very well. There is no time for excitement and small talk. They headed towards the teacher's building. We have all found our information. All we need is a landline. Su Qianyang recalled the teacher's building. Why do I remember not seeing a landline in the teacher's building? This school is so big, there is not even a phone? Gui Yao didn't believe it. It's not like we are going to rob the NPC's phone, right? Su Qianyang, forget it. Our fighting power is really poor. Every time we encounter a monster, we just run away. We don't dare to fight. Su Qianyang especially regrets that he didn't learn Sanda when he was in college. Who would have thought that one day he would be dragged into a horror world? Wu Li and Zhong Rui walked in front of them, and basically didn't walk with them. Su Qianyang didn't deliberately get close to them, so they kept some distance from them. Gui Yao found that something was wrong with Su Qianyang. You were so excited to get close to her. Why don't you stick to her now? When doing the task before, Su Qianyang was always by Wu Li's side. Now that Wu Li is back, Su Qianyang doesn't stick to her anymore. Su Qianyang laughed and said, Zhong Rui is here, and he will hit me if I get close. Then you don't have to get so close, but you don't have to keep such a distance. Su Qianyang, you are also suspicious. Gui Yao said in a low voice. Su Qianyang's face paused slightly, and he didn't say anything. In fact, he was in a complicated mood now. It's a good thing to be suspicious. I'm afraid you get close to me again. Gui Yao patted his shoulder. Come on, we're too far behind. Yeah. Su Qianyang strode forward and shouted, Lulu, wait for us. The fog is too thick. Don't walk too fast, or we get separated. Wang Yaya walked to Gui Yao curiously. Sister Yao, what were you talking about when you put your heads together just now? Nothing, let's go. Gui Yao smiled at her. Oh. There were no players or monsters along the way. The whole campus was very quiet, as if there was no one else except them. The sound of the waves on the outer wall was getting louder and louder. The NPC is gone too? Gui Yao was very puzzled. Why was it so quiet? Wang Yaya, are the other players still alive? I don't know. Gui Yao said he didn't know, but in fact, he suspected that everyone else was dead, and probably only they were left. Exploration missions are too easy to trigger death conditions, and new players can't make it through. Why haven't we reached the teacher's building yet? Something's wrong. Su Qianyang stopped. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. which he had brought from the classroom and dormitory building. It's 4:30. Half an hour. Even if he was delayed for a while talking to Wu Lei just now, he shouldn't have arrived yet. Gui Yao also felt something was wrong. This road doesn't feel repetitive, but I just can't reach the destination. Wang Yeye, ghost wall? It's a ghost wall, the purpose of which is to trap them here. And then until dark, the plot worsens. Wu Le and Zhong Rui also stopped in front. There were chairs for rest next to the flower bed, and they sat down directly and didn't move. Su Qianyang trotted over. What should we do? We seem to be trapped. Wu Lu, just wait until it's dark. Su Qianyang frowned. But the plot of the dungeon will deteriorate after dark, and all NPCs will kill people. Wu Lu smiled. Yes, this is called a horror dungeon. Do you think this is a secret room? You can get out by decrypting it. Su Qianyang was speechless, and at the same time he felt Wu Lei's coldness. The next second Wu Lu laughed again and said, Su Qianyang, don't go to the teacher's building. If you go in, you will die. Think about other places. Run quickly when it gets dark, don't hesitate. Zhong Rui's eyes darkened slightly, and his eyes turned to Wu Lu. Wu Lu tilted his head. In 2 hours, we will break up. Zhong Rui was stunned, and his beautiful features revealed a little sadness. Su Qianyang heard the big melon, opened his eyes wide, and listened with ears erect. Wu Lu looked helpless. The props can't control the deteriorating NPC. I hope you can let me go, and not kill me. Zhong Rui died unjustly. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't ruin her game. Only if he went along, she would kiss him. Su Qianyang was still watching the fun. Su Qianyang, look at your watch. Wu Lu suddenly said to him. Su Qianyang looked down at his watch and was shocked. 5 o'clock. It was only a minute ago, and the watch time was half an hour. Gui Yao stepped forward. Just like in the dormitory building, time is passing quickly. It won't take 3 hours at all. In a few minutes, it will be dark. The thick fog slowly dissipated, the sound of the waves also calmed down, the light changed from gray to dark, and finally darkened in silence. Wu Li's voice sounded, it's dark. As soon as this voice came out, the whole campus suddenly trembled. The plot of the copy is deteriorating. Run! Su Qianyang shouted to Gui Yao and Wang Yeye, and then rushed forward without hesitation. 2 footsteps followed, and he knew who it was. He didn't look back at Wu Lei. He followed Wu Lei's words and ran when it got dark, without hesitation. The 3 of them ran out of sight in an instant. Wu Lu stood up and patted her wrinkled skirt, preparing to catch up, but her wrist was grabbed by someone. You still reminded them that you are biased towards him. Zhong Rui said coldly. Are you angry? Wu Lu turned back. Don't be angry. Let's start playing the cat and mouse game now. I will bite him to death without hesitation. Zhong Rui threatened. Bite, but before biting him, bite me first. Zhong Rui was puzzled. Wu Lu quickly pulled her hand away, then stepped back, smiling and said, I am the mouse now, you are the cat. After that, she ran away. The cat and mouse game is not about monsters and players, but about the 2 of them. Lei, you haven't asked me if I agree with this game. You always like to make your own decisions. The beautiful monster's eyes flashed with grievance. Chapter 39. It's dark. Why don't you go back to the dormitory? Why don't students go back to the dormitory? The hunched-over dorm manager moved in the corridor, her whole head covered with white hair, and a blood-red mouth on the back of her head kept talking. Still running around in the school at night. I hate such students. Hurry back to the dormitory with me. Go back to the dormitory. Whose quilt is not folded yet, and the living habits are dirty and messy. Su Qianyang had heard the voice of the dorm manager early, and knew that she relied on sound to identify the position of the players, so he immediately moved lightly. Gui Yao and Wang Yeye followed, and Su Qianyang also turned back and quickly signaled them to stop. It was not foggy tonight, and people could be seen from a distance. They saw Su Qianyang's gesture clearly and stopped quickly. Su Qianyang pointed to the dorm manager in the corridor downstairs, and the 2 of them gasped when they saw it. Just then, the dormitory manager spoke again. I seem to hear students nearby. Why don't you go back to the dormitory? The 3 of them held their breath, until the dormitory manager was still walking around the corridor, talking, and not coming towards them. They were slightly relieved. This monster was still cheating. It was scary. There were large flower beds nearby, and the flower beds were neatly trimmed with bougainvillea, surrounding the entire flower bed. If you want to pass through the flower beds, there will definitely be friction. The only way to go through is from the small path beside the corridor, so they have to pass by the dormitory manager. They can't go back. Zhong Rui is behind them, so they can only go forward. They tiptoed, tried to move as lightly as possible and walk slowly. Wang Yeye was trembling, and didn't dare to look into the corridor at all, watching them about to pass this section of the road. As a result, Wang Yeye stepped on a stone, and the stone bounced out and hit the stone slab in the corridor, making a crisp sound. Huh? Students, it's students. The dormitory manager turned his head quickly, his whole head twisted, and the big mouth at the back of his head shouted, "Why don't you go back to the dormitory? Why don't you go back to the dormitory?" Wang Yeye was shocked, and Gui Yao grabbed her and ran. As they ran, the dormitory manager immediately heard more than one footsteps. Three students, why are you still staying here at night? Come back to the dormitory with me. Come back to the dormitory with me. The dormitory manager was hunched over and chased people at a slow speed, but as she shouted more and more excitedly, her whole body fell to the ground, crawling on all fours, like a wild animal, very fast. It was only a matter of time before they were caught up, and the distance was getting smaller and smaller. It's over, it's over. They are finished. Su Qianyang shouted, "We will go back to the dormitory with you." Okay, go back with me, go back with me, go back to the dormitory, I will eat you. Ha ha. Eat you, bad students, eat. It's useless to follow her plot. Su Qianyang realized what the plot deterioration meant. It means that you can't use the general campus logic to deal with NPCs. They no longer follow logic. They just want to kill and eat players. Su Qianyang's words stimulated the dormitory manager even more excited. He caught up with them in a few seconds, flew directly over their heads, and smashed in front of them with a snap. The stone slabs were cracked. The dormitory manager slowly got up from the ground and became a hunched posture again, with a big mouth drooling. 3, enough to eat. After saying that, she rushed forward, rushing towards Su Qianyang who was at the front. She was too fast, and Su Qianyang didn't have time to turn around and run, and was directly knocked down by the front, and his entire back fell to the ground. Hiss. Su Qianyang gritted his teeth in pain. In front of him was a face without facial features and all hair, and its mouth was on the upper side. Su Qianyang pushed its body hard, but it was so heavy that it was difficult to push away. Its entire neck twisted, and its head turned in one direction, with its big mouth facing Su Qianyang. A mouth full of fangs, blood and stench, saliva slowly dripped down, falling on Su Qianyang's face. It seemed to have chosen a good position, and was about to bite. Suddenly a baseball bat hit its head, the monster's head knocked down, and Su Qianyang's head quickly dodged to the side, and was almost scratched by the fangs. Let him go. Gui Yao raised a baseball bat, and hit the dormitory manager's back crazily to stop it from biting people. Bad student. The dormitory manager yelled, turning around and rushing towards Gui Yao. Su Qianyang hugged the dormitory manager, exchanged props in his hand, and stabbed the monster's abdomen with a knife. Puff. The sound of the knife entering the flesh. While the monster hadn't reacted yet, Su Qianyang pulled out the knife and stabbed it again frantically, stabbing it randomly. He turned over and sat the monster under him, holding the dagger in both hands and stabbing it into its big mouth. Su Qianyang was splashed with black blood on his face. He didn't know how many times he stabbed it, but it finally stopped moving. Gui Yao quickly pulled Su Qianyang up. How are you? It's okay. Su Qianyang's back of his hand hurt a little. When he stabbed the dormitory manager's mouth, his hand was scratched by the dormitory manager's teeth. If this were in the real world, he would have to consider getting a tetanus or rabies vaccine. Wang Yeye was terrified, she found. It's still moving. The dormitory manager was still squirming, but he hadn't moved just now. He should be resurrected. Let's go! Su Qianyang put away his knife and led his men away. Gui Yao, the teacher's building is not over there. Where should we go now? Su Qianyang, go to the security room. There must be a phone there. Gui Yao, did you see it? Su Qianyang, yeah, I just remembered it. They went to the security booth when they were exploring the campus. The security guard was taking a nap, so they went in and stepped on it for 2 seconds. The exploration mission was completed, and they left immediately. Su Qianyang didn't deliberately observe or remember anything, but just glanced at the things in the security room. He now remembered that there was a landline in the security room. It was on the table where the security guard was sleeping. The first time they came to this copy, they saw someone killed, and it was the security guard who killed him. And the security guard would always be near the security booth. If they wanted to make a phone call inside, someone had to hold him back. Su Qianyang decided, I distract the security guards, you two go make the phone call. Gui Yao, I go, I have a teleportation tool, Even if I'm caught, I can still save my life. Sister Yao, I want to do it. Su Qianyang directly expressed his thoughts. He just wanted to distract the security guards. Okay. Gui Yao didn't argue with him about this kind of thing. They had a beautiful idea, but they never expected that they would meet Zhong Rui before they reached the security booth. Zhong Rui was still wearing a white school uniform. With a beautiful boyish face, he didn't turn into a monster, he looked safe. But there was no Wu Lei beside him. He blocked the road, and the three of them didn't dare to get close. Su Qianyang asked cautiously, "What are you going to do?" "Of course I'm going to kill you," Zhong Rui said gloomily. As soon as he finished speaking, countless black shadows appeared behind him. They were the monsters in the corridor of the student dormitory. Zhong Rui, go! At the command, all the student monsters were excited. Eat them! Eat them! All rushed towards the three people. Chapter 40. Countless monsters pounced on them, and Su Qianyang and Gui Yao rushed to the front without hesitation to resist. Those monsters were obviously targeting Su Qianyang, and their limbs were entangled on Su Qianyang's legs, making it difficult for him to move. Su Qianyang stabbed the monsters frantically with a knife. In the night, except for the splattering of foul-smelling blood, his vision was blurred. Gui Yao had some basic skills, and he hit the monsters with a baseball bat, leaving himself a little room to move, and was not trapped like Su Qianyang. Wang Yeye was finished. She screamed and waved the knife in her hand. Gui Yao slowly approached her and said, "Go quickly, go to the security room." Wang Yeye did not hesitate. She knew that she could not help if she stayed. But running away, Wang Yeye would only hide, and she did not dare to do the task independently. Seeing her timidity, Gui Yao scolded her, "Go quickly, do you want to live? You can only rely on yourself to live, no one can help you. Wang Yeye can't hide behind others forever. If she wants to live, she has to find a way herself." Wang Yeye turned and ran. Two monsters pounced on her. Gui Yao hugged the monsters, and threw a paper ball out. Wang Yeye's mind was blank, but she reflexively picked up the paper ball on the ground and ran. It was dark night. There was moonlight tonight, although it was very dark, but she could barely see the road clearly. Zhong Rui didn't seem to care that someone ran away. He just wanted to kill Su Qianyang. Gui Yao held the monster under her and stabbed it in the head with a knife. But then several monsters pounced on her and bit her wrist fiercely. "Ah!" Gui Yao screamed in pain, and the knife slipped out of her hand. Su Qianyang was not much better. His entire limbs were entangled and the prop dagger fell off. The monster didn't kill him, but waited for Zhong Rui to judge him. Zhong Rui walked over slowly, looked at the suppressed and embarrassed Su Qianyang, and showed a satisfied smile. "How should I let you die? Chop you into pieces, and scatter you from the rooftop?" He asked and answered himself, and picked up the knife on the ground and stabbed it directly into Su Qianyang's palm. It was this hand that patted Leilei's shoulder. Su Qianyang bit his lip and didn't scream, staring at Zhong Rui with bloodshot eyes. It turns out that monsters can be jealous. So funny. You will stop laughing soon. Zhong Rui gave him a look, and the monsters bit him with big and small bites, biting him all over with blood. The monsters let go, and he collapsed on the ground. Zhong Rui bent down and held his collar, dragging him away like a dead dog. That direction was the teaching building. Gui Yao was pinned down by countless monsters on the ground. The monsters were drooling and biting him with their bloody mouths wide open. Su Qianyang's pupils dilated when he saw the scene before he fainted. A flash of white light, Gui Yao disappeared from the spot. It was a prop, Gui Yao's last life-saving talisman. Su Qianyang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gui Yao escape, and at the same time he realized that he could not escape. Wang Yeye didn't know how long she ran, and finally ran into a flower bed to hide. There were constant cries of monsters around, sometimes far and sometimes near, and she was going crazy. Wang Yeye pinched the ball of paper, and finally opened it with trembling hands, and found that it was Gui Yao's information. What does this mean? Let her go to the security room to call the parents' phone number in Gui Yao's information? In this way, Gui Yao can get a copy. Wang Yeye's brain is not as flexible as theirs, so she can only think of these. The monsters' voices were everywhere. Wang Yeye looked around and didn't see any monsters, but she still didn't dare to leave the flower bed. She only had a few hours left to survive. If she kept hiding in the flower bed, she would die. Wang Yeye knew it very well, but she was really afraid to go out. She was too scared. Woo-woo. What should I do? What should I do? Someone help me, help me. Wang Yeye cried and begged. She really couldn't leave her teammates. She was very scared. The teleportation prop was Gui Yao's life-saving talisman. She would not use it unless necessary. The lowest level teleportation prop. I don't know how many meters it will move, where it will move. If you are unlucky, it may only move a few meters, or even teleport you directly in front of the monster. Gui Yao's luck was not good this time. She teleported to the classroom in the teaching building. She opened her eyes again, and sat in her seat. The curtains were opened, and the moonlight outside shone, and the moon wind with the smell of the sea blew the curtain gauze. The shadow of a girl in a skirt was reflected on the wall. Gui Yao turned around quickly, and saw Wu Lu sitting upright in the back seat, looking at her with a smile. Hey, there are only 2 of us in the evening self-study class. We are good students. Gui Yao was desperate when she saw her. Her life-saving props were gone, and she encountered a monster. That's right, Wu Lei must be a monster. When Wu Lei appeared in front of them alive, she was sure of this. Su Qinyang didn't believe Wu Lei in fact. On the one hand, he was happy that she was still alive, but on the other hand, he felt very complicated. Why are you here? Gui Yao's wrist was bitten by the monster and bleeding. She pressed the blood vessel on her hand and talked to delay time. Although he knew that the other party was 90% likely to be a monster, Gui Yao did not dare to expose it. Exposing it now would be like seeking death. He could only continue to act, pretending to believe that he was a player, and acted out the drama of working together. I'm looking for the phone, what about you? Su Qinyang is dying, Zhong Rui caught him. Gui Yao deliberately mentioned Su Qinyang. She didn't think a monster would be soft-hearted towards a player. But Su Qinyang was sincere to Wu Lei, respected her sincerely, and regarded her as a friend sincerely. Hearing that Su Qinyang was caught by Zhong Rui, Wu Lu showed a surprised expression. How could this happen? Zhong Rui was obviously trying to catch me. He changed his target. He didn't play with her. He went to find Su Qinyang. No wonder she waited in the empty classroom for so long, but didn't wait for him. Didn't he say that he missed playing with her in the empty classroom? He didn't wait for Zhong Rui, but waited for Gui Yao. Wu Lu liked the way Gui Yao looked at her now. Did she think she acted well? The weak human's eyes were full of fear, and the obvious vigilance and tension. Gui Yao, I heard Zhong Rui say that he would throw Su Qinyang off the rooftop. Isn't that right above our heads? As soon as the voice fell, a dark shadow suddenly flashed outside the window. In the moonlight, Gui Yao saw the dense monsters outside the wall and the window climbing up, and one of the monsters was holding a person in his arm. That person was Su Qinyang, who was covered in blood and unconscious. Lulu, what should we do? Do you have any way to save Su Qinyang? Gui Yao asked her because he had no choice, just in case there was a glimmer of hope. But Wu Lu said, we should seize the opportunity to find the phone now. Now all the monsters have been attracted by Su Qinyang. Isn't this the best opportunity? What do you mean? If he dies alone, you can live. Isn't that good? Wu Li's words hit people's hearts. Gui Yao's wrist was no longer bleeding, and the pain made her mind clearer and clearer. Wu Lu, are you going to the rooftop with me, or are you going downstairs? This question is no less than asking, do you want to live or die? Gui Yao's dry lips trembled, and she heard herself say, I'm going downstairs. Chapter 41. The night wind on the sea was blowing, very cold. Su Qinyang couldn't tell whether he was awakened by the cold or the shaking. When he opened his eyes, he saw himself on the high wall, and he was still climbing up. He was awake in an instant. He had many wounds on his body, and lost too much blood. He was shivering with cold. A big black and brown beast-like claw grabbed him, clamped like steel, and he struggled to get away. Su Qinyang saw countless monsters around, and they walked on the smooth wall as if it were flat ground. These monsters were still wearing rags. Judging from the color of the cloth, they were school uniforms. These were all the real appearances of those student NPCs. The monster that grabbed him had a badge on the cloth, Zhong Rui. He looked like this? Not good looking. Su Qinyang's thoughts flashed through his mind, and he laughed at himself. He was still thinking about this when he was about to die. Zhong Rui brought the man to the rooftop, then threw him to the ground with one claw. The next second, he turned into a human, but his clothes were torn and stained with Su Qinyang's blood. Under the moonlight, his beautiful facial features were extremely superior, and wearing tattered and bloody clothes, there was a kind of tortured beauty. His eyes were full of death, and he was a dead thing at first glance, a monster without temperature. Su Qinyang rolled on the ground for a few rounds, then tried to sit up his upper body, looking at him with a smile. You don't seem to be in a hurry to kill me, why? Su Qinyang discovered Zhong Rui's hesitation. Zhong Rui was very powerful, and could kill him with one claw, but he insisted on bringing him to the rooftop. Lulu was pushed down from here by you, and she fell very painfully. Zhong Rui said while looking downstairs. Su Qianyang was stunned. Will it hurt? Monsters will also feel pain. He thought it wouldn't, so she set up such a trap. I let you feel the same pain as her. Zhong Rui was ready to throw Su Qianyang down. As a result, the door lock of the rooftop rang. Click, click, the sound of the rotating lock unlocking. The door lock opened, and the girl pushed the door open, looking at the monsters that filled the entire rooftop, showing a look of disgust. They are all so ugly. Why are the monster forms so ugly? She is ugly too. Zhong Rui saw Wu Lu coming. With an aggression in his eyes, he said directly, Lulu, happy carnival night. He didn't give Wu Lu the opportunity to play a player. Zhong Rui directly exposed Wu Li's vest. Tonight is a carnival night for monsters. Wu Lu was not unhappy, but came over with a smile, looking at the scarred Su Qianyang on the ground, and said twice, Little brother, you look so pitiful. Seeing Wu Lei again, Su Qianyang was no longer in a complicated mood, but heartbroken. He was very uncomfortable. He was really deceived. But why should monsters help humans? He deserves to be deceived. Su Qianyang planned to wait for death quietly, but the next second. You can kill me if you want. Why do you play like this? Is it fun to deceive people? Are you happy to see others believe you? Su Qianyang's defense was broken. He couldn't wait to die quietly. He had to speak loudly before he died. Zhong Rui frowned at Su Qianyang's roar. Wu Lu was lost in thought. Just now in the empty classroom downstairs, Gui Yao dared to continue acting with her even though he knew her true identity, because Gui Yao knew that exposing Wu Lu would be courting death. Su Qianyang's situation was different from hers. Zhong Rui exposed Wu Lu first, and Su Qianyang was in a dead end, so he stopped acting. Wu Lu was curious, if it was Su Qianyang in the empty classroom, just now, would Su Qianyang choose to continue acting like Gui Yao? Wu Lu felt that Su Qianyang would make a different choice from Gui Yao, and he would still choose to break through this last layer. Su Qianyang cried, Wu Lei, why did you lie to me? You could just kill me. Why did you play like this? Are you happy to see us sad for your death? The human cried. Not because of fear, nor because of despair. Just because he was deceived. So many desperate things did not make him cry, only deception made him cry. Wu Lu did not feel guilty, she just felt it was magical. Wu Lu squatted down, hugged her knees, and squatted on the ground in a small ball. She tilted her head and leaned closer. Don't you think this is a very interesting game? It was obviously a monster, but her eyes were like a child, a bad child. It's interesting for you, sad for me, but I know that we have different positions, and whatever you do is right. To criticize a monster for deceiving and playing with him? Too funny, they are originally opposites. Su Qianyang put away his emotions and waited for death. Before he died, he wanted to ask, every student here is a problem student, abandoned by their parents and sent here. I'm curious, what's your problem? Wu Lei looks like a good girl next door, with a baby face. Such a girl doesn't fit the image of a problem teenager. Su Qianyang wanted to understand her, although it was useless. Wu Lu directly took out his academic information from his pocket and gave it to him. Su Qianyang took it and checked it quickly. All the information was normal, except for the last one. Suffering from mental disorder, antisocial personality. In short, she is a mental patient. She lacks sympathy, guilt and responsibility, and often breaks the law, cheats, attacks and other behaviors. My parents said they couldn't control me, so they sent me here, and they didn't want me anymore. Wu Lu smiled, as if she was saying something very happy. They said I would kill them, but I didn't. Do you think I would kill them? She smiled well, and spoke in a good voice, but every word she said made Su Qianyang feel sad. Lulu, come here, don't pay attention to him. Zhong Rui couldn't help it, he wanted to tear Su Qianyang apart. Wu Lu stood up and pulled her skirt, turned back and complained, you didn't play games with me, you didn't come to me. Zhong Rui, throw him down, and we play games. Okay. Wu Lu was excited, and she immediately lifted Su Qianyang and walked to the edge of the rooftop. Although she was a slender girl, she was very strong. Su Qianyang was pinched by her, and couldn't get away at all. He shouted, Wu Lei. Lei. He actually tried to wake up a monster who had no conscience by shouting. Su Qianyang was lifted out of the building, and Wu Lu wanted to throw him down. Su Qianyang quickly hugged Wu Li's arm, and pulled it down hard. Together they flipped over the edge of the roof. Watching the two of them fall down. Zhong Rui's eyes were blood red, and a black shadow rushed down. The huge black shadow wrapped Wu Lu and fell down. Su Qianyang pressed Wu Lu and turned over on the top. It only took a few seconds to fall down a few floors. With a loud bang, a big pit was smashed. He was familiar with jumping off the building. In a few seconds, he turned over on the top. Su Qinyang let the two monsters cover him. Wula couldn't see where she was. She was wrapped by the black monster. At this moment, the monsters on the upper floor poured down. Su Qinyang got up and ran, desperately rushing to the school gate. Beep, beep, beep. In the dark security room, Wang Yeye was holding a piece of paper and trembling as she listened to the noise on the other end of the phone. Hello, who is it? Calling so late. A strange female voice. Chapter 42. Who is calling so late? What's the matter? The woman's voice was unfamiliar, and Wang Yeye was stunned for a moment. Wang Yeye quickly looked at the information in her hand and said in a trembling voice, Are you Gui Yao's mother? The other end of the phone was quiet for a while, and then the woman said, Yes, who are you? Gui Yao is in trouble again, right? She has already gone to boarding school. How can she still get into trouble? And why is there a call at home? The woman seemed very angry. Her voice became louder and louder, and the background sound suddenly became noisy, as if the woman's husband came. What's the situation? Your daughter. Isn't it said that the boarding school on the island is well managed? How can she run away and mess around? How do I know? She grew wings and flew away. Hearing the quarrel on the other end of the phone, Wang Yeye was at a loss and anxious. Auntie, Gui Yao didn't do anything bad, and didn't go out and mess around. Wang Yeye held the phone and huddled under the table. The whole security room was dark. She was lucky when she came in. The security guard had gone somewhere, but he could come back at any time. Wang Yeye stared at the door with fear in her eyes. Wang Yeye said to the phone, Gui Yao has not committed any crime. I am here to ask for help. Gui Yao has been in trouble. This school is not a good school. The teachers here kill students. The teachers and students here are very scary. They are all monsters. Please save us. She said all her fears, and asked for help in a trembling voice. Auntie, uncle, save us. The other end of the phone was quiet. Wang Yeye could only hear her own panting in fear. If she hadn't heard the busy tone, she would have suspected that the phone was hung up. Aunt? Aunt? The next second, a heart-wrenching cry came from the other end of the phone. What nonsense are you talking about? How did you get to our number? Gui Yao told you? Calling parents in the middle of the night is just a prank. It's getting more and more outrageous. Stay at school and tell her that we will pick her up during the holidays. Don't call again. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Wang Yeye was shocked. I don't know if it was cold at night or she was sweating coldly. Her face was pale and trembling as she looked at the landline phone receiver. She called Gui Yao first, not her own number. In fact, she just wanted to try and see if calling parents for help would work. What if it failed? She called Gui Yao's data number first, and now it failed. She didn't dare to call her own number. This method can't produce a copy at all. Wu Lele is lying. She led them to think in this direction. Lying. It was wrong from the beginning. It can't produce a copy at all. They will all die here. Wang Yeye was desperate. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside the door, and footsteps were coming this way. Wang Yeye was terrified. Is the security guard back? She will never forget the player who was pierced by an iron rod on the wall, with blood all over his body. Wang Yeye wanted to run away, but found that she was too frightened and her legs were weak, and she couldn't run at all. Wang Yeye hit her legs hard. She was so disappointed. She could only climb up the cabinet next to her, the narrow wardrobe, and hide in it. The cabinet was dark, and there was a little gap in the door, so she could see the situation outside. She saw the security guard, a man in his 40s or 50s, with a thin face, white eyes, and a big iron rod in his hand. The security guard entered the security room, just took a sip of water from the thermos on the table, and then left again. Wang Yeye was almost scared to death. Seeing the security guard leave, she was ready to run. But suddenly there were footsteps again. Was it the security guard who turned back? Just when Wang Yeye was about to go crazy, she saw Gui Yao quietly entering the security room. She saw hope, and immediately came out of the cabinet. The silent and deserted security room. Gui Yao just came in, and suddenly the cabinet made a noise. She grabbed the knife and stabbed it. A person fell out of the cabinet. Seeing who it was, Gui Yao quickly put away the knife. Gui Yao grabbed Wang Yeye's arm. Why are you hiding in there? The security guard just came back. He is nearby. What should we do? He is nearby. He may come back at any time. Gui Yao looked at the phone on the table. It was a landline. The phone line could not be unplugged. They could only make a call in the security room. Gui Yao said, call first. The absence of the security guard is a good opportunity. Call. Wang Yeye looked unhappy. What should I say when I call? Gui Yao was puzzled. You haven't called since you came in? No, I didn't have time to call, and then the security guard came back, and I immediately hid in the closet. Then call now, give me my information. Wang Yeye handed over the crumpled paper and asked, what should I say when I call? How to ask for help? Say there is a monster here. Gui Yao thought for a while. I can't say there is a monster. The parents won't believe it. We are problem students. We are sent here to study hard and reflect. If I say there is a monster, the parents will definitely not believe it. I can only say that this school is not good to people. There is a problem, and the first step should be to repent and apologize. Wang Yeye looked very unhappy. Gui Yao was about to call his own phone, but seeing Wang Yeye's unhappy face, he said, come here, call your phone first. Can you really call for help? But if you call Gui Yao's phone, it will be exposed that she actually called. One lie must be covered up with many lies. Wang Yeye, okay, call me first. Enter the father's phone number on Wang Yeye's paper, and the call is soon connected. The man on the other end yawned and said, hello? This familiar voice. It's her father. Wang Yeye heard it. It was her father's voice, her real father. It turns out that not only is her high school photo posted on the information, but her parents' names and phone numbers are different, but the voices are the same. Gui Yao knew from Wang Yeye's excited expression that this was the voice of her real parents. Gui Yao reminded, don't be confused, this is a copy, your parents can't appear here. Wang Yeye was instantly poured with a bucket of cold water, and the man on the other side said, hello? Why don't you talk? If she didn't talk, she would hang up, so Gui Yao signaled Wang Yeye to speak quickly. Dad? Dad? Hey! Xiaoya, why did you call Dad with an unfamiliar number, and call so late? Is it very late? It was just after dark. Gui Yao looked up at the clock on the wall, and his eyes trembled instantly. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The survival time is constantly compressed. Dad, I will never play around again in the future. I will study hard and listen to you. I know that I did not do well before, and made you and Mom sad. I'm sorry, Wang Yeye said crying. The man on the other end of the phone was very touched. Don't say sorry, just be obedient in the future. Wang Yeye continued, Dad, the teachers in this school abuse students, the food in the cafeteria is terrible, and some students are missing. Some teachers are also against girls, and someone touched me randomly. Dad, please, pick me up quickly. At Gui Yao's reminder, Wang Yeye said all these words one by one. What? There is such a thing, don't be afraid, Dad will save you. As soon as the voice fell, the phone was hung up. Wang Yeye looked at a loss. Then, she heard the electronic sound of the copy. Congratulations to the player, unlocking the ending Mom and Dad. I was wrong and clearing the copy of the isolated island boarding school. The reward points page has also arrived. Wang Yeye couldn't believe it, and she looked at Gui Yao with a surprised expression. Gui Yao, how is it? As soon as she asked, Wang Yeye disappeared on the spot. Gui Yao's eyes lit up. She had a copy. Before the security guard came back, Gui Yao hurriedly called his own phone, but the call was unresolved. Chapter 43. Gui Yao called twice, but the number didn't go through. She felt very strange. She compared the numbers again and again to make sure she didn't dial the wrong number, and continued to call for the third time. This time the call went through. Gui Yao, you're still calling me. It's endless, right? It's already 10 o'clock. There should be a limit to your pranks. Before she could say anything, she was scolded by the other side. It was her mother's voice, the voice of her mother in real life. She knew it was fake, but she still missed her very much. The prank ends here. I said I would pick you up during the holidays. You stay in school, the woman said angrily. Gui Yao was stunned for a moment, and a possibility suddenly came to her mind. She panicked. Wang Yeye had called before. What did she say? Gui Yao could only calm down and said to the parents on the other side, Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb your rest so late. I know I was wrong about what happened before. I will definitely listen carefully in the future, carefully. If you really listen carefully, you won't call us again and again so late. Dad's voice came. I have something to tell you. This school abuses students, and there are students who disappeared after only a few days of coming. It's very suspicious. The teacher called me to the office to molest. Gui Yao hurriedly repeated what she said before. But she was not as smooth as Wang Yeye. The parents on the other side of the phone were very irritable, very distrustful, and very angry. I didn't want to hear Gui Yao's confession and apology, and I didn't believe what she said. One moment you said that the teachers and students in the school are monsters and will kill people, and now you say that the students are missing. Gui Yao, what kind of lies can't you make up? The teacher molested you. Make up such a mean thing. You have no shame. We still have face. Gui Yao's mind went blank after being scolded. Even though she knew that the other party was not her parents but part of the copy, she would still feel sad when being scolded by such a familiar voice. At the same time, she also realized that this call could only be made once. Wang Yeye had called her before, and it was useless to call her a second time. The parents on the other end of the phone would not trust her. I see that you have not changed your bad habits. This boarding student was carefully selected by your mother and me. He will definitely correct your bad habits. You stay in school. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone of the phone was hung up. Gui Yao's face was ashen. Su Qianyang was covered in blood. Due to the effect of adrenaline, he could no longer feel the pain. He took a crazy detour on campus and got rid of those student monsters. He took the longest detour to the security room and found that the security guard was wandering nearby. The security guard walked stiffly, dragging an iron rod in his hand. One end of the iron rod rubbed against the ground and sparked, which was very conspicuous in the dark night. Su Qianyang crouched under the wall. He didn't dare to touch the wall at all. When he first entered the dungeon, the player who was stuck on the wall touched the wall and climbed up. Su Qianyang suspected that touching the wall would trigger the security attack. He didn't want to touch the wall, but someone didn't agree with him. Under the moonlight, Su Qianyang saw two shadows in front of him. Before he could turn around, he was pinched by the back of his neck and pressed against the wall. Su Qianyang's face was against the wall, his face was distorted, and he looked sideways. It was Zhong Rui and Wu Lele. Both of them had not changed, and they were still in human form, which made Su Qianyang feel that there was still a chance. Su Qianyang struggled and stabbed with his backhand. Seeing that the knife was about to stab Zhong Rui did not dodge. A white hand pinched Su Qianyang's wrist, stopping him from stabbing Zhong Rui. Su Qianyang looked at Wu Le and also saw Zhong Rui's smug look. Ahem. You two are really a match made in heaven. Monsters are so anthropomorphic. I am your toy, Su Qianyang said while coughing up blood. Wu Le snatched his prop knife and gestured on his face, saying, You said you are an orphan. Do you want to hear the voice of your real parents? What do you mean? You can hear your parents' voices by calling that number. Su Qianyang didn't care about this, but he pretended to care, and asked in confusion, You haven't killed me yet. What do you want me to do? Very smart. Wu Le took out a piece of information from his pocket. You will call this number later. Zhong Rui was stunned when he saw his name on the paper, and said, Lulu, I don't need. Wu Le, you can go and question and insult them. Monsters can't call that number, so monsters can't hear the voice of parents and can't question parents. Players have to repent before they can get out. And monsters only want to question. Wu Le has independent consciousness and knows that all this is just a copy plot. She doesn't care. But Zhong Rui is the NPC of this copy. He has been trapped here, and there will be times when he wants to communicate with his parents. Anyway, we are all playing, so we might as well seize the opportunity to play. Su Qianyang was a little surprised to see Zhong Rui's name on the information, and at the same time, he boldly guessed, You can't call, so I can only call Zhong Rui's parents. What about yours? I don't need it. Wu Le didn't care about his own plot at all. Su Qianyang, what is the exchange condition? Let me leave the dungeon safely. You are not qualified to exchange any conditions with us. If you don't do what we say, you will die extremely painfully, and we can also revive you and kill you again. Wu Le said the most terrifying words in the most innocent voice. Zhong Rui echoed, You have to know that this is our world. Horror dungeons belong to the world of monsters, and humans are just ants. Ha! Su Qianyang smiled sadly. Zhong Rui let go of Su Qianyang and pushed his shoulder. Let's go. The security guard seemed to be afraid of Zhong Rui and Wu Le. When they came, he didn't dare to approach the security room. In the security room, there is a table facing the window. Outside the window is the school gate. There is a small open space, and behind it is a single bed and a cabinet. 3 people came in, and the room became crowded instantly. Wu Le slapped the documents on the table and said, Call. The cabinet behind him opened a little. Chapter 44. Su Qianyang was covered in wounds, and could not stand. He could only hold the table with one hand, and slowly input the number with the other hand. Zhong Rui and Wu Le guarded him on the left and right. Wu Le laughed at him. You look so pitiful. I am pitiful anyway. Being bullied by 2 powerful monsters, he had no room to resist. When the last bit of value was used up, he would die. Su Qianyang did not want to accept the ending that he would die, but there was no way. He could not beat them. You are too slow, I will do it. Wu Le reached out and said, Don't look sad, actually. Bang! There was a loud noise from the cabinet behind him, and the next second, a blood-red iron chain appeared on Wu Li's body. Su Qianyang saw at a glance that it was a prop. He looked back. Gui Yao stood in the cabinet. Her hair was disheveled. Her eyes were bloodshot. She was like crazy. Regardless of the cost, all the points were used up. The first step was to tie up Wu Li, and the second step. She moved too slowly. Wu Li was tied up, but Zhong Rui was not. Zhong Rui reached into Su Qianyang's body without hesitation, the sound of tearing flesh apart. Su Qianyang felt a cramp in his abdomen, and his whole body trembled. He looked down with a dull look in his eyes. There was a big hole in his stomach, blood was dripping, and his internal organs were flowing out. He was going to die. Wu Li was also stunned for a moment. She stood close, and was splashed with Su Qianyang's blood, which was still hot. She licked the corner of her lips. Gui Yao was stimulated by this scene and shouted, "I will kill you! Kill you!" He exchanged his machete weapon in his hand, and rushed over. Wu Li found that the red iron chain on his body could not be broken free. This prop can tie up monsters for a certain period of time. She could only kick Gui Yao's machete away, and then take a few steps back. Wu Li bent down and tried to turn into a monster, but found that he couldn't do it. This prop is very expensive. Wu Li looked at the chains on his body. Gui Yao had emptied his family's wealth. Squad leader. Wu Li asked for help. Zhong Rui was the boss, and he could definitely tear the prop apart easily. Zhong Rui didn't untie Wu Li, but held her and retreated to avoid Gui Yao, who was slashing like crazy. Gui Yao's eyes were bloodshot, and she kept crying, "I'm going to kill you, you all die, why die?" Zhong Rui wanted to kill Gui Yao, but Wu Li suddenly said, "It seems that she failed to call, don't do it, she's crazy." Gui Yao seemed to be greatly stimulated. Squad leader, help me untie it. This prop is specially used to deal with NPCs. It is unknown how long it will last. Wu Li doesn't like being tied up. I thought Zhong Rui was very obedient, but he didn't seem to hear me. Squad leader? If you tie him up, he won't make trouble. Zhong Rui didn't want to waste time here any longer. His slender and white arms transformed and pierced through Gui Yao directly. Then he left without caring about what they did. Wu Li's eyes widened, like the black cat. This was completely out of her control, and Zhong Rui lost his patience. "Lilu, you will never see humans again. I won't give you another chance." He took her away by force. During the struggle, the paper in Wu Li's pocket fell out. The night wind blew the door of the security room banging, and there was blood on the ground inside the door, just like a murder scene. In the end, Wu Li only saw two people crawling on the ground in pain. One had a rotten stomach, and the other had a hole in his body, both in the abdomen, but they hadn't died so quickly. Both crawled closer to each other, lying on the ground, spitting blood and laughing miserably. At the beginning, I should have thought that in the solitary confinement room, you are all in one room, and there are only 3 of us. Su Qianyang thought about it and understood. There are not 3 people, there is only him in the solitary confinement room, and the other 2 are not human. Bleeding while talking. Gui Yao lay on the ground motionless, and Su Qianyang thought she was dead. A few seconds later, call, she said in a whisper. Su Qianyang understood what she meant, and he said, "I am an orphan, without parents, and no one will answer the phone when I call." Gui Yao raised his head with difficulty, and found that the telephone receiver on the table was placed next to it, not covered. "It's on the phone now, there is no sound." Su Qianyang was very sleepy. "I'm going to sleep." He was going to die. But he was unwilling. Su Qianyang saw some papers not far away. The night wind blew, and the papers flew to Su Qianyang's face. The corners of his mouth were covered with blood and stuck to the papers. A black and white 1-inch photo was enlarged in front of him. The girl in the photo was smiling, with a baby face, long hair, beautiful and well-behaved. It was Wu Lei. Su Qianyang looked up, and looked at Zhong Rui's information left on the table. "Gui Yao, don't die yet. Let's make another call." He gritted his teeth and climbed up, holding his internal organs to prevent them from falling, and pulled Gui Yao up, and let her sit on the chair. Tick tick. Blood kept flowing, soaking the chair, and it was hard to tell whose blood it was. Gui Yao's expression was numb, and her eyes were distracted. She said, "What I regret most is giving my information to Wang Ye. It's okay that she is stupid, but she also hurts people. I wouldn't be so kind, and wouldn't help anyone. It's all because of you. You have a brain disease, and you infected me. Wu Lei was right to call you a fool. I will curse him before I die. I will be cursed before I die." Gui Yao hates monsters, hates Wang Yaya, and hates horror copies the most. When you get out, kill her and get revenge. I can't get out. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who's calling so late? Is it Wu Leilei's parents? Su Qinying asked. Wu Leilei. Wu Lu, yes, what's wrong? What's the matter? I'm her classmate. I want to tell you that you are the worst parents in the world. You abandoned her. You are not worthy of being her parents. You have no patience to treat her. You only know to lock her up in this hell school. You are very incompetent. In his last moments, Su Qinying shouted very hard, and hung up after he finished cursing. Then he called Zhong Rui's parents and shouted to Guiyao, scold, and then die. Guiyao didn't understand, but he did it with his last breath. Zhong Rui is a good student. Do you know why he fights with others? They only send people to boarding school. Do you think this is a good school? This place is full of demons. There are also students missing. Don't disbelieve it. There is a student named Xiaoyu. You can check. You are irresponsible parents. He hates you. After saying this, the two of them are about to die. Ha ha, it's so funny. We were killed by them, and we have to scold the parents for them. Yeah. There was no sound in the security room. The night wind blew in, blowing the two bloody documents on the table to the wind, floating out of the window, and being blown out of the iron fence of the school gate. Congratulations to the player, unlock the hidden ending irresponsible parents and pass the Deserted Island boarding school copy, and be rewarded with double points. The Deserted Island boarding school is a private school built on an island. It has the best educational resources, many activity venues, clean and bright cafeterias, warm dormitories, kind teachers, and friendly classmates. New students are welcome to register for admission. Chapter 45. At midnight, the dungeon is closed. There are no players here anymore, and all the monsters are reveling. Only Wu Lu was locked up in the confinement room. The confinement room only had a table and a chair. It was empty and dimly lit. Wu Lu touched the table and found a piece of paper and a pen. She was asked to write a self-criticism. Wu Lu turned the pen and thought, she made a mistake. She did not follow the plot. She provided clues to humans, and Zhong Rui put her in confinement. Wu Lu knew exactly what she had done, so she wrote the self-criticism very smoothly. After writing, she was very satisfied. This is a full 1,000 words. I have never written such a long essay. This will definitely pass. She quietly waited for the monitor to come and check it. Time passed little by little, and she heard the monsters outside reveling, playing and fighting and howling. Only she was locked up, alone. But Wu Lu was not sad. She never felt lonely. On the contrary, she liked to be alone. Lying on the table and sleeping, the whole person is a small ball, without breath, without temperature, just like the dead things around. Zhong Rui saw the scene when he opened the door and came in. His eyes flickered slightly. He hurried forward and hugged her from behind, wrapping her whole body. She didn't move. Zhong Rui frowned. Lulu? Still no response. Zhong Rui shook her, and finally her eyelashes moved. Wu Lu opened her eyes in a daze. I want to sleep. Night should be the most exciting and energetic time for monsters, but she fell asleep, and she looked like she didn't get enough sleep. Zhong Rui was a little worried. Is there something wrong with her? But they are originally lifeless things. How could there be a problem? Will you blame me for hurting them? Zhong Rui lowered his head and asked with his forehead against hers. Why should I blame you? This is the place you are in charge of. You can do whatever you want. Wu Lu did not blame Zhong Rui, nor would she blame him. She thought it was a miracle that Zhong Rui did not tear them apart. It's a pity that they were still allowed to get out alive. You are a little clever. Zhong Rui pinched Wu Li's neck. There will be no next time. You will never see the player again. What are you going to do? Restrict my freedom? You said you are my little monster. I can control you. Wait, take a look at my self-review first. I think I wrote it very well. Wu Lu pulled his hand away, stepped back a little, and presented her own self-review with both hands. This self-review is very profound. Maybe you won't be angry after reading it. Zhong Rui was a little surprised that she actually wrote a self-review. She is so good. Zhong Rui read the whole thing at a glance. His expression didn't change. His eyes were heavy as he put the paper aside. Well, there are a lot of words. Just a lot of words. I listed all the mistakes I made from beginning to end, clearly, and regretted every word. Wu Lu blinked. Her expression was very cute. His slender fingers climbed up her face, kneading her chubby face fiercely, leaving red marks, and he wanted to crush it. I'm not satisfied with your self-review, he said. Wu Li's expression was distorted by the kneading. She didn't understand. Why, It's obviously well written. Your self-review is not thorough enough. What else did I violate? Think about it yourself. Don't think. She wants to sleep. Too lazy to think. Wulu is tired. This kind of fatigue is very familiar to her, so she won't resist. After falling into a deep sleep, as long as no one wakes her up, when she opens her eyes again, it is a new dungeon. There is no isolated boarding school, no Zhong Rui, and no one knows her. She is a ruthless horror dungeon worker NPC. Wulu lay down on the table, and in order to perfunctorily deal with Zhong Rui beside her, she made a few thoughtful expressions, and then buried her face in her arms. Zhong Rui guarded her. He just wanted to stay by her side. The academy has been in darkness. When the players leave, there is no dawn here. After a few days, the monsters' carnival ended, and the whole academy was dead silent. In the confinement room, Wula never raised her head, no breathing, no heartbeat, no temperature. Zhong Rui pinched the back of her neck, and played with her fingers from time to time. He said, "Lulu, why do you want to break up with me?" Was she joking with those humans, or did she really break up with him? Zhong Rui couldn't tell. He only knew that he cared about what she said. Zhong Rui pulled the self-review out from under her arm, picked up the pen on the table, and wrote quickly. My classmate Zhong Rui and I fell in love early. We fell in love in school and kissed him, which seriously violated the school rules. I reflected on myself deeply. I think I did nothing wrong. I like Zhong Rui. Zhong Rui smiled. This is a qualified self-review, a self-review that satisfies me. The copy data is being cleared. 3 players survived in the isolated island boarding school. Unlock the double ending. Mom and Dad, I was wrong. Irresponsible parents, the copy is about to be closed. The red sky, the modern town. On the central round platform of the town, people kept appearing out of thin air. 2 men and women covered in blood flashed. They lay on the ground. Their clothes on their stomachs were rotten, and their bodies were covered in blood. The people around were a little surprised to see this scene. With such a large amount of bleeding, he almost died. He managed to get out of the dungeon with his last breath? What good luck. Su Chenyang felt relaxed, without any pain or sleepiness, and someone beside him was muttering. He looked up, and saw a strange place, and saw Gui Yao out of the corner of his eye. Sister Yao? Gui Yao came back to his senses, got up from the ground, looked around and couldn't help crying. Paradise Town, we passed the dungeon. This is where players will come to after leaving the dungeon, Paradise Town. There are no monsters here. It is a place for players to rest. No matter how badly you are injured in the dungeon, even if you are missing arms and legs, or your head is chopped off in half, as long as you have a breath, you can successfully leave the dungeon and return to Paradise Town to heal everything. Gui Yao pulled Su Chenyang up and said, if you stay here for a day, you will lose 10 points. When the points are deducted, you will be automatically kicked into the dungeon. Points are used to exchange props to save your life. It is best not to waste them here. So many players will choose to enter the dungeon after staying for a few days. Gui Yao thought he was dead this time, so he spent a lot of points to exchange props to deal with Wu Le and Zhong Rui. All the points were spent, but fortunately, the hidden ending was unlocked and some points were earned. Gui Yao, I suggest you join a guild, which is easier than entering the dungeon alone. What are the benefits of joining a guild? Joining a guild, you can share the dungeon information brought back by many other players, and know some dungeon clearance conditions. If you enter these dungeons, and know the clearance information, your survival rate will be very high. Of course, in exchange, you also have to tell the guild the dungeon information you have cleared and share it with everyone. This is the meaning of the existence of the guild, and everyone benefits from each other. The players in the guild are also divided into levels. High-level players can get more dungeon information, while low-level players can only know a small part. But this is much better than going through the dungeon alone. If you want to come to S Guild, I will be your introducer. Just come to the east street of the town to find me. Gui Yao told Su Chenyang about the general matters, and prepared to leave. Su Chenyang asked, Sister Yao, are you going back to S Guild? No, I'm going to find Wang Ye. Gui Yao's eyes were full of murderous intent. Chapter 46. Su Chenyang knew what Gui Yao was going to do. He was unfamiliar with the place, so he just followed. Gui Yao didn't mind him following, and just said, if you find her, you can either help me or just watch from the side. I won't save her, don't worry. Su Chenyang said. Gui Yao nodded. If you gave her your information, I believe she would do the same thing. Now you see clearly, don't trust people easily. I can't believe it. The people I trust the most are not human. Su Chenyang laughed at himself. Gui Yao choked up. Wu Lei is too scary. She seems to understand human nature. She fooled me around. What props, big players, controlling Zhongrui, lies one after another, they believe them all. Guiyao. Fortunately, I will never see her again in the future. Yeah. I can't see her anymore, and I feel a little disappointed. Neither of them talked much about Wu Lele. In fact, they themselves also noticed that Wu Lele was obviously from the monster camp, but they liked Wu Lele very much. Guiyao returned to East Street. Although the town was not big, it was still very time-consuming to blindly look for people. 10 points would be deducted for staying here for a day. Guiyao just wanted to use these 10 points to have a good rest, and didn't want to waste them on looking for people. The station of S Guild was on East Street, and Guiyao went back to ask people directly. Su Qianyang followed all the way, and found that this was a modern small city. The streets were not wide, but there were shops on both sides, and there were places to eat and stay. There were quite a lot of people on the street, but it was not lively. Many people walked with numb faces and looked lifeless. Passing by a small bridge, you can still see many people lying under the bridge, like homeless people. Guiyao saw Su Qianyang's gaze, and said, "You need points to eat and stay here. If you can't afford to stay in a hotel, you can only sleep under the bridge." Su Qianyang wondered, where do the points go in the end? The copy system is the electronic sound you heard. Guiyao looked at the houses and shops around him. The points returned to the copy system as the final destination, and counting down, the top of the guild, and the top players, they are all high point owners. Have any players left the horror world? Su Qianyang just wanted to know if there is still hope to go back. No. I haven't heard of any player leaving so far. I've only heard of how powerful big players died in a certain copy. Guiyao, in real life, people will die in the end, and it's the same here. There is no difference, but they may die more miserably. Sister Yao, why didn't I realize that you can tell cold jokes before? Su Qianyang smiled helplessly. Have you considered joining Guild S? This is the largest guild in Paradise Town, with a large number of members and a lot of dungeon information. Are there other guilds? Yes, many. Which is the most powerful guild? The Black and Red Guild has the fewest members and a high entry threshold. You need to pass 30 dungeons to join. Their guild enters the dungeon in groups, led by a big boss. It is said that the chance of survival can reach 80%. 10 people go to the dungeon together, and 8 can come back. How many people envy? Guiyao looked at Su Qianyang. You want to join this kind of guild? Then you have to survive 30 dungeons. Su Qianyang, I want to go, but I know I am just a small fry. I am very curious about everything in Paradise Town, and want to know everything. Guiyao, you don't need to know too much. Ordinary players can't stay here for long. I will go to the dungeon in 3 days. If you want to join the S Guild, find me as soon as possible. You will be deducted points every day in Paradise Town, and you can't afford to live here. When I came to the S Guild site, it was a food stall with many players eating inside. As soon as Guiyao entered the door, someone recognized her. Guiyao, you are back, you. You are covered in blood. The man looked behind Guiyao. Did Li Tao die? Guiyao was helpless. Well, he died. This dungeon was very difficult, and I almost didn't come back. You failed to lead the newcomers, and will be demoted, but you came back successfully, and brought back the dungeon information, which can offset your merits and demerits. The man said helplessly, and whispered, the dungeon has been very unstable recently. During your absence, there was a big news in Paradise Town. What happened? A player from the Black and Red Guild has been in the dungeon for half a month. It will not take more than half a month to clear a dungeon. If it takes more than half a month, it is basically dead and can't come back. The Black and Red Guild, led by an old member, and the new member is also a player who has played 30 dungeons. Such a team can enter a dungeon without a single survivor. I can't imagine how terrifying the dungeon is. Ah, it will get harder and harder in the future. The man sighed, you go to the front desk first, we talk later. Okay. The man went to talk to someone else. Su Qianyang heard it clearly behind him, and he followed Guiyao. At the front desk of the food stall, a young man was pressing the computer, and when he saw someone coming, he looked up. Want to order food? I'm Guiyao, team leader. Please help me find someone. Okay, as long as this person has been to East Street, we can find him if he is caught on surveillance. Come with me to check behind. Guiyao took Su Qianyang in, and the young man turned back. He doesn't seem to be one of us, so he can't come in. He is my younger brother. I just got out of the dungeon, and I need to write a dungeon information report on the side. He will help me check the surveillance to find him. Is there any problem? No problem. Those who just got out of the dungeon are all masters. Seeing your blood, this dungeon must be very strong. Remember to write down all the details clearly. I know. The small room behind the hotel is a surveillance room, which can check the surveillance of the entire East Street. There is also a bookcase behind the surveillance room, which is full of information. Guiyao. The cabinet contains all the basic dungeon information. Do you want to join us? If you join, you can see it. If you enter a dungeon here, you will have a god's perspective and will definitely come back alive. Does your guild have a task to develop offline players? I seem to know why the S Guild has the most players. I don't develop offline players casually. I invite you only because you are qualified. Su Qinyang is not the first person she invited. The last person she invited so hard was Wu Lele. After checking the surveillance, Wang Yeye was found in less than half an hour. Looking at the face on the surveillance, Guiyao wanted to cut her with a knife. Guiyao quickly wrote down the information of the Solitary Island Boarding Academy, and then left the food stall. Brother, can't you really have less points? I'm a newcomer, and I finally passed a dungeon. Your accommodation is too expensive. Wang Yeye was chatting with someone in a small hotel. After leaving the dungeon, she was very happy that she survived. Guiyao will definitely die, and Su Qinyang will definitely not be able to get out if he offends Zhong Rui. If they are all dead, Wang Yeye will feel at ease. After learning about Paradise Town from several passers-by, as night fell, Wang Yeye now just wanted to find a place to stay. Don't stay in a hotel if you don't have money, you can stay anywhere on the street outside. The hotel owner said. I'm a girl, how can I sleep on the street? Wang Yeye still wanted to coax and squeeze out a few tears, just like when she asked Su Qinyang to protect herself. The glass door at the door was pushed open, and two people came in one after the other. Before everyone could react, an iron rod hit Wang Yeye's back of the head. Chapter 47. Wang Yeye felt a sharp pain in the back of her head, and she collapsed to the ground with a pale face. Then she heard a familiar voice. Private Revenge. When Guiyao's voice came out, the frightened guests around calmed down. Private Revenge means that someone must have harmed someone in the dungeon, or accidentally made an enemy, and then someone else came out of the dungeon to take revenge. This kind of thing happens frequently in Paradise Town. There is no rule of law here, and murder is also a common thing. Wang Yeye covered her bleeding back of the head and looked back. Guiyao, how did you come out? Guiyao grabbed her wrist and dragged her away. Ah! Help, help, someone is killing someone, help! Wang Yeye shouted and asked for help from everyone in the hotel, but no one paid attention. Everyone looked at her indifferently, and some even thought she was noisy, and silently closed the glass door. Guiyao dragged the person to the road, looked around, and finally chose a small road. Su Qinyang followed silently. Wang Yeye was shocked and happy to see Su Qinyang. Su Qinyang, save me. Guiyao is crazy. She wants to kill me, please save me. Su Qinyang didn't look at her, as if he couldn't hear her. Wang Yeye was anxious. Su Qinyang, as long as you save me, I will agree to be with you. Su Qinyang's calm expression suddenly collapsed. What do you mean? Wang Yeye, don't you like me? As long as you save me, I will agree to be with you. No, when did I like you? Su Qinyang laughed angrily. You have been protecting me in the dungeon. Don't you like me? You have been with me since entering the dungeon. I am very grateful. In fact, I like you too. There was no one on the path. Wang Yeye was dragged in the mud. Guiyao let go of her hand. Guiyao was disgusted with her. I have been with you and protecting you. Do I like you too? I have been with you and protecting you. Why don't you thank me, and want to kill me? Wang Yeye cast a look for help to Su Qinyang, but found that Su Qinyang ignored her. Su Qinyang was standing by like a sentry. Wang Yeye wanted to stand up, but she was hit hard on the back of her head, and couldn't stand up. She sat on the ground and moved back while crying. What are you going to do? I didn't hurt you. I called your parents first, because you threw the information to me. I know you want me to help you call. I called, but I don't know why it went wrong. I really didn't hurt you. You gave me the information yourself. Guiyao closed his eyes in hatred. What I regret most is throwing the information to you. She swore that she would never trust anyone again. But the atmosphere between the three of them was so good, and Su Qinyang was so sincere that Guiyao was also inspired and chose to trust his partner. You threw it to me yourself, and now you call me and blame me. Su Qinyang, I am going to be wronged to death by her. Wang Yeye called Su Qinyang again. Su Qinyang didn't say anything, just watched quietly. Guiyao smiled and squatted down, with hatred in his eyes. Wronged? Who told me that you didn't have time to call? Are you helping me call, or using me to do experiments first? You know it best in your heart. Not wanting to waste time talking to her, Guiyao took out the prepared axe. Do you know how I got out of the copy? There was a hole in my body, and my whole stomach was broken. Wang Yaya was trembling all over, and fear was lingering. You can't do this. I just let you suffer the same pain as me, which is already very kind. People who have entered the dungeon have become more or less dark in their hearts. Guiyao has countless cruel and torturous ways to kill Wang Yaya. Now she only chooses to let Wang Yaya suffer the same pain as her, which is already very good. Su Qinyang did not turn his back to see Guiyao's revenge with his own eyes. The intestines were pierced, and the stomach was rotten, and all three of them tasted it. Wang Yaya died, and the two of them escaped death. Guiyao was relieved after revenge. At the same time, he also decided that he would never trust anyone in this life. Guiyao, I'm going back to East Street. I go to the dungeon in 3 days. If you have something to do in the next few days, you can come to the food stall to find me. Okay. The two separated. They did not agree to go to the dungeon together like other players. They both had their own plans. The sun went down, and a large piece of fire cloud appeared in the sky of Paradise Town. Su Qinyang looked up and saw that it was not pretty like blood. Compared to the dungeon world, this is heaven, but compared to the real world, this is also hell, where people are being eaten every minute. Is it really impossible to go back to reality? Then you can only try to survive in hell. The dungeon of the nunnery opens at midnight. Deep in the mountains, a huge nunnery is located in the mountains. The night wind blows, and the flames of the oil lamps in the corridor sway. A nun holding a kerosene lamp walked by, her long gray and white skirt brushed against the wooden floor, and the wooden floor made a sound with every step. A black cat followed her. Meow. Shh, everyone is asleep, don't make noise, and the kitten can't cry. She squatted down and touched the black cat. So cute, God bless you. One carriage after another entered the forest. No one was driving the carriage. The horses mechanically went into the mountains. The carriage was not big, and it was crowded with people in long robes. Welcome to the Midnight Convent. You are new believers, come here to practice. Here, you can love, be grateful, and repent as much as you want. The Lord will fulfill your wishes and satisfy everything you have. The people in the carriage heard the copy information, and they began to observe the surroundings. The pattern of the car wall, the curtains of the car window, and the clothes they wore were all in medieval style. Convent? Several of us are men. Several male players looked at each other. The men were wearing gray robes and boots on their feet. The female players were wearing long linen skirts, and they all looked very simple. I have remembered the horror game I played before. Escape from the convent. Damn, nuns kill people. Are the nuns in the game beautiful? Beautiful, even more beautiful when they skin people. These are old players, and they can still talk and laugh. But there were also a few new players, who were completely confused. Isn't it that I'm lying at home playing with my phone? Where is this place? What on earth is this place? The old players scratched their ears. There are always a few newcomers. It's so noisy. Just then, the carriage suddenly stopped. A gust of wind blew, and a huge and gloomy nunnery appeared. Chapter 48. There is a convent in the deep mountains and old forests. It is a huge building. Because it is night, the outline of the convent is sometimes visible, and sometimes invisible, exuding a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. The gate of the convent is closed, and half of the moon in the sky is hidden in the clouds. It is pitch black all around. Except for the oil lamp hanging on the carriage they are riding, it is all dark all around. The night is like a giant beast, which can swallow them up at any time. All the people on the carriage got off. There are dozens of players this time, mostly women, and only 1/3 of men. This door is closed. Do you want to knock on it? Said a male player. Don't act rashly. Let's observe first. What are you wearing? The man is wearing a tunic, a blouse, trousers, boots on his feet, and slightly long hair. The woman is wearing a robe, a petticoat, a headscarf on her head, and a shawl on her shoulders. The neckline is large, revealing a piece of snow-white skin on her chest. We are dressed in the style of the European Middle Ages. Judging from the fabric, our families are not very wealthy. A player said. The clothes worn by medieval nobles were extremely gorgeous and beautiful. Although the styles of the clothes they wore were also complicated, they were made of the most ordinary fabrics without any patterns. The new players were still confused. They were clearly at home, so why were they here? The new players kept asking what was going on, and were making a lot of noise. In order to make them shut up, 2 old players gave them a simple science popularization. In the crowd, several players gathered together with serious expressions. This is a nunnery. Pei Lin looked at the people around him, and then at his teammates, "Men, take off your clothes quickly, quickly." The players on the same team still didn't understand the situation. Why are we taking off our clothes? The 5 people are members of the Black and Red Guild, and they are going into the dungeon as a group. Pei Lin, although he is the youngest among them, and looks like a pretty boy, he is actually the most senior member. Pei Lin usually doesn't talk much, and he is a cool guy. He is also very strong in close combat. He has killed countless weird monsters with a machete. They all believe Pei Lin's words, but they still don't understand. Why do men have to take off their clothes? Pei Lin said coldly, "Convent, can men go in?" The copy information said that they are Protestants who come here to practice, and they have to go in to practice. If they can't go in, they will die if they stay outside. Chen Xiujia, who is on the same team, said, "It is impossible for men to appear in the convent. If you pretend to be a woman and go in, what if you are discovered? If you are discovered, you will definitely die. Don't be discovered as a man." Pei Lin looked at the 2 male team members. The 5-member team, Pei Lin, Shi Xingwang, Lu Kong, 3 men, and Chen Xiujia and Lu Shui 2 girls. Lu Kong and Lu Shui are siblings. Shi Xingwang, "Fuck, so unlucky, this copy is a disadvantage for men." Lu Shui looked at her brother Lu Kong worriedly. Lu Kong smiled and gently touched her head. "Don't worry." They took off their coats and blouses, and Pei Lin returned to the carriage. There were several cloaks in the carriage, and there was a totem on the cloak, which should be the pattern of a certain sect. Pei Lin threw them to them. "Put it on." Shi Xingwang and Lu Kong put it on quickly. Chen Xiujia reminded, "Remember to be polite when you talk." Shi Xingwang, "Are you fucking gloating?" Chen Xiujia, "No, I'm just kindly reminding you." Lu Shui arranged her brother Lu Kang's cloak. Pei Lin found a few women's headscarves in the carriage. Put this on too. After dressing up, Shi Xingwang looked like a skinny monkey, and looked a bit like a woman, while Pei Lin had a fair face and good looks, and barely looked like a girl. Only Lu Kong didn't look like one, because he had stubble. Pei Lin, use props. Lu Kong could only exchange for a knife to shave. They stood at the edge of the crowd, and only a small number of people noticed their actions. Some people didn't understand, but followed suit. But most people were discussing the copy information, and they wanted to discuss a little information to make a flower. The moon completely entered the dark clouds, and the surroundings became darker, and people's faces could not be seen clearly. Click. With a crisp sound, the door of the nunnery slowly opened from the inside. There was light inside, the warm red candlelight drifted out little by little, and the outlines of people could be seen. Someone is coming. Look at it, is it a person? How could it be a person coming out of there? When the figures came closer, they finally saw them clearly with the light of the kerosene lamp. They were several girls, or nuns to be exact. They were all wearing the same black robes that covered their ankles. The collar of the robes was tightly buckled under their necks. They also wore a white headscarf on their heads, which completely covered their hair. Except for the face and a little finger exposed in the wide sleeves, they almost didn't show an inch of skin. The exposed faces were very beautiful, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and high noses. Some of them had a few freckles on their faces, but it didn't affect their beauty at all. They all have Western faces and look young. Although the nuns' clothes are loose, you can still vaguely see that they are slender. The new player was attracted by them, and couldn't help saying, "They are so beautiful." As soon as the player finished speaking, the nun suddenly looked horrified. It's a man's voice. How could a man come here? What's going on? Why are there men? Dirty! They cursed and looked in the crowd. There are so many men. You are too much. You are blaspheming this place. The nuns were suddenly very angry, and the players were also frightened, especially the old players, who were terrified, fearing that this would trigger the death condition. Men and women stand separately. An older nun came out of the nunnery, with a fierce look on her face. The players stood separately obediently. Pei Lin, Shi Xingwang, Lu Kong stood in the crowd of women, but a male player, who followed in disguise, stupidly stood in the crowd of men. The old nun walked down the steps with a lantern, looked at the women with satisfaction, and then immediately looked at the men with a dark expression, disgusted eyes, as if they were the dirtiest things in the world. Suddenly, the old nun walked up to a person with a lantern, looked at the headscarf on his head, and asked, "Aren't you a woman?" The male player was stunned, then nodded, "Yes, I am a woman." The air froze. This rough voice, saying that she is a woman, has zero credibility. Cheating others, dishonest people, the Lord will punish you. After the old nun said this, she turned around and said to the women, "You can go in, don't make noise, remember to pray before going to bed, the Lord bless you." The faces of the male players, who were left behind, gradually turned pale, and they seemed to be finished. A group of women lined up to enter the convent. Su Qinyang, a tall man, wearing an ill-fitting skirt, tried to lower his head and follow the people. Chapter 49. When Su Qinyang heard that the copy was about a nunnery, he immediately thought that the nunnery was a religious territory and men were not allowed to enter. There were their luggage in the carriage, and Su Qinyang immediately pulled a skirt to change into. Su Qinyang hid beside the carriage and dressed up. When he came out, he found that several men were dressed up as women. It seems that there are many smart people, and those people look very experienced. Entering the gate of the nunnery, the first level was passed without any danger, and Su Qinyang breathed a sigh of relief. "It's dark inside, I give you a lamp." The girl's voice sounded, and a lantern was handed over. Su Qinyang turned his head, and saw a nun with freckles on her face. The facial features of her western face were very beautiful. The fingers holding the lamp were white and thin, and she was wearing a silver ring on her hand. "Thank you. Thank you." Su Qinyang tried to speak with a pinched throat. After he finished speaking, his heart sank. It seemed that he didn't speak like a girl. He was nervous and tense. The nun looked at him, which made Su Qinyang feel creepy. She tilted her head slightly with a puzzled expression. "Does your throat feel uncomfortable?" "Yes, I'm sick, my throat is broken," Su Qinyang said with a pinched throat. He learned an important skill in the last copy. "Nonsense. Ah, it's pitiful, but it's okay. As long as you pray to the Lord sincerely every day, the Lord will bless you, and your throat will get better." She smiled, and at the same time made a gesture with her hand in front of her chest, closed her eyes and prayed, "Lord bless you." Su Qinyang, Lord bless you. She said it again, still looking at him. Su Qinyang reacted and said in a hoarse voice, "God bless you." The nun was very satisfied and smiled even more. The oil lamp shone on her face, and Su Qinyang couldn't help shivering. He had seen strange monsters covered in blood, but why didn't he feel as scary as the nun in front of him? The nun turned and walked away, holding the ring on her finger under her black robe. Wula smiled. What a coincidence, he met a fool again. Su Qinyang relaxed after she left. The nuns led the way in front, and no one spoke along the way. The atmosphere was dead silent. Only when you enter the gate will you know how big this convent is. Behind the wall is a small square, surrounded by houses, and in the center of the square is a fountain. It is quiet all around, with only the sound of the fountain flowing. When the night wind blows, they seem to be able to feel the coolness of the water vapor. There is a small garden under each house, full of various flowers and plants, and the wind brings the fragrance of flowers. This smell, the nun just now also has this fragrance. Standing in the small square, beside the fountain, you can see the church that reaches the sky not far away. It is solemn and mysterious. In the dark night, it looks like a monster. We crossed the square and passed several gardens, and finally arrived at the resting place. A circular courtyard with a circle of houses. The nuns were wearing black robes, almost blending into the night. The oil lamp was raised, illuminating their faces. The nuns standing in a row were beautiful and weird. Their eyes were black and big, but a little dull. "This is where you live. Rest early, and don't go out at night. God bless you." They left after leaving these words. The players in the yard didn't dare to speak. They started to discuss only after they were sure that the people were really far away. What if the men didn't come in? They died. How is that possible? They didn't do anything, how could they die? Many people were silent. They died at the beginning because they were men. The timid female players were already crying, but some experienced female players were very calm and had already started to choose their own rooms. One female player was dazed and stepped back in fear. As a result, she stepped on the foot of the person behind her. She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "It's okay," Lu Kong said. The female player was shocked. "You are a man." Lu Kong was wearing a woman's headscarf on his head, and his expression was a little embarrassed. "You speak softly." The female player immediately covered her mouth and looked apologetic. "But she spoke too loudly just now, and others had heard it." "Are there men coming in?" "I noticed it a long time ago." "There are several men." "You are so smart." Wearing a woman's headscarf, it looks quite real. Other female players also observed the people around them, and found several men. Their dresses were really abstract. Most of them didn't look like girls, and the nuns didn't even notice it. So as long as men dress up as women, they won't die. You men know the key information. Why don't you tell others? You just watch them die. They are men like you. How can you be so selfish? Someone began to criticize. When there are many players, there will be all kinds of people. Pei Lin was too lazy to pay attention and said, "Let's take a look at the dormitory first." Shi Xingwang pushed open a door next to it. Double beds, 2 people per room. Chen Xiaojia came over. "That's good, it's safer for 2 people to be together." "Lu Shui, I want to share a room with my brother." Lu Kong nodded. Shi Xingwang looked at Chen Xiaojia. "Then we will share a room." Chen Xiaojia said disdainfully, "I want to share a room with Pei Lin, you can find someone else." Pei Lin crossed his arms and said lightly, "You two share a room." "I don't want to." Chen Xiaojia didn't want to, but Pei Lin's cold eyes came over, and she immediately gave up. Shi Xingwang smiled proudly. "Don't resist, isn't it good to be with me? I can still protect you." "What do you mean by being with you? Please explain clearly, don't be ambiguous." Chen Xiaojia was angry. The criticism over there continued. The unlucky Su Qianyang inexplicably became the person being criticized. She even wore a skirt. She was really prepared. "Why didn't you remind others? Just watch them die." Su Qianyang frowned. "Why should I say that? I don't know them." While speaking, Su Qianyang's mind flashed through himself a few days ago. In less than 10 days, he has become different from the person he used to be. Su Qianyang ignored these people and found a room to live in. Others cursed at the door and started to find rooms to live in. The room was very simple and plain, with 2 small beds and 2 black nun robes on the beds. It was a skirt. "I have to wear skirts in the future." Su Qianyang was speechless and helpless. He picked up the skirt to study it, and a pair of white lace panties fell out of it. It fell on his feet. Su Qianyang was stunned for a second and his face immediately turned red. Not only do you have to wear a skirt, but you also have to wear lace panties. Chapter 50. There were footsteps outside the door, and Su Qianyang quickly picked up the lace panties. Pei Lin came to the door, knocked on the door and said, "We are both men, can we live in the same room?" Su Qianyang didn't want to live in the same room with a girl to avoid embarrassment, so he agreed, "Okay." Pei Lin came in and looked around the room, then saw the nun's robe on the bed, reached out, and picked it up to check. Su Qianyang wanted to remind him, but he couldn't say the word lace panties. Su Qianyang turned sideways, and waited for Pei Lin to find out for himself. As a result, Pei Lin turned the clothes over and over, but nothing fell off. Su Qianyang was puzzled, but his expression was tense and unchanged. This nunnery was full of weirdness. Although men should not appear in such religious places, their rejection of men was very obvious. Su Qianyang also found that they were Protestants. How could the Protestants send men? Besides, the nuns hardly showed an inch of skin except their faces and fingers, but the female Protestants sent here all wore skirts with large necklines. In short, they didn't look like Protestants, but just ordinary people who came here. There were many players, good and bad, and Su Qianyang didn't dare to easily form an alliance with anyone to discuss the dungeon information. And Su Qianyang didn't plan to form an alliance with anyone, he was afraid of meeting someone like Wang Yiye. Su Qianyang rested in Paradise Town for one night, spent some points to eat a bowl of noodles, and then went directly into the dungeon the next day. He didn't say hello to Guiyao. Guiyao told him several times that she would go to the dungeon in 3 days, she was in East Street, and he could find her. In fact, it was a subtext to invite him to join the dungeon if he was willing. The only person Su Qianyang knew in this strange world was Guiyao. Although he didn't know Guiyao very well, he was familiar with him. His best choice was to go to the dungeon with others, so that he had a greater chance of survival. But Su Qianyang wanted to grow up and face it alone. He was afraid that he would not dare to go out if he stayed in Paradise Town. Points would be deducted every day, and if he lost points, he could not exchange props. In order to force himself, Su Qianyang took the initiative to enter the dungeon the next day. There were nun robes on the bed, and 2 snow-white nightgowns in the closet, which were also long and covered the feet. Pei Lin and Su Qianyang didn't like to chat, and the two had zero communication. Su Qianyang tidied up and laid down to sleep, and Pei Lin went to the bathroom to wash up. Pei Lin observed all the players who entered the nunnery, and there were not many men. There were a few men who imitated them and dressed as women, and Su Qianyang had his own ideas. Most old players have partners. Su Qianyang is alone, and Pei Lin can't see Su Qianyang's strength. Pei Lin didn't pay too much attention to him. He found something strange in the bathroom. There was no mirror in this bathroom. Women live in the nunnery. Women love beauty. How could there be no mirror? The toiletries are very complete. Bath and hair balm, combs, neatly arranged. There is a wooden barrel inside, which is full of water. There is a wooden ladle, and a small stool on the side. People who wash can sit on the stool, and used the wooden ladle to sweep water on themselves. Pei Lin looked at the water pipe. There was no water flowing out. The water was cut off at night. After observing for a while, Pei Lin went out and lay down on his bed. Now you can still hear the chirping sound coming from other rooms. As time goes by, the sound disappears. The surroundings were terribly quiet. Woo! A woman's cry sounded, faint at first, then getting closer and closer. The cry became louder and louder, sometimes far away, sometimes close, accompanied by footsteps. Woo! It seemed that a woman was circling in the courtyard, crying more and more miserably. Su Qianyang opened his eyes. He had just accidentally fallen asleep for a while, and now he was awake instantly. The footsteps were at the door. A woman was crying, just crying, not saying anything, crying extremely creepy. But she cried for a while, and then stopped, and after a long time, she suddenly started crying again. This sound was intermittent, making Su Qianyang's heart rise and fall. The cry sounded again, as if it was coming to their door. Su Qianyang lay on his side slightly, keeping a posture that could get up and attack or escape at any time. In the dark, he looked at the door. The door of their room was closed, but there was a gap of 3 fingers under the door, and the moonlight outside shone a little under the door. The crying sound was getting closer and closer, but it suddenly stopped. Just when Su Qianyang was confused, 2 footsteps sounded. The next second, a pair of feet suddenly appeared at the door, with the toes facing the door, and the shadow shone a few centimeters into the room through the gap. Su Qianyang was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. The crying woman was now standing silently at their door, and had not left. Su Qianyang stared at the shoes and held his breath. After an unknown amount of time, the feet finally left. Su Qianyang breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time found that he was sweating. The person opposite suddenly lifted the quilt and stood up, which scared Su Qianyang. Pei Lin came to the door, listened carefully to the movement outside, and then opened the door. Su Qianyang, don't open the door, in case she hasn't gone far yet. Pei Lin ignored him, and opened the door. There was no one outside except the circular flower bed in the middle. The moon in the sky was very round and bright. From here, it seemed that the sound of the fountain in the small square in front could still be heard faintly. Su Qianyang also got out of bed, and went to the door. Observing the surroundings, she laughed. Why is she standing at our door? Pei Lin, she not only stood at our door, but also stood at several doors. Su Qianyang reacted. Every time the crying stopped, she was at someone else's door. The moonlight shone on Pei Lin's handsome face, and he was thinking about something. Su Qianyang thought for a moment, and said, don't tell me that she was standing at the door of a player dressed as a woman. Pei Lin tilted his head and said lightly, I guess so. Then we were discovered. They are in danger. Meow. A cat's cry, ethereal and terrifying, scared the 2 people at the door. Su Qianyang looked outside, and saw a completely black cat jumping onto a large rock in the flower bed, licking its fur, and looking at him with a pair of erect eyes. Su Qianyang, let's go inside. Pei Lin turned and went inside. The strange things that happened tonight have already happened, so there should be nothing to do. The 2 of them had nothing to talk about, so they lay down and had a good rest. As a result, just as he fell asleep, there was a noise outside. She is possessed, she is possessed. She is possessed by the devil. The devil is coming. Why is it coming? It's so scary. The Lord bless us, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It was a group of women's sharp voices, and all the players' doors were slammed hard. Everyone come out. Come out quickly. Su Qianyang turned over, his heart pounding. If this continued, he would have a myocardial infarction sooner or later. Pei Lin got up and quickly took off his clothes and put on a long white nightgown, and Su Qianyang quickly followed suit. The nun at the door said, Are you still not coming out? Bring me the key. The next second, the sound of the key opening the door was heard, and Su Qianyang quickly changed his clothes. The door was pushed open, and the hem of Su Qianyang's skirt was still on her thighs. The beautiful nun at the door was stunned, and then her eyes swept over Su Qianyang's legs. She said, You have a lot of leg hair. It was the nun who gave her the oil lamp. She was wearing a white nightgown, no headscarf on her head, blonde hair, beautiful facial features, and freckles on her face that did not affect her beauty. Natural. Su Qianyang said, blushing at the same time, and quickly pulled off the skirt. Wulu deliberately opened his eyes wide, and kept looking at him, making Su Qianyang embarrassed to the extreme. What happened outside? Pei Lin said. This voice made Wulu and Su Qianyang frown. Wulu, it's so ugly, how can someone's voice be so ugly? Pei Lin's expression froze. Su Qianyang blinked. Chapter 51. Pei Lin's expression froze for a moment, and Su Qianyang could see his embarrassment. Fearing that the nun would suspect him, Su Qianyang continued to talk nonsense. His throat is also broken. Wu Lu opened her mouth slightly, her expression a little incredible, and her beautiful eyes looked them up and down. Both of them were scared, and Pei Lin was ready to attack. As a result, the nun just slowly showed a look of pity. Are you two excluded by them? Pei Lin didn't say anything, not knowing whether he didn't know how to answer, or because he was just teased about his voice, and didn't want to talk at this moment. Su Qianyang bit the bullet and said, "Why do you ask? You are not good looking, your voice is unpleasant, and you have so much hair, so no one wants to live in the same room with you, so you two can only be together." The beautiful nun's words pierced their hearts like a knife, choking them speechless. Is this what a nun can say? Shouldn't religious believers be kind? She doesn't look like a nun, especially now. She doesn't wear a black robe and a white headscarf. She wears a snow-white robe and nightgown, with shining blonde hair, beautiful and charming, like a princess. The NPCs in this copy are too confusing. Su Qianyang and Pei Lin both think so. But you don't have to feel inferior. These are not your fault. Wu Lu comforted softly the next second, and said, "If you want your voice to be better and your appearance to be more beautiful, you can pray to the Lord, and the Lord can fulfill any of your wishes. The Lord will fulfill your wishes and satisfy everything you have." This sentence was heard by the copy system when I just came to the copy. Pray to the Lord, make a wish to the Lord, fulfill any wish, and satisfy everything. They intuitively felt that this was the key point of the dungeon. The people in this room haven't come out yet? Another nun's voice came from outside. Su Qianyang looked at the blonde nun. You? Is this her name? Wu Lu took 2 steps back, the smile on her face disappeared, and her voice became cold. Come out, stand in the yard. She turned and left, with a long golden curly hair down to her waist, and every hair seemed to be glowing in the moonlight. Such beautiful hair, when wearing a black robe, will be tied in a white headscarf. Not a single hair is exposed. She changed her face too quickly, and neither of them reacted. Su Qianyang raised his hand and scratched his head, touching his slightly long hair, and still a little uncomfortable. When they came to this dungeon, their hair automatically grew longer, to the hair below the ears. At night, they showed their hair, and the hair was long, so the men would not be exposed. After a while, all the players came to the yard. Most people were still wearing their own clothes, and had not changed into the nightgowns of the nunnery. A group of nuns in nightgowns holding oil lamps surrounded them. The older nun came, still wearing a headscarf, wrapped up tightly. She looked at them angrily. We have always been safe here, but you brought the devil as soon as you came. The devil possessed our friend. She is not doing well now, all because of you. You got into trouble as soon as you came. You must have brought the devil. The nuns glared at them. All the players were confused. They didn't do anything. You will have to perform exorcism every day, confess to the Lord and pray earnestly. You are too dirty. The old nun stared at several female players with her eyes wide open. Your collars are so big, you are not allowed to wear such clothes in the future. Starting tomorrow, you must wear the clothes we prepared. The devil is coming. You will have to perform the first exorcism tonight. After the old nun finished speaking, she called out another name, Lu. In the crowd, Wu Lu stepped forward, with a blank expression on her beautiful face, looking at all the players indifferently, and said, My name is Lu, I will lead you to perform exorcism tonight. Hearing that they were going to perform exorcism, many players were alarmed. Exorcism, how to do it? A player asked. Wu Lu, you will know it later, now you have time to go back to the house and change clothes. The players dispersed, and the nuns waited for them in the yard. Back in the house, Su Qianyang and Pei Lin closed the door. Hello, my name is Su Qianyang. What's your name? Pei Lin. Sure enough, his natural voice is better. The voice that was mixed is too unpleasant, Su Qianyang complained in his heart. Su Qianyang, I suspect we are not believers. Su Qianyang looked at Pei Lin and felt that he didn't look like a newcomer, and had a sense of sophistication. Su Qianyang wanted to get some information from Pei Lin, so he could only bring up the topic himself. Pei Lin took out a black robe and put it on. Su Qianyang saw that he ignored him, and thought he didn't want to talk to him. As a result, after Pei Lin put on his clothes, he said, Where did you come to this conclusion? Su Qianyang's eyes lit up, and he smiled while putting on his clothes and said, If we are really believers and come here to practice, then we should know and strictly abide by religious beliefs. But you see us, women don't wear skin-covering robes, and men come to the nunnery. Isn't this ridiculous? Pei Lin said calmly, Not only are we not believers, this may not be a proper nunnery. How do you know? From you? It's you. Everyone calls the blonde nun that way. Pei Lin, do you remember the information the copy system said? Su Qianyang, we are new believers, and we come here to practice. Here, you can love, be grateful, and repent as much as you want. The Lord will fulfill your wishes, and satisfy everything you have. Pei Lin, the last two sentences, no religion will say these two sentences. You can pray, be grateful, and repent. But fulfilling wishes and satisfying everything is too evil. Su Qianyang, the price of fulfilling wishes must be very high. The two put on black robes and skirts, put on headscarves, and were about to go out. Su Qianyang took 2 steps, and a piece of white cloth fell off. Pei Lin saw, you dropped something. Su Qianyang turned around, and saw Pei Lin bending down, and pinching the small piece of cloth with his fingers. Su Qianyang reacted and immediately snatched it. Ahem, I keep it. Although he moved quickly, Pei Lin still saw clearly what it was. Pei Lin's face turned cold, and he looked at Su Qianyang as if he was a pervert. A man with a girl's lace underwear on his body, perverted, disgusting. Pei Lin opened the door, and strode out. Su Qianyang pinched the cloth in his hand, his face changed from time to time. What a misunderstanding. In the dark night, 2 rows of nuns walked quietly towards the church. The church at night had no lights, and it was still very cold. Looking up, you couldn't see where the top was, it was pitch black. Only Wula was holding a lamp, the light illuminated the lower half of her face, and she led the people inside. As the light shone deep into the church, everyone found a person sitting in the middle of the front. On the wide round red carpet, there was a throne-like chair, and a slender figure sat upright, wearing a long robe, with long hair and slightly lowered head. They could only see a silhouette, not the person's face. Wula should have stopped at the edge of the red carpet, but she walked forward with the lamp. The moment she stepped onto the carpet, the person in the seat looked up. My child, you are here? The voice was extremely pleasant, but it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The arm was raised, and the slender fingers with distinct joints hooked. Good child, come here. The person was calling the blonde nun. The players were all worried. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, and Wu Li's eyes were also flickering. Although the other party was in the dark, she could see the person's appearance. This face, which was hard to tell male from female, was full of divinity. She was already pretty enough, and there were people in this nunnery who were prettier than her. Those fingers seemed to be divine, and they moved slightly, making her unable to look away. Wula went over there, as if possessed by some magic. She held a lamp, and as she approached a little bit, the light touched the person a little bit, and the players gradually saw the picture in the dark. The red carpet was full of golden patterns, and the patterns were retro and mysterious. All the golden patterns gathered at the center, the blood-red chair. Sitting on the chair was a person in a white robe, with black hair, and a face that was so beautiful that everyone was fascinated. The hair was below the ears, not too long, and the face was very beautiful, like a woman and a man. Only one word came to everyone's mind. It was hard to tell whether he was male or female. Wula walked up to him. Lord. As soon as the words fell, all the players were shocked. So there really is a Lord. I thought it was just a belief. Good boy. Tata gently tapped Wuli's forehead. Bless you. His fingers were very cold, and when he was about to take them back, Wula grabbed his hand, and then kissed the back of the Lord's hand in front of everyone's eyes. Lord, I am your most loyal believer. After doing this, Wula stepped back. As the light left, the Lord also disappeared. All the players didn't react. What was going on? You are very lucky. You saw the gods on the first day. Wula said you brought demons. You are wrong, but the Lord is tolerant and will forgive you. These humans saw the Lord for the first time, and she was the same. She knew that the Lord existed, but Wula had never seen him since the dungeon was opened. I didn't expect the Lord to be so beautiful. Wula thought of the time when he kissed the back of his hand just now, and his divine expression broke for a moment. Several nuns walked in from the outside, each of them holding a silver bowl filled with water. Wula, follow me in prayer and confess your faults. What to do next is similar to ordinary religions. Pray, recite scriptures, sprinkle holy water. Everyone was exhausted after tossing until dawn. I thought the first night would finally pass safely. The knife reflected light, and shone on the face of the player in the front row, and the player squinted his eyes. The nun who sprinkled holy water on them suddenly took out a silver dagger, and cleaned the dagger with holy water. What is this for? I don't know. Wula suddenly smiled. You have the breath of the devil on you, and your blood is dirty. You need to bleed. This is the last step of exorcism. Bleeding? Can you still live after bleeding? Chapter 52. When the players heard that they had to bleed, they all retreated. Wula looked at them with a gloomy face. You don't want to exorcise the devil? You are disrespecting the Lord. She was angry. The most feared thing in the dungeon is that the NPC gets angry, because it is very likely to trigger the death condition. Su Chenyang found that this dungeon was different from the previous one. Most of the NPCs in the isolated island boarding school were like zombies, but the NPCs in this world were all alive. They really look like people. The dungeon mission has not been released yet, and the players don't know what to do. They were pushed by the NPCs, inexplicably asking for exorcism and bloodletting. People with devilish aura will gradually become real demons, and demons should be burned to death. Another nun said angrily. As soon as these words came out, the players realized the death trigger. Don't become a demon, you will be burned to death. Come, come! Bloodlet. The players were obedient. Wula held a knife. Let's start with you. She pointed at Pei Lin. Pei Lin stepped forward calmly and raised his wrist. His skin was white, and the purple veins could be clearly seen. Wula grabbed his wrist and cut it with a knife, and blood dripped onto the ground. Pei Lin looked down and found something strange. The blood melted into the ground and gradually spread out, and there was a sinking pattern on the floor of the church. Not bad. Wula smiled. Next. Several people from the Black and Red Guild followed and bled one by one. As the blood increased, the pattern of the floor embedded in the blood became more and more obvious. Others also discovered that the floor had patterns. One after another, players were bled. Fortunately, it was just a cut, and the blood dripped onto the floor of the church, and then other nuns would hand them a piece of white cloth for them to bandage. Su Chenyang was in the queue, and when it was his turn, he raised his hand, but Wula didn't grab his wrist, but stabbed him quickly and fiercely. Blood spurted from his wrist. Su Chenyang was stunned for a second, and then quickly pressed his wrist. Wulu, sorry, I was too heavy. It's okay. Su Chenyang felt extremely unlucky. Everyone's blood gathered on the floor, and the blood flowed into the gaps in the pattern. The totem on the entire stone brick also appeared, which was a book pattern with a skull cover. This pattern looked very evil. The smell of blood filled the church, and this exorcism was not right. Wula played with the bloody knife and said, "You can go back and rest." All the players left, covering their wrists. When they left the church, they all looked very unhappy. Most of the players were female, and they were discussing. I've never heard of bloodletting in an exorcism ritual. It hurts. The texture of the skull cover book, how could such a thing be engraved in a sacred church? Let's wait for the copy mission to be updated. I have no idea now. In fact, what shocked me the most was the Lord. I didn't expect the Lord to be a real person. I thought it was just a belief. And the Lord disappeared in an instant. Is he really a god? The Lord should be the key figure in the copy. But I can't figure out what the conditions for leaving the copy are. Male players dare not speak easily outside. After all, they can't hold it well, and they don't speak like girls. However, in front of the nun NPCs, it seems that as long as the male characteristics are not completely exposed, the other party will not doubt the gender. This is probably the last mercy of this dungeon to male players, not to kill them all. Su Chenyang stood in the crowd, listening to others, hoping to hear some information and inspire him. After listening to a lot, Su Chenyang returned to his residence with satisfaction. Wearing a skirt is really inconvenient. Su Chenyang can't help but walk with big steps, and the skirt will always be stretched by the thigh roots, or the skirt will fly up. Su Chenyang can only hold the skirt with both hands, so that he can walk faster, but the posture is a bit ladylike and manly. One word to describe it is ugly. After completing the NPC task, Wula had nothing to do, so she wandered around the nunnery. To be precise, she was looking for a beautiful master, but unfortunately, she couldn't find one. This dungeon is more complicated. Unlike the previous dungeon, all NPCs are in the same camp. NPCs versus players. It is a large-scale NPC hunting game. In the Midnight Nunnery dungeon, NPCs will also trigger death conditions, and NPCs will die if they are not careful. While the players are going through the dungeon, the NPCs are also immersed in the dungeon plot. Wulu was very unlucky this time. Her identity card was very dangerous, and she might be killed by a greater terror. The master's identity card must be very big. Wula muttered to herself. She circled under the wooden corridor, and the morning light shone on her, and her figure was looming. Lu. An elderly woman's voice came from the attic. Wula looked up at the wooden attic, lifted her skirt and slowly went upstairs. In the darkness, the old nun asked the blonde nun, "Is the ritual completed?" "Completed? Their blood has been stained with the Book of Demons, they are dead." Wula showed an evil smile. The old nun was very satisfied, and the serious expression on her face also revealed a hint of tenderness. She reached out to touch Wulu. Wulu took a step back and looked at her unhappily. Dali, pay attention to our distance. You don't want others to know our secrets, do you? Old nun Dali's hand trembled, and her eyes revealed sadness. She looked at the other party pleadingly. Lu, I just want to touch your face. The Lord touched my forehead today and blessed me. Wulu said. Dali's eyes were shocked, and she said happily, You are a lucky child. Wulu, do you think the Lord will find out that I am? Dali's face was pale. You can't hide it from the Lord. Sooner or later, there will be such a day. You should stay away from the Lord, child. This is for your own good. Whose good is it for, you know in your heart? Wulu ignored her and turned away. Su Qianyang returned to the room, and before he pushed the door open, he saw that it was full of people. Someone was having a meeting in the room. Su Qianyang chose to stand at the door and eavesdrop. He heard the key information. Pei Lin said calmly, That was not an exorcism ceremony, it was a sacrifice ceremony. Who did they sacrifice us to? They were sacrificed, and could lose their lives at any time. They had to find the conditions to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. Qin Xiaojia, then, they are deceiving us. Why do they do this? What's the logic? Pei Lin, we are not believers, but civilians who were deceived. The main purpose of deceiving us here is to sacrifice. Shishing Wang scratched his head and said bitterly, There is no such dungeon in the guild dungeon information collection. It happened that I was matched into a dungeon that did not have information included. What bad luck. Lu Kong smiled and said, Then it depends on us. If we go back alive, we can bring back new dungeon information to the guild. I hate this kind of dungeon mission that is not released for a long time. Lu Shui muttered. The few people discussed and arranged skillfully. After dawn, they went to explore the entire nunnery and try to get useful information. Qin Xiaojia, that you looks very unusual, and there is also the Lord. Pay special attention to these two people. The other three nodded, only Pei Lin did not speak. Qin Xiaojia tilted his head. Brother Pei, is there any problem? That Lord, he doesn't seem to be a woman. What? Pei Lin's words shocked the others. How can she be a man if she is so beautiful? Pei Lin, not a man. Shishing Wang, brother, explain it clearly. Pei Lin, gods may not have gender. Su Qianyang thought about hermaphroditism, but he didn't think about the possibility of no gender. How long are you going to eavesdrop on us outside? Pei Lin's question came from inside the door. Chapter 53. Caught. Su Qianyang was a little shy. He pushed the door in with a serious face. I want to come back to rest. You guys continue chatting, don't worry about me. The members of the Black and Red Guild in the room were speechless. Just chatting. Chatting for you to hear? How could it be so good? Brother Pei, let's go to our room. Qin Xiaojia said. Pei Lin crossed his arms and said lightly. Nothing, follow what we just said, split up and find out the nunnery as soon as possible. Okay. Lu Kong and Lu Shui, brother and sister, obey orders the most, then we leave first. Qin Xiaojia didn't want to leave yet. She wanted to be in the same team with Pei Lin. But she knew Pei Lin liked to be alone, so she could only follow Shishing Wang unhappily. Shishing Wang looked at Qin Xiaojia's expression, and knew what she was thinking. He chuckled. What do you mean? Qin Xiaojia looked at him immediately. Shishing Wang, it's nothing, I just think you're beautiful, and it's my honor to partner with you. Qin Xiaojia had a speechless expression, but still discussed with him what to do next. After all, he had gone through dozens of dungeons, and was full of experience. When other players were still wondering what to do, the 5 people from the Black and Red Guild had already arranged everything in an orderly manner. In the room, Pei Lin and Su Qianyang ignored each other, 2 lone brothers. After a simple wash, both chose to lie down and have a good rest. Time passed quickly. Pei Lin slept for 2 hours and then went out. Su Qianyang was very tired, but he also chose to go out early to find clues. With this schedule, even if you are not killed by the terrifying monster, you will die sooner or later. Su Qianyang felt it necessary to rest for a few more days in Paradise Town in the future. Because there is no way to rest in the dungeon, the whole process is high pressure. Su Qianyang moved the bandaged wrist, and it stopped bleeding. The church was full of blood. It was already dawn. The light shone on the stained glass of the church. The colorful reflectors were printed on the murals, which was very beautiful. Wula came in with her skirt lifted, stepped on the red carpet in the center, and stared at the empty chair in a daze. She didn't know this lord. She only knew that everyone believed in him. He was a god. They couldn't look at him. Being touched by him and blessed by him was the greatest blessing in the world. The Lord rarely appeared. Some nuns stayed in the convent for their whole lives and never saw the Lord. Just when Wula was wandering, a force suddenly bound her. Wula felt that her body could not move. She resisted, but the force did not leave. "Why are you here?" Behind her, a nice voice. Wula narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. Even the freckles on her face looked very happy. "Because I want to see the Lord." There was silence behind her. Wula thought he had left, but she still couldn't move. The next second, she heard the sound of breathing and the bewitching tone. "Good child, you want to see me so much. Do you have any wish you want to fulfill?" When she saw him before, he was in a white robe and full of divinity. At this moment, Wula sensed something different. Wula deliberately sank yes. In the church, Tata was tall and stood behind Wula. The two figures overlapped, and Wula could not be seen from the door. Tata's eyes were dim, and she asked softly, "Good child, tell me, what is your wish?" "My wish? My wish?" She was bewitched, and her speech became slow. Tata leaned over. "You are a good child. I will reward you." "Lord, I have too many wishes. I am not a good child. I am very greedy." "Say them one by one." Click, the crisp sound of pushing the door. The church door opened a gap, and a person came in from outside. Tata's face turned cold in an instant, and disappeared in the next second. Wula stood on the carpet, slightly tilted his head, with a strange posture, motionless. Pei Lin came in and saw this scene. He slowly walked forward, walked to the edge of the carpet and stopped. "You?" Pei Lin called her with a pinched throat. "Why are you here alone?" "This voice is too unpleasant." Wuli's body was able to move instantly. She turned around and looked at Pei Lin crying. Her light blue eyes were full of tears. The blonde nun cried. Pei Lin was caught off guard. Pei Lin asked with a pinched throat, "What's wrong with you? Why are you standing here crying alone?" "I cried because of your unpleasant voice." Wula bowed her head. "I am repenting. I am wrong. I am a mistake." Pei Lin felt that something was wrong with her, and hurried to chat with her. "Why are you wrong? What did you do wrong?" Wula looked at him, walked out of the carpet step by step, walked in front of Pei Lin, and asked him, "Have you ever lied?" Don't lie to me. Have you ever lied before?" "What is the biggest lie you have ever told?" "The Lord is here, don't lie." Her voice gradually became sharp, and there were no tears in her eyes. She stared at him, as if judging him. Although the words were roundabout, Pei Lin understood. Wula took another step forward, and the two of them stood toe to toe. She had a lot of white in her eyes, and it was scary to stare at people with her eyes wide open. Pei Lin was stared at so hard that his back broke into cold sweat. He whispered, "I've told a lot of lies." After a moment of silence. "Hee, you're not lying to me now. You're so nice and good." Wula suddenly laughed. Her face was so close, and her delicate and beautiful features were right in front of Pei Lin's eyes. Pei Lin was stunned for a moment. He was distracted. Pei Lin quickly gathered his attention and asked, "Do you often come here alone to pray and confess?" "Of course." "When did you come to the nunnery?" Pei Lin, who had dozens of dungeon experiences, knew that she had calmed down at this moment. She is now an NPC and can talk. "I won't tell you." Pei Lin opened his mouth to continue asking, but a piece of white cloth was stuffed directly into his mouth. "Don't talk. Your voice is really unpleasant." Wula couldn't help it and left quickly. Only Pei Lin was left with a dark face. Pei Lin was in a bad mood, not only because a cloth was stuffed in his mouth, but also because she had said that his voice was unpleasant for the second time. Pei Lin quickly pulled off the cloth strip. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. He found that it was actually a nun's white headscarf. Pei Lin's face became even uglier. I just came here, and there are still many things I don't understand. Can I ask you something?" Su Qianyang asked politely. Wula had just shaken off Duckling Voice number 1 and met Duckling Voice number 2 when he went out. Chapter 54. Su Qianyang found that other players were talking to NPCs and extracting information from the conversation. He had only passed one dungeon, and in the last dungeon, he didn't know that he could talk to NPCs to get information. And with Wu Leilei's incident, Su Qianyang instinctively didn't dare to contact NPCs. But seeing that experienced old players were doing this, Su Qianyang also plucked up the courage to communicate with NPCs. He was lucky to meet an important NPC, just around the corner. Su Qianyang asked politely with his throat pinched. His wrist was still aching from bleeding, and he didn't dare to get too close to the beautiful nun in front of him. Wu Li's face was a little impatient, and he said, "What do you want to ask?" Su Qianyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, What do we need to do in a day? Do you still need me to teach you this? Idiot. Idiot. Su Qinyang's eyes trembled instantly, and he looked at the person in front of him with wide eyes. Not like at all. Different races, different hair colors, different eye colors, and even more different body shapes. Wu Lei is a high school student with a baby face, and the nun in front of him is a delicate girl with a Western face. Su Qinyang suppressed the waves in his heart, and looked humbly asking for advice. Wu Lu, of course, come to the church to pray and chant every day, often repent and reflect on yourself, and pray before meals. Don't walk around at night. Su Qinyang, if you come here to practice, do you have to stay here forever? Can we go down the mountain when we have time? Once the gate is closed, you will stay here for the rest of your life until you die of old age. Don't you know? Is that so? Su Qinyang lied. You have a secret. Wu Lu chuckled. You hide it very badly. Su Qinyang's heart instantly lifted. Ha ha, what are you talking about? I don't have any secrets. Everyone has secrets, I do too. Guess what my secret is? She said it like a tongue twister. Su Qinyang felt a hint of danger, and he didn't want to talk to her anymore. He shouldn't have looked for you right away. He should have looked for other nuns. At least it might be safer. This Yu is very strange, always changing her face. She smiled in 1 second and had a horrifying look in the next, or like now, she stared at people with a smile. Her eyes made people panic. We just met. How could I know your secret? Su Qinyang fooled. Wu Lu raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed secretly. Her voice gradually became sharper. I can tell you my secret. Do you want to hear it? No. I feel like I will die if I hear it. Su Qinyang stepped back. I'm going to the church to chant. See you next time. He turned around and prepared to leave, but he bumped into Wu Lu as soon as he took a step. He stumbled and almost fell on her. She was in front of him in the blink of an eye? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Let's talk later. Su Qinyang was ready to exchange for teleportation items. All his points were enough to exchange. Su Qinyang quickly flipped through the mall to see if there were other items. Item Magic Eye, hypnotize low-level NPCs, effective for 3 minutes, price 100 points. Item White Lie, lie to players or NPCs, lie effective for 1 hour, price 250 points. Item Sleeping Beauty, can make players or NPCs sleep deeply, effective for an unknown number of hours, price 150 points. The moon in front of him was obviously not a low-level NPC. Those who sprinkled holy water were low-level. The prop magic I would definitely not work. I tell you my secret. Can you exchange a secret with me? Wu Lu didn't intend to let him go. She just wanted to play a trick on him. There were so many dungeons, and she happened to meet Su Qinyang again. He was an acquaintance, so she had to take care of him. This time, Wu Lu didn't choose to pretend to be a player, but was conscientious and responsible as her own NPC. She took special care of Su Qinyang, adding color to the dungeon life of her younger brother. As she pressed forward step by step, Su Qinyang swallowed his saliva. What is your secret? If she wanted to kill him, he would immediately throw away the props and run away. Wu Lu stood on tiptoe and deliberately said in a hoarse voice, I am a man. Su Qinyang's eyes widened and looked at her in disbelief. Very beautiful, too beautiful. No matter how you look at it, it's a girl. But Zhongrui is so handsome, but he is still a man. Lord, she is so beautiful, so she may be genderless. It seems reasonable that a beautiful nun is a man. Su Qinyang had several thoughts in his mind, and then he convinced half of himself, and the other half was skeptical. They hate men so much, but you as a man, so exciting, full of twists and turns. You are lying to me. Su Qinyang asked calmly, how do you look like a man? The most deceiving NPC in the world is Wu Lei. After being deceived by her, Su Qinyang was wary of everyone. Wu Lu smiled mysteriously, lifted the hem of her skirt and said, I take off my skirt for you to see. Su Qinyang's face darkened. You are perverted. What's your secret? Wu Lu asked expectantly. She had been blocking him for so long, it seemed that she had to tell a secret before she could leave. Su Qinyang, I was not an orphan. I watched my parents die in front of me. I told the police that I was sleeping that night. Wu Lu opened his mouth slightly, with an expression that I understood. Great, be honest, remember not to look in the mirror. Su Qinyang was still savoring this sentence, and Wu Lu disappeared in the next second. Don't look in the mirror. But there seems to be no mirror here, Su Qinyang muttered. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Palin walked out of the dark, and he understood. Look in the mirror and see the shadow. There is no mirror in the nunnery, but there is a pool of fountain water, and the water can reflect a shadow. Pei Lin went to the fountain first, and Su Qianyang came later. When they saw each other, they paused for a second, and then tacitly agreed not to talk to each other. The two of them took one side of the fountain and lowered their heads to look for clues. When they lowered their heads, they found something strange. There is no reflection in the water. Su Qianyang waved his hand, and the water reflected the church spire and the trees beside it, but no people. He stood here, leaning over so close. There were houses and trees, but no human figures. Pei Lin came over. Did you do anything special after entering the dungeon? The team leader came over to talk to him. Although he was misunderstood as a pervert, Su Qianyang did not bear grudges. Su Qianyang thought about it. No, I did the same thing as everyone else. Yeah. What's wrong? Pei Lin looked at Su Qianyang's wrist. I always feel like you seem to have special treatment. Su Qianyang, you call this special treatment? This is obviously bad luck. The two stared at the water for a long time, but they didn't see any clues. Just when they were about to give up, a girl's laughter and a cat's cry suddenly came from behind them. Before they could turn around, they were pushed hard and plunged headfirst into the cold fountain pool. They wanted to step on the water to float, but countless bloody hands appeared under the water. The water surface turned blood red, and the smell of blood filled the air. Countless hands grabbed their legs and dragged them down fiercely. At the last second before the water submerged their heads, they saw Wu Lu with a bright smile. The two of them sank, and she murmured to herself, "Since you are my little brother, I will pick up one of your fingers and bury it, and build a grave for you." Wu Lu was in a good mood. She took off her headscarf, let the wind blow away her blonde hair, and lowered her head to admire her reflection on the water. Suddenly, her expression froze. In addition to her, there was another beautiful face on the water. "I caught you doing something bad." The divine and cold voice was close to her ear, and Tada leaned over. Bad boy. Chapter 55. If you do something bad in the first second, the gods will know it in the next second. Wu Lu was afraid that her NPC life would be in danger. NPCs can also be killed, by players, and by monsters bigger than themselves. If she is killed, at most she will be unconscious, and then wake up in the next dungeon. It's no big deal. Wu Lu has worked in so many dungeons, and has a lot of experience. But she doesn't want to die yet. This dungeon is fun, interesting, and beautiful. Her NPC identity card is very exciting. As soon as Wu Lu came to the dungeon, she probably understood all the secrets here. There was only this last thing that needed to be verified. A cold hand touched her head, like touching a kitten. Wu Lu didn't feel the killing intention of the big boss, which was a good thing. Wu Lu raised her head slightly, and saw a fair and beautiful chin. Lord, they have no shadows. They are demons. I want to kill them, and can't let the demons defile our pure land. She acted very poorly. NPCs have shadows, but human players don't. The world seems to be upside down. Tada's golden eyes flashed with a smile, and he said slowly, "Then I blamed you wrongly." He touched her head while speaking, his expression full of divinity. "You did a great job. I want to reward you." Wu Lu quickly interrupted. "No reward. I haven't completely killed the devil, Lord. I will go down and kill them." What a good child. So many people prayed to him, made wishes to him, and sold their souls in exchange for wishes. Tada liked the joy of slowly harvesting, but now he had someone he wanted to harvest more. When he woke up, he saw her at first sight. She walked to him boldly, staring at him straight in the eyes, even touching him and kissing the back of his hand. She was so bad. She offended him. Her soul must taste delicious. Tada wanted to eat her. She was obviously full of naked desire for him, but she was reluctant to make a wish to him. Tada's calm heartstrings were hooked. From the beginning he was eager to tempt her to make a wish, to slowly, he would eat her sooner or later. "Lord, wait until I kill all the demons. Will you reward me? I have many wishes to fulfill." Tada's eyelashes trembled slightly, and his appetite fluctuated in his eyes. Then, "Don't keep me waiting. Lord, I am your most loyal believer. I will do whatever you say." Wu Lu once again expressed his faith directly. She raised her hand and grabbed Tada's fingers. When Tada thought he was going to be offended again, she suddenly let go and turned and fell into the fountain pool. The spring water splashed, and Wu Lu sank to the bottom of the lake. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the killing game. 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man, if you turn around and move, you will be beheaded. Su Qianyang and Pei Lin were pulled into the water by countless bloody hands, and they thought it would be a fierce battle. Su Qianyang was ready to exchange for teleportation props. As a result, the next second, the bloody hands wrapped around them suddenly disappeared. The suffocating and cold bottom of the water suddenly turned into a church. But this church is different from the previous one. It is gloomy and dilapidated, and the wooden benches on both sides are full of nuns. They all have their backs to them, and the nuns are facing forward in a prayer posture. The black robe on the body is torn and has coagulated blood stains. There is also blood on the white headscarf, and the exposed skin on the back of the neck is as pale as a dead person. The nuns prayed in such a strange way. And right in front of them, in the center of the church, a man was tied up. The man was covered in blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As soon as Su Qianyang and Pei Lin saw the situation in the church clearly, the electronic sound of the copy came into their minds. 1, 2, 3, wooden men, we are all wooden men, no talking, no moving, wooden men, no moving, no laughing, you don't move, I don't move, we are all wooden men. 1, 2, 3, wooden men, whoever moves will be beheaded, beheaded. The killing game is about to begin, countdown 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. Su Qianyang and Pei Lin instantly became more energetic, and the whole person tensed up. Su Qianyang and Pei Lin looked at each other. They were all standing behind the nuns. It was obvious that this game was that if the nuns looked back and saw them moving, they would be beheaded. Everyone who played this game in childhood knows it. The rules of the 1, 2, 3 statues game are that the player walks forward, and the person in front of him with his back to the player counts. When counting 1, 2, 3, the player can move forward, but when it comes to the statues, the player cannot move, laugh, or talk, and the person with his back to the player turns back to check if anyone has violated the rules. In childhood games, those who are caught violating the rules will either die and be eliminated, or become the one with their back to the player who is counting. They cannot leave the church, they can only move forward. 3, 2, 1, the statues game begins. The electronic sound of the system fell. The nuns who were praying in front suddenly spoke collectively, and a strange and terrifying voice shouted, 1, 2, 3, we are all studs. They shouted very suddenly and very quickly. Su Qianyang and Pei Lin could only move forward one step. They stopped after one step, and then froze in place. They watched helplessly. The nuns did not turn their bodies, but turned their heads around. The skin on their necks was twisted and wrinkled, and they looked at the two of them with hideous smiles. The visual impact of this scene was so great that Su Qianyang's eyes went dark. He adjusted his mentality. Pei Lin had a blank expression on his face, not afraid at all. The nuns turned their heads back again. 1, 2, it didn't fall for a long time. Pei Lin ran forward directly. Su Qianyang walked forward cautiously. 2, 3, wooden man. The nuns finished speaking quickly, turning their necks behind them. Who moved? I think I saw someone move. Chapter 56. I saw someone move. A hoarse female voice echoed. The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember who it was. All the nuns in front had their heads turned upside down, staring at them with bloodshot eyes, and a terrifying smile on their faces. Su Qianyang's heart was hanging. He didn't move, he must not move, but he didn't believe Pei Lin moved. Although Pei Lin rushed very fiercely, Su Qianyang saw him stop at the third sound. Some of you moved, someone moved. There was a female voice chanting, surrounding the ears, all around, ethereal. But all the nuns were just laughing. No one opened their mouths to speak. Who was talking? Pei Lin thought Su Qianyang was going to die. But the voice was still talking, and Su Qianyang's head didn't fall off. Pei Lin knew that this was a trick, and none of them moved. Pei Lin hoped that Su Qianyang would hold his nerve, because if he blinked at this time, his head would be separated. Su Qianyang also realized later that this was a trick. This is just like playing the game of Wooden Man when we were young, and the person counting deliberately delayed the time, and did not turn his head back to continue the game. If you keep watching them, there will always be someone who can't keep the posture, and if they move accidentally, they will be eliminated. In addition, they don't count properly, they will suddenly count very quickly, and then suddenly count very slowly. No one knows when they will count to 3, and then turn around suddenly. When we were young, we only played games, but now we play life. The horror world, one copy after another, a game that takes lives. Hee hee, no one is fooled, what a pity. The female voice echoed. All the nuns turned their heads back, and turned their backs to them. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. It was a normal counting. Pei Lin had already walked to the side of the last row of nuns, and Su Qianyang was still behind. When the nuns in the last row turned their heads, Su Qianyang saw with his own eyes that Pei Lin and the nun next to him looked at each other for a second. Su Qianyang got goosebumps. No one moved, they turned their heads back and continued. 1, 2. The dilapidated church was silent. Su Qianyang had always been cautious, and Pei Lin rushed forward with big strides, and Su Qinyang was terrified. Su Qinyang was ready to follow and ran forward. A light laugh. The nuns suddenly chanted, 3. Statue. They twisted their necks in unison, and the sound of broken bones echoed in the church. Su Qinyang was lucky enough to stop beside the last row of nuns. This time, not all the nuns looked back. The last row of heads just turned their heads to look at him, and didn't turn around. Twisted heads on both sides looked at Su Qinyang. There was a nun half a meter away from him. She smiled even more, her mouth cracked, and blood flowed from her blood-red eyes. Help! Help! I'm dying. Su Qinyang hoped that they would continue to shout, and that this scary face would not keep looking at him. He didn't wait for the scary nun to count, but waited for the dungeon system. When the player's game progress is more than halfway, the game difficulty increases. The difficulty increases. It will increase. Su Qinyang was still wondering how the difficulty of the killing game would increase, when he suddenly felt a sinking on his back. The weight of hundreds of pounds pressed down on him, and Su Qinyang almost moved his steps. The nuns were still looking at them, and Su Qinyang couldn't look back to see what was on his body. But he could see what was on Pei Lin in front of him. There was a nun lying on Pei Lin's back. With a pale face, she was lying on him with a smile. There must be one on his back too. The game continued. The nuns turned their heads back. 1. Su Qinyang also felt that the monster on his body was getting heavier and heavier, and he didn't dare to move. Pei Lin in front turned to look at him and said, if I'm not mistaken, if we want to win this game, we must reach the tied man in front and save him. As long as they haven't counted to 3, they can move and talk. The nuns were silent, but they could count quickly at any time. Pei Lin was willing to talk to him, so he must have some plan. Su Qinyang, what do you need me to do? Pei Lin glanced at the woman on Su Qinyang and said, you are really being taken special care of. Su Qinyang opened his eyes wide, not understanding what it meant. Pei Lin saw Wu Li's long nails gesturing on Su Qinyang's temple, as if he would kill him in the next second. Pei Lin looked at the blonde nun and said to Su Qinyang, I need you to stand still and not pass the last row of nuns. Su Qinyang didn't ask why yet. Pei Lin explained, I have passed the last few rows of nuns. When they counted, the nuns in the last few rows looked at me. They saw me moving, but my head was not chopped off because there was no key condition to trigger death. The first time I looked back after saying the 3 words wooden man. In this game, you must look back for the first time after saying the slogan and see someone moving before you can chop off the head. It must be the first time you look back after saying it. The second time you turn your head back does not count. Even without Pei Lin saying anything, Su Qinyang understood. You want me to stand here and attract them to look back for the first time? Pei Lin, yes. Su Qinyang understood what he was going to do. He attracted the nuns to look back, and when Pei Lin surpassed all the nuns, no matter how many times they chanted 1, 2, 3, wooden man, they would look at Pei Lin directly. The first time they looked back, they could only see him. Turning their heads back again would not trigger the conditions for death. Pei Lin would not be beheaded no matter what he did. He could move freely at the front and save people. Pei Lin, yes, you are only level with the last row of nuns now. The nuns in the last row will not look back completely, which means that you who are walking behind are the key. Su Qinyang just leveled with the nuns, and the game upgraded its difficulty. If Su Qinyang surpassed them, one row after another, and walked to the front like him, all the nuns would no longer look back. The game was stuck with a bug, and it was very likely to collapse and start indiscriminate killing. So there must be someone behind to keep the game balanced and make the nuns look back. But Su Qinyang would be in danger, especially with a ghost on him. Pei Lin looked at Wu Lu with some worry. She could do anything at any time. Su Qinyang, okay, I agree. Pei Lin didn't expect Su Qinyang to be so courageous and agree so quickly. He was ready to use props to make a deal with Su Qinyang. Since he agreed, Pei Lin didn't waste words. While the nuns were still silent, he strode forward. With a ghost on his body, Pei Lin had a hard time walking. And at the critical moment, the nuns quickly said 3. Wooden man! Pei Lin stopped and stood up, and the monster on her body suddenly doubled in weight. She even started to move, and the smell of blood filled the air. She said, give up, you can't escape. Pei Lin didn't move at all, as steady as a mountain. Su Qinyang behind him was also in a tough spot. How did he become heavier? Am I heavy? Every time your friend takes a step forward, I will weigh 10 kilograms more. How many steps does it take for him to get to the front? Hundreds of kilograms? Can I crush you? Wu Lu was full of expectations. His voice was full of madness, and his long nails scratched Su Qinyang's temple. This familiar voice. It's you, Su Qinyang reacted, and the voice that just deceived them, as well as the faint laughter, were all hers. Chapter 57. It was not enough for you to push them down and trigger the killing game. She even came to sabotage and increase the difficulty of the game. She wanted them to die. The boss who dominated this killing game happened to be on his back. Su Qinyang felt that he was extremely unlucky. Pei Lin was right. He was indeed given special care. Pei Lin also found that as long as he walked forward, the weight of the female ghost on his body would become heavier. Each step weighed 10 pounds. He had to take big steps to reduce the number of steps. He also had to avoid being caught by the nuns. If a new player did this, he would basically die. Pei Lin was a member of the Black and Red Guild, and had rich experience in passing dungeons. As long as he concentrated, he could still pass the level. Pei Lin completely ignored the threatening voice of the female ghost on his body, treated her as a big stone, carried her on his back to play games, and hurried forward. Su Qinyang was silent behind him, but in fact, every time Pei Lin took a step forward, he was bearing the added weight. Human strength has its limits, and Pei Lin was getting more and more difficult. Su Qinyang behind him was sweating profusely, and didn't say a word, and Pei Lin didn't notice his abnormality. Pei Lin thought that as long as Su Qinyang didn't move forward, the blonde nun on his body wouldn't become heavier. Pei Lin walked forward alone with full concentration. Wu Le saw Pei Lin, who was about to surpass all the nuns, and she said faintly, "Your companion seems to be unable to hold on." Her voice was very loud, and it was obvious that she was talking to Pei Lin in the distance. Pei Lin stopped and looked back when he saw Su Qinyang, who was sweating profusely, and his face was red, and he instantly understood. Su Qinyang was also bearing a huge weight like him. Su Qinyang gritted his teeth. "I'm fine, you continue. I'm just a little bit away from surpassing all the nuns, hurry up." Pei Lin said calmly, "You hold on." He took 2 big steps forward, and finally reached the edge of the round carpet in the church. He walked in front of all the nuns. The bug was stuck. The nun finished chanting 1, 2, 3, wooden man, and then turned around for the first time to see only Su Qinyang. The trigger condition for being beheaded was missing, and he could move at will. Pei Lin looked down, and saw that the carpet under his feet was full of dust, and the color could no longer be seen. Pei Lin walked forward and trembled all over. It was too heavy. Human strength is limited. How can a person weighing more than 100 kilograms carry 1,000 kilograms? Pei Lin had to use props, Hercules. Hercules props are not cheap, and cannot be given to other players. Pei Lin looked back at Su Qinyang. Su Qinyang seemed to be dying. He stood stiffly. Wu Le smiled on his back, and when Pei Lin looked over, he challenged him. "Congratulations, you will live, but he will stay with me forever." Pei Lin understood instantly. He didn't expect Su Qinyang to be a novice player, and he didn't have enough points to redeem the Hercules item. He could rescue the NPC, and successfully leave the bottom of the fountain. And Su Qinyang. Being crushed to death, or beheaded could be his fate. Pei Lin understood that this killing game was destined to end in a 1-for-1 exchange. Su Qinyang's eyes were numb, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Pei Lin's eyes showed a moment of apology, and he turned around to continue the task. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Pei Lin left the game of the wooden man, but Su Qinyang was still holding on. The words the nuns recited in the game were the countdown of Su Qinyang's life. Wu Le looked down at Su Qinyang, who was still holding on. "How pitiful, he abandoned you." Su Qinyang said nothing, his face flushed. Pei Lin was moving forward, and his strength was still accumulating. Click, with a crisp sound, Wu Le broke his bones. Su Qinyang's face turned pale. 12. The nuns turned their heads back, and continued to recite the numbers, and Su Qinyang fell directly to the ground, lying motionless. Wu Le pressed him like a mountain, and Su Qinyang had difficulty breathing. He could hear his bones being crushed bit by bit. Su Qinyang's eyes went dark, and he could only see Pei Lin saving people. Pei Lin used the Hercules prop, and could not feel the weight of the female ghost on his body at all. He walked to the Tideman, and just touched a rope. He heard the electronic sound of the copy system. Ding, trigger the hidden task, save the important NPC and Wei. Pei Lin's expression moved slightly, and he quickly rescued people. But just after cutting a rope, he heard Su Qinyang scream, "Wu Le, hee, tear a rope, I will add 100 pounds. Pei Lin turned back, his eyes full of murderous intent. "You did it on purpose." "Wu Le, of course, after all, I am a monster." "Wu Le, go on, he can't hold on for too long. If he dies, I will break away from him and kill you. Pei Lin grabbed the second rope and hesitated to do it. Wula asked in a sharp voice, "What are you hesitating about? Go on, he will die anyway. Haven't you given up on him? If you delay any longer, he will die." Wulu is not unable to kill Pei Lin, but the player under him is still alive, and the NPC is restricted. Wulu was ready to kill Pei Lin, and was just waiting for Su Qinyang to die. Looking at the confused Su Qinyang, Wulu chuckled, "We are actually quite predestined, and we meet again. Don't worry, I will build a grave for you, and it can be considered as an acquaintance." She whispered in his ear, and people in the distance couldn't hear it at all. The voice in Su Qinyang's ear was very vague, and he couldn't hear it clearly. Pei Lin knew that there was no other way, and he was ready to cut the second rope. The rope broke. At the same time, Su Qinyang spoke, "We are good friends." Player Su Qinyang confirmed to purchase the prop white lie. The prop white lie to players or NPCs. The lie is valid for 1 hour, and the price is 250 points. Su Qinyang said while spitting blood, We are good friends, you are my best friend." Confirm to use the prop white lie. The prop is taking effect. Chapter 58. Su Qinyang's eyes were out of focus, and he kept repeating, We are good friends." The props are being used. The blonde nun, who was as heavy as a mountain, suddenly stopped her mocking smile and looked down at him inexplicably. When Pei Lin first discovered that Su Qinyang used the props, he stood there motionless without touching the ropes. Pei Lin didn't know that Su Qinyang would be such a newcomer. Su Qinyang performed very well. Pei Lin thought he had passed at least 5 or 6 dungeons. Su Qinyang should have used all his points to exchange for props now. Pei Lin hoped that he would succeed. If you want to survive in the dungeon, you can only rely on yourself. Even if there is a team, you have to rely on yourself. If the people who are pressed there now are members of the Black and Red Guild, Pei Lin can't save them. If the person being pressed by the female ghost dies, the female ghost will come down, or find a way to make them come down on their own initiative. What are you talking about? Wula lowered his head with a puzzled look. Su Qinyang tried to open his eyes, and said with a smile, "We are friends. Friends should not bully friends. Can you get up from me first?" His mouth was full of blood, red, but his face was pale. Wula was silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly said with a smile, "Friends should bully friends. Good friends are meant to be bullied." Su Qinyang almost spit out blood again, he said, "But if you bully your friends to death, who will you bully next time? I can make new friends, and continue to bully new friends. Friends of the flowing water. Su Qinyang, we are very good friends. You can't bear to see me die." "I can't bear to see you die? But I was obviously excited when I saw you vomiting blood." "You are not excited, you are nervous, you are at a loss, you don't want me to die." Come down now. Next time we play this kind of game, I can always carry you on my back." Su Qinyang didn't care so much anymore, and said whatever he wanted, as long as he could coax her down. "This prop doesn't work." "Why didn't it work?" Su Qinyang spent all his points and bought a teleport. But the premise of teleportation is that there can't be anything holding him, otherwise it is very likely to teleport with him. The moon stuck to his back like super glue, and teleported with him, and the end result was that he was crushed to death at a random place. Wula looked like he was considering this proposal. And Pei Lin understood that Su Qinyang was using a lie prop. You can lie to players or NPCs, and the success rate of lies is increased to 90%, and the validity period is 1 hour. After 1 hour, the lie will automatically break, and the deceived person will wake up immediately. An hour later, if you found out that she was deceived, she would definitely want to kill Su Qinyang. Pei Lin quietly waited for the opportunity. A white lie the prop took effect, and Pei Lin saw Wula climb down from Su Qinyang. She sat on the ground, hugged her knees and looked at Su Qinyang. "Remember, you said you would carry me next time." Su Qinyang blinked his eyes and agreed. And Pei Lin could finally let go and pull off the ropes and rescue the important NPC in Wei. Congratulations to the player for successfully rescuing the important NPC in Wei, killing the game 1, 2, 3 wooden men, completing the game, and closing the game. After the copy system broadcast, the rows of nuns disappeared, and the female ghost on Pei Lin's back also disappeared. Only Wula was still there. She did not disappear with the monsters, because she was the boss of this branch. Pei Lin quickly ran to Su Qinyang and used the props on him. Su Qinyang felt cool all over, and the pain disappeared. After a few seconds, he lay on the ground comfortably. Su Qinyang looked up. "I'm fine." "What props did you use?" "They must be expensive." Pei Lin said, "I made a wrong prediction. The people who stayed behind would die." You were so seriously injured, so it's my duty to use props to heal you. As the two talked, Wula said faintly, Do you still think I exist? Isolate me, your good friend? Chapter 59. Wula sat on the side and stared at them, with a little doubt on his face, as if to say, Aren't we good friends? Why are you ignoring me? Su Qianyang recovered, and quickly got up from the ground and adjusted the hem of her skirt. They didn't make any sound just now. It's over. Su Qianyang looked at Pei Lin, asking for help. Brother, you are so awesome. Do you have any props to make this NPC forget what just happened? Compared to Su Qianyang's nervousness, Pei Lin was much calmer. He asked you, Do you think we are weird? Wula thought for 2 seconds and said, The voice finally got better. Your voice was too ugly before. Pei Lin, do we sound like girls? Wula was speechless. Whose girl's voice is like yours? Su Qianyang asked quickly, Do you think we are boys or girls? Wula. Am I stupid? Su Qianyang, will you expose us? Wula was puzzled. Aren't we friends? Why should I expose you? You are so weird. Now it's Su Qianyang's turn. Pei Lin wanted to laugh for no reason. They are friends now, but they won't be friends in an hour. Take advantage of now, and ask as soon as possible. Why was a nun crying in the yard last night? Did something happen to her? Wula wanted to get information, and recalled, I was washing in the room at that time, and I didn't know what happened. Daili said that she saw the devil and was possessed. She was in pain so she cried, and the devil was brought by you. Daili hates you very much. Daili is? Su Qianyang asked. Wulu. She is the oldest nun. She is the believer who has practiced here the longest. Everyone thinks she is the most loyal believer of the Lord. So you think so too? Pei Lin grasped the key point. Wulu, I don't think so. I think everyone is disloyal, including me and you. You are not believers at all. You don't know anything. We are not believers. Why are we here? Then you have to ask yourself, why did you get on that carriage? And you came in disguised as a man, what do you want to do? Wula got up from the ground, with her golden hair scattered, and her light eyes looked at them deeply. Su Qianyang and Pei Lin both frowned. They had just entered the dungeon game, and they were on the carriage. They had no idea what happened before. The props only made you believe that she was friends with them, but all the memories were not tampered with. The two wanted to ask questions, but found that they could not get anything. I don't know if they didn't ask the key words, or she didn't know what secrets there were. The killing game is a side quest, and does not affect the main quest at all. When they came up from the bottom of the fountain, everything outside was calm as usual. Pei Lin carried the NPC up on his back. This is a man, and they must hide him. Su Qianyang, is his name and Wei? When will he wake up? Save him. I don't know what information we can get. Pei Lin, take him back to the room first and change his skirt. The two of them walked in front with the NPC on their backs, and Wula followed behind happily. Seeing that the prop time limit had passed for half an hour, Su Qianyang was a little worried that she would suddenly find out that she was deceived by them, and then go crazy and kill people. Su Qianyang, we need your help. Can you follow Daili and the Lord? We are good friends. You are the best if you are willing to help me. He looked sincere, and spoke in a gentle tone. It was really comfortable to listen to. Wula glanced at the unconscious and Wei, her eyes showed disgust, and turned away. She didn't say whether she agreed to help follow, and Su Qianyang didn't care about that. They just wanted to get her away. The sky was gray, and the whole nunnery was silent, except for some occasional prayers in the church. Wula climbed up to the attic, opened the small attic window, and sat on the edge of the small window overlooking the fountain square. Players kept passing by the fountain, and some lucky ones discovered the secret of the fountain. The fountain could not reflect people. In the end, she was pulled into the bottom of the fountain by the bloody hand, and forced to play the killing game. Wula could see everything at the bottom of the fountain with her eyes closed. She muttered and directed the nuns. The heads of the players were chopped off one by one, and the fountain water turned blood red and smelled fishy. She never went down again, because there was no pressure on people in the Wooden Man game. She did it on purpose. Other members of the Black and Red Guild passed by and found that the fountain water had turned red. They immediately became nervous. It's full of blood. Someone died. Shinshijia. More than one person died. Shishingwang didn't dare to approach. I haven't seen Brother Pei for a long time. I don't know where he went. Lu Kong held his sister Lu Shui. Wula shook her calves and said to the figure in the window, Lord, are you only expecting me to make a wish to you? There are obviously many believers here, and they seem to need you more. That's right, the Lord has always been there. He appeared when she walked up to the attic. She killed players in front of him, and from the high window position, she could clearly see the spring water turning red little by little. Wula controlled the world in the mirror, and her death trigger was very simple, that is, don't look for your own reflection, because you will be forced into the killing game. The Lord controlled people's hearts, praying and making wishes. If you make a wish to him, your soul will be taken away, and you will become his believer forever. The Lord not only kills humans, but also NPCs. Wula understood all this on the first day of the dungeon opening, so no matter how beautiful the Lord was, no matter how much he tempted her, she would not make a wish. She chose to deceive and maneuver, just not to make a wish, not to pray for any wish from him. Obviously, other NPC nuns and these human players are very easy to be bewitched, and it is easy to make them make a wish to him. But the Lord did not go to find others, the Lord entangled her. Wula didn't understand why. Tada stood at the window. Wula had his back to him. He could push the little nun down with just a slight stretch of his hand. Tada hooked her golden hair with his fingers. You are the only believer I want. I only need you as a believer. Wula looked up and saw Tada's beautiful chin. She said, Lord, your words will hurt the hearts of all believers. The Lord belongs to everyone and cannot shine on me alone. I just want to bless you, Wula. Isn't that good? No. Wula didn't want to die. Su Qianyang received her special care, and she seemed to have received special care from the Lord. Lord, they all love you very much. Please focus on them too. Do you love me then? Tada asked with her head down. A beautiful androgynous face, divine eyes, with a calm expression, but full of temptation. For a moment, it was unclear whether it was an inviolable god or a devil tempting people to commit crimes. Although Wula has self-awareness, she does not understand too many complex emotions. She only knows that the Lord is very beautiful, and she wants to tease him. Love. The little nun stared at him, and said unscrupulously, Lord, I love you. Chapter 60. Tada heard what he wanted to hear, but felt that it was not enough. Tada leaned over and put his chin on her head, and said softly, My name is Tada. Lord is what everyone calls him. No one has ever called him by his name. Wula was a little surprised, but she did not feel Tada's killing intention, but got along well with him, and she was very happy. Tada. She whispered his name. Tada felt happy all over when he heard it. Tada's attention was all on her, not paying attention to other nuns, nor paying attention to players. Most of the other nuns did not have death triggers, and Wula would be the biggest killer. This feeling was wonderful. Wula was in a good mood after chopping off several heads today. Tada noticed her emotions, which were happiness and killing desire. He touched her and quietly absorbed her killing emotions. The nun's residence, the small double room, was full of people. All the members of the Black and Red Guild came. Su Qianyang also knew their identities at this moment. The strongest guild that Guiyao mentioned had a very high entry threshold. I didn't expect to meet them in the second copy. Meeting them means that this copy will not be weak. Today's 123 Wooden Man game has made Su Qianyang know what horror games and horror copies are. Whenever this game appears in the isolated island boarding school, all players will die on the first day. Qin Shujia reported the clues they found today. The nun's daily routine is very regular, chanting, praying, copying scriptures, nothing unusual. The old nun is very strict. If other nuns are distracted when praying, they will be scolded. When we passed by, we were also pulled to pray in the church together. The Lord has not been found. He seems to have disappeared. And the nun who exorcised the devil for us is also gone. There is something strange about the fountain. The water has turned into blood. We dare not approach it, and returned immediately. Pei Lin, don't approach it. Don't approach anything that can reflect your own reflection, because there will be no reflection. When you find that there is no shadow of yourself, leave quickly, and leave the scene, otherwise it will trigger the killing game. Brother Pei is so clear, he must have experienced it. Chen Shujia, Brother Pei, you are not injured. Pei Lin, she controls the world of reflection, but I don't know if she will have other triggers. She is very dangerous. You'd better turn around and leave when you see her. Shixingwang, then she will be handed over to you. Pei Lin nodded. Su Qianyang was sitting on the side guarding the NPC. The man was covered with wounds, and was still unconscious. Su Qianyang secretly pinched his nose a few times. He thought it was useless, but it turned out to be very effective. And Wei opened his mouth and made a sound. His face was painful, and he slowly opened his eyes. When the others heard the sound, they turned around, and Pei Lin came over immediately. Su Qianyang felt guilty. I pinched you to wake you up. Pei Lin lowered his head, and patted Wei's cheek, urging him to wake up quickly. The force of the pat was so strong that it made a snapping sound. Su Qinyang suddenly felt that the few times he pinched him were nothing. Wei opened his eyes and saw the nuns in the room. He was so scared that his eyes widened. No. Don't kill me. I don't dare to do it again. I never dare to do it again. He shouted too loudly. Pei Lin covered his mouth with one hand, pressed him on the bed, and said, "Be quiet." A man's voice? Wei opened his eyes and tried to see the nuns clearly. He really saw the clues. Some of them were so big that he could see Adam's apples on their necks while lying down. Su Qinyang, you have something to say to us, right? We can let you go, but you must not shout. Wei blinked frantically. Pei Lin let him go. Wei panted and said, "Let's run away quickly. You are really not afraid of death. You dare to pretend to be nuns to sneak in. You will be sacrificed to the devil. Although the nuns here are beautiful, they are not good people. They have been offering sacrifices to the devil. I am the sacrifice that was deceived. Let's run quickly." "You mean the nuns took the initiative to offer sacrifices to the devil?" Su Qinyang asked. "They believe in the Lord of Gods, the gods, so why would they offer sacrifices to the devil? Are they feeding the devil, or making a deal with the devil? This information is too much." Wei, yes, they sacrificed me to the devil, cut the blood vessels in my wrist, and the blood flowed away little by little. I was very cold, and I thought I was dead. I didn't expect that I could survive. You saved me, right? Thank you, thank you. After enduring a huge shock and escaping death, Wei was very excited and spoke very fast. Pei Lin asked the key question, "Why did you come here? Are you also a believer who was deceived?" "Of course I am not a believer. I just received a letter from the convent. A nun said that she saw me in the town at the foot of the mountain and fell in love with me at first sight, so I..." Wei is a man in his early 20s, who has been unable to find a girlfriend. Many people in the town have wives, but he is still single. The nun wrote a letter saying that she liked him, and he came on impulse and sneaked into the convent. Pei Lin, did you see the nun who wrote to you? Wei, no, I was caught on the first night, and then they said I was a devil, and said they wanted to exorcise the devil. In the end, they held a ceremony, but I knew it was not an exorcism ceremony, it was a sacrificial ceremony to summon the devil. Wei was deceived. Wei, I don't understand why she lied to me, I am so miserable. Pei Lin's face was solemn. Maybe there are no gods in this nunnery, only demons here. Su Qinyang asked, "What is the Lord you saw in the church? Isn't he a god?" Pei Lin, maybe not. This is a horror copy. How can there be a god in the copy? Su Qinyang, do they know what they believe in? We are not going to kill the gods when we leave the copy. Chapter 61. The room fell silent. If you have to kill the god to get out of the dungeon, that's too difficult. They can't even find this god. Pei Lin, I don't believe that this nunnery believed in this lord at the beginning. Maybe something happened to make it like this. In other words, something bad may have happened here, so the lord changed. At this moment, the electronic sound of the card frequency suddenly sounded, warning that more than half of the players have died, wishing everyone good luck. It's only the first day, and half of the players are dead. Who did it? Qin Xiaojia. We wandered around for a day, and didn't find anything that triggered death. How did these people die? Pei Lin. It was the fountain. The fountain is in the small square. No matter which direction the players go to explore the nunnery, they will definitely pass by it. As long as they stand by the fountain and look down, they will. Su Qinyang's face is solemn. All these people were killed by you. Pei Lin glanced at his watch, turned his head, and said to Su Qinyang, "An hour has passed." Su Qinyang's face turned pale. "Why lie? The props are invalid. You will remember that she was deceived." Pei Lin, we will both get her special care. Su Qinyang's expression is about to cry. As long as you don't go to the fountain, don't look at the water when taking a bath. No, I won't take a bath. Is it okay? Pei Lin, don't trigger the death conditions. She can't kill you now. Su Qinyang breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second Pei Lin let him hang in one breath. But there may be plot breakdown and a battle royale at the end of the dungeon. Knock knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and the room was silent. Who had come to see them at this time? Player? Wei was very nervous when he heard the knock at the door, and pulled a quilt to cover himself. Can't see me, can't see me. Several members of the Black and Red Guild looked at each other, and it was Pei Lin who got up to open the door. It was broad daylight, and they didn't do anything, so it wouldn't trigger the death conditions. As soon as the door opened, a faint smell of blood came, and a girl in a black dress and a white headscarf stood at the door with a smile. Su Qianyang saw her and ran quickly. The door was blocked, and Su Qianyang could only run into the washroom to hide. Pei Lin stopped Wu Le and asked, "Why are you here? Is there something wrong?" Wu Le leaned over and looked inside, looking past Pei Lin. She said faintly, "I came to find my good friend." "Why is my good friend hiding? We have such a good relationship. Why is he hiding?" Pei Lin was worried about Su Qianyang. Wu Le pushed Pei Lin's hand away and was about to go in. Pei Lin quickly grabbed her arm and quietly took out his weapon, a scimitar, with his other hand. The wide skirt covered his knife, but Wu Le felt the danger. Wu Le turned around. "We three are not good friends. Why are you so nervous when I come here?" Pei Lin said nothing. He felt that this nun was very strange, very lively, and too human. She seemed to be seeking revenge, but she didn't kill them immediately. Instead, she mocked and scolded them. Pei Lin had no idea what she would do next. Wu Le saw a blanket wrapped on the bed and chuckled, "You brought him out. That's amazing. You're done for." "Pei Lin, what do you mean?" "Wu Le, the person who was supposed to be sacrificed, was rescued. He was very unhappy without the sacrifice." This sentence made them understand. Yes, and Wei was sacrificed. They interrupted the sacrifice ceremony and took the sacrifice away. Wu Le hugged her arms. "I am looking forward to how you will die." Pei Lin wanted to take the opportunity to ask clearly and get more information from her, but her palms were empty and she disappeared. Bang! The bathroom door was kicked hard, and Su Qianyang inside was numb all over. Wu Le stood at the bathroom door and kicked the door. "Ha ha ha, good friend. Good friend, why are you hiding from me? Don't you like playing 1, 2, 3, wooden man, like playing hide and seek?" "I like playing hide and seek too, hee." Su Qianyang was shocked. What kind of lunatic is this? Others were frightened by Wu Le's movement. When she kicked enough, she walked away swaggeringly. She was just here to intimidate them and show her power. Click, Su Qianyang came out of the bathroom exhausted, and the others looked at him with pity. Su Qianyang asked, "Am I being hated?" "Yeah." At night, the church was like a giant beast in the dark, ready to swallow people at any time. Tada sat in a red robe on the seat in the center of the church, and he was unhappy. He looked at the world outside the church, and his eyes became increasingly irritated. Tada left the church and came to the small square. The fountain had returned to normal, and the smell of blood was gone. He had no interest and turned around to go to the nun's residence. Not to the Protestant residence, but to the old building. The wooden small building, the stairs to the upper floor were very narrow, and every step would make a creaking sound. The doors of the rooms were dead silent compared to the player's residence. Tada did not stop, and went to the attic along the way. This small room was also occupied by a nun. She grew up here. When she was a child, she was hidden in the attic. She cried every day. She cried so pitifully that her throat was damaged. Later, she learned to be quiet, and sat on the window every day looking outside. Finally, someone softened her heart, and let her leave the attic. She put on a heavy robe, and hid her hair in a white headscarf. She was like all the nuns. When she grew up, she still lived in the attic, and did not go down to live with others. The small door was locked from the inside. Tada took a look, and the door lock opened automatically. The door opened automatically, and the wooden door made a creaking sound. In the dark attic, Tada saw the arched figure on the small bed at a glance. Chapter 62. A small bed was near the small window of the attic. The bed was very small. She curled up to sleep with a thin quilt covering her body. Tada went over quietly, and sat down beside the bed. Wu Le felt something pressing down on her skirt. She opened her eyes. In the dark, Tada, dressed in red and with long hair, looked like a fairy. Wu Le turned over and lay on his side facing him, asking, "Lord, are you unhappy?" Wu Le knew why he was unhappy. He would be irritable if he lost the sacrifice. This was a beast that had been fed for a long time, and had long been bloodthirsty. Wu Le thought that in this case, he should go to someone else, persuade them to make a wish, and then eat their soul and flesh. Unexpectedly, he came to find her. In fact, this was not surprising. It was obvious that Tada only wanted to eat her soul. It was the first time they met. Did she get into trouble by approaching and kissing the back of his hand? There seems to be a saying in human beings that lust is like a knife above one's head. Wu Le didn't think she was lustful. She just liked beautiful things. That day, Tada also bewitched her. If she didn't have self-awareness and a firm consciousness, she would have made wishes to Tada countless times, and her soul would have been eaten clean by Tada long ago. Wu Le rubbed the soft quilt and asked, "Lord, I will take you to find food." Don't bother me. I still want to continue playing games, and don't want to be with you forever so soon. In the dark, Tada's eyes were strange. He smiled and lowered his head and said, "Call my name. Tada. When I eat them all, I will eat you, and we will be together forever." Okay. Tada agreed to let her take him to find food. She also painted a big pie for him. She seemed to always tell him that she was willing to sacrifice her soul for him, but not now. Tada was looking forward to the end. His eyes were all on this little nun. Wula got up. She didn't take the black robe, but went out in her nightgown, with her long golden hair like seaweed casually draped. Tada followed her and said, "You didn't have long hair when you were a child, you were very cute, and now you are very beautiful. When I was a child, Dolly always disliked my hair, but I like it very much. Its color is like the sun. Unfortunately, the sun rarely comes out in the mountains." Wula walked down the stairs and said, "I heard that the town at the foot of the mountain has sunshine every day." The next second, a cold hand grabbed the end of her hair, and Tada came up to her. "You can never leave here, you belong to me." Wula looked back and looked Tada up and down. "So, are you really here because of me?" Tada did not answer her directly, but only said, "I watched you grow up. Did you like me more when I was a child, or now?" "Now." "Why?" "Because you are a bad boy. I like bad boys the most. The Lord does not like good boys, but bad boys." "Wulu, bad boys are everywhere here." And Wei was clamoring to go down the mountain, and he ran away without being watched. Several people from the Black and Red Guild and Su Qianyang came out to look for Wei. At the same time, they also met other players. The other female players all looked frightened. Su Qianyang went forward to ask and found out. The gate of the nunnery is gone. No matter which direction you look for the exit, you will return to this small square. It's like a ghost wall, and you can only circle around this area forever. The gate is obviously not far from the small square. Surrounding the small square are gardens, residences, and churches. It's a very clear map. How could you not get out? Pei Lin. The copy is getting worse. We have to hurry up. As soon as the voice fell, the copy information was updated. The Silent Nunnery is a peaceful place that the people in the town yearn for. There is no war, no oppression, and no hunger here. Everyone wants to come here, but the gate of the nunnery has been closed. Suddenly, 18 years ago, the nunnery began to recruit believers once a month. The electronic sound was stuck, and the crackling sound was harsh, which gave all the players a headache. The convent seems peaceful, but in fact every nun has her own secrets. Please explore the secrets of the nuns. Chapter 63. The gate of the convent disappeared, and the whole convent fell into darkness. This place seemed to be different from before. Tada, a beautiful girl in red, was holding a little girl's hand across the small square. The fountain pool reflected the figures of two people, and the shadows in the pool were two adults, a man and a woman. But what the naked eye saw was Tada holding a little girl with short golden curly hair. Tada picked her up and let her sit on his arm, saying, "Can't I go with you?" "You can, but you have to cover your face. You are too beautiful, and they will recognize you." Wula stretched out his short hands to pull his red robe, pulled up the hat, covered his head, and pulled it down until it covered above his lips, revealing only a little white chin. Tada lowered his head slightly and cooperated obediently. After covering Tada's face, Wulu was very satisfied. Those humans had only seen Tada once, and at that time, Tada was dressed in a white robe like a god. Humans had never seen Tada like this before, so it would be difficult for them to recognize him. "Let's start foraging." The little girl's childish voice sounded, with a false voice and laughter. The boy said in a nice voice, "I'm very hungry. If I can't eat enough, I will eat you." "Tada, don't eat me last." Her voice became smaller, and it really sounded like she was acting like a spoiled child. Tada lowered his head and rubbed his chin against the top of her head, holding the person and walking away. The old building where the nuns lived was a huge house with white and gray walls, stairs, windows, pillars, etc., all made of mahogany. The house was big, but the corridor was small and dark. When going up and down the stairs, tall people had to walk with their waists bent, otherwise they would easily bump into the wooden beams above. On the first floor are some empty study rooms where you can read books and chant sutras. Go up to the second floor, where there is a huge living room with simple furnishings, a large extinguished fireplace, a handmade lace cushion on the gray sofa, a small low table for drinking black tea, a few books on the chair, a counter against the wall, and a glass cabinet door where you can vaguely see many teacups inside, all of which are very delicate black teacups. The curtains on the glass windows facing the outside are half drawn, and the moonlight shines through the living room. There are several rooms around the large living room, which should be public rooms, laundry rooms, and book rooms. There are also dark and narrow corridors around the large living room, and there are rooms at the end of the corridor. These rooms have nuns' residences, etc. The layout of the upper floor is similar, with a large living room. Going upstairs, looking at the shape of the house outside, this house also has a small attic, with a small window at the angle of the slope, and the attic is probably not big. A group of players came up. Although half of the players have died today, there are still a dozen left. The dungeon system released the secret of exploring nuns. At the first moment, all the players gathered at the nuns' residence. So many players came to this house, it was too crowded, and everyone was sweating. But in addition to the church, there is also a dining hall. Only here is the place where nuns gather, and the most important information must be here. None of the players wanted to fall behind, for fear of missing the opportunity to get out of the dungeon. Some players were still wandering around on the first floor. The people from the Black and Red Guild came up to the second floor, and Pei Lin said, "Action separately." "Yes. Yes." Qin Xiaojia and Shixing Wang went to the laundry room to check. Lu Kong and Lu Shui went to the library. Several other players may have formed a team in private. They planned to talk together, and then dispersed and went in different directions. The huge living room, the dark living room, became quiet in an instant, with only two figures left. Pei Lin looked at Su Qinyang. "Do you want to be in a team with me?" Su Qinyang, "No, I be alone." It's good to team up with Pei Lin, after all, he is very strong. But Su Qinyang wants to rely on himself and force himself to grow up, although this kind of forcing method is easy to die. Die? Let him die. If he didn't die, he was awesome. Su Qinyang has a very good mentality. He just hopes that his death will not be too painful. His stomach was ripped out in the first copy, and his bones were crushed halfway through the second copy. It was too painful. Su Qinyang didn't go to the public room to look for it, because he felt that the nun's secret could not be hidden in the public room, it must be in the private space. He walked into the small and dark corridor, and soon disappeared in front of Pei Lin. Pei Lin stood alone in the living room, flipping through the books casually. These were the scriptures that the nuns read. They were placed here so they must have been read often, but why were there no signs of them being read? The books were very new, without any marks. It could be said that the nuns had protected the books very well, but why were there signs of books that were frequently read? The binding of the books was very tight, and to open the text in the corner pages you had to press down, and there was no sign of the books being completely opened and read. Then what was the meaning of placing these books here? People who truly believed in the Lord and prayed every day never flipped through the scriptures in the living room. While Pei Lin was thinking, there was a sound of footsteps on the wooden floor, and the sound of a wooden door creaking open. "A nun is coming." Pei Lin quickly put the book back in place, then ran into the laundry room as fast as he could and closed the door. Qin Xiaojia and Shixing Wang in the laundry room were startled, then immediately understood, and turned off the flashlights in their hands. The surroundings fell into darkness, and the only sound in the laundry room was their breathing, and footsteps from the living room could be vaguely heard. Dai Li, dressed in a black robe, walked to the living room. It was a bit cold at night. She walked to the fireplace, added a piece of firewood, poured diesel on it, and then lit it with a flint. The firelight shone on Dai Li's face. The years left many traces on her face, and there were wrinkles at the end of her eyes. The firelight flickered, and Dai Li came to sit on the sofa. It was quiet around. Some players saw a fire in the direction of the living room, but there was no sound, so they slowly came over. By the time they saw the nun, it was too late for them to run. The moment they turned around and ran, Dai Li appeared in front of them. An old face stared at them with wide eyes. "Why are you here so late at night?" A man and a woman, the two players were shocked. They didn't dare to speak. "Dai Li, why don't you stay in your room and walk around casually?" "I hate you, the believers." The female player quickly lowered her head. Sorry, we won't dare to do it again." Dai Li took her eyes off the female player, and looked at the male player in front of her. The male player was sweating all over when he was looked at, and also said, "Sorry, we shouldn't walk around casually." He spoke in a low voice, deliberately concealing his voice, but it was too much like a man. Dai Li's face was distorted almost in an instant, and then she pulled off the male player's headscarf, pinched his chin with her fingers, and lifted it up, revealing a clear Adam's apple. "Man! You are a man! Disgusting liar, I actually let you in." The male player's chin was pinched hard, and he couldn't move. The female player was also scared, and Daly looked at her. You are hanging out with men in the middle of the night. This is how you believe in the Lord. You are really disgusting. So disgusting. Ah! Chapter 64. Ah! The female player screamed in shock from the living room, and there were sounds of monsters gnawing. The male player was silent from beginning to end. Then the female player could be heard running away in fear. With every step, she took on the wooden floor making a bang. Daly stood up, her face covered in blood, the firelight from the fireplace shining on her face, which was particularly terrifying. Shameless woman, I won't let you go. Where are you going to hide? You can't hide from me. I will find you. Daly roared from the depths of her throat, and then followed the footsteps and left the living room. The players hiding in the dark were frightened by the noise. All the players who entered the building hid, and didn't dare to come out easily. The sound was far away, and it was confirmed that the nun had gone far away. Chen Shujia, it's really scary. Why is she so angry when she sees a man? When the old nun was listening to the female player talking, she didn't make any sound, which meant that the death condition was not triggered. As soon as the man opened his mouth, the nun killed people. Palin felt that the male player's voice was not pleasant, but, in fact, he and Su Qinyang also used the same voice. Palin understood, and he said to Shishing Wang, don't speak in front of that older nun, don't say a word, wear your headscarf properly, and cover your Adam's apple with the bottom edge of the headscarf. Shishing Wang, okay. Palin, other nuns know that we are men, they don't care, just turn a blind eye, but the older nun can't. I suspect that her death trigger is that there can't be men and women can't get too close. This explains why you didn't react several times when she heard their voices that didn't sound like girls, but just complained that the voices were unpleasant. Even knowing that they were men, they didn't kill them. Aren't men not allowed to enter the nunnery? Why hasn't the death been triggered yet? Because it was only Daly who triggered the death. Daly abides by the rules of the church and hates men. Shishing Wang, this old woman really believes in the rules of the church, so old-fashioned. She is so strict. I would have thought that she had been hurt by a man. Didn't she meet a man when she was young and broke her heart? Chen Shujia doesn't like to make such jokes, and glanced at him. Shishing Wang immediately said, ha ha, just kidding, she looks like an old virgin and has reached menopause. Chen Shujia, shut up. Pei Lin, did you find anything here? Speaking of this, Shishing Wang became excited. Brother Pei, guess what those nuns are wearing under their black robes? Ha ha ha, it's lace underwear. Don't kill me, don't kill me. What should I do, what should I do? The female player was scared crazy. She ran into a room and hid in the curtains. She was lucky, the nun in this room had gone somewhere. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the bloody scene just now. The whole person was torn apart, blood splattered, and the nun took out the man's organs. She cried and trembled, covering her mouth and nose with her hands to prevent making any sound. Why did she come to the horror world? She wanted to go home, miss her parents, and she would never lose her temper and be willful again. Click. The door lock opened. The female player's eyes widened and she froze. Two people, one big and one small, entered the room, and the door closed automatically. Tata sat on the chair, hidden in the darkness. The little girl in a white dress walked to the curtain, and the laughter of children rang out. Sister, are you playing hide-and-seek with me? The female player didn't dare to move at all. Where did the child come from in the nunnery? It was too scary. She couldn't think anymore. A little hand lifted the hem of the curtain, and a golden head poked in. The moonlight from the window hit her face. With a white and chubby face, she was as beautiful as a doll. The female player looked at her in fear. Don't kill me. Please. Her eyes widened without blinking and big tears fell. Wula showed a lovely smile. She crawled in, knelt in front of her, and stretched out her hand to wipe her tears. Don't cry, don't be afraid, I don't eat people. The child was beautiful, with a gentle and lovely voice, and she wiped people's tears. The female player felt a glimmer of hope, and she asked with a tense heart, you really won't kill me? No. She didn't lie. She doesn't kill people, Tata kills people. Sister, where are your parents? Are you like me, unable to find them? When asked this, the female player was upset. I will never see them again. I will die here, and they don't know I am here. Ah? How did you separate from them? I ran away from home. I regret it so much. I shouldn't have left by myself on a bicycle, and then I got lost, and came to this hellish world. The female player broke down and cried, recalling the night she ran away from home over and over again, and she longed to go back to that moment. Wula wiped her tears and said, don't be afraid, you want to go home so much, you will definitely go back. Really? I really want to go home. After I go back, I will never leave home again, and I will never step out of the door. I don't want to stay here. I want to go back. I want to go back. Please let me go back. She cried and begged. She knew that the person in front of her was not a human, because the players were all adults, and they didn't know where this child came from. Her hair was blonde and fluffy, and her facial features were like an angel, and she comforted herself so cutely. Unlike those monsters, maybe she was an angel? Being met by her, does it mean that she can go back? Little sister, do you have any way to leave here? I really want to go home. Please help me, I don't want to die here. The female player took Wuli's hand, lowered her head and approached, begging constantly. Wula smiled and hugged her. I can feel that you want to go back. Have you thought about what it will be like after you go back? Wuli's voice was very cute. The female player felt very safe when being hugged. She was greedy for the safety, and at the same time, she was lured into a beautiful fantasy. She smiled and said, I rode my bike back to the community, greeted the old man at the door, and then met my parents who were anxious to find me in the community. I rushed over to hug them. My mother held my hand and went home, and my father pushed my bike. The curtains were drawn open, and a beautiful boy in red stood there eating. The player in Wuli's arms gradually withered, and finally died, with a smile on the corner of his dry body. Wula looked up and asked, her desire is very strong. Is it delicious? Tata, who had just finished eating, was a little lazy. He bent down and picked up the little girl and held her. Wula sat on his arms and hugged his neck naturally. Tata said, you were too slow just now. Wula pouted. Shawan, you came back so late? Ah. It was a little late to play with friends. Go in quickly, your parents must be waiting anxiously. Well? Chapter 65. Not slowly, if it's too fast, it won't taste good. Wula retorted to Tata. You talked to her for a long time, and I'm very impatient. He took out a handkerchief to wipe Wuli's hands, which were full of human tears. Oh, patience is the key to tasting delicious food. Wula spread his hands and let him wipe them, and asked, Tata, are you full today? No. Tata was still very hungry, but he was not irritable. He was irritable every day, but when he was with her, he seemed to be in a particularly good mood. After wiping his fingers clean, Tata pinched them a few times, and his short fleshy hands were very cute. Wulu was puzzled. Aren't you full after eating one a day? Who told you? Daily? Tata lowered his head and smelled Wuli's cheek, and said gloomily, I've been hungry for a long time, and I want to eat you right away. Wulu, If she had known earlier, she would not have killed so many players and left more food for him. Wula shook her calves. Put me down, we continue to look for food. Tata put her down, but disappeared the next second. Just when Wula was confused, she turned around and saw Daili with blood all over her face. In the dark, she looked like a witch. Daili saw the tiny Wula and smiled. Baby, why are you here? It's midnight now. You need to sleep well to grow taller. I carry you upstairs. Wula stepped back to avoid her hand and said coldly, There's no one around in the middle of the night. Can't I go downstairs? No, it's not like that. Don't be angry, baby. I'm just worried that you won't feel comfortable the next day if you don't sleep well. I take you upstairs. When Daili saw Wula shrinking, she automatically returned to her attitude towards her when she was a child. Wula was strictly guarded when she was a child, and Wula suddenly wanted to grow up. Becoming smaller is just to be more intimate and cute, so that players can relax their vigilance and get out of their inner desires. Wula was about to change back, but Daili picked her up forcefully. Baby, let me take you back. Don't be angry. Being angry is not good for your health. Wula didn't have to walk by herself when someone held her, so the lazy Wula gave up struggling. When she appeared, Daili's heart and eyes were all on her, and she stopped chasing the players. Daili carried Wula upstairs, walking through one floor after another. Finally, when they returned to the attic, Wula asked to come down. Wula opened the door and went in, then blocked the door to prevent Daili from entering. She said, You can go back, don't worry, I won't go downstairs during the day. No one will see a child in the nunnery, and no one will suspect that there is a child here. Daili's face changed, and finally she left. Wula closed the door, looked at the cupboard, and finally climbed onto the small bed, covered herself with a quilt, and went to sleep. Pei Lin, who was hiding in the cupboard, was a little shocked. There is a child in the convent. There are only adult nuns here. How could there be a child? Pei Lin went up to the attic and found that someone lived here. Before he had time to search, he heard someone going upstairs, and he quickly hid in the cupboard. Sister Diley came back with a child. The child also said that she would not go downstairs during the day, and would not let anyone know that there was a child in the convent. There is a child in the convent. Is it someone who gave birth to a child? Diley. Pei Lin had a shocking suspicion. The nun who hated men the most in the convent actually gave birth to a child, and hid it in the attic. Pei Lin reached out, and touched the fabric on the side. It was an adult's dress, and it exuded a faint fragrance, which was quite pleasant. Pei Lin's thoughts suddenly reached a dead end. Knock knock. The sound of fingers knocking on the wooden cupboard. Pei Lin was tense all over, and he didn't hear the footsteps. The things outside were teleported. How long are you going to hide in there? You really love playing hide-and-seek. The wooden man game is obviously fun. Why do all people love playing hide-and-seek? Wulu tilted his head and looked at the cupboard, knocked again, and muttered in a childish voice. Little Rabbit, open the door, open it quickly, I want to come in. Little Rabbit is not obedient. Wulu pried through the gap in the cupboard and looked inside. A light-colored pupil turned around in the gap, and finally looked at Pei Lin. Hey, Little Rabbit is here. Pei Lin pushed open the cupboard door, and threw the scimitar in his hand. Wulu was small but very agile. He flipped backwards and landed on the bed. He lay down on the bed, and hugged the pillow to look at him. What a fierce little rabbit. Pei Lin frowned. This is not your room. If it's not my room, is it your room? Wulu asked back, and then said, How rude, hiding in a girl's cupboard, you didn't smell my clothes just now. Pei Lin instantly remembered the fragrance in the closet, and his expression flashed. He said with a stern face, There are only adult clothes in it, you are a child. I'm not small. Pei Lin's left-hand side is the door, but he can't guarantee whether he will meet Diley when he goes out. What triggered the death of this girl is unknown. But at present, she doesn't seem to be ready to attack him. Wulu yawned on the bed. You disturb my sleep. Then you sleep, I go. Pei Lin held the scimitar in his hand, alert, and slowly retreated. Diley is outside. If she knows that a man went out of my room, she will be very angry, and she will punish me and lock me here forever. Wulu said with a cute face falling. Pei Lin stopped. Then I won't go out? Don't go out now. It turns out that not only female players can't get close to men, but also nuns here, even little girls, can't have too much contact with men. Pei Lin is basically sure that this little girl is not a big threat. Pei Lin chose to stay in this small attic. Wulu lay on the bed, looking drowsy. Pei Lin looked around, and didn't find anything strange. Pei Lin, do you want all your teammates to survive? The little girl suddenly spoke. She actually knew his name. Pei Lin became alert. Of course. If the price is your death, in exchange for the 4 of them being alive, are you willing? No. He said. 1 life for 4 lives. Isn't this a very cost-effective deal? Wulu attempted. If I die, it's not cost-effective. He said firmly. Chapter 66. Wulu was not surprised to hear his reply, but he still deliberately said, I thought you would care about your teammates. Care about them, but only if I am alive. Pei Lin was very clear-headed. He joined the Black and Red Guild and formed a team to enter the dungeon together, not to sacrifice himself to save others. It was to get the dungeon information of the guild, to have a group partner, and to increase his survival rate. On the premise that he was alive, he would help his teammates and try to bring back useful dungeon information for the guild. This is Pei Lin's principle. Pei Lin's handsome little white face was calm, unlike the players Wulu had asked similar questions before. Those players answered the same as Pei Lin. They were unwilling to exchange their lives for their teammates. But their expressions when answering were different from Pei Lin's. Pei Lin was frank, and those people were only selfish. Wulu looked up and down and thought. If you don't care about your teammates, then you care about yourself. Do you want to leave the dungeon? I can help you. I send you out of the dungeon, and leave all your teammates behind. The pretty little girl was smiling, and her cute childish voice said ruthless words. I don't want to. Pei Lin refused. I don't believe you either, you. Luh, he recognized himself. Wulu sat up from the bed, touched his short golden hair, and said helplessly, It's the hair that exposed me. Pei Lin, not only the hair, but also your face. You have grown up in proportion from childhood to adulthood. You were very cute when you were young, and you are very beautiful when you grow up. Yeah, you praise me. Thank you for the compliment. Wulu jumped off the bed, walked directly past Pei Lin, and went to the closet to pick out a nightgown. Pei Lin noticed her intention and turned around quickly. There was a bathtub in the corner of the small attic, and a small trough next to it. It was a place for washing and brushing teeth. There was no shelter. She usually lived alone, and took off her clothes casually. Pei Lin turned around, and Wula smiled. You are very gentlemanly. Pei Lin heard the rustling sound of clothes rubbing behind him, and he remembered the girl's fragrance in the closet again. No matter how beautiful this nun is, she will instantly turn into a ghost. She is a monster. Wula turned back to her adult appearance, put on the skirt, and the button behind her neck got stuck in her long hair, and her hair was tangled. A cold and white hand reached out to untie her. Wula turned around and saw Tada. He was there all the time. He didn't like to see other nuns, so he just hid. The hair was pulled out, the buttons were fastened, and the doll collar of the nightgown was turned over and smoothed. Tada's movements were very meticulous. Thank you, Wula said softly. Tada didn't respond. Pei Lin, who was facing away from her, heard her talking and instantly realized that there was a third person in the room. He turned around with his scimitar in his hand, and when he saw a man in a red robe and a hat with only a little white chin exposed, he became alert. The moonlight shone through the small window and shone on the scimitar in Pei Lin's hand. The scimitar reflected the light and flashed Wula. Wula frowned. Put your knife away, or I will kill you. Pei Lin held the scimitar tightly, put down the handle, and hid the knife in his black robe. It's not worth angering the NPC for such a small matter. Pei Lin didn't know who the man in the red robe was. He just wanted to leave here quickly because he felt the danger. Your brother is still alive. A pleasant voice sounded. It was the red robe speaking. This voice was the Lord. Wula knew that Tada was going to take action himself, so he stopped caring. Pei Lin was very calm. I saw with my own eyes that his neck was bitten off by the monster. You can't fool me. He had a younger brother, who was only 1 year younger than him, and entered this horror world with him. In the first copy, his brother chose to stop the monsters that rushed over in order to let him leave the copy. In the last few seconds before Pei Lin left the copy, he witnessed his brother being bitten to death. That was the only pain in his heart. Pei Lin believed what he saw with his own eyes, not the Lord. His thin lips showed under the hat. He was smiling. Tada said, your brother is still alive, but he is not a human anymore. He lives as a monster. Pei Lin's heartstrings moved slightly. If a human dies in a copy, will he become a monster? Tada. Of course, he is immortal. He still remembers you, and is waiting for you to come to that copy one day. Pei Lin clenched the scimitar. Humans will not enter a copy repeatedly. Humans will enter a copy repeatedly, but the probability is very small. What do you mean? Brother, he is very lonely. He misses you very much. Tada's voice became gentle, like hypnosis. Wula just thought it was nice. He didn't feel anything. But Pei Lin's will was easily broken. The Lord's simple words wove a beautiful fantasy for him. The scene in front of him returned to the beginning, and he once again witnessed the scene of his brother being bitten to death. Brother. Ugh, ah. It hurts, brother, brother. Countless monsters were clinging to his brother. His carotid artery was bitten, blood spurted, his face was twisted in pain, his bloodshot eyes were full of tears. He looked at Pei Lin without blinking, and kept calling brother. But Pei Lin couldn't move. On one side was his brother, who was dying in pain, and on the other side, he was being forcibly pulled out of the copy. Then he returned to the copy from a third-person perspective. There were many monsters wandering in the factory, and his brother was out of tune with them. He was covered in wounds, with a big hole in his neck, and stood there with a pale face. Brother, where are you? When are you coming to pick me up? I miss you so much. No one paid attention to him. He called brother over and over again. Pei Lin hadn't been so heartbroken for a long time. He disguised himself with a cold appearance, but at this moment, he was very broken. Tada's words rang in his ears. Go pick him up, Pei Lin, my brother misses you very much. Chapter 67. As a bystander, Wula saw clearly the illusion that Tada had woven for Pei Lin. She saw that her brother had no face, and only Pei Lin could see the face in his memory. A white t-shirt, all stained red, with a big hole on the neck, must have been painful when he died. He died to save his brother, so his brother cherished his life. Pei Lin's will was collapsing bit by bit, and the more his brother called him, the more he wanted to get closer to his brother. As long as he said the words I will take you back, he would be completely unable to get out of Tada's trap. Wula combed her long hair with her fingers and waited quietly. It shouldn't take long. Tada was determined to kill him, which surprised Wulu a little. Tada was hungry and needed food, but he seemed to be very picky about food. He almost didn't hunt except for the things that the nuns offered to sacrifice. This player was very suitable for Tada's appetite. Tada didn't want to talk much. Wula came to give him a push and said, go to that world, and you can be with your brother forever, never to be separated again. This condition is so tempting, reuniting with your brother, and being together forever. Pei Lin usually doesn't talk much, and always has a cold face when he speaks and does things. No one knows what he desires in his heart. The only thing he desires in his heart is his brother. He wishes time could go back to the first copy. If he could do it again, he would definitely protect his brother. If he could do it again, he would go to that copy and see his brother. Bang! There was a loud noise outside the door, as if someone had smashed something heavy on the ground. It was this noise that broke Pei Lin's fantasy. After all, he was an old player, and the break of less than half a second made him quickly come back to his senses. Pei Lin's face was pale, his eyes were clear, and he showed fear for the two people in front of him for the first time. If they turned into monsters and tore him to pieces, Pei Lin would not be afraid at all. The most terrifying thing is that they will weave a beautiful dream for you and make you willing to die. Pei Lin rushed over with the scimitar without hesitation and swung it hard. The handle of the scimitar became longer and turned into a sickle, which quickly hooked the necks of the two people. This is not an ordinary prop, not bought in the mall with points, but a god-level prop he accidentally got when he passed a copy. Close combat is a scimitar, and long-handled sickle is a long-handled sickle. Tada's mouth corners rose, and he just raised his hand lightly, and the tip of the sickle was stuck in the air. It was like there was an invisible barrier. No matter how hard Pei Lin tried, he couldn't pierce it. The god-level item can not only cut through iron like mud, but also easily kill NPCs, and the scars it leaves will not heal. Pei Lin relies on this point, so he is not afraid of alienated monsters. But he has never encountered such a situation before, and weapons cannot get close to the monsters. Is this the Lord the God? I like this knife, Wulu said, and at the same time directly snatched Pei Lin's weapon. As soon as the sickle was out of his hand, Pei Lin was shocked. If he stayed, he would die, and there would be no chance of winning in a fight. Pei Lin quickly retreated, then stepped on the bed without hesitation and jumped out of the small window. Wu Li's face fell. Why are you still stepping on my quilt? Tada raised her hand and touched her head. You can use this knife to cut his throat. Wu Lu swung the sickle, letting it shrink back into a long scimitar. His fingertips gently touched the blade, and it immediately bled. It was very sharp. Tada frowned, held her finger, bent down and licked it, with a tremor in his eyes. Wula didn't care about his behavior, but she swung the knife excitedly. They are very rude and entered our building casually. I want to drive them away. She pulled back her finger, and when she was about to go out, she still acted coquettishly to Tada. My lord, dear Tada, can you help me clean the bed? And then wait for me here. Tada, don't you plan to take me to play? Wu Lu, yes. She opened the door and left. With a weapon at hand, Wu Lu excitedly swung it around and directly cut off the handrail of the stairs at the door. There was a copper teapot on the small staircase, and someone deliberately dropped the teapot here. Su Chenyang hid in a dark corner, not daring to breathe. He was looking for clues on the third floor, and suddenly saw Pei Lin quickly going upstairs, and then entering the attic. Then he saw Dai Li holding a little blonde girl into the attic. Dai Li came out, but Pei Lin didn't come out, and the little girl was also inside. Pei Lin must have had an accident for not coming out for so long, and he was blocked by Dai Li on the third floor. Every time he turned a corner in the dark corridor, he might meet Dai Li. Su Chenyang had to make a feint to the east and attack the west, and circled around the third floor with Dai Li repeatedly. Dai Li seemed to be very nervous about the small attic above, so Su Chenyang deliberately hit the stairs of the attic. Sure enough, Dai Li stayed outside the attic for a long time without moving. Su Chenyang found an opportunity to climb down from a window to the second floor. As soon as he arrived on the second floor, he found several nuns sitting in the living room, laughing and chatting. Su Chenyang could only hide in the corner and eavesdrop on their conversation. Dali is angry again today. I heard that a man came in here. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let Dali hear it. Dali is looking for Lu again today, but Lu has been avoiding her. Dali really indulges Lu. She doesn't punish her if she doesn't come to the morning class. Lu has no faith at all. She doesn't look like a nun. Why does she come here? It's good here. Life outside is too tiring. You have to do a lot of hard work every day. Isn't that why we stay here all the time? Who would want to go to the outside world after getting used to a comfortable life? Wula came down from upstairs with a machete in his hand. When he saw them, he smiled and greeted them. Sister. Xiaolu, why haven't you slept yet? A mouse came in. It's very noisy. I can't sleep. Wula took a sip of the black tea on the table and said, You stay here and don't let the mouse run away. I chased them away. Su Chenyang's heart was hanging in his throat. He quietly retreated and retreated again. He moved silently little by little, but suddenly there was a quick pace of footsteps not far away. There were other players nearby. They were eavesdropping like him, but that person didn't hold back and turned around to run away and made a noise. Su Qinyang only felt a black shadow in front of him. The next second, the black shadow had no head, and the air was filled with a strong, sweet smell. The moonlight reflected from the window shone on the murder weapon, and Su Qinyang also saw clearly that the person holding the murder weapon was you. Su Qinyang quickly covered his mouth and nose, squatted down, and moved slowly in the dark. He quietly moved to the corner, then stood up and walked away. At the same time, he met the brother and sister of the Black and Red Guild, Lu Kong and Lu Shui. Lu Kong led Lu Shui, and the two stood in the corner. When Su Qinyang came over, Lu Kong quickly pinched his throat with one hand to stop him from making a sound. Su Qinyang was suffocated for a moment, and he didn't move. He just patted the back of Lu Kang's hand, indicating that he was a human and would not make a sound. Lu Kong recognized who it was and immediately let go. Lu Kong pulled Su Qinyang's hand and motioned him to follow him. The three of them moved slowly in the dark, and the laughter of a girl came from behind. There are quite a few people sneaking in. The three of them moved to the window at the end of the corridor. Lu Shui fumbled to open the window, and Lu Kong pushed his sister's shoulder, motioning Lu Shui to jump down first, and he followed closely. Lu Shui jumped down from the window without hesitation. It was 3 or 4 meters high, and it was inevitable that there would be movement when she landed. As soon as Lu Shui jumped down, Wu Le heard the movement here. She came over with a machete in her hand. I heard it. I heard it. Lu Shui looked up anxiously. Brother, hurry up. Lu Kong quickly climbed through the window, and Su Qinyang followed closely behind, not daring to delay at all. Su Qinyang heard footsteps behind him as soon as he stepped on the window. He didn't dare to look back and jumped down quickly. He felt a chill on his head, and the blade brushed past him, leaving a few strands of hair floating in the air. Isn't that Brother Pei's scimitar? Lu Shui was shocked. Chapter 68. After Lu Kong landed, he didn't look up. He pulled his sister and ran. Su Qinyang quickly followed. After they ran dozens of meters, they realized that the nun would not chase them out of the house. The three of them stopped and looked back. Sure enough, they didn't catch up. The small window on the second floor was open, and the white curtains were blown out of the wall by the wind. Lu Shui shook Lu Kang's hand and said in shock, Brother, the weapon in the nun's hand is Brother Pei's scimitar. Lu Kang didn't quite believe it. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Absolutely not. I looked at her, and she smiled proudly when I shouted that it was Brother Pei's weapon. Lu Kang's face was solemn. His sister didn't understand, but he probably knew a little about the origin of this weapon. It is said that Pei Lin and 10 guild members entered a copy, and in the end only he came out alive. After returning, he had this weapon, which is a god-level item that can kill NPCs. Many NPCs in dungeons are extremely difficult to kill, because even if they are chopped into pieces, some NPCs will heal and reassemble to revive. With god-level props, combat power can be increased several times. To get out of a dungeon, you need not only your brain, but also reasoning and deciphering the dungeon plot, and often you also need to rely on force. Brother Pei hasn't come out yet, and the weapon is in the hands of the NPC. Is he in trouble? Lu Shui was worried. Lu Kong touched Lu Shui's head and comforted her. Pei Lin is very strong, it's okay. Su Qinyang felt a little cold on his head, and he raised his hand to touch it, and found that a section of his hair was cut off. If he had jumped a little slower, it would not just be his hair that was cut off, but his skull. Su Qinyang was bald on the top of his head. He looked embarrassed and silently took out the white headscarf from his pocket, and put it on neatly. With this look, Dai Li praised him for being abiding by the rules. Lu Kong was very protective of Lu Shui, and took her with him wherever he went. Su Qinyang found that Lu Shui's abilities seemed to be not strong. Is it that the Black and Red Guild can bring family members? Or did Lu Kong take Lu Shui through dozens of dungeons? Su Qinyang did not think deeply about it. This was someone else's business. Su Qinyang said, When I ran just now, I looked back and saw that the window of the attic was also open to the outside. Your captain should have jumped out of the building a long time ago. Lu Kong, Pei Lin finally went to the attic. Su Qinyang, yes, I saw him go in with my own eyes. I suspect he escaped successfully. It's okay to leave the nun's building, and many players are in that building at the moment. Qin Xiujia and Shi Xingwang didn't dare to make a sound on the 3rd floor. Dai Li was attracted by the movement on the 2nd floor and went down. They quickly moved to a hiding position. Qin Xiujia chose to go upstairs to explore. The nuns were all downstairs. There was no one on this floor, but they didn't dare to open the doors of those rooms easily, For fear of seeing a nun once, they opened them. Shishingwang, Xiujia, don't always think about Pei Lin. He doesn't communicate with you or team up with you. Look back at me. I'm so good to you. I hit you wherever you point me. Qin Xiaojia felt that he was annoying. She looked up at the dark corridor and said, I hit you wherever you point me. Of course, Xiujia, I listen to you the most. You are my ideal type. Shishingwang was glib. Although it was the first time that Qin Xiaojia teamed up with Shishingwang to enter the dungeon, she had heard of Shishingwang at the guild meeting point. He always harassed the female team members. Lu Shui had her brother Lu Kong with her, so Shishingwang didn't dare to harass her, so he caught her and harassed her. Qin Xiaojia looked up at the dark corridor. The handrail at the top of the stairs was neatly cut off, and a small door could be vaguely seen in the darkness. Shishingwang, go to the attic and take a look. Shishingwang looked up and didn't want to go. Qin Xiaojia said, the nun secrets will definitely not be often in places like downstairs where everyone will pass by. Maybe they are upstairs. Few people go to the attic. Shishingwang thought it made sense. Qin Xiaojia, if you can find the secrets of the nuns, I will definitely admire you. Shishingwang got excited, and he went upstairs with a knife. And Qin Xiaojia quickly escaped. The living room downstairs was full of nuns, so the only way was to jump out of the window and go down the pipe. After so many copies, there is a hard truth, that is, staying alive is the most important thing. In the narrow and dark corridor, there is a wooden door above the head. The handle on the door is a little low, like the height for children to use. Shishingwang was about to pick the lock, but suddenly the door opened by itself. His heart was hanging in his throat, but he pushed the door and walked in. What he saw was a beautiful boy in a red robe sitting on the bed. He looked at him coldly. Wula drove out all the players in the building, and those who couldn't be driven out were beheaded. The scimitar was soaked in blood and became brighter. It was a particularly handy weapon. Just touch the necks of those people lightly, and the heads will fall off. Wula liked it very much. When Dai Li saw her, she was hesitant to speak, and finally blamed her. Lu, you shouldn't do this kind of thing. You have to be clean. Let me do these. You just saw it today. When you didn't see it, I killed more people, hee. Dai Li took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off her face, muttering, clean, clean now. Dai Li, I was destined to be dirty since I was born. Wula looked at her with heartache, and tiptoed to kiss Dai Li's cheek. Dai Li was stunned, then laughed and cried, baby, you are not wrong, it was all done by Mom. Mom, can't we really leave? No. Absolutely not leave. Dai Li reacted violently. Wula was sent back to the room by Dai Li. When Wula entered the room, he saw a tragically dead human. Why didn't you eat his soul? Didn't he make a wish to you? It shouldn't be. Tada's temptation is unmatched. As long as there is a desire, no one can resist making a wish to him. But this body was stabbed to death by a knife, not by the soul being sucked after making a wish. Tada, I don't eat all kinds of food. He didn't even give this person a chance to make a wish. He let this person stab himself to death. Wula, then I give it to my sisters. Tada was unhappy. Seeing that she was about to leave again, he hugged her and took her away. The next second, Wula opened her eyes and saw the church. Under the moonlight, the colorful glass of the church reflected the luster on her cheek. Tada pressed her on the chair, and he lay on her neck. 18 years ago, Dolly begged me to give you birth. I agreed. The price was that she had to become my slave and offer me food. You were born, but you were stillborn. You are not qualified to go to the town to bask in the sun. Lele, do you understand? You can only be with me forever, otherwise you will disappear. Don't always think about leaving here. I don't like it. Wuli's expression suddenly became clear. Sure enough, the source of everything was her. Chapter 69. Tada lay on her shoulders and neck, as if he was going to bite her neck off in the next second. Wula tilted his head and fell towards him, rubbing his cheeks and ears against him, saying, I died a long time ago, but Dolly insisted on letting me be born. Except for the new sacrifices, all the people here are dead. Tada is now very happy that he agreed to Dolly's prayer. You are not dead, you are in eternal life. Isn't that good? Why do you want to bask in the sun? It would be so good to stay here. Except for Dolly and me, other nuns don't know what happened. It's all because of their greed. You don't have to think about others, think about me who gave you life, look at me. Tada stood up, he pressed Wuli's shoulders, making her sit firmly on the chair and unable to move, pinching her cheek with one hand. If you say you're going to the town again, I eat you and take back your life. So scary, my lord. If you don't scare her, she won't be obedient. The three of them did not wait for Pei Lin to leave the old building, but only waited for Qin Shujia to come out. Qin Shujia was still injured, she said. I can't enter the building. The nuns inside are very strange. Sometimes they are normal, and sometimes they chase people to kill. Lu Shui pulled her and asked, Did you see Brother Pei? And the nun with golden hair, is she chasing you? It's not her, it's other nuns. They were drinking tea in the living room. When they heard the noise, they immediately came to chase me. Brother Pei hasn't come out yet? Qin Shujia looked around. Lu Shui shook her head. I saw his weapon in the hands of the nun named you. Qin Shujia was shocked. This is impossible. How could the monster get Brother Pei's weapon? Lu Kong looked behind Qin Shujia and asked, Where is Shishing Wang? Qin Shujia shook his head. When the nuns were chasing me, I got separated from him, but I was able to run out. He didn't make any noise in the building, and I was worried. Shishing Wang hasn't come out for so long, I'm afraid he's in danger. Su Qianyang was puzzled. You have passed so many copies, your points must be very high. If Shishing Wang encounters danger, he should use life-saving props. The amount of their points is beyond Su Qianyang's reach, and Su Qianyang is a little envious. Lu Kong, Shishing Wang shouldn't have come out for so long. He's not that diligent. He should retreat after a little exploration. Lu Shui, brother, do you mean? Brother sure encountered a monster that made him unable to use props in time? Lu Kong, wait another 10 minutes, if he still doesn't come out, we leave. The night wind in the mountains is very cold, and the four people's teeth are chattering after standing for a while. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Shishing Wang still didn't come out of the building. Lu Kong, let's go! The others turned around and left in silence. Qin Shujia walked at the back feeling a little guilty. She had deliberately provoked Shishing Wang to go up to the attic because she saw a neat cut on the handrail of the attic stairs. Although the light was dim, she recognized at a glance that the cut was made by Pei Ji's machete. If Pei Lin could take out his weapon to fight, it meant that there was something terrible in the attic. Since entering the dungeon, because Pei Lin assigned them to form a team together, Shishing Wang always harassed her. Qin Shujia had endured it again and again, but today she couldn't bear it anymore. She knew there was danger, but she was not sure whether Shishing Wang would die. Now it is basically certain that Shishing Wang is dead. And the gap on the stairs, was it made by Brother Pei or the nun who stole his weapon? Is Pei Lin still alive? Baby? Baby? I heard you went downstairs. Did those annoying sacrifices disturb your sleep? The wooden door creaked open. Baby, baby! Why is there no one? Where did you go? My baby is gone! A sharp woman's cry sounded from the direction of the old residence. The players who escaped from the old residence heard it vaguely. The players' hearts trembled. What's wrong? What happened? I don't know. Run! You can hide. There was a lot of noise in the old residence. The nuns seemed to be looking for something, and then they all came out and looked around. The remaining players realized the danger and fled everywhere. While fleeing, they also had to look for the secrets here. In the dungeon, the most frightening thing is the night, the cold and long night, as if there will never be dawn. Several people ran past the fountain pool in the small square, and none of them dared to look at the pool. Lu Kong, it's too obvious to run outside, go inside. They are now at the back of the church. Lu Kong pried open a window and climbed in directly. Going forward is the nave, which is the place for worship and the place where they first saw the mysterious Lord. There is nothing to hide there. Most importantly, they have already guessed that the Lord is most likely not a god, but a demon. It is too dangerous to go to the nave. Qin Shujia said, Let's go up to the bell tower. It's the highest point in the whole convent. Maybe we find something there. Lu Shui immediately looked at her brother, and Lu Kong nodded, Okay. Su Qianyang looked up. He didn't like climbing stairs. He hated going to the highest point, especially where there was only one way up and down. Once blocked, if you want to escape, you either have to fight your way down or jump off the building. Su Qianyang wanted to choose not to go up, but what Qin Shujia said made sense. The bell tower, where the big bell was placed, was the landmark of the church. Maybe there were clues. Qin Shujia walked in front, Lu Kong pulled Lu Shui in the middle, and Su Qianyang walked at the end. Seeing that Su Qianyang had been silent, Lu Shui turned around and asked with a smile, Are you scared? Su Qianyang, not bad. Lu Shui, I'm not scared. My brother is very powerful. He can protect me every time. I will go home with him when the time comes. Su Qianyang asked the doubts in his heart. Did he protect you for more than 30 copies? Lu Shui, no, my brother entered the horror world earlier than me, and I came later. I am now going through the 5th copy. Su Qinyang was surprised. Lu Shui, do you think I am a member of the Black and Red Guild? No, I am a family member. My brother takes me wherever he goes. No wonder Lu Kong has been holding Lu Shui's hand. Lu Shui doesn't look like she has experienced many copies. She is well protected. Lu Shui said expectantly, I don't know how many copies I have to go before I can go home. She still looks forward to going home, but Su Qinyang found that he had no expectations of going home after only going through the second copy. Lu Kong turned around. Shu stopped talking. They have already come up to the upper floor, which is a huge library. The entire wall in the distance is made of glass, and the strange moonlight shines through faintly visible rows of dark bookcases. The entire floor is full of bookcases, row after row, neatly arranged, very empty. Qin Shujia continued to go upstairs. Su Qinyang, but there are no stairs to go up. Qin Shujia was puzzled. She turned around instinctively and looked pale. The stairs we came up are gone too. Chapter 70. The stairs up and down disappeared, and they were trapped on this floor. The rows of bookshelves in front of them seemed to be infinitely replicated, and this floor was visibly larger, as if it was endless. Lu Shui, am I blurry-eyed? Why does it feel bigger here? Su Qinyang, the bookshelf next to us is number 9. When I found that the stairs disappeared, I looked at it. Counting from number 9, there are 11 rows to the end, which means there are 20 rows of bookshelves here. Lu Kong now looks forward. There are 12 rows in front now, and a total of 21 rows of bookshelves. If I guess correctly, the horizontal bookshelf should also increase by 1 row. Qin Xiujia, we don't know the growth rate of space. What does this mean? Lu Kong, I have a guess. The stairs may be hidden in the bookshelf, or on the opposite side. Su Qinyang, what will the rule be? Diagonal line? Mirror image? Center? Go to the opposite side, mirror the diagonal, and go to the 9th row of bookshelves from the back of the opposite side. Lu Kong said. Qin Shujia, you could also go across and then walk along the wall behind. After discussing it, the group walked into the rows of bookshelves. Once they walked in, they realized how big the place was. A bookshelf is 1.2 meters wide on the side, and about 2.5 meters wide on the front. There is about 1.5 meters of space between every 2 bookshelves. The bookshelves are filled with scriptures, as well as some story books about bishops, illustrations, and everything else. Su Qinyang counted silently 1, 2, 10, 11. It's the opposite wall. Lu Kong, there are 11 bookshelves horizontally. It seems that there were originally 10. Su Qinyang, I can't say so sure after all, we didn't see how many there were at first. That's right. Let's walk along the wall, I wish us good luck. They walked down along the opposite wall, paying attention to whether there were stairs along the way, but they touched the diagonal wall, and there were no stairs. It's not a mirror diagonal. Qin Shijia's face was solemn. There was no clue at all. Lu Kong always felt that he had overlooked something, but his mind was stuck on the original train of thought and couldn't remember it. Su Qinyang suddenly said, we walked to the 11th bookshelf and walked down along the wall. We walked along the extra bookshelf and then walked down. Maybe we should go inside. Qin Xiujia nodded. Yes, we walked in the extra space and should go inside. They entered the bookshelf group again, and Lu Shui immediately followed, but her wrist was pulled just after she took a step, and Lu Kong didn't move. Brother? Lu Kong, but it took us a long time to come here. How can you be sure that there are still 21 vertical rows and 11 horizontal rows? With one sentence, everyone's heart sank. That's right, the number of bookshelves may have been increasing. And the light here is too weak. They can no longer count how many rows there are at the end with their naked eyes. Especially the sides of the horizontal bookshelves overlap, and you can't see how many there are at all. The only way is to count again, both horizontally and vertically. And 2 people need to stand at the vertical and horizontal rows, constantly walking horizontally and vertically, counting the number, and shouting loudly if there are additional bookshelves. Then 1 person needs to go in and find the staircase, whether it is the 9th row diagonally or the 9th row on the mirror to check. Lu Kong looked at them and said, my sister can't be separated from me. The meaning was obvious, that is, Qin Shujia and Su Qinyang were to count the bookshelves. Qin Shujia, okay, I count the vertical rows against the wall. Su Qinyang had no choice but to go inside and count the horizontal rows. When they said action, they acted. After the 2 of them counted, they both reported their numbers. Qin Shujia, 22. Su Qinyang, 13. Lu Kong pulled Lu Shui in. Qin Shujia, 23. Su Qinyang soon reported, 15. Lu Kang heard the rules and shouted. Originally there were 9 rows of bookshelves. 1 minute, 1 row was added vertically, and 2 rows were added horizontally. Lu Kang ran quickly, and Lu Shui was a little unable to run, especially when the corner of the bookshelf was hit. Brother, I'm dizzy, I'm going to get lost. Do you remember clearly? Lu Shui stopped to rest. Yes, it's nearby, Shui. Be careful, follow closely. Before he finished speaking, his palm suddenly felt empty. Lu Kang turned back in horror, and found that there was a bookshelf behind him. Through the gap between the books, there was no one on the other side. Lu Shui disappeared. Lu Kang was scared. Xiaoxue. 25. 19. The two shouted out the numbers at the same time, but the moment they stopped, they both heard Lu Kang calling Lu Shui. What's wrong? Lu Kang? Qin Shujia called him. Lu Kang gritted his teeth. Xiaoxue disappeared just now. Lu Shui stepped on a gap, and she fell down in an instant. Her hand was pulled out of Lu Kang's hand, and she didn't even have time to shout. She fell to the ground with a bang, dust flew everywhere, Lu Shui was choked and coughed, and her eyes were also blurred. Ahem, brother. Lu Shui rubbed her eyes, and finally saw the surroundings clearly. There was a small room with a black table in the corner, a lit kerosene lamp, and a book on it. Lu Shui walked over, picked up the book and flipped through it. As soon as she opened it, she saw 2 huge words, confession. Lu Shui was a little confused, and at the same time, she immediately thought of the confessional, a place for believers to confess their sins to God. She needed to confess here before she could go out? Knock knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door, and Lu Shui trembled with fear. I'm coming in. A nice girl's voice. Lu Shui was very scared. She ran over to block the door, but someone pushed the door in before her hand touched it. She wore a white headscarf and a black dress, without a single hair exposed, and her fair face with a few freckles was as beautiful as an angel. Wu Lu smiled and said, Little cutie, are you okay? It was you. Lu Shui was shivering a little. She couldn't face the dungeon NPC alone. She was used to having her brother by her side. She had just come to the horror world and met her brother in the first dungeon, so she had never faced any plot alone. Why are you shivering? Your face is so pale. Are you sick? Wu Lu looked worried and reached out to touch Lu Shui's cheek. It's so cold. You should wear more clothes. It's very cold here at night. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, come here, let's confess. Wu Lu walked to the table, opened the book, and looked at it carefully. It seemed that she saw something very interesting. She looked up and looked directly at Lu Shui, and asked with a smile, Speak, don't lie, because I will know you are lying. Lu Shui's heart trembled. What should I say? Wu Lu, confess the deepest faults in your heart and tell me your dirtiest side. Her light-colored eyes were as beautiful as glass. She seemed to be able to see through people in an instant. Lu Shui was sweating all the time. Wu Lu bewitched. Good boy, tell me your secret, God will forgive your mistakes. Lu Shui's eyes gradually became dull, and she slowly said, My brother likes me, he said. Why were we born in the same belly? Chapter 71. Wu Li's eyes widened slightly, then he lowered his head to read the confession and asked, Do you like your brother? Lu Shui looked sad. I don't know. If my brother died, would you be sad? Yes, I would be very sad. He can't die. I don't want my brother to die. Please let us go. Lu Shui was crying. She couldn't move her body, but her mind gradually became clear. Wu Lu sighed, with a hint of insight on her beautiful face, but you are wrong. He likes his own sister, and you also like him. Lu Shui's mind was in a mess. She didn't want to talk to you anymore. When would her brother come to see her? Wu Lu put down the confession and walked to her side. You also like your brother. You have noticed it, but you are afraid, so you pretend not to know. In this horror world, there is no restraint here. As long as you are alive, your brother confessed to you. In addition to being afraid, you are actually happy, right? Wu Lu got closer and closer, and said in her ear. Lu Shui's tears fell down, her body trembling. Why do you know this? Lu Shui's first copy is also Lu Kang's 20 copies. The horror world met again. Lu Kang regarded Lu Shui as an illusion. He thought she was an illusion of the copy. The monster was confusing him. He couldn't believe that Lu Shui would appear in the copy. But this Lu Shui was too real. So real that Lu Kang couldn't help hugging her, and then told the secret in his heart. Xiaoxue, why were we born in the same belly? I like you, but I can only be your brother. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Lu Kang said it over and over again, hugging her tightly. Lu Shui was shocked and stunned, and gradually Lu Kang found that she was not a copy of the illusion, but a real person. His sister really came to the horror world. Since then, neither of them mentioned that hug in those words, and they have always been very close siblings. But the barrier of family affection has long been broken. No matter how hard you try to hide it, there will still be something strange when your eyes meet and your bodies touch. I don't know, I want to go home with my brother, Lu Shui cried. At the same time, she found that she could move, and she squatted down and covered her ears. I can fulfill your wish. Not only can you go home together, but there will be only two of you at home, and all your neighbors and friends have forgotten you. Wu Lu bewitched. Without parents, no one knows what their relationship is. Perhaps some people would think that this is a newlywed couple. No matter how you cover your ears tightly, Wu Li's voice is still pervasive. Lu Shui's heart trembled. Go home with your brother? Yes, you can go home safely. Every human who enters the horror world wants to go home. It is so easy to be bewitched. Especially those humans who have ties, it is easy to pry. The door of the confessional has not been closed, and Tada in a red robe is watching there. Wu Li knows that Tada is picky about food, so he chooses clean food for him. Wu Li squatted down and hugged Lu Shui. You are going home. Okay, where is your brother? He is next to you. Lu Shui turned her head to the side, and she really saw Lu Kang. Xiaoxiu. It is the real Lu Kang. He found the bookshelf downstairs and jumped down immediately, only to see the nun holding his sister. Lu Kang couldn't reach them. Lu Shui turned around and saw him. No matter how nervously Lu Kang shouted, Lu Shui was smiling and muttering something. Lu Kang watched Lu Shui wither little by little and die with a smile. Lu Kang was in great pain, and he directly spent all his points to buy back the instant item. Time reversal, a high-level item, can reverse time to 1 minute ago. Lu Kang watched Lu Shui come back to life and wake up. Wu Lu leaned over and spoke in Lu Shui's ear. Let her go. I am willing to sacrifice. Let her go. Lu Kang rushed to the barrier like crazy. Wu Lu hugged Lu Shui and looked up and said, You can't protect her at all. She may be torn into pieces by monsters in the future, or scared to death by terrifying monsters. Now, she left with a beautiful dream, and you are in her dream. This is the best ending for mankind. The item only has 1 minute to regenerate. Lu Kang couldn't break through Tada's barrier. He knew Tada was going to eat Lu Shui. Lu Kang faced Tada and shouted, Lord, I made a wish to you, let Lu Shui live. You could have been together, and entered the same dream together. Wu Li felt a little regretful. Tada raised his hand. Lu Shui's life was revived, and Lu Kang's life was withering. Su Qianyang and Qin Xiaojia met up. They found the stairs, but couldn't find Lu Kang and Lu Shui. Did they go upstairs? Su Qianyang frowned. Qin Xiaojia, it makes no sense for them to not wait for us when they go upstairs. They must have stepped on the wrong position. It's estimated that life and death are unpredictable. This copy is too weird. Clues are hard to find, and there are crises everywhere. The two chose to go upstairs quickly. Su Qianyang took an oil lamp from the corner, lit it, and groped his way up to the bell tower with a dim light. The bell tower is the highest point of the church, and a huge clock hangs on the outer wall. They saw it when they stood at the stairs. The moonlight shone into the building through the thin glass of the clock, and the hour hand did not move. Qin Xiaojia, time has stopped. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. The oil lamp in Su Qianyang's hand flashed, and there was wind blowing. How could there be wind here? There was someone. Su Qianyang quickly turned around and punched him, but the man easily caught his fist and broke his hand back. It's me. Pei Lin's voice sounded. Before Su Qianyang could react to who it was, Qin Xiaojia excitedly grabbed Pei Lin's hand. Brother Pei, I knew you would be fine. Su Qianyang saw Pei Lin's face clearly, breathed a sigh of relief, and asked, Why are you here? I saw your weapon in the nun's hand, and I thought you were dead. Pei Lin's face was not good when he mentioned the matter of the weapon being robbed. Pei Lin, this copy is a dead end. No one can defeat that master. Dead end? Chapter 72. Pei Lin said the word dead end. Is this dungeon really impossible to pass? Qin Xiaojia's face was solemn, even a little anxious. How could it be a dead end? I would rather believe that this dungeon is hellish, and I don't believe there is no way out. Pei Lin glanced at the two and asked, Are you the only two who came up? Su Qianyang understood what he was asking, and answered, Originally there were Lu Kang and Lu Shui, but they didn't come up and disappeared, and Shi Xingwang didn't leave the old building. Yeah. Hearing this, Pei Lin was very calm. He said lightly, Lu Kang and Lu Shui should have accidentally fallen into the confession room. Confession room? Qin Xiaojia asked. If you walk into the bookshelf forest and don't stand at the diagonal mirror position, but stop next to other bookshelves halfway, you will fall down and fall into the confession room. Pei Lin said it so clearly that the two knew instantly that he might have fallen in. Su Chenyang asked, "What did you find in the confession room?" Pei Lin glanced at him. This Su Chenyang was very sensitive and courageous. Pei Lin said, "There is a confession book there. As long as you touch the book, all the secrets will be revealed and will appear in the book." Su Chenyang was surprised. "Then what?" Pei Lin said in a deep voice, "I saw that the confession book was full of confessions of all the nuns. The copy system asked them to find the secrets of the nuns, and they went in the wrong direction at the beginning. It turned out that they were not supposed to go to the nuns' living building to find it, but to come to the church and the confession room. The small confession room and the book on the table were full of the nuns' crimes and their confessions." Pei Lin began to say, "This used to be an abandoned nunnery. The town at the foot of the mountain was desolate, but later it gradually became prosperous. The first batch of believers moved in here, and it became lively again. This was the beginning. The less peaceful the outside world is, the more people believe in gods. The nuns are the messengers of gods. The people at the foot of the mountain worship them, and the nuns living here have no worries about food and clothing." Su Chenyang and Qin Xiaojia felt it was beautiful just by listening to this beginning. But why did it become like this? Pei Lin continued, "The nuns are not sincere believers, they just come here for a good life. Once the gate is closed, the residents of the town below the mountain don't know what the situation is in the nunnery. Reading banned books, eating banned food, not attending morning classes, not praying, playing all day, greedy for the money offered by believers. The whole courtyard is in a mess. Later, a nun did the most outrageous thing. She hid a man in the house, fell in love with him, and got pregnant with the man's child. The man wanted to go down the mountain, she hated him and killed him." Pei Lin's voice was slightly cold. Qin Xiaojia was surprised. Hiding a man, getting pregnant, killing people, each of these things seriously violated the rules of the church. Su Chenyang asked, "Is that person Dai Li? So she hates men and likes to kill male players?" "Yes." Pei Lin nodded. "Do you remember An Wei?" Su Chenyang certainly remembered. That was the NPC he and Pei Lin rescued with great effort after his bones were crushed. He was said to be an important NPC, but in the end, we didn't get much information from him, and he ran away. Pei Lin, An Wei is very likely dead. He is the epitome of many men. Qin Xiaojia didn't understand. The epitome of many men? Su Chenyang had a guess. What An Wei said, is he lying to us? An Wei said that a nun came down the mountain and saw him in the town, fell in love with him at first sight, and then wrote him a letter, so he came to the convent. He lied. The nun would not come down the mountain. He knew that the nuns in the convent were young and beautiful. He had lustful thoughts, sneaked in the middle of the night, and happened to run into Lu. For more than 10 years, there have been men like An Wei coming up, and they were all killed by Dai Li, Pei Lin said. Speaking of Lu, Pei Lin went straight to the point. The blonde nun's name is not Yu of the Moon, but Lu of Music. She is Dai Li's daughter. She hid in the attic since she was a child, and was released only when she became an adult. Moreover, she died a long time ago, died in Dai Li's belly, and was born because Dai Li prayed to the Lord. Dai Li promised to become the Lord's servant, and find food for him. Food is a living person, they are food. Pei Lin, he is not the Lord, but the devil sitting on the throne. The convent was once abandoned because the devil had moved in. Qin Xiaojia opened his mouth slightly in shock, and could not digest all this information for a while. Qin Xiaojia, Lu, is dead, so the other nuns should also be dead, especially Dai Li. She will be alienated. The confession book is almost all Dai Li's confession. The other nuns are also dead, because when no one was available as sacrifices, Dai Li used them as sacrifices, and even Dai Li herself became a sacrifice. As long as the Lord lives on, Lu can live forever. Lu is a dead fetus, without a soul. Her life comes from the Lord. Dai Li's love for Lu and her hatred for men made her a female ghost. Other nuns are also ghosts, but they don't know they are dead. Dai Li is the executioner, Lu is the inducement, and the Lord, who seems to have done nothing, is the deepest pusher. Players are his food, and his goal is to eat all the players one by one. Pei Lin has met the Lord and knows how powerful he is, and there is no flaw at all. That's why Pei Lin said that this copy is a dead end. Look for any useful props. Qin Xiaojia has already started to browse them all. Pei Lin was also thinking, and suddenly he remembered why Su Chenyang had not responded. Su Chenyang? Su Chenyang was actually in a daze, and Pei Lin pushed his shoulder. Su Qianyang came back to his senses and only said, "Is her name Lu, which means music?" Pei Lin. Well, Dai Li said in her confession that she wrote the word Lu herself. Although he had heard Dai Li call her name, Su Qianyang still thought that the Lu in music was also the Lu of happiness. Lately. Pei Lin was puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, I just thought of someone. Su Qianyang felt a little PTSD. Qin Shujiao leaned against the wall to rest and said, "Lu Kong and Lu Shui should have fallen into the confession room. Brother Pei can come out, so they should be here soon." Pei Lin did not speak. He was able to come out because he had nothing to confess, and he came out safely after staying in there for a while. "Lu Kong and Lu Shui have not moved yet, and I'm afraid something happened." The three were silent. Su Qianyang looked at the motionless clock over there. "If you push the pointer, will the time change?" No one answered him. Su Qianyang sat on the stairs, picked up the oil lamp, and shone the flame on his face. "I have a way, I don't know if it will work." Qin Shujiao ignored him, and was still considering how to use the props. Pei Lin looked up. "You say the other nuns were killed by Dai Li. They don't know they are dead. What if we tell them the truth? Do you want them to rebel?" "Yes, let them hold each other back, and then we will find an exit down the mountain and escape before the Lord eats us. And Wei can come in, which means there is an exit, but now the exit has disappeared." In the dark night, the entire convent merged with the mountain. There were no walls or doors, and they could not see the road they came by carriage. Only by setting foot on that road can we go down the mountain. Seeing Pei Lin so calm, Su Qianyang asked with a smile, "Have you thought of this method a long time ago?" After reading the contents of the confession, and knowing the secret of the nunnery, Pei Lin is so smart that he should have thought of this method a long time ago. Pei Lin thought of it a long time ago, but he was wondering if there was a more reliable way. Pei Lin crossed his arms and said coldly, "No one will come up, let's act." Wu Lu was lying on the dark small staircase under the bell tower, and every word from above came clearly. Chapter 73. Time stopped. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky was dark and gray, and the two people walking on the road, one white and one red, were particularly conspicuous. Wu Lu turned around, with a little coldness on her beautiful face. "Why did you bring me down?" She could have just walked up and given humans a big surprise. But as soon as she stood up, she was carried away by Tata. Tata was too clingy, always following her, and Wu Lu even felt that Tata wanted to lock her up and control her freedom. Tata was stunned. His expression was at a loss for a moment, but the next second he became calm, his eyes flashed and said, "Why are you angry? Either you eat me now, or don't follow me." She stopped pretending, didn't act like a good child in front of him, and didn't find food for him. Tata was not interested in those humans, and he was still hungry after eating. Tata saw what Wu Lu was going to do, and he said, "You want to save your mother, don't you hate her for locking you up?" Dai Li knew that she was carrying a dead fetus, but she insisted on giving birth to it. After giving birth, she hated Wu Lu because she had the same golden hair as her biological father. Ignoring her crying, she kept her locked up in the attic. Wu Lu was a dead thing. She didn't need to eat or drink, and she was locked up there for several days without being visited. Little Wu Lu had been crying on the bed by the attic window since she was a child, and she was very noisy every day. The nuns couldn't hear it, but Tata could. Later, Dai Li gradually treated her better. At least, she wouldn't lock her up for several days without going up to see her. But she still didn't let her out, and she was locked up for 18 years. Wu Lu became an adult, and was allowed to go down to the attic. Dai Li said she was a new believer, just like them. Wu Lu, who has been locked up for many years, is no longer the cute little baby she was when she was a child. She has a strange personality. As long as there are living people in the nunnery, she will go to kill them. She imitated Dolly's way of offering sacrifices to kill people. For the past 18 years, Dolly has always contributed sacrifices, and since Wu Lu was released from the attic, most of the sacrifices were killed by her. Tata never showed up, just watched in the dark. The first time he showed up, he was offended by Wu Lu. She would smile and act coquettishly, coax him, deceive him, find food for him, and now she would give him a cold face. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" "Not now." Tata touched her face with his fingers. "I am a dead thing. You can take it back at any time." Wu Lu pressed her soft cheek against his palm, tilted her head slightly, and her golden hair slid to the other side, revealing a slender neck on one side. As long as she was pinched off, she would return to the beginning. He could drink her blood and enjoy her deliciousness. Tata gradually became excited, her eyes turned red, and her fingers slightly pinched the flesh on her face. But if she took it back, she would not speak or smile. Her body would decay, quickly ossify, turn into ashes, and be blown away by the night wind in the mountains. When Tada hesitated, Wula pushed his hand away, quickly stepped back, raised the scimitar in his hand, and said, "Tada, you are very similar to Dolly now. She locked me up, and you want it too." She was a little proud after saying that, because she saw through the devil's mind. It has always been Tada who sees through everyone's mind, and one day someone saw through him. Wula turned and ran away. Dolly was looking for her child like crazy in the convent, and the other nuns were still in the old main building and knew nothing. Several humans from the bell tower have come down and entered the old residential building. "Baby? Baby, where are you? Are you angry with your mother? Your mother doesn't care about you anymore. You can do whatever you want. Come out quickly. Don't go down the mountain, you can't go down the mountain." Daily, in the ghost state, wandered around the nunnery, searching in every corner. As long as she thought of Lele going down the mountain, Daly was desperate. She couldn't leave the main world, otherwise Lele would die. Daly was covered in blood. In the dark night, her eyes were wide open, floating on the ground and shouting for people, which was very scary. Wula came. Daly turned around immediately when she heard the footsteps, but when she saw the blonde girl, she was so excited that she rushed over and hugged her. "Baby, why are you still outside so late? You should go to bed." Daly's eyes kept bleeding, and the black blood was smeared on Wu Li's fair face. The white skirt and golden hair accessories were also stained with black blood. "Baby, I." Daly realized that she had made her dirty, and wanted to wipe her clean, but the more she wiped, the more blood came out. Daly looked at her hands, and the state of her body. She collapsed. "I'm sorry, Mom is very ugly now. Let's go back first." Wula held Daly. "Don't go back, those humans already know everything." Daly's eyes widened, her face was covered in blood, and she roared in her throat, "I will kill them, baby, don't be afraid." Daly was in pain. Although she was not a real believer, she came here pretending to be a nun just to have a good life. But she was still very angry and ashamed that her secret was known to others. "You are so nice to me, the other sisters are suspicious. They always sit in the living room in the middle of the night and talk about us." Daly was stunned and worried. Those nuns were killed by her quietly and became female ghosts, but they didn't know they were dead. Wula said calmly, "As time goes by, they are slowly reacting. Especially in recent times, they have not slept for a long time, always get up in the middle of the night and walk around. They themselves are also wondering. Once they realize that they are dead. If they want to kill me, then you stand with them and tear me apart with them, then they won't doubt you." Daly even began to explain the funeral. "Baby, as long as you keep giving sacrifices to the main priest, you will always live young. Here, you can do whatever you want, as long as you don't go down the mountain." Daly hated the man who wanted to abandon her, and also disliked Wulu who had the same blonde hair. Later, she liked Wulu more and more. Even though she had grown up, she still treated her as a baby. Daly loved her, and always did things that she thought were good for her. When she was young, she was locked in the attic to prevent other nuns from discovering her existence. When she grew up, in order for her to survive, she was repeatedly emphasized that she was not allowed to go down the mountain. "Wulu, Mom, you never asked me what I wanted to do." Dolly's expression broke for a moment, and she hurriedly said, "There are bad men down the mountain, and women live a miserable life. There is endless work to do every day. It's not as good as here outside. Mom, you don't know the Lord, he wants to eat me. Tonight, he took me away. Not long ago, he was ready to strangle my neck with red eyes." "What? Why?" Daly's eyes were full of despair. If it was the Lord, then she couldn't protect Lele at all. Wula hugged Daly. "I just want to be with you, Mom, I love you." Wula hid Daly. She was going to be willful. Although she had independent consciousness, she could feel all the emotions of this identity card. She loved Daly, and children would naturally love their mothers, even if this mother controlled her. "You died a long time ago, Daly killed you, you are the original sacrifice." Humans revealed the secret. In the living room on the second floor of the old residential building, the fire in the fireplace was burning vigorously, the windows were open, and the curtains were blown into a mess by the night wind. Dozens of nuns stood in the living room. They were wearing white nightgowns, their faces were pale, their black pupils were small, and their white pupils occupied most of their eyes, looking gloomy. They were summoned to the living room by these annoying Protestants. And what the Protestants said frightened them. Qin Shujiao was afraid that they would not believe him, so he said, "You haven't looked in the mirror for a long time, right? Especially at night. Look at each other and the people around you, take a closer look, Do they still look like living people? The nuns were stunned, but after being shocked, they also had a premonition in their hearts. They were vaguely aware of the changes in their bodies. Especially recently, one day they suddenly could pass through the door, even through the wall, and let the red teacup float over by itself. Could it be because the Lord appeared, the gods illuminated them, and they also became gods, so this happened? The nuns thought so, but seeing their hands pale and gray, and their hair falling out in clumps, they always had a bad premonition in their hearts. The nuns turned their heads to look at their companions, and they were all scared. When they were excited, they became more scary. Qin Shujia, you died a long time ago. Dai Li killed you. Lu is Dai Li's daughter. Sure enough, Lu looks a bit like Dai Li, and Dai Li is so good to her. Lu is Dai Li's daughter? I know, golden hair. The man who delivered food more than 10 years ago, Dai Li had an affair with him, and I didn't expect that she actually had a child. Tick tick. I don't know who was bleeding and dripping on the floor. My hand? The nun raised her hand, and her wrist was full of cuts. How familiar, this is the mark of bloodletting from sacrifice, which is Dai Li's method of exorcism. They are indeed dead, and Dai Li sacrificed them. Pei Lin continued to add fuel to the fire. This is not a nunnery, it was originally a place where gods fell, and demons lived there. Your flesh and blood were eaten by the Lord, the demon. After watching them turn into more powerful ghosts, Pei Lin took Su Qinyang and Qin Xiaojia away. Su Qinyang asked, "Where are we going now?" Pei Lin, to the bell tower. Qin Xiaojia, are there any clues there? That is the highest place in the entire nunnery, and any changes around can be seen clearly. Let's hide there first. Hide there and watch the battle, watch the nuns deal with Dai Li and the Lord, and watch when the mountain road appears. Qin Xiaojia sighed. If there is no Lord in this copy, only Dai Li and Lu, we will be out of the copy now. They push the progress of things, but they don't know what the outcome of the whole incident will be. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the Lord is very powerful. The three of them went upstairs with ease. When they came to the library again, they easily found the stairs in the bookshelf. Going up the small wooden ladder, they walked in the long and narrow corridor without flashlights in the dark. Suddenly, Pei Lin, who was walking in the front, stopped, and Qin Xiaojia bumped into his back, and her nose was sore. Brother Pei? Pei Lin said coldly, there is someone in front. A figure was vaguely seen, and the figure was getting closer and closer. It could be seen that it was a woman. Pei Lin recognized who it was, Lu Shui. Qin Xiaojia and Su Qinyang looked forward in surprise. Lu Shui came closer, and saw her face clearly. It was her. Qin Xiaojia passed Pei Lin and pulled Lu Shui's arm. Where did you go? I'm glad you're okay. Your brother. Lu Shui couldn't be separated from his brother. Although it was the first time to go to the dungeon with Lu Kong, Qin Xiaojia already had a stereotype. Lu Shui was here, and Lu Kong was gone. Moreover, Lu Shui's eyes were red and swollen, and she looked like she had lost her soul. It was obvious. Qin Xiaojia had no choice but to comfort her. It's good that you survived. Your brother cares about you the most. He must be very happy that you are okay. Lu Shui's eyes were filled with tears instantly. She took out the hand hanging behind her back and took away the confession. She broke down and cried, she lied to me. I don't like my brother. I just can't tell the difference between feelings. He is my brother, my real brother. Why did he lie to me? My brother is dead, he is dead. He died to save me, woo woo. Chapter 74. Pei Lin recognized what Lu Shui was holding at a glance. You actually took out the confession book. At that time, Pei Lin only dared to flip through it, remember the contents on it, and then leave the book where it was. As they expected, Lu Kong and Lu Shui fell into the confession room. Obviously, Lu Kong died, and Lu Shui survived. Lu Shui collapsed and cried, I will take it to ask Lu why he played tricks on me, why he lied to me, and misled me. I don't like my brother, he is just my brother. Although Lu Shui has gone through more copies than Su Qinyang, she did not rely on herself, but on Lu Kong. What did Lu play tricks on Lu Shui? He tortured her like this. Pei Lin took the confession book, but Lu Shui did not hold it tightly. She didn't care anymore, and let them take it and read it. Pei Lin turned to the last page, which contained the confessions of Lu Kong and Lu Shui. The things Lu Shui confessed were all trivial, some small mistakes that an ordinary girl would make. The only one in bold was written, my brother confessed to me, I was scared. And under Lu Kang's name, there was a line, I fell in love with Lu Shui, she is not my biological sister. Pei Lin was a little shocked and closed the confession silently. He looked up and saw Lu Shui looking at him. I like my brother very much. Because he is my brother, I like him very much. He has been very good to me since I was a child. Whether in the real world or in the dungeon, he has always protected me. I don't know what that is. But as long as I am with my brother, I am very happy every day. Pei Lin guessed what happened in the confession room. He comforted. Your brother knows. He is also very happy every day. It doesn't say that I like my brother. I don't have it at all. I just couldn't tell it for a moment. Lo lied to me. She said I like my brother? Why did she say that? Liar, liar. It seems that Lu Shue's collapse was because of Li's prank, but it was not. All the pain was because Lu Kong was gone. Lu Shue could only say Lo lied again and again to divert her attention and not recall the moment when Lu Kong died. She shouted too loudly and attracted other things. Pei Lin signaled Chen Xiujia to comfort Lu Shue. Chen Xiujia could only hug Lu Shue to comfort her and remind her to speak softly. Lu Shue was not a member of the Black and Red Guild, but Lu Kong strongly requested to take her with him. Lu Kong was dead, so they could ignore Lu Shue. But people are made of flesh and blood, not so cold-blooded. Chen Xiujia covered Lu Shue's mouth, asking her to lower her voice, and then kept comforting her. Lu Kong saved you, and he must want you to live well. Don't scream, let's work hard together to get the dungeon. Lu Shue was silent, and the whole person seemed to have lost her soul, and tears kept falling. At that time, she was about to die. She saw the living room of her home, and her brother was sitting on the sofa peeling apples, and called her over. Lu Shue was about to walk over, and the picture in front of her suddenly disappeared. A voice came from her ear. Lord, I make a wish to you, let Lu Shue live. The picture appeared again in front of her, and Lu Shue saw her brother slowly die with her own eyes. The Lord in a red robe turned and went out. Lu squatted beside her, with a disappointed look in his eyes, touching her face and said, Poor little thing, I don't know whether to congratulate you or pity you. Lu also left. Neither monster hurt her. The Lord will really fulfill wishes. In the bell tower, for people stood in the bell and looked outside through the glass. In the dark night, several nuns were vaguely seen looking for someone, and they moved very quickly. Dali, where will she go? Why can't I find her? Did she go down the mountain? It's impossible to go down the mountain. If she dies here, she will never leave. They are the same. Although they will not go down the mountain when they are alive, who can accept that they have been killed by someone? Dali? The female ghost screamed resentfully. They went to the places where Dali often went, but they couldn't find her. It was as if Dali disappeared. Looking for fun, Dali is willing to abandon her daughter? Bell Tower. Although the Lord is powerful, he will not kill people as long as you don't make a wish. Pei Lin said the rules. The monsters in the copy are too powerful. If they rely on force alone, no human can fight against the monsters. Monsters have a fatal weakness, which is to abide by the rules of the copy. The horror world is already unfriendly to humans. Fortunately, there are copy rules to restrain monsters, otherwise it would be a one-sided massacre game against humans. Lu Shue sat on the floor hugging her legs, and she suddenly spoke. No one can resist his temptation. He will weave a beautiful dream for you, and you will not be able to help but make a wish, because that dream is too beautiful. Su Qinyang and Chen Xiaojia have not experienced it, so they don't feel much when they hear it. But Pei Lin has experienced it, and almost made a wish. He understands what Lu Shue said. Pei Lin, don't listen to him, don't look into his eyes, don't think of any beautiful pictures. If you see anything, it's all fake, don't believe it. Chen Xiujia, I know. I won't make a wish. Su Qinyang stared downstairs, and said worriedly, They are still looking for someone. There is no sound of fighting. Brother Pei, your weapon is still in Li's hand. What are your plans? Chen Xiujia approached Pei Lin and asked. Pei Lin, I will take it back when the nuns find him. That was his weapon. He was used to it, and could not leave it in this copy. There was a moment of silence. Suddenly, there was a sound from the stairs below. Someone was going upstairs. Who is coming? Pei Lin and Chen Xiujia immediately stood at the stairs in an ambush posture, and Su Qinyang and Lu Shue hid. Wula held the front of her nightgown with one hand, and played with a scimitar with the other hand, and went upstairs slowly. As soon as she came up, cold knives stabbed at her neck from both sides. Wula disappeared in a flash. Where are the people? She disappeared out of thin air, and Chen Xiujia immediately looked for people on both sides. As a result, when he looked back again, he saw a face behind Pei Lin opposite him. Brother Pei, behind. Chen Xiujia reminded. Pei Lin elbowed back, but only heard Wula laughing at him. You're so slow. Pei Lin turned around, and there was no one behind him. Qin Xiujia and Pei Lin immediately stood back to back, alert to the surroundings. There was silence all around, no footsteps, only their breathing. Is she still there? Qin Xiujia asked. Yeah, Pei Lin answered. The ghost is too fast. Qin Xiujia gritted his teeth. Suddenly Su Qinyang, who was hiding behind the cabinet, came out, and both looked over. Qin Xiujia also said, Don't come out to make trouble. Su Qinyang looked helpless, and he walked over standing. The glass of the big clock shone into the moonlight, and they finally saw the tip of the scimitar on the side of Su Qinyang's neck, and the sharp tip of the knife was pressing on his aorta. Su Qinyang was tall and completely blocked the people behind him. They didn't even notice that Su Qinyang was being held hostage. Wu Le leaned over and poked his head out from Su Qinyang's shoulder. Su Qinyang didn't laugh. He felt that he was unlucky. Qin Xiujia asked Pei Lin in a low voice, What should we do? Pei Lin put down the knife. Qin Xiujia looked at him in surprise, but Pei Lin said, Lu didn't kill us directly. He must have something to do with us, right? If Lu wanted to kill them, the scimitar would be stained with blood now. It was obvious that she came here for something. It was not fun to be guessed. Wu Le put down the scimitar, pushed away Su Qinyang who was blocking her, and said, I need you to help me do something. You can only agree. If you don't agree, I will chop off your heads. Wu Le pushed casually, and Su Qinyang staggered and almost fell. She was so strong. Pei Lin, what kind of deal do you want to make with us? It's not a deal, it's an order. Wu Le looked at him coldly, her fingers turned lightly, and the scimitar was swung by her like a windmill. Pei Lin's expression darkened for a second, and he lowered his head. What do you want us to do? I need someone to carry me down the mountain to watch the sunrise, and then carry me back. Dai Li didn't let her go down the mountain, and Tada didn't let her leave, but she insisted on doing it. The child is willful. But if the player goes down the mountain, it means that she has successfully escaped. Is there anyone willing to carry her back again? Qin Xiujia saw hope. As long as you let us go down the mountain, we will definitely carry you. Who said it's you? I only need one person to carry me. Wu Li's eyes moved on them, with a malicious smile. Only one person can go down the mountain. Who of you is willing to carry me? Chapter 75. Wu Li's smiling eyes swept across all of them. As long as one person carried her on his back, and did her this favor, maybe she could get out of the dungeon alive. Wu Li wanted to see these people use tricks for this opportunity, or even fight each other. But the reality was disappointing. These people were very calm, as if no one was willing to take the bait. Lu Shui, who was sitting on the ground with a confession, had been saying that she wanted to confront Wu Le before Wu Le came. When Wu Le came, Lu Shui didn't say a word. They didn't respond, so Wu Le had to take the initiative. She looked at Su Qinyang, who was pushed away by her, and said, Good friend, have you forgotten that you promised to carry me on your back next time you have a chance? The girl's beautiful face was completely Western, and her voice was different, but the smile at that moment made Su Qinyang feel extremely familiar. Su Qinyang couldn't help but take a step back when she looked at him. It was at this step that the nun became unhappy. Wu Le frowned and asked coldly, Carry me down the mountain and carry me back, and I will let you go. Such a good opportunity, aren't you tempted? You have an advantage over them, because we have an agreement. You said you would carry me. This seemed to say that as long as Su Qinyang nodded, she would choose Su Qinyang. Others did not have this advantage. Su Qinyang looked like he was about to cry. Wu Le, what's that expression on your face? Su Qinyang, it seems that I am in conflict with you. I dare not agree. Don't worry, I don't weigh hundreds of pounds now, probably only about 100 pounds. You are a big man, you can't even carry this, right? Wu Le looked him up and down, with an expression that said, No way, you don't look like you have any hidden illness. I can't carry you. Su Qinyang lied with his eyes open. You are useless, idiot. Wu Le rolled his eyes, and turned away to ignore Su Qinyang. Su Qinyang's face turned pale instantly. He stared at her back blankly. Wu Le smiled at Qin Xiujia and Lu Shui. I am a girl, I smell good. I don't want men to touch me. Who of you two is willing to carry me? Although Qin Xiujia was very tempted, she didn't dare to do it, always feeling that there was something wrong. When Lu Shui was talked to by Wu Le, she couldn't help but pout and cry, I don't like my brother. You clearly read the confession and knew it, but you deliberately misled me. Wu Le walked in front of her and bent over to smile. So I lied to you, I lied, so what? Lu Shui couldn't do anything when she was mocked in the face. Even Pei Lin and Qin Xiujia couldn't touch Wu Li's hair together, what could she do? Lu Shui could only bite her lips tightly to stop crying, turn her head to the other side, and stopped looking at Wu Le. Wula even deliberately made a face at her and said, "Don't cry, don't be afraid, no one can kill you, the Lord will keep you alive." Behind Wulu, Pei Lin and Su Qinyang's expressions changed subtly at the same time. "Le, if you don't mind, I carry you," Pei Lin took the initiative to say. "Ah!" Wulu turned around with a surprised expression, then looked at Pei Lin with joy. "You are still the best. It turns out that people with good looks are not bad in character. Praise Pei Lin if you want." She also looked at Su Qinyang with disdain. So this is scolding Su Qinyang for not being as good looking as Pei Lin, and not having good character? Su Qinyang was almost about to open his eyes wide, and point his finger at his face with a puzzled expression. Pei Lin was suddenly praised for her good looks, and her attention caught him off guard. Wulu walked to his side. Pei Lin looked down at her face, and then quickly looked at the scimitar. "I carry you. Can you give me the knife back?" "No, I haven't had enough fun yet." "Then can you give it back to me after you've had enough fun?" "Okay." The owner humbly begged the robber to return his things. Wulu raised her hand and patted his shoulder. Pei Lin thought she was going to come up, so he immediately knelt down on one knee and bent down. As a result, Wulu took 2 steps back, walked directly to the stairs, and said coldly, "Because of you, the nuns are all trying to catch me. You have to get rid of them first before I can show up, and then carry me down the mountain." After that, she disappeared. Chen Shujiao was confused. "What do you mean? Does this mean that she will open the door only if we kill the other female ghosts? What if she doesn't keep her promise?" Pei Lin stood up. "Do we have any other methods? Little humans want to instigate monsters to fight monsters, and they will benefit from it. Wula no longer cares about them, and will come back in a few hours to see whether these people are alive or dead." She just deliberately called her a fool, and she didn't know if Su Qinyang, the big fool, recognized her. If he recognized her, would he be scared? Monsters can actually go to other copies, and monsters actually have memories. Humans have little hope. Wulu was happy just thinking about Su Qinyang's desperate heart. On the bell tower, Su Qinyang's face became paler and paler, and he even sweated profusely. Pei Lin noticed that he was abnormal and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Su Qinyang looked at him. "Is each copy separate?" "Of course." "Can the monsters in the copy appear in other copies?" "Impossible." Pei Lin frowned. "This is absolutely impossible. So why are you asking this?" "Nothing." Su Qinyang didn't want to say it, because he had no evidence, just a feeling, but this feeling was almost certain. The 3 went downstairs, and Lu Shui sat there unwilling to leave. Although Pei Lin and Chen Shujiao were not familiar with Lu Kong, they were teammates after all. They would protect Lu Shui as long as they had the strength to spare. But Lu Shui didn't follow them at all. Lu Shui sat on the ground holding the confession. "Thank you. You don't have to worry about me." They didn't persuade Lu Shui, and turned around and went downstairs decisively. There were so many nuns, even if they had props, they would still risk losing, and the best way was to raid. In the small attic, Wulu stood at the door and said to the people inside, "Mom, what does it feel like to be locked in a small and dark room?" Wulu was a part of Tada's power incarnation. She was stronger than Dai Li, so she could lock Dai Li up. Dai Li begged her inside, "Baby, please open the door. It's dangerous outside now. They might attack you. Please let me out." "No." Wulu went downstairs after saying that, ignoring Dai Li, just like Dai Li ignored her when she was a child. As soon as she arrived at the living room on the 2nd floor, the firewood in the fireplace was crackling, and a slender shadow was reflected on the wall. Wulu saw him and turned around to run, but the next second, her back was heavy, and she was pressed directly on the carpet. Tada lay on her. "You did it on purpose, Lele. Do you have to do this?" "Of course. I don't like being controlled by others." After being caught, Wulu did not resist, and just lay on the ground resignedly. Tada stared at the back of her neck, with a gloomy look. After an unknown period of time, his expression softened, and his eyes were lost and his head was lowered to the back of her neck. He didn't know what to do. Because Lele was determined to go down the mountain. "I'm a fallen angel. I can't get out. I can't take you down the mountain." "I'm sorry," Tada said slowly in a low voice. Chapter 76. "I'm sorry." Wulu was stunned by Tada's voice behind her. Wulu was ready to cheat Tada to get out of this, but Tada suddenly lowered his head and kept his attitude low. Wulu couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. She was just surprised. Wulu gently pushed him. Tada lowered his eyes. His hair blocked his eyes. Wulu turned around and lay on the ground, facing him, then touched his face with both hands and lifted his hair. Tada supported himself with his arms and didn't press on her, and the two of them lay quietly on the carpet in the living room on the 2nd floor. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, and the firelight shone on their faces. After moving his hair away, Wula finally saw his handsome face, and she said, "I just want to do this thing, and I'm very happy if you don't stop me." She raised her head and rubbed Tada's chin with her forehead, just like the little black cat rubbing against people. Wuli's intimate behavior made Tada feel much better. He suppressed the desire for control in his eyes, and said with a hurt attitude, "How can you come back after going down the mountain? I don't believe that human will send you back." Who would be willing to come back after leaving the convent? It was those people who turned him into a fallen angel, but they gave him the title of a devil, saying that the devil occupied this place, and the group of people left. Only Tada, the former god, was left guarding the desolate convent. Later, another group of people came. Tada longed for these people to love him well and believe in him, and he could satisfy all their wishes. However, the people who came were not believers at all, and he himself was not a god. This place was fake and wrong from beginning to end. Wulu saw Tada's worries. She could leave the convent, but the farther she went, the weaker her body would be. She might be able to get to the town, but she couldn't come back by herself. Wula thought that if there was no beautiful Tada, she would choose not to return, as long as she fulfilled her own wish. But Tada is here. Wula wants to come back. She needs the help of a human. The condition for passing this copy is to discover the secret of the nunnery and find the exit to leave. Don't be afraid, they can only take me out if they survive. Maybe they have been killed by those sisters. Tada's eyes lit up. If they are all dead, you won't go down the mountain. Well, I don't know, I want to go, and I want to come back. Wula hugged Tada's neck and pulled him down. The two of them stuck together. She said, "Then leave it to fate. We stay here and wait quietly. If they are still alive, I will go down the mountain." "Tada, I'm afraid they won't send you back. There is a human who has a good character, but I don't know if he will be alive." Tada stopped talking. He hugged her tightly. Although he didn't know if he could go down the mountain, Wulu was in a good mood now. She was very happy to lock up Dolly, and let Tada have no way to her. This feeling of not being bound by anyone is what Lu has always wanted. Time passed little by little. 1 hour, 2 hours. Oh, time did not move, because the clock in the church bell tower stopped. Wulu and Tada closed their eyes and hugged each other, their bodies fit together seamlessly, white skirts and red robes intertwined. Suddenly, a ray of light came from the window, and it was dawn. Wulu and Tada opened their eyes at the same time. "Tada, someone pushed the pointer." "Who was it?" Wulu sat up lazily. "Let's go and see, are the tiny humans still alive?" When Wulu was about to go out, Tada immediately followed her, and held her hand with her fingers intertwined. Wulu didn't care about his behavior. She walked out expectantly, and Tada followed her with big strides. When they went downstairs, they could still hear the knocking on the door from the attic. Diley also saw that it was dawn outside, and was worried that something had happened to her daughter, so she kept knocking on the door and shouting to let her out, but unfortunately no one paid attention. Walking out of the old building, the stone road was dewy, and the sky was gray, as if it was about to dawn. In the morning, the roses in the flower bed were covered with dew, but the dew was blood red because blood was splashed on it. The wind smelled of blood, and only Pei Lin was standing by the fountain. Qin Xiujia and Su Qinyang were lying on the ground covered in blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The other nuns were gone, and they won. Hearing the footsteps, Pei Lin turned back stiffly. He was also injured, but the injury was not serious. When he saw Wula coming, Pei Lin was not afraid. She should have come to keep her promise, but there was a young man standing next to her, wearing a bright red robe. It was the Lord, and he was an unknown. Pei Lin clenched the knife. Even the god-level props could not hurt the Lord, and this ordinary prop knife was even more useless. "You are finally here. Open the door. I will carry you down the mountain now. I will carry you back." Pei Lin pressed down the knife and said calmly. Tada raised his eyes and looked at him coldly. Pei Lin felt death at that glance. Wulu ignored Pei Lin, but kicked Su Qinyang on the ground. "Dead?" Pei Lin's expression became solemn. He went to check on Qin Xiujia and touched her carotid artery. There was still a pulse, but it was very weak. He had to leave the copy and return to Paradise Town quickly. But if he wanted to carry Wulu, no one would carry Qin Xiujia out of the convent. Pei Lin squatted on the ground, pressing the bleeding wound of Qin Xiujia. Wulu kicked Su Qinyang several times, but there was no response, so she gave up. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. Tada looked up at the top of the church. The white clock at the top of the church was very conspicuous. At this moment, a woman was standing in the center of the white clock, and she was pushing the pointer to turn. Every time it turned a little bit, the sky would get a little brighter. As the sky got brighter, the gate of the convent appeared in the distance of the fountain square. Pei Lin saw it, and understood that if he turned the clock, the gate of the convent would automatically appear at dawn, and they could go out of the dungeon. But unfortunately, there were 2 powerful NPCs standing here, and they couldn't rush out. They still had to obey Li's request. Pei Lin wanted to find Lu Shui to carry Chen Shujia down the mountain, so he got up and prepared to go to the church. As a result, Tada saw through his thoughts and said, when she comes down, time will go back, it will be dark, and the gate will disappear. Pei Lin's pupils moved slightly, and he asked, she has to stand on the clock all the time? Tada didn't answer. But the answer was obvious. So the price of going out is that one person needs to stand on the clock and push the pointer all the time. If they leave, no one will push the pointer for the last person, and that person will stay forever. Lu Kong sacrificed his life in exchange for Lu Shui's survival, and now, they are going to abandon Lu Shui. Wu Lu secretly admired Pei Lin's expression. It was so interesting. Suddenly, her fingers tightened, and Tada tightened the force holding her fingers a little. Wu Lu didn't delay anymore. The door has appeared. Let's go down the mountain. Now you are the only one who is fine. You can only carry me. She looked reluctant. Chen Shujia was dying underground. Su Qianyang was not sure whether he was alive or dead, and Lu Shui was trapped in the bell tower. Pei Lin calmly made a choice. Okay, I carry you down the mountain. Pei Lin walked over, but before he met Wu Lu, Tada suddenly grabbed his neck. Wu Lu was really afraid that Tada would strangle Pei Lin to death, so that she couldn't get out. Tada seemed to have bowed to her, but Wu Lu always felt that he would regret it at any time. For example, like now, strangle Pei Lin immediately. If Tada strangled Pei Lin to death, she would leave by herself. It was almost dawn, and the clouds were not thick today, so there must be sunrise. Dai Li said, I hate your hair, golden, so dazzling, like the sun. Pei Lin asked suffocatingly, what are you going to do? Tada warned him, you must bring her back. Pei Lin felt that even if he went down the mountain, Tada could kill him. Pei Lin, of course, I will keep my promise. Ahem. I'm not dead yet. Suddenly a voice came from the ground. Su Qianyang coughed up blood and his voice was hoarse. He staggered up from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot. He kept staring at Wu Lu and saw her hand interlocked with that master. Wu Li's eyes lit up. Human life is really tenacious. Su Qianyang smiled. Yes, you won't die even if your intestines are punctured and your stomach is rotten. Now you have good hands and feet, and it's even better. I carry you down the mountain, Lu, we are good friends. I promise to carry you if I have the chance. Please give me this opportunity, okay? He really wanted to carry her, smiled flatteringly, and used the word please sincerely. Wu Lu liked others talking to him like this. Wu Lu glanced at Pei Lin and said, you look reluctant. I don't like to force people, so I chose him to carry me. Tada let go of Pei Lin. He stared at Su Qianyang and didn't find anything special about this man. But Lele always liked to get close to him and tease him, and almost killed him several times. Su Qianyang staggered to Wu Li's side, then squatted down. Come on. Wu Lu let go of Tada's hand and said, don't worry, I'll be back when the sun rises to the top of that tree. Tada glanced at the pine tree by the wall. Okay, I wait for you. Wu Lu lay on Su Qianyang's back, and Su Qianyang almost knelt down. TSK, can you really carry me down and up with your body? Don't take me with you into the ravine. I'm fine. Su Qianyang gritted his teeth and stood up with the man on his back. His left hand was holding his right wrist behind his back, and he didn't hold Wu Li's thigh. But there was still a gaze on him, which made Su Qianyang feel dangerous. Pei Lin carried Chen Shujia on his back, and the 4 of them left quickly. Tada stood by the fountain, watching them without blinking. They went out of the gate and left. At the top of the bell tower, Lu Shui had a panoramic view of everything below. She pushed the huge pointer with both hands. It was very heavy, and her hands were bleeding. She found out when she pushed that once she stopped, the pointer would go back. Lu Shui just guessed that the gate would appear at dawn. She saw the 3 people fighting in this small square from a high place. She didn't want to live anymore. Her brother was here. She also wanted to stay here, so she didn't follow them downstairs. Watching Su Qianyang fall down, Chen Shujia fell down. Lu Shui felt that the only thing she could do was to push the big clock and give it a try. In the past, her brother protected her, and she never did anything like a waste, but now she has done something to help others. Lord, I make a wish to you. Let my brother and I go home. We are the best brother and sister relationship. Tada heard the believer's wish, and he said in a divine tone, okay. Lu Shui died. Ta let the clock move by itself, the sky was getting brighter and brighter, and the sun was about to come out. You can get a copy when you reach the town. Pei Lin said to Qin Xiujia on his back. It's almost there, you hold on. Su Qinyang said, Pei Lin, you carry people and walk quickly, no need to wait for me. Su Qinyang was injured, and he was carrying Wu Lu on his back, so he couldn't walk fast at all. Pei Lin nodded, and he carried Qin Xiujia down the mountain quickly. On the mountain road, it seemed to have rained last night, and the road was muddy. Su Qinyang's skirt was all dirty, and Wu Lu lifted up his skirt a little, fearing that it would get stained with mud. Wu Lei. Suddenly, the man under him called out a name. Wu Lu stopped pulling her skirt, and then she couldn't help laughing. This laugh made Su Qinyang completely sure. His face was very pale, and he didn't know whether it was because of the blood loss caused by the injury, or because he was scared by Wu Lu. It turns out that the dungeon monsters will not stay in one dungeon all the time, but will go to other dungeons, and even take their memories with them. It's really scary. Su Qinyang gritted his teeth when he said the first sentence, and there was only despair in the last two sentences, and his voice was full of sadness. Wu Lu patted the back of his head. Is it scary? Don't you think it's interesting? As soon as the gate of the nunnery opened, I saw you. It's so interesting. Su Qinyang, what do you want me to answer you? We are so destined to meet each other seamlessly after so many dungeons. It's really fun. He imitated Wu Li's crazy way of speaking. Wu Lu was amused by him. Isn't it fun? It's fun. You have a lot of fun. Su Qinyang forced a smile helplessly. Finally, he knew why he was treated specially. If in the first copy, Su Qinyang felt Wu Li's uncertainty and a hint of kindness, which made him grateful and unforgettable. Then now, Su Qinyang's cognition of her has been refreshed again, and the only thing that remains unchanged is Wu Li's uncertainty. She is different from other NPCs, because no one can guess what she will do. She may help players, or she may kill players. Is she kind? Is she evil? It seems that she is a completely uncertain existence. Little brother. Wu Lu called him. Boss. Su Qinyang knew what she wanted to hear. The two also had a tacit understanding. Su Qinyang, the one holding your fingers, is he your boyfriend, Zhong Rui? Is she the only one who appears in different dungeons and has memories, or are all monsters like this? If all monsters are like this, then those old players and guild bosses would not have failed to find a clue. Su Qinyang wanted to ask. But Wu Lu was confused by his question. What? Is it Zhong Rui? You and your boyfriend always appear in the same dungeon? Su Qinyang thought it was very likely. But Wu Lu overturned it the next second. Because the person on his back said, It's not Zhong Rui, I don't know where he went. Su Qinyang, you're lying, you held hands with him, and you used to do this with Zhong Rui. Wu Lu, is it not okay to hold hands with a beautiful man? You can only hold hands with one beautiful man. Can't you hold hands with every man you meet? Ah. Su Qinyang's mind went blank for a moment. Wu Lu got down and said to him, Little brother, don't you think Tata is very good looking? He is the best looking here. Su Qinyang saw that Wu Lei was purely lustful. Chapter 77. Wu Lu had raised her upper body at first, and there was a distance between her and Su Qinyang's back, but now she slowly laid down. When she spoke, her voice was right next to Su Qinyang's ear, and Su Qinyang thought she wanted to chat and play with him. Su Qinyang was puzzled. The master's name is Tata? Yeah, his name sounds nice, right? Big boss, why does he seem to listen to you? Didn't you find that I'm also very powerful? I found out. You killed the most people. The master's condition for killing is to tempt people to make a wish, and he doesn't seem to tempt people easily, but Wu Lei is holding a knife and slashing people everywhere. Su Qinyang, do you want to keep Pei Lin's knife? I can't take it away if I leave it, so I give it to you, a god-level prop, not easily available. Why don't you thank me quickly? Wu Li's voice was a little low, and if Su Qinyang hadn't been lying on his shoulder, he wouldn't have heard it clearly. Su Qinyang shook his head. He was a little dizzy, and he lost too much blood. He endured the pain in his body, and walked with his head down. While saying, Can't take it away means you can't take anything to the next copy? Don't ask so many questions. I don't want to tell you. Wu Lu closed her eyes. Her body became weaker and weaker. After leaving Tata and the nunnery, her strength was disappearing little by little. If humans want to kill her, now is the best opportunity. Fortunately, it was Su Qinyang. She chose a good person. After Wu Lu knew that Su Qinyang recognized her, in addition to endless fear, there was also a lot of curiosity, and she always wanted to get information from her. But Wu Lu didn't want to tell him that, because she didn't know it herself. In the horror world, everything has rules. Humans, monsters, are all in the rules. Only she is out of the rules, but not completely out of the rules. She herself doesn't know what's going on. Wula didn't want to explore it, because she didn't know where to start. She just wanted to play like this. In fact, there was one thing worth being happy about. Someone knew about her existence. Little brother, I give you a god-level prop. Do you want it? Testing him again. Su Qinyang also understood Wulu a little bit. He just loved to play with people's hearts. Yes, why not? This prop should stay with me for half an hour. Huh? If I take it back to Paradise Town, Pei Lin will definitely take it back. I might as well take the initiative to return it to him. I don't want to have a feud with the members of the first guild. You haven't joined any guild? You can join Pei Lin's guild. Wulu spoke very slowly, like a sleepy person whispering before going to bed. Su Qinyang felt something was wrong. Are you sleepy? Why don't you take a nap, and I wake you up when the sun comes out? No. Su Qinyang then answered her, I'm not going to join the guild. Why? No, it's good to be alone, it's cool. Yeah, it's good, and you can die quietly. Su Qinyang was now completely sure that his life was not in danger. The big stone on his heart was put down, and he became energetic. Even though he was covered in wounds, he walked more briskly. Where will you go to the next dungeon? I don't know. Why do you want to go down the mountain? You know? Okay, Su Qinyang guessed it. He was curious. You were really locked up for 18 years? In my timeline, I was only separated from you for 3 days. There was no reply from her back, and Wu Li's hand holding the skirt loosened, and the skirt fell apart. Every step Su Qinyang took would bring up mud and water with his heels, splashing on her skirt. Pick up your skirt, it's dirty. She didn't say anything, nor did she move. When Su Qinyang was confused, her shoulders softened, and she lay on his shoulders with her cheek motionless. Asleep? It doesn't seem like it. Su Qinyang shook his body. Wu Lei, Wu Lei. Wu Lei, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your body? Are you uncomfortable? Wu Lei, what's wrong with you? You're so noisy. She replied in a very weak voice. Su Qinyang knew she must have a problem when he heard this voice. His mind was working fast, and he asked tentatively, You are a stillborn fetus, originally. Can't you leave the convent? Yeah. Wula didn't hide it from him. Su Qinyang was anxious. If you can't leave, why do you ask me to carry you down the mountain? Although you are dead, you can't do this. Are you uncomfortable? I take you back now. As he said that, he turned around and carried her up the mountain. Suddenly, his neck felt cold, and Pei Lin's god-level prop scimitar was placed on his neck. Go down the mountain. You want to self-destruct. Why? Lu has never seen the sunrise. Wu Lei doesn't like being locked up. Wula tried his best to make this sentence clear. Su Qinyang was silent for a while. He understood. He turned and went down the mountain faster. Hold on, I'd be as fast as possible. Well, if I don't talk or move later, you have to take me back. I know, you can leave it to me without worry. Su Qinyang has feelings for Wu Lei. Su Qinyang has more feelings for Wu Lei than for humans, but because they are in different camps, this feeling is very complicated, similar to friendship, although it is very likely that he is one-sided. I don't know if Wu Lei has ever regarded him as a friend for a second. Su Qinyang didn't think too much, and strode down the mountain, and then he started to jog. Wu Lei was getting lighter and lighter, so it was no problem for him to run with her on his back. The mountain road was not far, and the sky was getting brighter and brighter. At the moment of dawn, they arrived at the town. The town was very shabby, the road was very narrow, and it was full of mud and animal feces, which was completely inferior to the nunnery on the mountain. The sun shone over the roof and fell on the ground. Su Qinyang carried Wu Li over and let the sun shine on them. The morning sun was golden, shining on Wu Li's long golden curly hair, and every strand of hair was glowing, which was very beautiful. Su Qinyang also heard the electronic sound of the dungeon. Congratulations to the player for passing Nighttime Nunnery and unlocking the ending Mirror Flower Water Moon. Looking at flowers in the mirror and looking at the moon in the water, it seems beautiful, but it is all nothingness. In the nunnery, from gods to believers, everything is fake, everything is false. The sun shone on their whole body, and the people on their bodies had not moved for a long time. Su Qinyang asked, Shall we go back now? He was not immediately pulled out of the dungeon, which meant that he could voluntarily choose the time to leave the dungeon. There was no response from his back. Su Qinyang was a little worried, and turned around to carry the person up the mountain. As soon as he turned around, he met Pei Lin. You haven't gone out yet? Su Qinyang asked. Pei Lin's eyes were always fixed on the person on his back. The sun shone on the golden hair, and the hair was shining. The golden color and the white skin were in sharp contrast. Her eyelashes were also golden when she closed her eyes. Su Qianyang noticed Pei Lin's gaze and immediately glared back. What are you going to do? Taking advantage of someone's misfortune, Su Qianyang suddenly worried whether Pei Lin would kill Wu Lele. After all, Pei Lin was different from himself. He was a crooked butt, and Pei Lin might kill Wu Lele, who was a monster. Wu Lele was completely motionless, and he was injured. Even if he was not injured, he could not beat Pei Lin. Su Qianyang's vigilant posture was obvious. Pei Lin came closer. Chapter 78. Pei Lin's eyes were fixed on the person on his back, and Su Qianyang took 2 steps back. Wait. Su Qianyang held Wu Le with one hand and stretched out the other hand to block Pei Lin. Wait a minute. Su Qianyang reached behind Wu Li's skirt. He remembered that she was hanging on her waist, and he couldn't see the back. Su Qianyang could only grope carefully and finally touched it. Su Qianyang drew out his scimitar. Here, your weapon. She has returned it to you. Wu Lele was unconscious, and Su Qianyang took it on his own initiative. She said that she couldn't take it away, and she didn't want it. Pei Lin took the lost and recovered god-level prop lightly, and his eyes were still staring at Wu Le. Su Qianyang was nervous. She can't be in trouble. The Lord has been watching us. We must send her back. The weapon is returned to you. You should quickly leave the dungeon. Where is Qin Xiujia? Asking Qin Xiujia, Su Qianyang tried to change the subject. Pei Lin put the scimitar into the personal storage bag of the mall, and said lightly, Qin Xiujia went out first. Qin Xiujia was injured too badly, and he would not be able to go out if he didn't go out. And he could have left, but he waited here for a while. Pei Lin looked at the silent nun on Su Qianyang's back, his voice a little tight. She seems to be dead. Pei Lin could see that Su Qianyang, who was carrying Wu Le so close, knew it long ago. Su Qianyang denied. No, she was dead in the first place, and now she is like this. I won't say anything. I want to send her back. He turned around and walked away, but he felt dizzy after walking a few steps. Pei Lin strode up and grabbed him. Your wound is very big, and you are bleeding all the way, don't you know? Su Qianyang looked down, and his skirt was covered with mud and blood. At dawn, the residents of the town began to move around. Someone saw 3 nuns standing in the open space, with blood on their bodies, and one was carried on her back as if she was asleep. The residents couldn't help but look at them and whispered. Why did they come down the mountain with blood on their bodies? What happened? Those 2 nuns are too tall. They don't seem to be women but men. Nothing will happen to the nunnery on the mountain. God bless you. The conversations of the residents and NPCs gradually became louder and louder. Pei Lin supported Su Qianyang. Leave here first. They walked up the mountain for a while, and finally there were no other NPCs. Su Qianyang wanted Pei Lin to leave the dungeon quickly and stop following him, because he felt insecure with Pei Lin around, and felt that Pei Lin would attack Wu Le at any time. But Su Qianyang felt that Pei Lin had no intention of killing, and he didn't understand why Pei Lin kept following him. Did he feel that there was no danger, so he chose to stay in the dungeon to watch the fun for a while? Is Pei Lin such a gossipy person? The ground is slippery, and it's even harder to go up the mountain. I carry her. No, I promised her that I would carry her back. Su Qianyang was worried about letting Pei Lin carry Wu Le. Although Su Qianyang felt uncomfortable, he felt that he could still do it. Luckily, Pei Lin didn't force himself. Pei Lin followed behind. If Su Qianyang slipped or encountered a difficult road, Pei Lin would come forward to help him and support Wu Le on his back. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, Su Qianyang panted and said weakly, Why? Pei Lin, I'm afraid you will fall on the side of the road before you send her back. This sounded like he was worried about him, and Wu Le. Su Qianyang glanced at Pei Lin's cold eyes. Pei Lin was obviously not someone who would worry about players, let alone NPCs. I don't understand him, so I won't look at him anymore. Su Qianyang looked up. I think I can see the church's bell tower. Yeah, almost there. Pei Lin held Wu Li's arm slightly, and she felt cold under his fingers. Seeing the bell tower, Su Qianyang was more motivated, and he gritted his teeth and continued to walk, with a faster pace. As they got closer to the convent, they all unconsciously paid attention to whether Wu Le had any changes. The sun was already high in the sky, and the branches above were dense on the mountain path. The sun's rays shone through, and spots of light fell on them. Spots of gold were on her body, hair, cheeks, and arms. But she never opened her eyes from beginning to end, and her eyelashes didn't move at all. Only the mountain breeze blew her hair and swayed it. Pei Lin's eyes were a little disappointed. Su Qinyang couldn't feel the existence of his legs, and he came up completely by will. The huge nunnery was located in the mountains, with the gate open. A black cat was sitting by the gate, and it meowed when it saw them. Meow. Wu Li's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Pei Lin saw it the first time, and he lowered his head. How are you? Wu Li didn't look at Pei Lin, but just looked at the gate, where Tada appeared. Tada was wearing a white and gold robe, with a handsome face that was indistinguishable from a man or a woman, shoulder-length hair, and a faint joy in his eyes. Su Qinyang, give me to him, Wu Li said weakly. Hearing Wu Lei's voice again, Su Qinyang breathed a sigh of relief. She was not dead. Su Qinyang carried Wu Li over, and entered the nunnery again. Tada quickly stepped forward, and took Wu Li off him, holding her horizontally. Wu Li leaned on Tada and smiled. I didn't lie to you, I will be back. The sunshine in the town is very comfortable on me. It was sunny all the way just now, but it was cloudy as soon as we arrived. Tada lowered his head, and kissed her cheek. Yeah. Su Qinyang consciously stepped back, and walked out of the gate of the nunnery. The door was also closed at that moment. Obviously, Tada was chasing people away. Countdown to the copy closing 10-9. Su Qinyang and Pei Lin both heard the electronic sound of the system at the same time. And a book appeared in Su Qinyang's hand. Congratulations to player Su Qinyang for obtaining the God-level prop confession. Confession God-level prop. The number of times a single copy can be used is limited to 3 times. The player or NPC touches the confession book to trigger it, and the player or NPC's wrong behavior recognition and reflection will appear in the book. This is equivalent to a prop that can peek into the hearts of any player and NPC. At the last second of leaving the copy, Pei Lin also saw what Su Qinyang was holding. This is the reward given by the Lord, the reward given by Tada to the person who carried her back. Midnight Nunnery copy closed. Chapter 79. In Paradise Town, on the central round platform, people kept coming in and out. Su Qinyang and Pei Lin appeared at the same time. On the side, Qin Shujia, who had been waiting for a long time, came forward in surprise. Brother Pei, why did you take so long to come out? I thought something happened. I'm fine, go back and report first, I have something else to do. Pei Lin said Qin Shujia away. Pei Lin looked at Su Qinyang, who was still holding a god-level prop on the side. As he guessed, he would get something if he carried Lu down the mountain and sent him back. But he didn't expect that this thing was not sent by Lu, but by the Lord. Lu and the Lord. Pei Lin remembered that the Lord bent down and kissed her cheek. It was incredible that these two people were a pair. Guessed that there might be props, but Pei Lin couldn't force himself to carry Lu, and Lu seemed to be more willing to believe Su Qinyang. Pei Lin felt that he didn't perform badly, while Lu didn't want to believe him. Su Qinyang was still studying the confession. Pei Lin stepped forward and whispered, "Put the things away, don't tell anyone, and avoid people when using them." As soon as Pei Lin said this, Su Qinyang understood what was going on. Except for the props bought with your own points, the props obtained in the dungeon will be robbed. Just like Wu Lei can rob Pei Lin's props. Su Qinyang quickly put the props into his personal storage in the mall. I felt a little relieved that Pei Lin was not a person who would rob props, but a gentleman. Su Qinyang also reacted, "You followed me up the mountain for props?" Once again, I realized Pei Lin's wisdom, worthy of being an old player. That's part of the reason, but what I mainly want to know is... Pei Lin looked carefully at Su Qinyang's micro-expression. "Have you seen Lei in other dungeons?" Su Qinyang asked Pei Lin if the dungeon monster would appear in another dungeon. In the town, Lu was unconscious. Su Qinyang's concern and favoritism towards her were so obvious that it was hard for Pei Lin not to associate it. But this was something that broke Pei Lin's cognition, and even broke the cognition of all players. The high-level people in the Black and Red Guild didn't know that there was such a thing. The dungeon monsters were already evolving. Su Qinyang was nervous, and he didn't answer immediately. Pei Lin didn't miss Su Qinyang's slight expression. Pei Lin knew the answer when Su Qinyang's eyes paused for a moment. "I know," Pei Lin said to himself, then turned and left. Leaving Su Qinyang alone depressed. Is this the feeling of dealing with shrewd people? There is a luxuriously decorated building not far from the central round platform of Paradise Town. The street under the building is clean, and only a few people pass by here. Ordinary players dare not walk here. Pei Lin came to the door, and the electronic door lock passed the face recognition in 1 second. Pei Lin pushed the door open and went in. The door closed, blocking the curious eyes from the dark outside. "Pei Lin, I heard that you lost the props in the dungeon?" A man leaned against the glass handrail on the second floor, and the man had a smile on his face. It was Qin Shujia, who returned to the base, and reported the dungeon information to the guild. Yi Ming knew it at the first time. Pei Lin sat on the sofa and looked up speechlessly. You are so concerned about my dynamics in the dungeon. Are you afraid that I will get new props again? Yi Ming walked downstairs, with a curious look on his face. What's the situation this time? Yi Ming, the founder of the Black and Red Guild, the players in Paradise Town have heard of his style of doing things. He is ruthless and only cares about the strength of the guild members, never caring about the life and death of the members. The dungeon information in his hands is against the sky. Pei Lin and Yi Ming are friends. They founded the Black and Red Guild together. He likes to explore dungeons and doesn't like to manage messy things. Many people think that Pei Lin is just an old player of the Black and Red Guild, and his status is in the middle level. Pei Lin leaned against the closed eyes and said, over at the base, Qin Xiaojia must have told you all the dungeon information. You can check the information. Yi Ming, it doesn't say how you lost the props. I'm curious about how you lost the props. He kept talking about losing props and deliberately made fun of him. Pei Lin said in a gloomy mood, Yi Ming, there are monsters that can travel between different dungeons and have memories. This sentence was like a stone hitting a calm lake. Yi Ming's sloppy expression suddenly became serious. He frowned and said, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But Pei Lin is not a joker. The more dungeon information Yi Ming knows, the more solidified his thoughts are. He can't believe that the rules he knows will be broken. Pei Lin said calmly, I have already met one, and there may be many more in the dungeon. Yi Ming looked solemn. Humanity's hope is even slimmer. He laughed himself out of anger after saying this. Yi Ming, is it that monster that stole your props? Yeah. It was his carelessness that the props were stolen. In addition, in order to enter the middle and lower level dungeons, he suppressed his own player level, and he himself was restricted. Pei Lin, it was the right choice for me to lower the player level and continue to explore the dungeons from bottom to top. The dungeons are changing at any time, and now there are many new dungeons. The dungeon information we had before is outdated, and now there are too many new dungeons. The dungeons in the horror world are constantly updated. Yi Ming looked gloomy. The recent members have suffered more losses. The moonlight passed through the colorful glass of the church, and the colorful light shone in the center of the church. On the bench, Tata sat upright, and there was a person on his thigh, lying beside him, with her head on him, sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. Tata's slender fingers passed through the long golden hair, combing, entwining, and twisting it bit by bit. He didn't understand why Lele was still asleep after returning to him. Lele. Tata touched her cheeks and lips. I'm going to eat you. Dolly's resentment dissipated and she disappeared. There were only them, and a little black cat here. She didn't wake up, so Tata chose to eat her. Become one with me. Under the moonlight, trees and buildings were turning into powder bit by bit. The Midnight Nunnery copy was permanently closed. Chapter 80. The sun was setting, and the fiery red sunlight shone on the white walls of the community, and the whole community was a red hue. The flower beds that no one had trimmed, the bushes grew into the aisles. A girl in a white skirt walked by, and suddenly a completely black cat rushed out of the bushes. It wanted to rub against the girl's legs, and Wula took a half step back. It's dirty. I told you not to go into the flower bed, but you insisted on going in. Meow. She didn't want to touch the black cat, and the black cat hung its tail in disappointment. I give you a bath when I get back. Meow. Cats don't like water. Beep beep. At dusk, the sirens of police cars sounded very urgently. Someone stretched his head to look. Why are the police dispatched again? Has something happened again? The shirtless man wiped the sweat off his body, pointed at the mobile phone group chat, and said, someone died in Ihu community. The body was thrown in the flower bed. I heard that it was found by a dog walker. Ah? Do you have any pictures? Let me see. Yes, the police haven't arrived at the scene yet. Someone took a picture and sent it to the group. Many groups are sharing it. Let me see. Everyone gathered around and clicked on the group chat picture. The street light was broken, and the greening of the community had not been trimmed for a long time, so it grew lush and leafy, and there was a man's calf under the bushes. It's only the calf, and the incision is not neat. Let the police dog go around to check. Policeman Zhang Zhengyun checked the body parts. There were cordons around, but there were still many residents watching. The residents' faces showed curiosity and fear. Did you hear that? There's only one leg. It's another dismemberment case. I wonder if it's the same person as the one whose arm was found last time. Although it was far away, I saw clearly when the police shone their flashlight. It was a man's leg. I heard it was a woman's arm in the last case. A man and a woman? These are definitely not the same body, but they are all dismembered, and they were all found in Area C. Could it be the same murderer? The last case has not been solved yet, and now there are new dismembered bodies. It's terrible. Oldly, don't always doze off while watching TV, and protect the safety of our community. Look at this flower bed. How can everyone live here with peace of mind? Oldly is a security guard in the Eju community. He is over 50 years old, and usually likes to make tea and watch TV in the security room. Oldly straightened his back. I will definitely check the people entering and leaving the community. Everyone can rest assured. No one can rest assured. The security guards are unreliable, and this community is not very reliable either. In addition to the front and back gates, there are many small gates in the community, which are all walls opened privately by residents who don't want to take a detour. Half of the community is resettlement housing, and half is shared rental housing, and the people are particularly messy. Welcome to the copy of the urban serial murder case. You are a tenant in Ely community. As its name suggests, it is very livable. There is a subway station not far from the door. There are complete living facilities such as hospitals, schools, vegetable markets, and parks nearby. But recently, there have been a series of murders in District C. Is the murderer nearby? Why did the murderer kill people? In the dungeon mission survival, everyone may become the target of the murderer. Please pay attention to your life safety, and wish you all good luck. Every player who enters the dungeon hears the dungeon system sound. There are many players. Some are office workers, some are unemployed, some are otakus, some are students, some are housewives, some are police officers. There are also many NPCs. In the whole city, except for players, all people are NPCs. They are all ordinary NPCs, and the murderer boss is hiding among them. Lin Xiao looked at the police dog in his hand, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Players are very lucky to get the identity of police in the urban survival copy. The system did not say that this is a single-player copy, which proves that there are many players. He must distinguish the players in the crowd as soon as possible and stick together. Lin Xiao looked at the NPCs around him. Except for the murderer, ordinary NPCs are like ordinary people in the real world. They will not become ghosts. They are ordinary people. Lin Xiao felt relieved. It is really a sequelae left by the weird copy. Any NPC in the weird copy may become a ghost. This copy is still good. Except for the murderer, other NPCs are ordinary people. In addition to killing players, the murderer will also kill NPCs. After all, in the eyes of the murderer, everyone is a crowd. Wang! The police dog suddenly barked. Lin Xiao pulled back his thoughts and asked with his head down, "What did you find?" "Search." As soon as the order was issued, the police dog walked towards the residential building. Because there were many people here, the police dog did not let go of the rope, and Lin Xiao was led by the police dog. The property management of this community is very poor. Not only is no one repairing the flower beds, but no one repairs the broken streetlights. It was getting dark around, and if it weren't for the police dog, Lin Xiao would have been a little scared. The police dog took him to the bottom of the residential building, and Lin Xiao looked up at the building with more than 10 floors. The police dog was still excited and pulled him to the corridor door. "Lin Xiao, what did you smell? The murderer? Can't find the murderer so quickly? This copy is not that simple, right? In the survival copy, besides protecting your own life, waiting for the police to catch the murderer, they can leave the dungeon. Players can also choose to take the initiative, such as finding the murderer and sending him in, and then they can pass the level. Players who get the identity of the masses can hide and do nothing, but he can get internal clues and catch the murderer more conveniently after getting the identity of the police. The community is full of people, and there are police dogs. Lin Xiao touched the pepper spray on his waist and felt safe. There are no ghosts in this dungeon. No matter how big the boss is, it's okay. Lin Xiao encouraged himself, and then said to the police dog firmly, "Search!" The police dog immediately pulled him into the building excitedly. The police dog stopped at the elevator entrance, and Lin Xiao pressed the elevator. "Has the murderer entered the elevator? I will open the door for you on every floor." As Lin Xiao was talking, the elevator went down to the first floor. The elevator door opened, and there was someone inside, a boy wearing a white shirt and black framed glasses, who looked about 19 or 20 years old, standing inside with garbage. The police dog rushed into the elevator, and Lin Xiao quickly pulled it back. The boy took 2 steps back. "Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't scare you." The boy coughed, probably because he was sick, and said with a nasal voice, "I'm fine." He got out of the elevator and left. When most people see a tall male policeman leading a police dog, shouldn't they be curious and ask a question? Lin Xiao became suspicious and looked at the police dog at the same time. He found that the police dog did not follow the boy with his eyes. Instead, it barked and urged him to press the elevator. It seems that he was too suspicious. Lin Xiao pressed the elevator button for each floor, and each time the elevator door opened, he looked at the police dog's reaction. The police dog did not leave the elevator until it reached the 8th floor. It sniffed the floor at the elevator door and suddenly rushed out. The traction rope was lost, and Lin Xiao called it Black Tiger. Black Tiger ran very fast. There was no light in the corridor, and it was pitch black. A few seconds later, I heard a dog barking, a cat meowing, and a girl screaming in panic at the end of the corridor. Ah! Go away! Lin Xiao ran over and saw a police dog and a black cat confronting each other. There was also a girl in a white dress holding a can of cat food standing next to them. She was very scared. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed the police dog, Black Tiger. Chapter 81. Lin Xiao held the police dog and stepped back 2 meters. This distance should not scare the girl. Don't be afraid. This is a police dog. I am a policeman, Lin Xiao said while pulling his clothes. In the dark corridor, a little light from the outside came in through the window next to it. The two of them could see each other's clothes clearly. A tall male policeman, with a handsome face and looking quite young, was holding a German Shepherd in his hand and looked very fierce. The black cat on the ground was furious and stood in front of the girl, staring at them. There was also dried meat on the ground, and the girl in the white skirt was holding a can of cat food in her hand. The cats at home would not be fed in the corridor. Seeing that the other party was too scared to speak, Lin Xiao took the initiative to talk. Sister, are you feeding stray cats? Wu Lu slowly relaxed, holding the can nervously, and said softly, Well, I know that I can't feed stray animals blindly. Don't be nervous, I'm not in charge of this. The other party was obviously scared, and Lin Xiao felt a little guilty. Although this is an NPC, she looks like an ordinary girl, very thin, and a little pitiful. The leash in his hand kept rushing forward, and the police dog kept looking at the cat on the ground. Lin Xiao was puzzled. This is the 8th floor. Did it come up by itself? This black cat is a stray cat, so it must have crawled through the flower bed and may have touched the corpse, so the police dog chased it. But a stray cat should climb the stairs to go upstairs by itself. But the police dog took it to the elevator. Wu Lu, I brought it up. I met Xiao Hei when I was walking downstairs after dinner. I often feed it, so it followed me home. My parents don't like small animals, so I feed it in the corridor. So that's how it is. Remember to wash your hands after you touch the cat when you feed it, Lin Xiao reminded. This cat must have touched a corpse. Telling this girl would definitely scare her, so Lin Xiao chose not to say anything. Lin Xiao was about to lead Hei Hu downstairs, but Hei Hu refused to leave. Suddenly, the black cat pounced on him and scratched Hei Hu's face with one claw. Both the dog and the cat screamed. Wu Lu stepped back in fear. Lin Xiao quickly controlled him, and said while pulling Hei Hu away, Little sister, don't go downstairs for a walk after dinner during this period. Be careful at home. After saying that, Lin Xiao hurried away. This cat is too fierce. Watching the elevator go down to the 1st floor, 2 girls' laughter came from the dark corridor, followed by her laughter. Ha ha ha. Wu Lu bent over and laughed crazily. The residents on the 8th floor were all looking at the corpse, and watching the excitement below. And her parents would not dislike her noise now. Xiao Hei sat on the ground licking his front paws, then sat obediently, waiting for her to laugh enough and open the can for him. Wu Lu squatted on the ground to open the can. Xiao Hei sniffed it, stretched out his tongue and licked it slowly, as if he didn't like it. Wu Lu flicked its ears. I paid for this, I must eat it. Meow. I know you like to eat free meat, wait a few days. Meow. Wu Lu ignored the little black cat, took out the key and opened the door behind her. It was pitch black behind the door, and there was no light in the room. She entered the darkness and closed the door. The police took the body parts away, but the crowd still did not disperse. Many people were discussing and curious. And a group of people were observing nervously. This group of people were the players. They were looking for their own kind, and whether there was a murderer in the crowd. I have watched so many criminal investigation TV series before. The murderer likes to pretend to be a member of the public, and stay at the scene to watch his masterpiece. The murderer will feel very happy. Maybe the murderer is in the crowd. Lin Xiao wanted to stay and check, but his ID card was special, and he had to go back with the main force. The captain of the criminal investigation detachment in charge of this case was Zhang Zhengyun. Lin Xiao tried to find out that the other party was an NPC, not a player. It seemed that he was the only player in the entire police force. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh at himself for getting such a good ID card or cry that he was left alone. All the police left. The crowd discussed fiercely. This person only has one calf left. Where did the big body go? Could it be chopped into pieces? Since the big body was chopped up, why was there only one calf left? And it was thrown in the community flower bed. Isn't it waiting to be caught? Wasn't there a dismemberment case last week? Could it be the same murderer, a serial killer, a psychopath, who deliberately left a big piece out to provoke? Don't tell me, the more you say it, the more I think what you say makes sense. The man raised his chin proudly and continued to infer, it must be the same murderer, and the murderer must be a man. Dismembering a body is a laborious job. A woman died last week, and a man died this week. Maybe it was a couple. It must be a murder of passion. How do you infer a murder of passion? This man and woman must be playing tricks. They offended someone, and then they came to kill them. Su Mingming listened more and more outrageous, and decided not to listen. There was no clue from these NPCs. They were just like those people who like to join in the fun in real life, talking nonsense. Su Mingming, a player, is an intern who has just entered the society in the dungeon. He doesn't have much money in his pocket, so he can only rent this community. Fortunately, he takes the subway to and from get off work, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere, so it is still quite safe. The only thing that is not safe is this community. The community is crowded with people, there are blind spots for surveillance everywhere, and the body parts are thrown in the community flower bed. Su Mingming has already sent a message to the company to see if he can apply for employee dormitories. The player's task in this dungeon is to survive. Su Mingming plans to hide, and pray that the NPC police will catch the murderer quickly. Hello. A short-breathed voice came from behind. Su Mingming was startled and almost dropped his phone. He turned around and saw a fat man. You called me? Hello, my name is Wang Xiong, and I'm a player. The fat man said. Su Mingming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he finally found his kind. Wang Xiong, I saw you prick up your ears to listen to others and glance around, so I knew you were a player, hee. Brother, you are awesome. I am a fat house anchor. I usually play games and live broadcast at night to make a living. I live on the 4th floor of Building 20. How about you? Wang Xiong said. I am also in Building 20, on the 1st floor. It's very close. We can take care of each other. Su Mingming took out his phone and added his contact information. In the crowd, a young mother was holding a crying child and frowning. She has never been in a relationship, but she has taken the identity of a housewife. The child kept crying, and she couldn't comfort him. Chen Hui, what are you doing? You took your child for a walk in such an unlucky place, and didn't go home. A woman in her 50s or 60s rushed over, dragged the young mother away without saying a word, and scolded. The child is crying like this? He must have been bumped. This place is not clean, and you don't know how to take the child away. How can you be a mother? Chen Hui looked confused and aggrieved. Don't pull me, I can walk by myself. She struggled to pull away her mother-in-law's hand, and hit the chin of a passing girl in school uniform. Ah! I'm sorry, I didn't see you. It's okay. Chen Xiaoqing touched her chin, and left quickly. On the 8th floor of Building 20, on the dark balcony, a white figure stood there. She smiled and looked at the people below with relish. After all, someone died, and it was dark. The residents did not stay for long, and they all went home one after another. The downstairs was empty. A cat passed through the flower bed. Several street lights were broken, and the good street lights were flickering, as if they would go on strike in the next second. A boy in a white shirt walked by. He was the only moving creature. Wula stood on the balcony and looked at him. Suddenly, he looked up as if he had eyes on his head. Chapter 82. He suddenly looked up. In the darkness, neither could see where the other's eyes were, but it was certain that they both saw each other. Wula raised his hand and waved slowly. In the dark night, the neighborhood where the murder had just happened was empty. Not far away, the street lights were flashing, and a girl in a white dress on the dark balcony waved to him. The terrifying buffs were all stacked up. But the boy didn't seem to be afraid. He was calm and didn't respond to her. He lowered his head and walked into the corridor. Ah, ignoring people, so annoying. Why did you cook such a bad dinner? A man scolded. It's not for you. Who told you to eat at the table? The woman retorted. We haven't divorced yet, and I can't eat the food you cook now. The man threw the stool. The couple quarreled, and the quarrel became more and more intense, and then they fought and beat the children. Their daughter was an adult, but she was still beaten at home. Neighbors on both sides and downstairs are used to hearing this. Hey, the couple on the 8th floor are quarreling again. The old man downstairs sighed. They have been quarreling for so many years. Why don't they divorce? Every time they quarrel, they beat the child. The child is pitiful. He didn't go to school after elementary school. Now he is so old and has a withdrawn personality. How will he live in the future? Said the old man's daughter. Girls are still easy to live. She is an adult now. Find someone to marry quickly, and stay away from such crazy parents. The old man's eldest son said while eating and picking his teeth. Chin Hui looked at the NPC family with the child in her arms. She interrupted and said, when she grows up, she can go out to work and rent a house, so she can stay away from her parents. She has never been to school and doesn't talk to people. What kind of job can she find? Said her husband. Chin Hui was too lazy to talk to this family. The child in her arms cried again, and Chin Hui hurried to rock her to comfort her. When the child cried, the old people who were eating glared at her. Gradually, the sound of beating the child upstairs subsided, but the world was still not quiet because the child in her arms was still crying. Late at night, the community was quiet. Knock knock. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. In the corridor late at night, a white figure stood at the door of the top floor and knocked. The knock echoed, but no one opened the door. She was about to give up and leave, but suddenly, the door opened with a click. There was only a small night light in the room, and it was very dark. The boy was standing at the door in black pajamas. Backlit, close, you can see his handsome features clearly. Wu Li's eyes were red from crying, and her face and hands were covered with wounds. She smiled in a frightened and flattering way. Hello, I live on the 8th floor. I have nowhere to go tonight. Can I stay at your house for one night? Just one night. It was early autumn, and the wind was strong in the middle of the night. I don't know when the windows in the corridor were opened, and the wind blew in. The wind was loud and cold. She was wearing a nightgown, which was very old and washed very clean. There were some blood stains on the corners of the skirt, and wounds could be seen in many places on her body. Chu Su glanced at her, without sympathy in his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, I will help you call the police. Don't call the police. If you call the police, I will be even more miserable in the future. Brother, please, I will stay at your house for one night. I could have stayed in the corridor, but today the community flower bed. I'm scared. Wu Lu was very pitiful, and her eyes kept shedding tears. Brother, help me. Chu Su didn't look moved. He had no sympathy or curiosity, but he gave in. You can only stay in the living room. Don't bother me. You're kind-hearted enough to take someone in. Wu Lu smiled and wiped his eyes. Thank you, brother. Come in. Chu Su entered the room. Wu Lu entered the door carefully, and closed the door quietly. The wind passed through the gap in the window, like a horn, and the sound was very loud. There was a night light on in the living room, and in the room. He didn't seem to like strong light. The slender figure was wearing a long black pajamas, standing there silently, as if to blend into the darkness. Wu Lu saw a lot of medicine on the table and asked in confusion, Brother, are you sick? Looking closely, the other person's face was not very good, and his lips were pale. Chu Su, you can sleep on the sofa. Don't make too much noise at night. Got it. Thank you, brother, for taking me in. The other party didn't seem to want to meddle in other people's business, and didn't ask her what happened or why she didn't go home so late at night. No one had lived on the top floor before, because it was well decorated and the rent was expensive, so it couldn't be rented out. Chu Su just moved in this month. After Chu Su finished explaining, he went back to the room. Wu Lu sat on the sofa in the living room and looked around with interest. The house was spotlessly clean. There were only a few furniture and daily necessities, and only the pile of medicine was very prominent, and the medicines were neatly arranged. Wu Lu secretly checked. Heart disease? Ah, it's easy to die, and you can die if you scare it. You can't stand it. As soon as the sun rose, Su Mingming sent a message to Wang Xiong to confirm whether the other party was still alive. Su Mingming was an office worker who had to get up early to go to work, while Wang Xiong stayed up late to live broadcast last night and went to bed in the morning. The two of them didn't have the same schedule. Wang Xiong hadn't replied to the message. Su Mingming checked his phone every minute, feeling a little anxious. The early morning subway was very crowded. Su Mingming was completely squeezed into the subway by the crowd. There was no seat at all. Hello, please make way. I want to get off. A girl's voice sounded from behind. Su Mingming quickly squeezed and stepped aside to let people pass. The crowd was crowded all the way. After getting off the subway, Su Mingming quickly checked his phone. Wang Xiong hadn't replied yet. He wouldn't be dead, would he? Brother, why is there blood on your backpack? A passerby patted Su Mingming. Su Mingming quickly turned his backpack around, and sure enough, he saw blood on the side pocket where the water cup was placed. Su Mingming had a bad feeling. He gritted his teeth and reached into his pocket. He grabbed something soft and took it out with a ruthless heart. Ah! The passerby who alerted him was terrified when he saw what he had in his hand. It was a bloody eyeball. It was so big. What kind of animal's eyeball? Su Mingming looked at the blood in his hand in horror. His whole hand was shaking. Call the police. Wula took the subway to Central Park to buy ice cream. There was an old lady selling ice cream here that was cheap and delicious. Wula bought a 1 yuan ice cream and sat by the lake to lick it. Not far away, a group of students were sketching. They were painting the autumn park. Wula was wearing very old and washed white clothes, had long black hair, was thin, and sat on the grass to eat ice cream. The teacher of the extracurricular class saw her and walked over and said, "Classmate, are you interested in learning to paint? You can learn it even if you have no basic knowledge. It's very simple." Wula looked up. The bruises at the corners of her mouth were obvious. She smiled and said, "My family doesn't have money to sign up for interest classes." The teacher was embarrassed for a moment and said, "It's not expensive, and there are trial classes. You can come to class for free." Chapter 83. When Wula heard that it was free, he smiled shyly. Really? The trial class is free. You can come to class at any time. If you don't have drawing paper, it doesn't matter. You can ask your classmates to lend it to you first. The teacher said gently. This is just a recruitment play, but seeing the wound on Wuli's face, the teacher couldn't help but be a little gentler. Wula took the last bite of ice cream and followed the teacher. The morning sun was very comfortable, and the grass by the lake in the park was full of students sketching. The teacher arranged Wula next to a few girls and asked the girls to give her some drawing tools. Chen Xiaoqing gave her own paper to Wulu. Seeing Wuli's face, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did you fight with someone?" "No, I fought myself." Wulu has a good face and looks like someone who is easy to bully. "How could you hit yourself?" "You must tell your parents or teachers if you are bullied." "No one bullies me now I bully others," Wulu said with a smile. Chen Xiaoqing didn't believe it. Someone around him gave Wulu a brush, and Wulu immediately dipped it in red paint and tried to paint. "Don't use too much red paint. The maple leaves look very red, but they are orange," said the classmate. The teacher was on the phone and hadn't come to teach yet, but Wulu boldly started. "You spread the colors right away. Have you ever learned to paint before?" "How old are you?" "I'm older than all of you, much older." Wulu didn't say how old he was. "I don't believe it. You should be about the same age as us." "I look younger because of malnutrition." "You're so thin, you look malnourished." The girls around were very enthusiastic, but Wuli's words were always a little strange, and she couldn't fit in the atmosphere. Gradually, they stopped talking and painted seriously. After the teacher finished the call, he came to teach the students to paint, guiding them one by one, and finally taught Wulu by her side. Although he knew that this student might not sign up for the class, the teacher still did his duty to teach the experienced class well. After painting for a whole morning, others painted a complete maple tree with a lake view, but Wulu only painted a blood-red maple leaf, and the color was too red. "It's great to paint like this for the first time. Leave me your contact information. If you want to learn painting, you can contact me." "Teacher, I don't have a mobile phone." "Then leave your parents." Wulu gave the teacher a number and left. After the interest class, the students went home. Chen Xiaoqing followed Wulu and found that they were on the same route, on the same subway line, and even got off at the same station. Chen Xiaoqing was surprised and ran a few steps to talk to her. "Do you live nearby too?" Wulu didn't look surprised, just smiled and said, "Yes." "That's great. Will you sign up for the painting class?" "Go ahead, so that we can go to get out of class together in the future." Chen Xiaoqing wanted to find someone to accompany her to, and from get out of class, because she was really scared. She was a minor student, which was too weak and easy to be targeted by the murderer. It would be easy for the murderer to kill her. NPCs in this world are just like ordinary people. Chen Xiaoqing really wanted to find an NPC to accompany her. "What's your name?" Chen Xiaoqing actively lobbied. "The painting class is not expensive and worth it. The teacher often takes us to sketch. We won't be locked in the studio to paint. Every day is very interesting. My name is Lele, the happy Lu." Wulu looked distressed. "But my family has no money, and my parents won't sign me up for interest classes." "Ah, if you express that you like it very much and beg them, it should be okay, right?" "No, they don't care what I like." Qin Shaoqing was a little disappointed and could only say, "Okay, then I go home for lunch first, bye." "Bye." Qin Shaoqing walked past Wu Le and entered the community. Wu Le was wandering on the side of the road. Not far away, two policemen followed Su Mingming all the way back to the community. Think about it. Who else has touched your bag besides on the subway? Only on the crowded subway did someone touch me. No one touched me along the way. But my bag was always on my back. I couldn't see if someone secretly put something in my bag. Su Mingming had a bitter face. He was very upset. The murderer sent him something. Does it mean that he was the first one to be killed? Was he targeted so quickly? The murderer had such close contact with him, but he had no impression at all. Zhang Zhengyun saw Su Mingming's collapse and comforted him. "We will pay close attention to your safety. Don't worry." Lin Qiao, who was following the captain, saw that Su Mingming was a player. "Su Mingming, I came down this road. There are many breakfast stalls here in the morning." Zhang Zhengyun looked around and saw a surveillance camera above his head. He said, "Lin Qiao, go adjust this surveillance camera." Lin Qiao, "Okay." Su Mingming continued to lead Zhang Zhengyun to the community, repeating how he went to work this morning along the way. The two passed by Wu Le, and no one paid attention to her. After the two walked away, Wu Le looked up and looked at their backs with great interest. "Little sister." Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind. Wu Le seemed to be frightened, and instantly opened his eyes and turned back. Lin Qiao smiled embarrassedly. "I didn't mean to scare you, I just think you look familiar. Are you the girl who fed the cat yesterday?" "Yes." Wu Le nodded. Lin Qiao saw that there was a wound at the corner of her mouth, frowned for a moment, and said, "Sister, you better not feed that cat." "Why?" Wu Le thought of something and said, "Xiao He was frightened last night. It usually doesn't scratch or bite people, let alone bite me. It's not that I'm afraid you will be bitten, it's..." Lin Qiao was a little reluctant, but still chose to say, "The forensic doctor took a few cat hairs from the body fragments, they were black hairs." Lin Qiao was wearing plain clothes today. She had seen his police uniform, and knew that he was a policeman. The incident in the community flower bed had been a hot topic today, and she must know it. There are cat hairs on the body fragments, which means the cat may have contaminated it, or even... Wu Li's face turned pale instantly, and she looked at him in disbelief. Lin Qiao didn't want to scare the little girl, so he quickly said, "The cat has been to the flower bed, and its body is not very clean, so don't feed it." "Okay. Thank you for telling me. It's okay. I hope you can catch the murderer as soon as possible." Wu Li smiled, a very beautiful face, "But it's a pity that there are injuries." Lin Qiao was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "Well, we will definitely catch the murderer." In the evening, the elevator went up to the top of the building, and Chusu came back from outside with vegetables. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw someone sitting at the door. Wu Li sat at the door with her legs hugged pitifully. When she saw him coming back, she asked softly, "Brother, my parents are not at home, and I didn't bring my key. Can I stay for another day?" She was getting more and more demanding. Chapter 84. Wu Li sat at the door. She was thin and her hair was yellow at the ends. She was obviously malnourished. She had wounds of all sizes on her body, and her lips were pale. I'm afraid she didn't eat much all day. Chu Su was used to being alone. He didn't like people saying hello to him, talking to him, or looking at him. He hated people intruding into his territory even more. He felt uncomfortable last night, and just wanted to go to bed early, so he reluctantly agreed to let her stay in the living room for one night. Fortunately, she was very quiet, and Chu Su didn't hear any sound all night. Chu Su didn't see the girl when he got up in the morning, and he was in a good mood. But now, he saw her again, and Chu Su felt complicated. She came a second time after helping him once. Would there be a third and fourth time in the future? Chu Su said calmly, "What is your parents' mobile phone number? I help you contact them." Wu Li's eyes trembled, her eyes were red, and she obediently reported the number. Chu Su entered the number and called. Soon, the phone came back, "Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. Please call again later." "Sorry." "Another number," Chu Su said. Wu Li continued to report. Chu Su continued to call, but both of his parents' numbers were turned off. Chu Su frowned. "Do you have any relatives?" "No, my parents are no longer in touch with my parents. I don't have any relatives." Wu Li couldn't help crying. It was very pitiful. If she was so pitiful, she should have found anyone downstairs who could help her. Why did she find herself? Chu Su, I hate noise. I can be silent. I don't like people disturbing me. Sorry. Falling into a brief silence. Chu-Su took out the key to open the door. Wula sat by the side and dared not move. Just when she thought the door was going to close, Chu-Su suddenly said, "Come in." "Thank you. I knew you were a good person, brother." Wula wiped her tears and was full of gratitude. Her thin face was beautiful and innocent. And she smiled at Chu-Su inside the door, insisting on being related to him. "You can come in, but in this room, you must listen to me and do whatever I tell you to do." Chu-Su spoke very calmly, but this time the ending tone was a little inexplicable. Ordinary girls would sense danger at this time, but she seemed like a sick stray cat with nowhere to go, in urgent need of help. As long as someone was willing to take her in, she would agree to anything. The door was closed, and the young man and woman were in the same room. Wulu was very obedient, not looking around, just standing there. "Sit down." Wulu sat down on the sofa, looking forward, but as long as Chu-Su looked away or turned his back, her eyes would stick to him. Chu-Su entered the bedroom, and Wulu kept looking at his back, lower back, and long legs. A few minutes later, Chu-Su came out with a medicine box. Wulu was a little surprised. Chu-Su walked to her side and sat down, opened the medicine box, and said, "I apply some medicine to your wound. In addition to the visible places, are there any other places injured?" She had wounds on her face, wrists, back of hands, and ankles. She was wearing autumn clothes, a white sweater, and gray trousers, and most places were covered tightly. Wulu said, "On the stomach, thighs, and everywhere." "Yeah." Chu-Su used a cotton swab to dip the medicine, and wiped her broken mouth corners and cheeks. The movement was very light. Wula felt a little pain, and the smell of the medicine was a bit irritating to her eyes. She blinked and couldn't help squinting. "Don't move." After applying the medicine on her face, it was time to apply the medicine on her hands and wrists. Chu-Su folded her sleeves up a few times so that the medicine wouldn't get on them. The clothes were obviously too big. They weren't her own. They must have been someone's old clothes. She was very white, and the purple veins were clearly visible. Every scar on her arm was brightly colored. "Who hit you?" he asked. Wulu lowered his eyes, his eyelashes covering the look in his eyes. "My parents." "Why didn't you run?" "I couldn't run away from the two of them. They're not at home. You can run away and never come back." "Where would I go if I ran away?" Wulu looked at him for help. Chu-Su didn't say anything, but carefully applied the medicine on her hands. His sleeves kept being folded shorter, and his slender arms were covered with scars. The arms were finished. Chu-Su said, "Stomach." Wuli's eyes rolled. Her two arms with medicine on them were stiff. Her fingers pinched the hem of her clothes and pulled it up, pulling it up parallel to her belly. This action was too obedient, and most importantly, it was a sign of weakness. She just exposed her soft belly. Chu-Su admitted that he was a psychopath, and she met his needs very well. Chu-Su changed 2 new cotton swabs to dip the medicine, and the cold medicine was applied to her belly, and Wula shuddered. "Don't move. It's very cold. It will be fine in a while." "Yeah." A long process of applying medicine. After the medicine was applied all over her body, Wuli's sleeves were rolled up to her shoulders, and her trouser legs were rolled up to her thighs. Her hands were still pulling the hem of her clothes to prevent the medicine from sticking to her belly. Chu-Su threw the cotton swab into the trash can, put all the medicines neatly into the medicine box, and washed his hands repeatedly with disinfectant. He said, "If your parents beat you, you don't want to go home, or you have nowhere to go, you can come to me in the future." Wu Li's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared in front of her. "Thank you, brother." "Well, what's your name?" "My name is Lele, Happy Lu." "Lele, are you hungry?" Chu-Su smiled, which was very beautiful. He was obviously different from when he was at the door just now. Wula seemed to be unaware. She just felt that she had met a good person. This person treated her very well, cared about her, and gave her medicine. Others didn't call her when they heard her name, but he called her Lele. "Hungry? I haven't eaten today." "How pitiful." Chu-Su reached out and touched her head. "Wait, I go cook." "Okay." Wula sat on the sofa waiting for the medicine on her body to be absorbed, and she kept smiling at the corners of her mouth. Hunters like to put bait when hunting, and the bait she put is herself. She needs someone to take care of her, a meal ticket, and a laborer. Now that she has a meal ticket, I wonder if he can become her laborer. Wula glanced at the medicine not far away. What a pity. A beautiful meal ticket, but without a good body, how can he work for her? Ah. Wula sighed softly, as expected. Choosing a good-looking meal ticket will have flaws. She has to find another strong and powerful person. Soon, the smell of food came from the kitchen, and Wu Li's shriveled stomach cried out. It turned out that she was so hungry. The medicine on her body was almost dry. Wu Li went to the kitchen. Brother, I will serve the dishes. Chu Su, well, you take the plate of vegetables. Wu Li took the vegetables out, and Chu Su brought out 2 plates of meat dishes. The two sat down to eat. Brother, you are such a good cook. The food you cook is 100 times more delicious than my mother's. As long as you like it. Wu Li lowered her head to eat, and Chu Su stared at her. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. The painting teacher dialed the number left by the girl, but the other party kept turning it off. Hey, maybe she really doesn't have money to sign up for the interest class, so she left a turned-off number. Chapter 85. After dinner, Wu Li volunteered to wash the dishes. She seemed to be trying to please him. She was very obedient. Was she like this at home? Chu Su pressed her hand down. No, sit down. Her hands were covered with medicine, and could not touch water. When he came out of the kitchen after cleaning up, she was still sitting upright at the dining table. We need to talk. Although being obedient is a good thing, Chu Su doesn't want her to be so restrained. Chu Su looked around the house. There were no snacks, not even fruits, and nothing to coax children. Come on, don't sit down, go downstairs together to digest the food. It was windy at night, and a little cold. Chu Su took one of his cardigans and gave it to her. Put it on. Thank you. The two went downstairs together, and met other residents in the elevator. Chu Su was a new tenant, and looked good. Many people looked at her curiously. Some people saw Wu Li, and seemed to remember who she was. Looking at her injuries, they knew that she was beaten by her parents again, but no one cared. When they got downstairs, there would be many children playing and laughing here at this time, but now there was no one. The two of them passed by the flower bed one after the other, and Chu Su suddenly asked, Are you scared? No, the living are scarier than the dead. She came to see him last night. Deliberately, Chu Su smiled. How long will your parents be back? I don't know, they often leave after a quarrel, maybe 3 to 5 days, or maybe half a month or a month. How about I find a locksmith to help you open the door? Okay. Chu Su heard her voice trembling, and looked back. Her expression was so pitiful, like a kitten who was finally adopted and realized that he was going to be abandoned again. Chu Su raised his lips and said slowly, It's not safe for you to live alone even if the lock is unlocked, especially since things have been uneasy recently. They didn't leave me any money. They fought and beat me this time because they had no money. They went out to avoid debt. Wu Li told the truth. In other words, even if the lock was unlocked, she couldn't live on her own. She had no money, and her creditors might come to her door. How old are you? Chu Su asked. 19. I find a job. No hurry. You should rest well now, eat more, and take care of your body. Chu Su became gentle and reached out. It's dark here. I hold your hand. Don't be afraid. She said. She wasn't afraid. Chu Su's tone was so gentle that she couldn't help but crave this feeling. Someone loved and cared for her. Holding hands, Wu Li and Chu Su were very satisfied. Going out from the small side door opened privately by the residents of the community, you will reach the street outside. In the past, this long street was a night market, but now there are fewer people. There is a big supermarket further ahead. Chu Su pushed the shopping cart. Take whatever you want to eat. Chu Su was sick, and didn't seem to work. Did he have much money? Wu Li began to think about how much he could eat with his meal ticket. Wu Li symbolically took 2 bags of snacks, and then he didn't take anything else. Chu Su was the only one who swept the shelves. Brother, I'm going to the bathroom. You wait for me at the exit. Wu Li greeted and left without waiting for Chu Su's response. Chu Su's eyes darkened a little. She wasn't very obedient either. The supermarket was very noisy. Across several shelves, it seemed that a husband was accusing his wife of not being able to hold a child. It was annoying to hear. Su Mingming accompanied Wang Xiong to buy food. Wang Xiong, we need to buy more. I will stay at home and lock the door. I will definitely live longer this way. Su Mingming, I want to quit my job or move, but the system warns me not to violate my identity. The player is stuck here, and the murderer boss is in the dark. This feeling is really desperate. Wang Xiong, why don't you come to my house after get off work? Night is the peak time for murders. It's much safer to have a companion. Okay. Su Mingming didn't mention that someone's eyeball was stuffed in his backpack on the way to work. The murderer stuffed something in his bag, so he must have targeted him. If Wang Xiong knew that he was targeted by the murderer, he would definitely not want to invite him to his house. Wu Li was injured, and Chu Su came back alone with 2 large bags of things. He didn't put down his clothes to rest along the way, but his lips were a little pale. After entering the room, Chu-Su immediately sorted out these things, putting the things that should be put in the refrigerator, and putting snacks on a separate shelf. Chu-Su bought her daily necessities, new sheets and quilt covers, and tidied up the empty second bedroom, which was obviously intended for her to stay for a long time. Chu-Su bought her pajamas, a milky white skirt with lace, which looked very nice. Do you like it? I like it very much. Wula rubbed the skirt. The fabric was very comfortable, and would not scratch the wounds on his body. Brother, it's late, you should go to bed early, Wula reminded him. Wula also poured him warm water, so that Chu-Su could take medicine conveniently. Chu-Su didn't feel any discomfort in his heart today, and he was in a good mood even when he took the medicine. He simply finished the medicine, and went back to his room. The house that Chu-Su rented was very big and well decorated. Chu-Su's master bedroom had a bathroom, and he closed the door after entering the room. Now it seemed like she was the only one in the whole house, and Wula liked it very much. After taking a shower, Wula sat on the sofa in a white dress in a daze, without turning on the lights. In the darkness, the occasional flash of light outside the window shone on her eyes, which were very big and scary. Time passed little by little. Wula was sure it was almost time. Wula got up and went to the master bedroom, opened the door, and the night light was on in the room. Under the dim night light, you could see that the person lying on the bed was sleeping soundly. Wula walked over, climbed onto the bed, and stepped on Chu-Su's stomach with her foot, but there was no reaction. She drugged him, but didn't dare to give him too much. After all, he was in poor health. Thank you for taking me in. I hope you won't regret taking me in. Hee, good night, brother. Fourth floor, late at night. Su Mingming came to stay at Wang Xiong's house. Both of them couldn't sleep, so they took out the beer and roast duck they bought at the supermarket and started eating. The two talked a lot about the dungeons they had passed before, and talked about the current dungeon. I have observed all the NPCs. Those NPCs are almost the same as ordinary people in reality. This is a good thing. There is no need to worry that they will suddenly turn into monsters and pounce on you, Su Mingming said. Wang Xiong turned on his mobile phone. I directly set up a one-click alarm. In this dungeon, you can ask the police NPC for help. Su Mingming took a bite of the duck leg. His mouth was full of oil. He wiped his hands and took out his mobile phone. I learned it. I will get one too. The two leaned against each other and talked, and didn't notice that this community was too quiet. Except for the lights on in this room, all the lights outside were dark. Not only were the street lights in the community dark, but all the tall buildings in the distance were dark. It is rare for a city to have a power outage in the entire area. Even if there is a sudden power outage, some people will light candles, some will make noise, and some will curse why the power is out. But now, except for the lights in this room, and the sound of two people talking, it is dark and silent outside. The weirdness is spreading. Knock knock. Knock knock. The sound of the two people chatting suddenly stopped. Su Mingming stared at the door and asked, Wang Xiong, did you hear the knocking? Wang Xiong drank a few bottles of beer, and was a little drunk. He looked up and suddenly found, why is it so dark outside? Su Mingming looked back and looked out the window, only to find that the world was pitch black. Knock knock. Two particularly obvious knocks on the door sounded. Knocking on their door. Wang Xiong was so scared that he woke up from his drunkenness. Su Mingming got up and immediately went to the kitchen to get a knife. Neither of them dared to speak. Knock knock. 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 The knocking continued, and the other party even knocked slowly on purpose. It was obvious that they knew there was someone inside, and were trying to scare them. Su Mingming swallowed his saliva and shouted, Who is it? We called the police. You hurry up. Wang Xiong immediately went to the window, and shouted to the neighbors downstairs, Help! It's no wonder they were so stressed. This is a horror dungeon. It wouldn't matter if they didn't shout, but once they shouted, they found that no matter how loud the noise they made, the people upstairs and downstairs were like dead, or to be more precise, the people in the whole world were like dead, without any sound, and no one heard their call for help. Mingming's downstairs balcony was facing the NPC's bedroom, and when they just opened the beer, they could still hear the conversation between the couple downstairs. Now Wang Xiong was shouting, but the people downstairs couldn't hear him. Wang Xiong was sweating profusely. Su Mingming was also scared. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be normal. Wang Xiong turned around. What should we do? Su Mingming, it has been knocking for so long and still won't come in, so this door should be able to block it. Before he finished speaking, the door lock handle inside the door suddenly pressed down automatically. It's opening the door. Knocking on the door is just a courtesy before force. Chapter 86. Something outside is opening the door. Su Mingming immediately took out his cell phone and called the police, but he found that no matter how he pressed the phone, the screen did not change. It was stuck. Fuck. Why can't he remember that this is a horror copy, not the real world? The residents of the community seemed to be sleeping soundly. The cell phone could never dial the alarm number, and even the whole world was dark. Wang Xiong was desperate. What should I do? What should I do? Su Mingming took a kitchen knife and looked around, then rushed into the bedroom without hesitation and locked the door. This is a one-bedroom and one-living-room house with only one bedroom. The kitchen has no door, only a door curtain, and the bathroom door is also broken. Wang Xiong watched Su Mingming hide in the bedroom, and he heard a slamming sound of the door closing. On one side was the sound of the bedroom door lock being locked, and on the other side was the sound of the door unlocking. Wang Xiong's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Click. The door was completely opened. Wang Xiong stared at the door with his eyes wide open in horror. Ah! Ah! The screams spread throughout the community, but no one heard them. This room seemed to have a barrier, and no one would come to save them. And the murderer? No, it was a terrifying boss. It was a monster. Wang Xiong was a fat man, and although his mobility was a little poor, he was strong. But no sound of resistance could be heard from the living room outside, only Wang Xiong's screams of fear and pain. Su Mingming moved the table against the bedroom door, holding the kitchen knife tightly. His whole body was shaking, and the screams outside were like torture torturing him. The smell of blood was everywhere, and the ground was covered with blood. The white cloth shoes stepped on the blood, and the entire soul was stained red. The computer in the living room suddenly lit up, and she stood in front of the computer to read the content on it. In the bedroom, Su Mingming was extremely tense. It was quiet outside, and there was no sound. Did the murderer leave? Is Wang Xiong dead? Su Mingming slowly approached the door and listened carefully to the movement outside. It was very quiet outside. Su Mingming looked out the window again. It was still dark outside, and he could not see anything. The weirdness has not yet subsided. We cannot take it lightly. Knock knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the bedroom door. Su Mingming's eyes widened in fear and her whole body was tense. Hee hee. There was a laugh from outside, a woman's voice. You can't hide. I will cut you into pieces, hee hee. Su Mingming trembled all over, his hands and feet were weak, and he lost his grip on the kitchen knife and dropped it to the ground. The blade directly cut his instep and blood flowed. He could not feel pain, he was only desperate. Suddenly, there was light outside the window, and the outside world was bright. Su Mingming was in a trance. Is this the end of the danger? Su Mingming stayed in the bedroom for a long time until screams came from outside. Ah! Murder! Murder! The screams spread throughout the corridor, and all the neighbors woke up. Many people gathered outside. Some people looked at the body in the living room curiously, and some called the police in fear. The police hadn't come yet, and many people gathered in the living room. Someone found the computer screen in the living room that was still on. Did someone kill you while playing games and eating supper? A male NPC approached the computer and checked curiously. But he saw the chat records that were disgusting. I am a host with millions of fans. I won't treat you badly if you become my girlfriend. Are you really dating me? Of course, baby. Look at your legs. That's not good. We are dating. Just look at your legs. I miss you too much. But I can't touch you in online dating, so I can only look at you. I like you. Million fans anchor? Fake. Online dating? Online scam, luring immature young girls, even children to send body parts. At the same time, many girls were deceived. The content on the computer attracted many onlookers. Did someone come to your house to kill you? Direct cesarean section. It must be very painful when you die. What a big hatred and resentment. Why is there a sound in the bedroom? Someone is in there. Someone found movement in the bedroom. A few minutes later, Su Mingming, who was paralyzed by fear, was dragged out of the bedroom. There was blood on his body and a knife in his hand. Did he kill the person? The blood is still warm. The murderer must not have gone far. I came here when I heard the scream, and I didn't see anyone go out. He must be the murderer, said the neighbor next door. They found a rope and tied Su Mingming tightly. The police also came. They responded quickly to the murder. Zhang Jingyun saw the completely destroyed scene as soon as he came in. There were even people secretly taking photos of the body. His face turned black in an instant. Draw a cordon, and everyone else get out. Lin Xiao saw Wang Xiong's body as soon as he came in. The scene was so shocking that he turned around and vomited. Several residents who thought they were very smart pushed the tied Su Mingming forward and said, "Officer, we caught the murderer. He did it. He was hiding in the bedroom with a knife and was blocked by us." Su Mingming had a completely dazed expression and only fear in his eyes. Zhang Zhengyun knew it was not him at a glance. "Who told you to tie someone up privately? Untie him. If we don't tie him up, he might kill someone with a knife." Zhang Zhengyun, "Lin Xiao, untie him." "Okay." Lin Xiao went to untie Su Mingming, but heard Su Mingming muttering to himself, "I can't run away. I can't run away. None of the players can run away." Player? He's a player. So is this dead person? The terrifying boss has already started to act. Lin Xiao asked anxiously, "What did you see? You saw it, right? Is the murderer a man or a woman? How old is he?" Chapter 87. Su Mingming was so scared that he kept saying that he couldn't escape. Not even a player could escape. Lin Xiao asked several times, but couldn't get any information. And Zhang Zhengyun heard him muttering, "Player?" Lin Xiao's heart was suddenly hanging. He had already tried it out. He was the only player in the entire police station, and the others were all NPCs. He didn't dare to be sure what the attributes of the NPCs here were. They were probably ordinary people, but they might also be alienated. Lin Xiao observed Zhang Zhengyun's expression, and found that he just had a serious look and didn't have any special expression. Zhang Zhengyun had people disperse the crowd, and the forensic doctor also arrived at the scene. "A piece of meat is missing." The forensic doctor was very confused after examining the body. The murderer took the kitchen knife and directly cut open the victim's belly. The victim died of blood loss and pain. The kitchen knife rack has 2 grooves. The murderer took a knife, and Su Mingming took a knife. Su Mingming should have used the knife for self-defense and hid in the bedroom. Zhang Zhengyun recognized that Su Mingming was the one who reported that someone had put an eyeball in his bag during the day. The body was moved away, and the whole living room was filled with the smell of blood. Some NPC police were taking photos as evidence. If Lin Xiao saw this scene in the real world, he would feel relieved, but unfortunately this was not the real world. At this moment, Su Mingming suddenly rushed into the bedroom and wanted to close the door. "You can't see me, you can't see me." Zhang Zhengyun quickly blocked the bedroom door. "What are you doing? Don't move." Su Mingming was still stubbornly pushing the door, fearing that someone would come in. Lin Xiao immediately went to help hold him down, and Zhang Zhengyun directly served Su Mingming with a pair of silver handcuffs, which made him calm down. Su Mingming burst into tears. "No one can wake her up. There is no light. She can open the door by herself. She is a monster. We can't win." Lin Xiao wanted to cover his mouth. "Stop talking. There are NPCs everywhere. Maybe they are laughing at them. Su Mingming, we will protect you and stay by your side. Don't be afraid. Tell me what you saw," Lin Xiao asked. Zhang Zhengyun looked at Lin Xiao with some doubts. This is a new police officer who has just transferred here. He usually doesn't say anything, and only does what he is told. Why is he so motivated now? Su Mingming has been talking nonsense without a single point. Lin Xiao looked anxious and abnormal. Zhang Zhengyun closed the bedroom door and asked, "Su Mingming, did you play a game? Similar to the whale game?" The whale game is a very popular suicide game from the internet more than 10 years ago. The rules of the game are that participants must first draw a whale on their arms, and then continue to complete special tasks given on the forum within a month. For example, not sleeping for a day, not eating for 3 days, getting up at 4 in the morning every day to run downstairs, cutting a wound on the body, cutting off a finger. The final game task is for the player to commit suicide. During the entire game process, there is a group of perverts behind the scenes to induce and promote, threaten and intimidate. For example, if you don't commit suicide, a big fish will eat you. Someone else will come to kill you, and you can't escape. This game has also evolved into many ways to play. The original way of playing was to induce players to self-mutilate and commit suicide step by step, and later a way of playing evolved to induce players to hurt and kill others. As a policeman, when Zhang Zhengyun heard that the player could not escape, the first thing he thought of was this game. Lin Xiao also realized what game Zhang Zhengyun was referring to. This NPC would understand, but unfortunately, he completely misunderstood. This is indeed a game, but it is not a whale game. It is a horror game, a human survival game, a monster-killing game. Su Mingming could not answer. No matter how he asked, he did not respond. And Zhang Zhengyun looked at Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao felt a lump in his heart. "Captain Zhang, why are you looking at me?" "Zhang Zhengyun, what do you know? Are you involved in this game?" "No, how could I play this kind of game? I'm just shocked. How could I participate in this kind of game?" Lied. Zhang Jingyan pulled open Su Mingming's clothes and checked his body, and there was no special pattern. He looked at Lin Qiao again, and there was no special pattern. And there should be no pattern on Wang Xiong's body. Did the game remove the pattern? Lin Qiao was looked at by him like this. In addition to feeling guilty, there was also a feeling of humiliation. Maybe he got a very upright identity, and couldn't stand others doubting him so much. Captain Zhang, I absolutely did not participate in this kind of dark web game, please believe me. The whole building was awakened in the middle of the night. The lights were off in the top floor. One of the residents was sleeping soundly due to the effect of drugs, and the other had just returned. Wula stepped on the floor barefoot, holding a pair of blood-stained shoes in her hand. She went to the bathroom to wash her shoes, and the blood on the soles of the shoes all washed into the ground, and then poured a large amount of deodorizing agent. There will be no strangeness or odor before dawn. It was almost dawn. Wula was tired. She went to see Chu Su. He was sleeping very quietly, breathing normally. Wula climbed onto the bed. She leaned over and lay down. Her ear was close to his heart, and the heartbeat was very obvious. Wula fell asleep listening to the heartbeats. It was dawn, and light shone into the room from the window, shining on the young man and woman, one in black pajamas, the other in a white dress, both of them full of life. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Chu Su felt a tightness in his chest, slowly opened his eyes, and saw a furry head pressing him, slender hands holding his waist. It was her. Lei really bold. Chu Su looked at the clock next to him. He woke up half an hour later than usual. What did she do? Liar, pretending to be a good child. Chu Su rubbed her head with his slender fingers, then slowly moved down and gently pinched her slender neck. Strangle her to death? It was dawn. It was cloudy today, without any sun, but the light was still dazzling to Wulu. Wulu was awakened by the light. She squinted her eyes, and slowly climbed out of bed with messy hair. She didn't look at Chu Su, who was sleeping on the bed. She went back to the second bedroom next door, and pulled all the curtains. It was pitch black, and she continued to sleep. She liked to sleep very much because she felt that she didn't exist after falling asleep. Forever quiet and dark, she had no thoughts, no her. Is the world after the death of those humans like this? It's so comfortable. Chu Su in the master bedroom got up. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as soon as he got up. He immediately went to the living room to get medicine and took it. He was going to die. Originally, he wanted to die quietly, but now someone was with him. The sound of cooking came from the kitchen, and the fragrance gradually filled the house. Wulu was covered with a thick quilt, leaving no place to breathe. If it were a normal person, she would have suffocated to death in it. She heard the movement outside, but she was too lazy to open her eyes. Suddenly someone knocked on the door, and Chu Su went to open it. There was a conversation at the door. Mr. Chu, what were you doing in the early hours of last night? Did you hear any strange noises? Chapter 88. I'm not feeling well. I took some medicine last night and fell asleep. I didn't hear anything until dawn. Chu Su replied calmly. The top floor is far from the fourth floor, and the residents who lived nearby only heard Wang Xiong's screams of pain, but didn't hear any other unusual noises. The police officer just came up for a routine check and didn't think there would be any clues. Mr. Chu, do you live alone? I used to live alone, but my girlfriend came to see me recently, so now we live together. Chu Su glanced into the house. The police saw that Chu Su was still wearing an apron, and it was obvious that he was cooking for his girlfriend, who hadn't gotten up yet. Then I won't bother you. You and your partner should be more careful when you go out recently, and lock the door at night. After giving instructions, the police left. Chu Su watched him enter the elevator, and then closed the door and went into the house. The house was filled with the aroma of food and a faint smell of medicine. Chu Su is very sensitive to the smell of medicine because he has been taking medicine for many years. This smell is not only the smell of the medicine he takes, but also the smell of other medicines. The soup was still stewing in the kitchen. Chu Su was going to continue watching it, but suddenly the door of the second bedroom opened. Wulu was wearing a white nightgown and walking barefoot on the ground. Her long black hair was fluffy and messy. She looked at him sleepily. Brother. Chu Su's eyes moved slightly and smiled. Did you sleep well last night? What time did you go to bed? I washed and went to bed not long after you entered the room. I went to bed early and slept comfortably. The mattress in the room is very comfortable. Wulu said a little shyly. Don't be nervous. I'm not nagging you. I'm concerned about you. Chu Su stretched out his hand and motioned her to come over. Wulu walked over obediently. Chu Su touched her hair, smoothed out the loose strands, and then straightened the crooked collar of her nightgown. Wu Li's sleepy face gradually became clear, her fair skin slowly turned red, and she became shy. When did you wake up? Were you woken up by the sound at the door? Just woke up. What did you hear? Chu Su lowered his head and approached, don't lie. Okay, she did hear it. She heard everything Chu Su said to the police. Wu Li looked up, her bright eyes full of doubts. Brother, you said I'm your girlfriend? Can't you say that? But we're not. Then what identity do you have to live in my house? We have no relationship. Why should I take you in? Chu Su's tone was very gentle, and even with a little smile on his face, but his eyes were full of danger, he was telling her that there is no free lunch in the world. This meal ticket is not free, he has something to ask for, Wu Li has always known, but she didn't expect Chu Su to be exposed so quickly, and so strong. He was bullying her because she was younger than him, bullying her because she had nowhere to go. Seeing Wu Li didn't say anything. Chu Su's fingers touched her face, and his fingertips scraped the scars at the corners of her mouth. Wu Li felt a little pain. Lulu, before I moved in, you should have asked for help from everyone in the building, right? Chu Su's eyes gradually darkened. You have been beaten by your parents since you were a child. You should have asked for help from everyone in the community, but no one helped you, right? Domestic violence did not happen suddenly. It has been there for more than 10 years. She has been asking for help, but no one helped her. Everyone was just a bystander, not caring about their own business. I'm the only one who helped you, and I'm the only one in my family. You like me, right? Wu Li did like Chu Su, but not because he helped her, and he was the only one in her family, but because Chu Su had a good-looking face. He had a handsome young face, a nice voice, pale lips, a slender figure, and beautiful hand bones. He had a sickly beauty. Her NPC colleague, an ordinary resident, had a good-looking appearance. She had set her sights on him. If someone asked Wu Li who she was going to kill in the end, she would answer Chu Su. But now, she wanted to play nice and lie to Chu Su as long as she could. Brother, I'm very grateful for your help. I like you very much. You're a good person. Of course, but you live in my house, and our relationship is that of a couple. Do you accept it? Chu Su pressed on step by step. She answered timidly, I accept it. Chu Su was in a very good mood even though he knew that the other party was not sincere. Chu Su bent down and hugged her, rubbing his chin against the top of her head. Lulu, I will take good care of you. You don't have to go out to work, just stay by my side and listen to me. He spoke very gently, but there was a suffocating feeling everywhere. This feeling was a bit familiar. Wu Li knew what kind of colleague Chu Su was. He was a pervert. He liked beautiful girls who looked younger, especially those like her who were homeless and could only rely on him. He liked to control such girls. She was also a pervert. She killed people. Perverts matched perverts, a perfect match. Wu Li smiled strangely in his arms. The two of them were very quiet together, not lively or noisy at all. They cooked quietly, ate quietly, and watched movies quietly on the sofa. The two of them watched the Bloody Ghost movie with expressionless faces. Chu Su found that although Lele was thin, her buttocks and legs were still very fleshy. He fell in love with this feeling when he held her on his lap for the first time. So Wu Li was forced to sit on his lap all day and never got off to eat. Chu Su held her and pinched her like he was raising a baby. Wu Li also lived a life of being overly cared for. The door was closed and the curtains were drawn, and no one could peek into the warmth here. The forensic doctor performed a comprehensive autopsy on Wang Xiong's body, and found that a piece of soft meat was missing from his abdomen. The murderer cut off a piece of meat. The forensic doctor said with certainty. Lin Xiao didn't quite understand. What did the murderer take a piece of meat for? Zhang Zhengyun. It's very likely for collection. Some murderers have a hobby of collecting. Every time they kill someone, they like to collect the body parts of the deceased, or related items. They once uncovered a perverted serial murder case. The murderer's room cabinet was neatly lined with many things, pens, underwear, screw caps. Every item was the belongings of each victim. Lin Xiao's face was not good. If this murderer likes to collect body parts, doesn't that mean there are a lot of formalin in the house? Zhang Zhengyun said half-jokingly. Who said it must be soaked in formalin? Can it be pickled with salt, like bacon? Lin Xiao, He was about to vomit. Lin Xiao had just eaten bacon in the police station kitchen at noon, and the aroma of bacon was still lingering in his mouth. Zhang Zhengyun. How is Su Mingming? The forensic doctor replied. The hospital said that Su Mingming was overly frightened and had signs of schizophrenia. Lin Xiao felt heavy-hearted. What on earth did the murderer do to scare Su Mingming like that? Did he really just hear screams through the bedroom door? Chapter 89. Building 20, In a house on the 7th floor, a group of men and women of different ages gathered together. They were all players. They had confirmed each other's identities through testing in the past 2 days. They gathered together to save themselves. Wang Xiong is a player. He was the first to be killed. It will be the next one soon, Lin Xiao said to them. Qin Hui looked at the police uniform on Lin Xiao. Your identity is great. Does the police have any clues about the murderer? Lin Xiao shook his head. No, there is no progress in the case. This is why I called everyone here. We can't rely on the police NPC to catch the murderer. We have to save ourselves and pull the murderer out by ourselves so that we can leave the dungeon. The murderer has been in the dark. If they don't move, they will only be killed one by one. Lin Xiao wants to take the initiative to attack, but he can't do it alone, so he summoned these players. There may be other players, but there is no way to notify them all. Many players looked a little evasive when they heard Lin Xiao's words. In this kind of dungeon, players with a little experience like to hide, not aggressive, and the winner will be the winner. Lin Xiao continued, Wang Xiong's ID card is an online scam. He deceives women to show their naked body parts. He will be killed. There may be reasons for this. So you have to tell the truth. Does your ID card have any bad records? Some other players looked ugly, and some were very nervous. And a man pointed at Lin Xiao and asked, Then you should tell me first. You are a police ID card. What are your bad records? Lin Xiao, I don't have any bad records, so I am not the target of the murderer for the time being. What about you? No one else spoke. Qin Hui raised her hand. I cheated. All the players looked at her in shock. Qin Hui, I got an ID card saying I'm a good wife and mother, but I cheated. Will I be the target of the murderer? Lin Xiao, because of Wang Xiong's death, I guess the murderer killed someone with a bad record, but I'm not completely sure. Qin Hui spoke up, and others also said that they had gathered to gamble, beat people, owed money, and didn't pay it back, and maliciously damaged other people's vehicles. Many of them had done bad things, but some felt that they had no problems. Everyone had contact information, create a group, report the situation in the group every day, and be sure to tell anyone who is suspected of being the murderer. Lin Xiao organized everyone. Half an hour later, everyone dispersed one after another. Lin Xiao was also ready to go back to the police station quickly, and pressed the elevator, which came down from upstairs. The elevator door opened, and a man and a woman stood inside. Lin Xiao recognized the girl at a glance. Lin Xiao was going to say hello, but he found that the girl was being led by the man next to her, and they were a little intimate. Lin Xiao looked at the man, with pale lips, a good-looking face, and a tall figure. He suddenly remembered that this was the man who went downstairs to throw away the garbage on the first night. Lin Xiao entered the elevator, and the elevator door closed, and there was silence. Suddenly the man next to him said, Lulu, you must follow me all the time, and you can't leave suddenly. Okay. She agreed obediently. Chu Su touched her head. I was worried when you left. This area is not safe recently. I know. Lin Xiao could clearly feel that something was wrong with the two of them. One had a very obvious desire for control, and the other was weak and obedient. The elevator reached the first floor, and Chu Su led Wu Lu out of the elevator. Lin Xiao wanted to go back to the police station, but suddenly he decided to follow the two people. It's no wonder that Lin Xiao wanted to follow them. The last time he saw the girl named Lulu outside the community, she had injuries on her body. The man next to her was good-looking but had a gloomy temperament, like a pervert, who would beat people. There were so many NPCs in the community, the murderer must be hiding among them, and any NPC might have clues. Lin Xiao followed them from a distance. He found that the man always touched the girl, holding her hand, holding her waist, and pinching her waist. The street lights here were broken, and there were few people on the small road, so it was normal for couples to be clingy. But they didn't look like a couple, because it was always the man who took the initiative, and Lulu didn't respond at all. Lin Xiao was far away, and couldn't hear what they said, but he came to a conclusion. This Lulu didn't like that man was bullying her, and the relationship between the two was not right. I followed her all the way to the supermarket. Lin Xiao only saw Wu Lu pushing the cart alone. Chu Su was gone. Wu Lu lowered her head, and raised her hand to touch her eyes from time to time. Was she crying? Lin Xiao didn't think too much about it. Anyway, the place was brightly lit and crowded, so he walked straight forward. Hello, do you remember me? Lin Xiao greeted. You look unhappy. Do you need any help? Chapter 90. When she entered the supermarket just now, there was wind, and something got into Wu Li's eyes. Chu Su answered a phone call and left, so she stood there wiping her eyes. People were coming and going around her, and Wu Le noticed footsteps approaching her. As soon as Lin Xiao spoke, Wu Le immediately took a half step back, and her lower back directly hit the supermarket cart with a loud bang. Lin Xiao thought he had scared someone again. He had met 3 times and scared him 3 times. Lin Xiao blushed with embarrassment. Wu Le looked up, and one of his eyes turned red. Lin Xiao asked softly, "Do you need any help? I'm a policeman, you can tell me anything." Wu Le's expression changed slightly, and his eyes swept over his clothes. "Lin Xiao, I'm not a fake policeman, don't worry. I don't need help, I'm living a good life now." Wu Le refused, obviously not wanting to say anything to him. But Lin Xiao felt that something was wrong with her. "You have injuries. Did someone beat you up? Tell me without worry, don't be afraid." Wu Le raised her hand and touched the wound on the corner of her mouth and looked at him with her dark eyes. "Did you see it now?" She didn't show much expression, just looked at him seriously. That look shone into his heart, making Lin Xiao feel guilty. He saw it outside the community last time, but at that time, the matter of Su Mingming's eyes being stuffed in her bag was more important. And he was not a real policeman, he was a player, so he naturally paid more attention to Su Mingming's affairs. "Who beat you up? Was it the man in the elevator? He's not here now, you can tell me without worry." Lin Xiao did not answer Wu Le directly, but continued to ask. There is too little information about the murderer, but the NPCs that he often encounters may have clues. He wants to induce and stimulate the plots of these NPCs. Lin Xiao chose to start with this girl named Lele, digging into her plot to see if there will be any clues. Lin Xiao didn't know that Wu Le was laughing in his heart. A smart and stupid player. His idea was not wrong, but his approach was too stupid. This person is not good at pretending at all, and his purpose is too obvious. I really feel sorry for the clothes on him. This suit is obviously his best convenience, as long as he is willing to pretend and start with the details. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao went straight to the point and had a strong purpose. It's not him. Wu Le looked anxious. Don't guess blindly, he is a good person. It seems that he is afraid that others will misunderstand the man. What is your relationship? Lin Xiao asked. Wu Le hesitated for a moment and said, "We are in a relationship." "Didn't your people come to ask about it a few days ago?" Wang Xiong died in a house in the middle of the night, and the police roughly investigated the entire building. But Lin Xiao didn't know, because Zhang Zhengyun didn't let him go to the scene, and didn't even let him see the investigation document. Lin Xiao's face became solemn. Was he suspected by Zhang Zhengyun? The person who came was my colleague, so I don't know much. Oh, you look young and have injuries on your body, so I can't help but suspect these things. I'm not young, I'm an adult, I just look young. Is that so? Lin Xiao was still thinking about how to continue to ask questions, but Wu Le suddenly left, turned around and walked away, as if he had never talked to him. Hey you. Lin Xiao wanted to call her, but when he looked up, he saw Wu Le running towards someone. It was that man, who was standing by the shelf with a cold expression. She ran over, and he reached out to hold her wrist, pulled her in front of him, and said something with his head down. She hugged him, like a young couple, and the man hugged her, but his eyes were looking at Lin Xiao. A few dozen meters away, Lin Xiao felt a hint of danger. Lin Xiao left without hesitation. The young couple by the shelf. Lulu, what did he say to you? He suspected that you hid me, and he was caring about me, and then I explained that you are a good person, and you treat me well. Chu Su chuckled and touched her cheek. Did he believe it? Why not? I didn't lie. Yeah. Chu Su took Wu Le to buy a mobile phone, and saved his number in it. Sometimes I may not be by your side. If you have anything, you can contact me immediately. Okay, thank you, brother. Wu Le held the phone and was as happy as if he had got a favorite toy. Chu Su leaned over. Do you know what couples do to express gratitude? Wu Le looked at him ignorantly. Chu Su smiled, and he bent down and kissed her on the face. It will be like this. Her cheeks were very soft, and his lips were a little cold. The touch was very comfortable. Chu Su's lips leapt, and he was about to stand up straight, but suddenly his clothes on his chest were pulled him down. Wu Le pulled him, tiptoed and kissed him on the face, and the angle and strength were completely imitating his behavior. Chu Su looked at her and saw that she was smiling. Chu Su felt indescribable joy in his heart. It seems good to go on like this. Suddenly I want to prolong this time. Chu Su felt a sharp pain in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He just held Wu Le's wrist tightly. Let's go, buy the food you want to eat, and I cook it when we get home. Wu Le didn't feel uncomfortable even though her wrist was held tightly. She liked this feeling of restraint. After returning home, Chu Su went to the kitchen to cook. Brother, I forgot to throw away the garbage when I went out just now. I'm going downstairs to throw it away now. Wula said hello and went out with a black plastic bag, not caring whether Chu-Su agreed or not. Chu-Su heard the sound of the door closing, and the movement of cutting vegetables in his hand became slow. Half an hour later, the kitchen counter was full of prepared dishes, and they were just about to be fried in the pan. The lights were not on in the room, and the red light of the sunset outside shone in from the window and shone on Chu-Su. Chu-Su stared out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. The light outside the window dimmed little by little, and the room was pitch black. Finally, the door was unlocked. Chu-Su gave her the key on the first day. Wula pushed the door open and found that the lights were not on. She didn't find it strange. In the dark, she walked around the coffee table and came to the kitchen. Wula turned on the kitchen light and saw Chu-Su standing by the window in an apron. "Brother, is dinner not ready yet?" she asked heartlessly. "Why did you take so long?" Chu-Su turned around. "It won't take more than 15 minutes to go downstairs to throw away the garbage. I met an acquaintance downstairs and played with her for a while." "Brother, are you angry?" "No, I'm just worried about you. Remember to call me next time you come back late." "Okay." "Cooking is fumes. You go to the living room and wait. You will be able to eat soon." "Brother, you have worked hard." Wula sat in the living room with 2 mobile phones in her hands. The player survived. Group chat. Ellie joined the group chat. Lin Xiao, the person invited in by Chen Xiaoqing, is a player. Lin Xiao is the group owner, and he is the one who reviews the people who join the group. Chen Xiaoqing sent him a message half an hour ago, saying that there is another player she invited. Lin Xiao took a few glances and agreed. In the dungeon, as long as someone states that he is a player, it is 100% correct, because NPCs will not say that they are dungeon players. Lin Xiao and Ellie changed the note and asked for the full name.